like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much, I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much, I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes I always feel our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. As long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Dancing on my own when you spill that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. You give me that high pitch feel, baby.
like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive.
Esports, baby. Leave the rest in a drum.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, a time zone friendly welcome to wherever you are in the world tuning in to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019 powered by Intel. It is day number 2 as we welcome you to the studio once more for more coverage of the group stage here at ESL 1 Hamburg. We're trimming the fat down to the decent stuff, ready for the arena days, of course, on our final 3 days. And we'd love to hear from you via all the usual social media channels, on your official ESL channels via Facebook, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitter. Just let us know what you think of the first day and maybe who stood out, maybe who overperformed, maybe who underperformed. We're also going to get those kind of things from our panel members as we welcome Nahaz and BSJ back to the panel this morning. How you doing, gents?
I'm doing good.
Yeah.
We had some.
Are you all jet lagged out now?
Yeah.
You're over that?
I think yesterday woke me up enough.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm ready. I think I'm feeling good today. I think yesterday we had some clinical Dota with TNC, and we had some like crazy kind of all over the place kind of games. So yeah. I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah. We're going to cover bits and pieces as we go through various teams who did well and didn't do well yesterday, Alan. Some of your teams didn't do so well yesterday.
Well, Liquid in particular. I think you have to look at Liquid and say they underperformed quite a lot yesterday. Only 1-3. Drafts look a little bit out of sorts. Insani actually tweeted after yesterday, look, was a rough start. We got to figure it out. But again, this is also a team that stumbled at Dream League this past weekend. Right. And you just wonder, is this going to be a team that's going to be a late bloomer again like last season?
Plenty of time still, Brian. Not just in terms of how these teams grow, but also in this competition as well. It's a long competition, 6 days.
Oh, absolutely. And the meta of the tournament's going to develop just like any other tournament, and that might favor a team like Liquid. I think what we were kind of talking about behind the scenes is that their playstyle just doesn't fit really with what a lot of people are doing right now. So they're kind of struggling to get to where they need to be in the mid game. Like they're hitting this wall almost that the enemy team is farming more than them while they're going for these kills, and they're playing almost inefficiently the way that they like to play. And it's kind of like backfiring as the game goes on. It looks good for them, and then nothing spectacular happens.
No,
and then
nothing terrible goes wrong.
Yeah.
But they lose.
Yeah, and you're just like, oh.
It was a bit confusing, wasn't it?
As a spectator, I'm sure
your reaction there, the kind of, what?
Yeah.
What just happened was exactly what it looked like happened to them in the booth, didn't it? Afterwards, they were kind of like, well, what did we do wrong there? We got crushed. I don't understand. So, they've got a bit of work to do. The boys from Beast Coast, you built them up yesterday.
I did.
They had such a great TI under a different name, obviously. They've come here as a really well thought of squad. They've got some great players in there, some real young talent, that vicious kind of South American style Dota to bring with them as well and upset a lot of teams. And they go 0-4.
They did. They go 0-4. And I tell you, I said at TI over and over again that people were talking too much about Hector and not enough about the brilliant play that they were getting out of their 3-5 positions. Whisper, Stinger, and Schofield were tremendous at that tournament. They were forcing the action in lanes and really opening the map up for Hector, and also Chris Luck, who was a magnificent CSer in lane. Their 3-5, though, so far at this tournament, they've been really problematic. I mean, I believe it's Whisper and Schofield. No, Stinger and Schofield, 11.5 deaths per game. They're the 2 highest in the tournament so far. And they just haven't looked crisp in those early game rotations. And without that 4 protect 1 strategy that they try to play around Hector is very easy to exploit.
I'm going to give the other perspective from the Hector perspective, where a lot of people at TI, they were all saying it's the Hector show. Sure. He's going to have 900 GPM. He's going to carry the game.
On Wraith King.
Yeah, on Wraith King specifically. And I was going to say that I think he has a player, he needs to prove to me that he builds very pubby in the sense that he builds to be unkillable. And if you're not a whole item ahead of the opponent, you're just going to be lacking damage. Like I saw him build Lincolns on Bloodseeker against like Lion Pugna. And I was like, well, you can just break that with spells that are 5-second cooldown. And he just plays this way that he wants to solo carry the game. The team builds around that. And I'm wondering what they're going to do transitioning forward as the meta shifts away from these like phase minus radiance carries that he was winning with at TI. So I kind of need to be proven to me that he can carry games without those heroes.
Okay. We're going to get more from both of our panel members in just a moment. Of course, we've got still plenty to discuss about the positives and negatives that happened on day one. But first, let's get a report from on the ground from Sir Action Slacks.
Hey guys, Slacks here over at the Groupstage. I'll be bringing you all the live interviews from those players that you love sitting here in the room, checking stuff out. In fact, we got a special guest. The referee for the series is already here. And man, that is one stoic referee. You do not want to do anything in front of that guy. I saw somebody bring in a can of coffee today and he smacked it out of his hands. It was terrifying. So we've got good people watching over these games, making sure it's high quality Dota. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Yeah, that's focus, baby. That is strong. All right, back to you guys.
Okay. It's early in the morning. Obviously, we need people without emotions in the referee's positions. That's what we actually need.
Imagine you had to
can't
deal
bring
with
emotions in there.
Imagine you had to deal with Slacks before you were fully awake.
Sure.
I mean, that would be about my reaction.
Yeah. I want to know whose booth that is because it might have a...
That's true.
Because it depends, why the admin's going to look that way. Maybe he's not looking forward to the day. I don't know. It's interesting. Behind the scenes stuff with Sir Action Slacks, fantastic, right? We're going to move on to something a little bit more serious. Talk about the positives from yesterday. The two teams who topped their respective groups, Vici Gaming and TNC, both went 4-0 yesterday, gents. And I have to say, Vici, I kind of expected them to do well, but TNC looked very good yesterday.
Isn't that... Don't we get caught in this trap every event? TNC shows up, and after the first couple of days, we're like, oh, yeah, TNC, they're a really good team.
Yeah.
It feels like we've done it yet again.
Sure.
Gabby has been magnificent. 12, 12, 12, and 14. Those are his kill totals across the 4 games. He had the 6th highest competitive gold per minute ever on Night Stalker. He had a 670 GPM game on that hero. Top 10 in over 3,000 games played all time. They're just a really good team. And the most important question I had, which we talked about in the Open yesterday, are they still going to show that strategic crispness that they gained when Heen joined the team last year? So far, March looks like he's got them firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, I think if there was a positive yesterday that wasn't Gabby going off or Armel going off, it was the fact that KP seems to have slotted into that 3 position in this team perfectly well. He's the perfect foil for those two to go off and just have great games. And then you've got March drafting like a king.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally reacted to everything that got thrown at him yesterday and came up with a solution.
Whenever it's early on in a tournament, you see a team have a good start, but they have maybe similar lineups across all the games, you think maybe people are going to figure them out. When I was watching TNC, the most impressive thing for me was they just have whatever.
Yeah.
Like all their lineup,
Yeah.
you said, like he's got carry Night Stalker, they did the Morphling Earthshaker. They're just all over the place with their strategy. And more importantly, the big thing I think about OG winning TI is that they have any core can take over the game. It didn't matter what the draft was. It didn't matter who the play style, like the play styles of the players. They said, this hero is going to be having the most successful game. Hey, Seb, carry us. And I feel like TNC kind of has that same mindset where it's like we saw KP take over certain games. We see Gabby take over certain games. Armel. So that's what I like to see. I think it's really important right now because it's hard to shut down.
I don't know what you thought about it yesterday, Jens, in terms of for me, the fun game was the Veno offlane.
Yeah.
Because it was just like, what? And then you kind of go, and then it made sense as it went into. And KP had a great game, but also then enabled his 2 cores to just have crazy good games. I think it was the Morphling game as well, wasn't it? So how do teams react to that when they've got so many answers? What seems like so many answers already?
It's hard to play against heroes you haven't played against in a long time. It's like Venomancer's still the same hero he was, 2-3 years ago?
When he was annoying.
Yeah, when he was super broken, that one patch. You almost have to go back to your roots and say, we may not play this hero right now, but remind ourselves this is what this hero does. And like when Liquid talked about their draft, I think Blitz was talking about it. You don't want to give Veno that 1v1. So if you're going to be in a game against this hero, you have to. There's so much precious time that like 30 seconds after the draft, you get to say, okay, who do we shut down? The Morphling. I think people have been targeting the wrong hero against them to shut down because they always have this momentum-based like mid-game space maker, and it's not always the same player.
Yeah.
You don't want to give him the 1v1, but you also don't want to play a game against a Venomancer where you don't have the ability to end fights. And that was a big problem for them in that game. They were just getting into these 2-3 minute long drawn out skirmish types fights where Veno's just damage the whole time, and they could never kill him. So yeah, TNC has just always been a team where the way they approach these individual fights and these skirmishes has always been brilliant. It's just, did the overall strategy hang together? Does that translate into a way for them to win the game? And that's what they've been so good at in the last 6 months, and it looks like carrying that into this season.
What have you made of Alliance? They're second in Group A right now. They're 3-1. It's a fairly straightforward day. They dropped a point where they probably shouldn't have dropped that game, but they still look good.
You say that. I'm a little bit concerned, just because if we've learned anything in the last couple of years of Dota, particularly from how Liquid struggled, old Liquid I'm talking about, struggled in the middle of last season, it is, you cannot be a one-player win condition team. You, as good as this player might be, you can't say Miracle is going to win us every game. Teams will eventually figure out how to take that away. I worry a little bit. Yesterday, they were in a situation where it was the limp sniper that they had a matchup in a lane against an OD, and he was their win condition. They needed him to win the game, and it looked like a dramatically different team than what we had seen so far, putting it all on the shoulders of Nico Baby. I think to be a tier 1 team this season, that is the one big question that Alliance needs to answer. Otherwise, they have looked good.
Okay.
I have to agree with that. I also, in their qualifier run for the major, their drafts were very cookie cutter. So as a team, they obviously have the caliber of players, but it comes down to they have not shown what I've said TNC has shown, where they can kind of just do whatever and just play some good Dota. They have their one set strategy, kind of like 5-man ball up, 33 builds these team fight pipe, type items, while, like you said, Nico Baby takes over the game and Limp kind of just fills in the gaps. And if, like you said, that's predictable. So that bodes potential exploitation as the tournament goes on.
Yeah. Okay. Let's take a look at the schedule for you. We're going to start things off here on the main. I guess we call this the main stream. I guess we could probably just say that. Stream A. We're going to start off with Pandas versus Beast Coast. We'll also have Beast Coast versus Virtus Pro, TNC versus Gambit, and Team Liquid versus Gambit. So there's a bit of a Gambit Beast Coast day over here on Stream A. Of course, all of the other streams are available for you. You can see the games on the screen right now. We've got Streams B and Stream C as well. If you want to follow, just do them. Multi-Twitch thing, put them all side by side on multiple monitors that you've all lovingly prepared for this particular tournament. Gents, what are you looking forward to today? Alan, have you got one eye on TNC Gambit, maybe?
Oh, for sure. The big thing about TNC that struck me yesterday is they went 4-0, and they went 4-0 against Liquid and NIP. It's not exactly, these are not the cakewalk teams that they're supposed to be playing, so they've started very strong. Gambit, obviously, a huge question mark coming in, but this first series of today is actually extremely significant, because remember, the bottom 2 teams from groups go home.
Yeah, they're done.
Each group goes home. So this very well may become an elimination match.
Yeah, Beast Coast losing both days yesterday. It's a big day for them today.
Yeah, I want to highlight the teams on the kind of the bottom half of the groups rather than the teams that we saw perform well. I think Beast Coast came into this whole season having something to prove, and this is really, for me, a big moment. Like, you just had a bad first start or day to the first day, and now you're playing against the lesser caliber teams in the group that you can potentially just turn it all around, get into the playoffs, fresh start, and also fighting Pandas, like dropping 2-0 to VP, right? After VP didn't look too impressive. So this is definitely like a momentum shifter for both teams.
Okay, good stuff. We're going to take a break here in Hamburg, but when we come back, we will get our opening match underway for day 2 of ESL 1 Hamburg. We'll see you shortly.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching. chance, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I was dancing on my own when you spilled that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back to Germany, where it's a battle between Peru and Canada, with a sprinkling of the United States and Bolivia in the mix as well, as two teams who really need the points in Group A go head-to-head. It's the Fighting Pandas versus Beast Coast, who had a terrible day one, but also played possibly the best two teams in the division. So this is a vitally important series for them to pick up points at the very least. BSJ and the Haz alongside me to bring you their thoughts on the match ahead. Gents, let's start with Beast Coast, because it was a tough day yesterday. You know, let's give it context. They did play Alliance of Vichy, so presumably if they can just forget about that day one and now go on a run, they can still qualify.
Yeah, their drafts were kind of a little bit of everything, and I was kind of saying that could be either they haven't figured out the meta yet, or they kind of just are comfortable doing whatever. That could be a very good positive or a very iffy, they don't know. So I'm really seeing what they take from day one. They had like Kerry Ricky, they had what was it, Mid-Tinker and
well.
Chris Luck off-lane silencer. They clearly aren't afraid
it's
to
a bit
experiment.
wacky, but you covered some of the South American qualifiers. You saw what it was like down there. It was nuts down there. Like, there was all some punch techie stuff going on. It was crazy. I pasted one to the Haz, and he was just like, leave this stuff out. Like, I don't want to be in this game. What is this stuff I'm seeing right now? So
80 minutes later, we were joking about it, and the game's still going on.
Exactly.
Of course.
Yes, it was. Yeah, but joking aside, these guys it seems like they can play pretty much whatever they want.
They can, but I feel sometimes when we analyze drafts, like we get distracted by all of the
mesmerized.
Oh gosh, whispers on Tinker, or oh gosh, there's a punch techies, and we forget to talk about what is easily the most important factor for a team like Beast Coast, and that's just strong lanes. lanes. You look at what they did all through TI is they draft a strong, at least potential tri-lane so that 3 through 5 can create space. They let Chris Luck go out, get his CS on in a 1v1 matchup, and they open up a ton of space on the map for Hector, who likes to transition. If the enemy is bringing pressure against that tri-lane, they'll switch it up. He'll transition to the other side of the map, and they'll go take towers on the other side. And that's something, it's a very simple, easy to play style that all 5 of those players understood. They were executing it consistently. I feel like we can talk all we want about the core matchups, and they're a lot of fun, but you got to lock down those lanes.
Okay. Well, we can continue to talk about this team, but why don't we check in with one of their players? Schofield checking in with Sir Action Selects pre-tournament.
Hey guys, they gave me a jersey. I'm here with Beast Coast. We're having a great time. I got Schofield here. Hello. Oh, and introduce yourself, please. The manager of Beast Coast.
What's your name? As the manager of Beast Coast, as just said.
Exactly. So I got some questions for you. You guys are about to jump into a game against the Fighting Pandas. I want to know if you've done any research. What are you planning on?
¿Cómo te preparaste para el juego contra Fighting Pepegas? ¿Hiciste alguna pesquisa, alguna cosa?
Ahorita, solamente, comiendo me preparé, no sé, me desperté y nada, solo a jugar, perder o ganar.
Well, nothing much. I just ate breakfast, woke up. Yeah, really nothing much. Just going to play, maybe win, maybe lose, probably win.
That's all you did to prepare against Eternal Envy? You woke up and had breakfast? No research? No nothing?
Si tú te preparaste solo con desayuno, nada más, así te preparas.
Sí, simplemente es así, o sea, sí te puedes preparar, ¿no? Para poder jugar, empezar el juego, ¿no? Pero ni bien empieza el juego, también me preparo al toque, nomás en un par de segundos o minutos, así nomás. Solo es cuestión de pensar.
Look, he just said it like, it doesn't take much to get ready. Like, it's a question of seconds. Before the game, you just change your mindset and you're ready to play.
All right. Well, I think that's the South American flavor, right? So best of luck, guys. Looks like these dudes are ready after a lot of breakfast and not a lot of preparing, but they're going to kick some ass. We'll see you guys on the panel.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks there, alongside Elvis de la Cruz Peña, one of the greatest names in esports. I'm not so sure I'm going with the shirts, though, I have to say. I'm not a big fan of the dentist look.
Well, it's not just the dentist look. It's funny to me.
Or maybe 1940s baseball.
Yeah, it's funny to me. I follow sports economics, and MLB and NFL have, like, for years talked about we need to modernize our jerseys.
Yeah, no one wants our jerseys. Why?
Nobody wants esports apparel that looks like baseball jerseys.
No, quite. All right.
They don't even know what baseball is.
Hey. All right.
Please don't start.
I knew you were going to do
Please don't start a war with the economics professor who's also a major in baseball statistics when you're standing next to him. Beast Coast, high hopes for these guys, but alongside them, Fighting Pandas, it's a bit of a meme team. We know that. But also, there's a serious side to this team. They've got quality players, Alan.
They've got quality players. They've got guys who have competed and won at TIs. And they're getting their opens. I mean, you look at their 3 opens in here. They've got Abaddon Void. They got Mag Jug, Void Undying, Void LC. It's like, you've got 3 bands against them. You got to not give them these big OP heroes in the first phase of the draft.
Yep. Eternal Envy, Bryle, Moon Meander, see the original meme king, Snake King, and Owie 2000 on this team. On paper, you look at it and just go, that's awesome. This team should do really well.
Yeah. I had a conversation with Moon Meander. It was about 2 weeks ago, and it was basically talking about what did you attribute your success to making it in the qualifiers for the major? And he basically just said that they have a team of 5 crazy people that are all just willing to buy into this whole just chaos, run at you. And if one person's not on that page, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
As all the talk that goes around Envy, I love watching Envy Dota. I think.
Well, I mean, because he's on a knife edge, isn't he? He's on the knife edge of being a genius and being absolutely terrible.
And he's
all the time throughout the game.
With that.
Absolutely, he's totally fine with that. But that's what makes him exciting to watch.
Absolutely, and his team kind of buys into that too. Like, not necessarily saying they're all like that, but if you've ever played with or against Moon Meander, like, he does some weird, crazy stuff where you're like, whoa, he's under my tier 2 at 4 minutes into the game.
Hey, this guy, we talked a lot yesterday about the return of Bone 7 to competitive Dota, and I feel like we ought to be talking about Moon Meander in the same breath, because this is a guy that won majors as an offlaner. This is a guy that invented drums on Batrider. This is an incredible, innovative player, and I am actually really excited to see this guy back in a Tier 1 environment.
Yeah, I mean, that was the point I was going to bring up. He hasn't necessarily had the chances.
Yeah.
More recently, probably in the last 12 months or so.
That's what he said and he said that he hadn't played with people that fit his mode of the way he wants to play Dota. And he has a very specific play style, so I think for every player that matters, but for him specifically, it would matter even more. And he sounded like he was really excited to play with this team. Yep. And so far they've had mixed results a little bit, but overall looked very impressive compared to what I originally expected.
I've said this before about Eternal Envy and Aoi 2000 playing together, because they have played together before and they've worked together before as player and coach. If there's an issue with this team, is it not that the theory crafting could get out of hand?
Yeah,
because these two do have like a very high level of theory crafting in Dota 2, but when it comes to a draft and you've got two guys like that can cause issues, right?
And they're both guys that even just strategically, even and tactically in game, they have been guilty of overthinking a lot in the past. Like Envy will admit this, that he's a guy that he's like, okay, if I finish one more item, we're going to be unbeatable. Oh wait, they took our barracks. That's the kind of games, and the reason that you see these ridiculous 80, 90-minute comebacks consistently with EE-led teams. But again, I like the fact that the style transition, at least what we've seen so far of this team, has been toward more aggression, more run-at-you Dota.
I'm just looking forward to the moment that he picks up another rapier.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Envy with rapiers seems to have fun outcomes.
It's a gyro meta, you know. We're bound to see
Maybe a couple at some point. Yeah.
It's like some kind of swap sale. Envy with rapiers.
All we need to win this game.
Lose it, and then he's going to get it back.
Exactly. All we need to win this game is a rapier. Oh shit! I dropped it. Guys, all we need to do is get this rapier back, and we can win the game. It's fine.
He's established a win condition either way. Either way, there's now a win condition in the game.
He's next level. He's already he's up there thinking about how he's going to get that rapier.
I'm now concerned how many pros and former pros are like listening to our broadcast now and getting PTSD, Paul, because this is the kind of thing that could scar you. Oh boy.
I think from a fan's point of view, just watching, I'm fine.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
I'm fine with it. But from a player's point of view, I can imagine it can be crushing sometimes.
I think if you play with players like Envy or Moon Meander and you're not on their same page, like you said, it's incredibly stressful. You don't know what to expect. If you're more of a conservative player, you're thinking. Moon actually talked about how the NA region's more about, hey, let's farm up, let's get our items, let's hit our timing, let's play this safe, methodical Dota, and that's just not what these guys do. So.
No, and that's partly why I was looking forward to this particular matchup, because it feels more like Beast Coast, more like Fighting Pandas, and more like a South American team rather than a North American team in the way that their style. So this should be fun.
Yeah, they are not a typical North American Dota team.
All right, first range bans are fairly what we expected, but a couple have gone through.
So here's the question, right? Is this exactly what we talked about? Void is left in the pool, and so you're pretty sure from Beast Coast that you're either going to see Void or you're going to see Mag Jug. And so the question is, I don't know. I mean, Fighting Pandas, you give them Void, and they just look so confident with that hero.
Yeah, and it's super good with Mag and against Mag, so you kind of have to pick it. Like, not saying they wouldn't pick it otherwise, but I'm a little confused because if you go for the Void pick first, like Void's good against Mag Jug, so you're kind of blocking those two. But by picking Mag, you're just saying here's Void and like maybe a counter initiator, like with like a Axe, Wyvern, something like that stops the RP. I'm
not sure we're going to see first phase Wyvern.
I'm just throwing it out there. I like drafts where the opponent presents a hero that says,
there you good man. Hey, there's the counter, and
I'm
to go
saying
with the Void.
The opponent presents, hey, this is how we win team fights, or this is what my hero does. I like to immediately address it with something that says, okay, now we don't have to worry about RP anymore in fights. Like we can pick cores later on in the draft that don't die, like that would normally die to RP, but now they're not going to die to RP.
I just worry with first phase Wyvern, right? It is a little bit stronger in lane now than when it kind of went out of the meta. But again, with first phase Wyvern, you create this idea where there's still Lusher's out of the pool, but there's still enough magic damage cores that you devalue that save.
Gyro too, though. I will say they kind of set that up. Gyro and Lush, I think, are the two premier magic cores. You do have heroes like Pugna that save in the Chrono as well as deal damage to the Wyvern, so we might look to see that banned out or picked for Beast Coast.
Yeah, that's not going to get through second phase if they don't pick it now, right? But
so do you go back to the Jug here? is the question.
Jug against Wyvern Void.
It's tough. It's tough.
But it's what they know.
It's what they know, and it's, again, statistically.
Ooh, that's what they know.
There you go. Okay. All right. Yeah,
we should have talked about this earlier, considering what happened at TI.
Well, they've kind of gone away from it.
They have, but you know, we're reminded by TI.
Yeah.
So for anyone that doesn't remember the Wraith King at TI and Hector, you need to go back and watch that.
He had 4 of the highest GPM games.
4 of the top 6 all time.
4 of the top 6 all time, and it was all at the same tournament at TI9. Just unbelievable by Hector. And Mag is the kind of pick for them, along with the Wraith King in first phase. It is a 3-4 flex pick for them, so just a ton of directions that they can go second phase.
I think it was also, if you take Alchemist out, it was one of the top 10 TI all-time GPM games.
Oh yeah, yes it was.
Yeah.
It definitely was. I remember looking at that at the time. Alchemist is like the top 25 GPMs, but
exactly.
yes. Thanks, I Shrug.
We also had a lot of those come into TI though as well, because quite a few players played on the Alch this time around.
So that's a good. The Death Prophet ban is a very, very good sign. Means that, you know, they may have been exaggerating. Beast Coast has prepared a bit because that is one of Fighting Panda's go-to picks. It's one of Bryle's big comfort heroes, and it's something that they love to run alongside the Void.
Tiny ban over on the other side.
Envy's really good at calling out when they have timings and like when they can force the issue. And I think Death Prophet's always been kind of a staple pick on any team Envy's been a part of, because it's just one of the best heroes in the game. Say, we have an ultimate, let's go do something. Yep. Let's get a tower, let's take Roche. And with Void, it's really nice because it's damage that you dump into the Chrono, and also Void lacks push and DP lacks catch, so they complement each other really well. But I'm looking to see if they go for something like Ember on Fighting Pandas. Like, you want something that kind of like pokes these heroes, doesn't have to commit, makes them have to use spells defensively. Because you have this Wraith King, right? You don't want to Chrono him, you don't want to curse him, you want to make him be about half health, then commit, then like Chrono his Reincarn. Like, so I think they're going to pick a lot of poke damage.
I still like potentially Rubik as a second phase for Fighting Pandas. I think you pick that support as your 3rd overall. Exploit the order advantage.
It's very good against the skeletons, very good against, obviously, the abilities you can steal already.
I was going to say, the steals are nice, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. What's that?
It's like
is that
a
something they
hero,
may be
right?
picking rather than something they're scared of?
It's good against Wraith King because you just don't deal enough damage. The Bristle, he kind of ignores you, and then he builds like Pipe and Crimson, and your hero kind of just does no damage with your Radiance.
Yeah, he's just another one of those heroes that just loves long fights, and whenever you have a Wraith King, as the fight drags on, it's usually advantage your team.
So they ban the Lina. I thought they might ban something like OD or Pugna, but Lina makes sense too. That's like a magical burst that prevents the... They're basically trying to make it so that the Wyvern Cold Embrace is really powerful this game, and I think it's really important that Beast Coast makes it so it's not. We talked about how the Wyvern addresses the Mag. Now let's address the Wyvern Cold Embrace, because if that's not a save anymore, then it kind of changes so much about the difficulty of playing Wyvern, about how aggressive these cores can play.
Okay,
there's the other...
Yeah. Oh, I bet Axe Wyvern, that's like a complexity special from back in the day. They used to run those heroes
Kyle
around.
invented ones.
Oh, God.
Let's give him some credit where it's due. We often bash him after all, so that's just the one time that he actually came up with something decent, let's give him the credit for it.
This might be the best Pugna game I've ever seen. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, if there was ever a time where you just go ahead and open Pugna in second phase, this is not a bad place to do it.
I'm surprised it made its way through. Are you surprised that it got through those second phase?
I'm like a little bit surprised, but they also did ban the heroes that kind of did the same thing as Pugna, but maybe they think Beast Coast does pick a lot of Lina and a lot of Tiny.
Yes. So maybe it's a preference thing, and they're like, we're fine if they want to play the Pugna.
Prove it that you can play Pugna. Not exactly an easy hero as a team to execute.
See, I'm kind of like, I don't know, I kind of want to see a Bryle Invoker now for Pandas, man. I want to see those big Chrono, Call, Wombo spell combos.
They'll probably save his pick for last, right?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Like, I mean, 80% of the drafts since TI have been last pick mid versus last pick mid.
So they do go for a save at least. I think that's really important here. They have pretty, so far, heavy commitment from Fighting Pandas. So I think Fighting Pandas needs a hero like we talked about that kind of drags out the fight a little bit, can do a little poke, non-committal damage. And then I think Beast Coast needs something like the Pugna, give you some tower push.
Yeah, you need
utility.
You need your 4. I'm still looking at Rubik. I still think that's decent.
It's very good. It's very good for exactly that. You just kind of throw out spells, and then
The
once you
Rubik
see the opening,
for Pandas?
Yeah.
yeah. It hasn't had a good success rate at the qualifiers
Where
as
would
well as this
they?
tournament. Though,
How would they run that then? With the
5
Wyvern and the
Wyvern.
Axe?
Probably 5 Wyvern.
5 Wyvern.
5 Wyvern.
3 Axe.
You could absolutely pick a 5 here and put it 4 Wyvern though.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of teams have liked that.
Yeah. What about the formerly well-played support Axe?
Oh,
There's
wow.
the Brile
They just straight
Invoker.
up do the Invoker.
It's just
Nice.
such a good setup game for him.
And this is why I'm asking about the 5 Axe, or the 4 Axe even, because why would they leave their last
pick for a 4 position
support?
or 5?
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. to me.
I'm telling you,
they
I
never
am-
do that.
You know what though? I am so. It's a direction that I'm so surprised that more teams haven't gone in, because OG did it at at several events, including TI at the end of last year. Like, how many times did we see a 5th pick GG Jerax Oracle, right? Like, nobody else has been doing that.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get it. You're probably not gonna get the last pick Invoker as well.
There you go. Yeah, they're going to go all in on the lane matchup. And again, this to me is Beast Coast getting back to that style that made them so successful. The securing Hector, his comfort hero, securing Chris Luck, a favorable 1v1 laning matchup. The question is, how much roaming potential do you think that Fighting Pandas are ultimately going to have to disrupt the balance of this TA favored lane?
There's a lot of farm that needs to be had on Beast Coast, though.
Yeah, it's true.
Roche is pretty big this game. Every time I see TA, I kind of ask myself, what's Roche going to look like this game? You have a ridiculous amount of Roche potential on Beast Coast, then you have a ridiculous amount of contesting on Fighting Pandas that they can kind of just throw into the pit. So really look forward to some crazy team fights around the Roche pit this game, because I think Beast Coast is going to be kind of forcing the issue. Despite the fact that they have Mag, TA is kind of this tempo setter, right? So you want to hit this mid-game timing. Wraith King can fight with the Empower. I think that he probably is going to do some Hector things where he doesn't really participate until he gets the Radiance. So I think around 18, 20 minutes, this game's going to, let's say, turn a whole new leaf, I'd say. Like, just going to go from off to on pretty quickly.
Well, yeah, I think that's going to be the time where one of these two teams is, when you think about the Axis Blink Dagger timing, you think about the TA and her mid-game snowball around the Blink Deso, that's when we're really going to find out the texture of this game. Where are you on this Invoker TA lane, BSJ, right now?
I mean, TA is not nearly as favored against most heroes as she used to be, just because the refraction denies. I think she's still favored, but it used to be like 80-20 favored. Yeah. And now it's kind of like maybe you'll win by 5 CS. Invoker, I think is really annoying to play against as TA now, because you have you're usually going Quas Wex and you're going the Urn Spirit Vessel build, and that ticks off the refraction.
At Batrider, they don't think it's a 5 last pick either.
Interesting. Okay, so they...
Yeah, I'm fairly sure this is not a 5 last
I'm down for a support axe. I mean, that's something that we saw a lot of for a short period of time.
There we go, Puck for Beast Coast.
Okay. That is magic damage that goes through
it is the magic we talked about that they needed early on.
Both teams doing a good job of that. Like, both teams have a lot of mixed damage here.
This is 3 Puck 4 Magnus?
I assume so.
Yeah, okay.
It's a nice lane matchup against the Void, but in game, if you get caught once, you're just gonna die. What could they? I wouldn't mind just like a Jakiro, something like that either.
Yeah, I think you can still. I think you can still just any hero that dumps damage into the Chronosphere. The Invoker is good for that, but I'd like a little bit more raw damage potential on the side of Fighting Pandas.
I like the Jakiro just because it like punishes the disruption. Obviously, it's damage that goes into the Chrono. They don't have really any natural push right now. They go down. Okay. I love this hero. I think this hero is awesome. I don't know what
I'd be
role
interested
it is,
to see how they run this.
I want to know what the roles are going to be for Fighting Pandas.
I
think this is 4 Wyvern, 5 Dazzle. That's the simple.
Okay. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah.
I would personally love to see a 3 Dazzle, but probably not going to get it. I just think Dazzle with the cooldown reduction on some core items can be pretty insane.
Early Greaves.
It's a fun draft though, isn't it? Because it's left us hanging a little bit in terms of where they're going to play stuff and how things match up. But it seems like they've both tried to counter each other pretty well.
And they've both gone back to their strengths, which is something that we're concerned about. I think this is going to be a really good game.
What about mid Dazzle for Invoker? Because Dazzle actually counters TA.
Hey, We saw it at TI.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Because if it happens, I'll look real smart. If it doesn't, it's like a free shot. You know?
It's fine. We
I
can
won
fix it
my
in post.
Brile Invoker, baby.
We can fix it in post, and we can just like move the video around, and then you'll look like a genius either way, Brian. It's fine.
Thank you.
We're ready to enter our first game of our first series of day number 2 here at ESL 1 Hamburg, and we'll hand you over to our commentary team.
You know what? When you want smart people, like really, really smart people, you know where you come, Kyle? It ain't to this desk. It's probably to a different one. Anyway, we're here, and we were calling it during the drafting phase. Invoker will be the 4th position, played by Snaking.
Yeah, this is a nice move to pick it up early. I think that when you take Invoker 4th as overall last pick, you're kind of giving away a bit of a tell that it's almost certainly going to be support. They bait the TA pick from Beast Coast, which is an excellent lane matchup, but then of course it's the 4. Now you're going to have this Dazzle mid played by Brile, which is a really interesting lane because TA, when creeps are coming at you, you're not nearly as strong of a laner. You're very weak against this wave clear. It's one of the only ways, if you remember back when you would see it all the time against pucks and quaps, they'd try and early double wave you, dive under tower, apply tons of pressure.
Mm-hmm. And that's actually pretty even across the board. 317, 318. That's, you know, I'd actually be a little bit more in favor. I don't know, actually, no. I love watching Beast Coast play. I think they're actually one of the funnest teams and one of the teams you never really want to go against. But fighting Pandas, just this lineup feels like it should perform well.
Yeah,
just player-wise.
They addressed the win condition right away. Beast Coast loved the mag. They let that go, and then thankfully, they're prepared. This is something, a big pet peeve of mine, is if you let a team pick something that you expected them to, just pick your counters right away, and they did that with the Wyvern Void. So, win conditions under control. Only concern I have with this Fighting Pandas lineup is the damage output, because right now, they got a Void, a Dazzle, and an Axe as cores, and just you don't have much DPS. Your team fight's great. You've got a lot of lockdown. But at a point, Beast Coast with this crazy acceleration potential. Speaking of, they might actually just grab a first blood here.
Yeah, they're going for it. Snaking going to be skewered up and away, and that is the wrong side of the tracks. There's nothing he can really do. A Cold Snap won't help him out, and no other support can be lended in by Moon. So nice start for Beast Coast, already on the board.
Yeah, well done. He's playing under K1 now, but Ektor was excellent at TI. A lot of players saw him as by far the most efficient carry at the tournament. Don't tell me they're going to get another one here.
Yeah,
this is wild.
Well, okay, maybe they can. Support's coming in. Skullfeld's moved up. He's not going to skewer up just yet. In fact, he's waiting just to see where Moon's going to go. And Moon, while he may like to try and creep skip this out, it's very difficult against a Shadow Demon. A skewer 4 will close the distance on him and at least get that extra slow, but they need to guarantee they can get the kill first. And that's why they're doing the pincer.
Yep. This is great from Schofield. I also like that the Wraith King went into the lane, so now you're just going to chase down.
And cancel the salve.
Yep. And you're going to prevent Moon. He's going to TP. That's great, but he's got to go all the way back to base. You've bought a ton of time with this maneuver.
So now you actually get like an Invoker, which is going to be almost a 3-roll, considering he'll have all that time in the lane and no supports to harass him out of it.
As the game progresses, that's kind of how we can expect Snake King's farm priority to shift. You know, Mag just needs his base items at a point. Invoker starts to deal the brunt of the damage. No matter what role you are, at some point you're going to grab an Ags in enough levels to put in some work. Bottom is the curious lane for me. Whisper Puck is not something I've seen in a while, and you're up against a Wyvern Void. Relatively weak support. But Void's just so powerful right now. It's like near impossible to outlane this hero, especially in just a 2-on-2. You got a nice skewer on Dow. He's in some trouble.
Yeah, Skullfeld is just so active across this map. Like, you can think of like the Mag being that 3-roll, but you just got him moving from the top down towards the bottom. In this 4-roll, just being the presence in the lane just messed up with the rhythm.
And you see that right there, mid. Huge heal bomb from Brile equalizes the HP pools of each player. He also started with the Bassi, which is a nice touch. Any sort of plus armor against TA is always helpful and allows you to mess with the creep equilibrium. TA has a really hard time. If you can't kill creep waves efficiently.
Well, they're going again up on top. Another disruption up, Snaking. Kind of in no man's land, this level 1 Invoker. At least all the stuns have been used and they won't have enough damage to kill him before he TP's out. but still a nice start either way. Only 1 kill on the board. I think a lot of this would probably change up though, like once Templar Assassin starts having an influence. Can Chris actually rotate off the map, and is he the one we look towards?
No, I think we're gonna have to look to Whisper this time, which is not like the ideal setup for Beast Coast in a sense. They did best at TI when Chris Luck was on these super aggressive mid heroes. You know, you play the Slark and play enemy jungle from 6 minutes onwards. I think as TA, he's gonna have a tough time doing that, especially with the crazy wave clear potential of a Dazzle mid. Like anytime he wants to shove a wave, he just spams a heal, and that's that. So, you know, your Wraith King is just gonna be farming. It's gotta be the puck and the mag that try and make things happen.
My God, Moon. It feels like he's trying to be so aggressive. He's getting disrupted up and diving underneath tier 1 towers to try and chase down Stinger. The upside is the fact that Stinger is out of mana.
Dire, or Beast Coast, doing pretty well in the laning phase this far. Big deny advantage in the side lanes. It's going to be a slow game, at least for the first 10 minutes or so. We've got a Void strat versus a mag lineup. Not really conducive to a ton of early action. Neither side with one of those 4 positions that's incredible. Like good, you don't have a roamer, right? There was a meta in the past. You'd see an Earth Spirit or a Tusk in effectively every single game, but things have changed. It's a lot more about lane control and these 4 positions that provide higher impact as the game continues.
As opposed for the moment, which is like, okay, let's just farm up. Let's get back to our stacks. Let's get back to our lanes. But does that really kind of work better? Okay, well, K1 can get chipped up a little bit up on the top lane. Disruption from Stinger will help saving him, even with Skullfeld running away from the fight on bottom.
Such a cool combination, the Cold Snap plus Battle Hunger. It's always proccing the stun off cooldown. It's really easy to chase and catch.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The big issue for the Pandas right now is bottom lane. You can see Envy 13 and 5, the Puck's 20 and 12. And this is just a product of the super high base damage. Puck has 83 damage right now with just a null and a crown. And not many offlaners can actually out-harass a Void like Whisper's doing.
He actually drawn it down following the line of Eternal Envy's jump. I thought for a moment that Skullfeld was going to get like a little bit of extra control. But another thing to just be careful of, where Envy can't just guarantee himself an exit strategy with the Time Walk when that Rift is up for Whisper, and he has put at least 1 point into it, so a 2-second window against the Void. And it's magical damage, so AUI won't save that. But top lane, under the tier 1 tower, K1, the Battle Hunger is ticking him down. And Moon is able to get that kill.
So, yeah, this is Void's weakness in lane is these cores that have like super high right-click damage, because you don't have a good time walk to reduce. However, I like Envy. He's got a point in the time dilation. So if Whisper makes any kind of miscue using both spells, all of a sudden, yep, there you go. And now he's locked out for a while.
Skewer, pull them away. Envy able to time walk himself further over. And hopefully he's actually looking for some extra time locks. That's not going to happen. While that actually happened, there was actually a really cool moment between Chris and Bryle. Bryle went down to 3 HP against the Templar Assassin, where they both test each other. They're both about 10%, and Chris, even with refraction charges up, just went on.
Yeah, so, very even mid.
Yeah, it's a fun little duel happening between the mid lanes, the mid players.
Yeah, still not much action. It's just pretty much trading in lanes. Every team trying to.
Oh god, and here's your farm action.
Yeah, that's all himself, by the way, stacking these camps. Really well done by Chris Luck. Bottom lane, Envy's got no time warp.
He'll try and go for the time dilation, but slow him down as much as he can, create some space, and that will be enough distance. So once again, this top lane, just poison setups. And snaking having to create the extra space for Moon just to back up. But Chris now #1 on the CS. He's not #1 on the net worth, but he's only 100 short.
Yep, I like Moon as well. Just this Phase Boots Bracer build. No Vanguard Rush or anything crazy like that. Means that he's got he can just go toe-to-toe. You actually have more base damage than the Wraith King up here. So even when it's a one-on-one, you don't necessarily need to be tanking creeps to be farming efficiently. You can lane like a traditional offlaner. And I also like that the Owie Wyvern, you don't see this very often with the early point in Cold Embrace, but it's actually a great 1-point wonder. Only 50 mana cost, is very cheap. It helps with tower diving, and in addition, it's just nice. We've seen him use it on Envy a few times, just as effectively a free 2 tangos.
God, Moon really is trying to keep attention on this top lane. They're dragging the SD back here as often as they possibly can. There's no other rotation, while you're then running Dazzle as well as Wyvern in the mid. So leaving Envy by himself to go against Whisper and just split the attention of Beast Coast, and it's working well. They're getting good damage into the mid-tier 1 tower.
Another reason I love the Cold Embrace, it helps you tower push, because now all of a sudden you heal a creep, you absorb 3 or 4 tower shots. Actually, it's more like 4 or 5. It's just free creep damage, especially with the Bassi additional armor. Nice job by Schofield. He's going to pull the aggro away. Can't really fight or defend this, but oh, he actually might die here. He's going to shrine up.
They broke up on top, so Schofield can shrine up. Moon now trying to run out of here. Snaking will create that space. K1's going to be playing on the edge of his life, knowing he has the reincarnation, but it's still a very long cooldown for that level 1. It's just this split attention. Chris just cannot stay near the wave. AUI is causing way too many problems in that mid lane.
Yep. This is great. Yeah, they're applying pressure top. The offlaner is getting really aggressive. And then mid lane, because you've got the Dazzle Wyvern combo, you immediately kill creep waves. There's no AL answer.
And that Dream Core control. He's just trying to wait it out, skewer up, but it takes way too long. The snap never comes in, so Bryle, well, they'll still end up getting the kill on him.
The combo there, you can see the coil into skewer out wasn't landed, but they do still find the kill up top K1.
Yeah, that was a little too early on the Culling Blade from Moon Meander, so he doesn't actually get that lockdown over on Stinger. Stick charges were what caused him the problem.
Yeah. Chris Luck going to continue to jungle. Swapping over to net worth. You've got top 2 right now. Our Beast Coast. Moon the top on his team. The concern right now for the Pandas is their win condition, the Void, is not having the greatest time, and there's no steroid for the Void. Their draft already has DPS issues, so they need to try and continue playing aggressive. If you look mid, again, they just stay here with Owie and Bryle. They're going to aggressively push with the Bassi. Chrono up top.
Yeah, going after the Wraith King. While you've got the Yank down, Snaking, going to send him back up in the air, drop him down. Eternal Envy slows him with the time dilation. Just a level 1, but Moon Meander, he's on the rotation over. K1, Cold Snap now up from Snaking. Just keep that damage coming in with all the lockdowns, Battle Hunger on him. K1 will make a break for the tree lines. AUI is killed off Skullfelt in the meantime, and K1 will finally tick out. In fact, it's Snaking who's able to see him through the tree lines, able to get that kill.
Yeah, they killed mid tower as well. Really nice plays from the Pandas, trying to ensure they get map control wherever possible.
It still feels though like it feels like Pandas is controlling a large portion of the map, but the gold is still slightly in favor of Beast Coast, and Beast Coast always have that RP approach you can have, even if it's in a 4 position. It's a scary factor.
Yeah, the danger for the Pandas is that their draft kind of requires all their heroes be alive, whereas at the moment, you're going to have a Puck already with the Veil, level 8, approaching the Blink Dagger. How are you going to keep your Dazzle or your Wyvern alive? Like, if you lose one of these heroes right off the bat, you're going to have a tough time actually finding the ability to stay alive in fights long enough to get kills, because you just don't have damage yet. They're getting towers, of course. This is just really good rotations. Beast Coast, the danger of the lineup is, of course, you've got TA, you've got Wraith King, they're farming jungle, Puck is bottom. You don't have the ability to defend unless you're willing to rotate one of these cores. I would much prefer to finish farming.
They're trying to hunt AUI in the trees. He'll come down, Whisper. Okay, he can orb jaunt himself in, so Stinger can get some information. Start throwing out the poison, but support is arriving. No illusionary orb for 3 more seconds. Whisper has to wait this one out. They're trying to keep the control. Here comes the EMP. Phase shift, dodges almost all the attacks, and then jaunts himself up into the trees for a TP away. Stinger will be nearby, and Bryle might be able to at least mop him up as AUI, and he's still so low. Moon will finish the job on Stinger. No one can reach that Wyvern. They've all retreated back out.
Yep. Beast Coast, though, still getting the farm on. Deso's going to be completed on Chris Luck and just 400 gold. He's trying to hit this mid tower. Has 5 levels on the Void.
You got, what, Deso on him, you've got the Midas for K1, you've got the insane farming rate that comes with the level 3 in power. Like,
but you can look at the net worth, it kind of tells you the tale of how this game's going to go. You've got 3 super fat cores on Beast Coast. Their supports really just, they're purely here in a support capacity. However, Pandas, their whole draft has high impact in the game as it continues and in fights right now. But it's about ensuring that they can utilize this buddy system, save each other, and bait out the RP, live through the coil, and then eventually turn things around and get on top of the TA.
Feels like such a hard ask though, especially when you leave Moon behind Stinger. Just starts purging him up. Moon has no real support nearby. They're now arriving over on the river, but it also bought time for Chris Luck to get his own rotation in. And with the stuns, they just got to hold Moon in position. Great tornado, creates some more space, and the Axe Call. No abilities to get the instant nuke, but Chris Luck, oh, the Chronosphere, Eternal Envy. Braul's going to barely survive. No, the poison from Stinger is able to reach him up the hill, the same place Whisper joins himself over to, back under Shrine. The Pandas feeling a little bit safer, but Beast Coast arriving in numbers, trying to pick off the stray sheep.
Yep. So far, so good, really. You've got 3 towers as Pandas against 0 thus far, picked up by Beast Coast. I don't know the stats. Curious as to what they are. I'm sure Alan would know, but when you kill 3 towers to enemy 0, your win percentage has got to be something like 70-80% across Dota history. However, you still have the lead with Beast Coast. Fighting Pandas had to get this kind of map control early because the nature of their draft. They're going to be able to win this early game, but you're going to hit a peak with Beast Coast when you finally have these core items up online, like the Blink Deso and the Wraith King TA combo. All of a sudden with Radiance, like they just farm so much faster. They do so much more damage. Towers fall, jungle falls. You really only can afford to lose maybe 1 fight as the Pandas before your chances start to dwindle. And they're going to need to take their foot off the gas just a little bit when Beast Coast hits the timing, but for now, so far so good. You got a Vanguard up on Moon. He's going to go for the Blink next, like this. Almost survived thanks to this itemization. Mid.
Smoke breaks. Skullfeld just able to skewer himself up the hill, trying to get away. Snaking's right behind. Moon catches up, and Skullfeld burns out, and even Culling Blade him down. But this is a 4 position you're killing off. Meanwhile, Beast Coast, they're very well spread out across the map, keeping all the lanes pushed in. Even SD's getting a free top lane at the moment. A lot of space for these supports to start catching up.
Yep. Whisper, 200 gold from the Blink. We'll have the Dagon queued up after, which I believe is the right choice here. It's all about bursting down the Wyvern, the Dazzle, the Invoker. One of these squishy backliners. You're not really trying to do anything else. You might try and set up on Bryle here. Love the warding from Aoi. If you look, they've got 3 wards really nicely placed, giving tons of deep vision. And Beast Coast, these are the areas of the map they're going to be looked to playing around because their cores are still just trying to farm.
Really good TA traps in mid. Makes it difficult for the Pandas to get in close. Moon gonna go for the call. He's not pulling anyone further away for the moment. Tornado, EMP. Be nice over on Scorfeld, but a quick skewer up the hill and a little bit further away. Snaking, nice cold embrace, protecting from the meld strike. Ooh. Culling Blade's just a fraction of a second too early. Looks like Curse is also out, so TA can't keep that chase going onto Snaking, but Scorfeld, with the battle hunger up, wants to deny himself to the Black Dragons. Moon will not allow him to reach his target.
Bottom, they got Bryle.
Oh, that's a big pickup. Especially if it's coming on Whisper. Just accelerate these item progressions. Has to commit the Dream Call. And there's your Grave. You can be careful of the timing of the TP. Moon's going to arrive as well. Here is Stinger. And Brawl still wants to keep running out this one. The banishment is there. So he won't be able to just run away from the physical damage. But it's still at this point, that one trade-off, can Stinger get away from both Snaking as well as Moon. Running to the side. AUI is nearby, so he can help out if he needs to. And there it is. There's the slow. Pull him back in again.
Yep.
But it's still a call for a support.
And keep in mind, the game thus far has been 4-on-5. Wraith King has not entered the field of battle yet. He is still safely within his own jungle. Farming up with the Midas, has Empower Bot following him around. Schofield doing a great job holding his hand, escorting him to
and away from all that nice deep vision you're talking about. Like they can't see what he's doing. They don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. Envy's going for the Yasha. Interesting. So this you typically see, like Nico Baby, I think was one of the first people to popularize this like diffusal void build. The big timing, of course, when you get the Manta. Envy going for what he would usually, he's usually a farm first kind of player. He's going to go for the Yasha first because it increases your farm more so than Diffusal, a bit cheaper. When you get the man to Diffusal, that's when Void really starts to hurt.
Blinks out. They get the call over on the SD. He's the saver. He needs to get that disruption off. Able to do so, but he won't save his own life. He only gets a couple of copies of Moon. So AUI, once again, when the Pandas go fighting, they're able to get the support teams. But up on top, Scarfeld snaking. Do they even see each other in the nighttime? I don't think so. Snaky's just walking by like he didn't scout out anything. But he wants to move quickly. They want to find the Wraith King, but they won't.
Really good job by Hector, making sure he gets out of dodge, forces the big rotation, and now they can most likely collapse on mid. They know they forced multiple TPs thanks to the ward on the Shrine. Chris Law kill, just 2 shots the tower, no problem. He's got the blink ready, and oh god, Moon, oh, that would have been very scary. Almost teleported right on top of the melded TA.
Luckily for him, he canceled that, but everyone else from Beast Coast are headed down south. They can look for the axe. It's just removing the tier 1 towers. There's no backdoor protection for these. The TA knows she can just jump in and take these out easily.
Yep.
Especially when the Empower buff is starting to arrive. I'm looking at 129 plus 201 as he sets a meld trap in mid. Eternal Envy walks straight into it and gets obliterated. Woo! Moon's going to look for a rebuttal down on bottom lane. They'll end up culling blading down the Wraith King, but he's got a secondary life. That's why the EMP burn ready to go too. Skullfeld actually burnt dry from that.
Just walk it off.
Sound like a high school fitness coach. It's like, you got a stitch? I don't care. Walk it off. TA is looking for her own jump too. No. With no more DD, it's like, okay.
You can feel the pressure though, right? All of a sudden, it's like, okay, guys, we got our items. Time to go. And all of a sudden, you've got 5 Beast Coast heroes on the enemy side of the map looking to get super aggressive. The Blink Puck, Blink TA, Wraith King Radiance, like you're just so strong right now. The damage output is nuts. Pandas need initiation, and then they need counter initiation as well to get rid of an RP, a TA initiation. They've got to negate this high DPS and take a long fight if they want to spin things around in this mid game. Because a passive, if they continue to let the status quo just exist as is, you're going to get out-farmed.
Yeah.
Envy has a Yasha. The Wraith King has a Midas Radiance. This is not equitable.
Envy may also have no life. He has the Chronosphere, decides to turn around to take the fight. Even though he's walking out, do I go in? Do I go out? I really don't know if I'm meant to insert or retract. As the rest of the Pandas, they will arrive, get a battle hunger over on Scarfeld. But Chris is waiting on top of his own TA trap for someone to walk down the down that bottom lane. It won't happen. Instead, they go towards the bangers. He fakes out the RP, does not go the whole way through. Eternal Envy, saved by the shallow grave as well as the cold embrace. Double layers of protection. And Stinger just needs to make some copies, get into the trees and get the hell out of there. TP is available. He's gone south while they went north. Cold's available and Moon will pull the SD out of his TP. But once again, it feels like every time you have these fights, it's supports that die.
And not just that, look at where they are, right? They're in the far corners of the map. There's no objectives to be taken down here. And if you check out what was happening around that, Beast Coast went up 1,000 gold. Even though they lost 2 heroes, they were farming all 3 lanes. TA cut bottom. He's got traps placed to do it more later. Skeletons were mid, and Whisper took top all the way to the tier 2. So they're cutting their losses quite well. You don't care. Look at the support's net worth. They are here as save and empower a bot. They are not really necessary to win Beast Coast the game. It's just about activating their cores.
It's a 2 protect 3 is the way they're currently playing. And it's momentum-based heroes as well, like a Templar Assassin who has a good start. It's not even through kills. Like Chris Luck hasn't got a single kill of this game as a Templar Assassin. Even that kill on Envy and mid lane went to the side. More kills are actually on Whisper. Call attempted by Moon, but Stinger just had the Purge available, and Wraith King can walk it off. Remember, he's got that Blade Mail that just arrived too.
It just the big advantage for Beast Coast right now is they're wave clear and they're farming speed, right? If you look, Puck, TA, Wraith King, these heroes kill waves within like 2 to 3 seconds. No one on Flying Pandas really can do that right now. Bryle perhaps, but Moon isn't able to farm creeps. He's got to continue hunting around the map. They need to find kills. I think they've been playing a better game so far. The problem is their strategy is so much harder to execute. They need team fights. Beast Coast are just like, well, we're going to farm. Like, it's cut and dry.
We're going to farm. We're going to split push. The Skeletons are going to do the work. And Puck's one of the most versatile heroes to do this side lane push. That's why you see Whisper hanging in the tree lines. This tier 2 tower is taking so much damage from a catapult wave as well.
Yeah,
and Panda didn't want to reveal. They had 3 players smoked up looking for a fight, and they found nothing.
They did find something top, though. Chris Luck could be in some trouble. He's got the blink out. Envy? If he had gone for the chrono there, maybe that's a kill. He leapt out instead, trying to bait Chris Luck in, give his supports time to rotate over.
But is this the other issue of like a Faceless Void? If you don't have enough damage inside that Chronosphere, it's not like he's Mask of Madnessing this, and you don't have that Diffuser Blade mana burn, as you were mentioning with Manta Star later on. This all takes a little bit more time. And now you've got BTs over on Whisper, so support can come pretty quickly to save Chris Luck. Begins his TP out. Envy would have had to blind Chrono to cancel that.
The spidey senses of Beast Coast, man, they've been paying off. Multiple scary escapes. Might have been a kill. I'm like,
just watching
so
Whisper,
spooky.
like living on the edge.
Yeah. This Invoker just constantly running around Ghostwalk, 464 MS. Snaking, looking to try and find some kind of opening. But you can see Beast Coast, they understand their strategy. It's just chill. Wait for the opportunity when you get the big items up online, like the Blink Mag and the BKB TA that were just completed. You're going to have a Blade Mail now on K1. He's actually going for the Shadow Blade next. I love that. It's all about finding the initiation, right? You get those burst kills on the back line.
They want to fight. Yeah, bring in that Blink reveal. Look for the RP. Almost felt like Chris Luck was baiting with the TA trap. Like the Sentry Ward got rid of it quickly.
Whisper's got vision. Got to be careful, though.
So goodbye Tier 2 tower on bottom lane while this is happening. Fortification is the only thing that really slowed it down. And Whisper can be careful. He doesn't have a Yule Scepter. Okay, woo. But he has great ways to continuously nuke the wave, so the pushing from Pandas doesn't exist.
Again, it's another 1,000 gold up now for Beast Coast. Their advantage is going to continue to increase if the Pandas can't find fights.
And now the Tier 2 tower. You've got a fight, but it's not the one you want to have.
The bottom's in their Tier 3. They need a fight, but Beast Coast are just farming all the lanes. And if you want to try and make a move mid now, Puck's ready to TP.
Oh, he blinks away from the call.
Quick fingers. Always handy. And yeah, the moment that happens, the moment they reveal, all of a sudden Wizards like, oh, all right, shoving top.
Are they going to Roshan now? You've got the Necro books available. Envy's just going to go into the pit. They'll get rid of the TA trap that reveals they're there, but look at the wraparound. Moon gets slowed down by the TA trap. Chris is definitely considering jumping in. A 10-second BKB is ready for this Templar Assassin. He wants to fight. The Puck Orb's getting information. Now the call. They find their targets. Give me the Templar Assassin. Envy goes in for the Chronosphere. He got the SD as well as the TA, but the curse in the backlines. Puck being kept out of this as well. Stinger will end up going down, but now Chris gets the BKB off. Envy has to jump himself away. So the SD does fall. What else is left? A dream call from Whisper. That'll do it. Null Strike jumping forward. Faces Void protected for the moment by the cold embrace. And Moon meander while that BKB is down. He gets the call off. They're locking down Chris Luck. He needs to get himself further away while Dazzle will end up falling down. The bigger kill is there with Chris going down to the Culling Blade. And Eternal Envy, he wants more. Looking for the time locks. Moon will hold him in a better way by calling down the magnets. So Skullfield is gone and K1 is on the run. Reincarnation is available. Did anyone bring detection? He's just out of range of that Sentry Ward. Now he's back in range and gonna start fighting up, turning to a battle, but that won't really work. Moon will just get the call and the Culling Blade. No, hang on, wait for it. Here comes Whisper with the orb through. Have they got enough damage? Wyvern dropping down very low. AUI trying to play the tree lines, but Whisper actually picking up Bryle and they keep going through, but Moon turning the fight around, working with Eternal Envy to bring down K1 through the Ankh.
What a fight. That's exactly what you need if you're Pandas. How long was that fight, right? They come out ahead. They did use a buyback into a dieback on Bryle, but that was, what, a 45-second engagement? Those are the sort of fights they're going to win. Big mistake by Schofield. He walked into that chrono, as you'll see right here. He's thinking about RP. He's got a 3-man right there and just walks straight into it. TA gets the BKB off, but he's already out of mana, and now this entire duration is just squandered. We have more fighting, so hang on. Back to live action.
Yes, Stinger trapped in the tree lines. Snaking's very happy he picked up that Spirit Vessel before the fight. He actually keeps getting a couple of charges here and there, but now Dream Coil is out, and you start to beg the question, is Moon's life worth 780 gold worth the death of Stinger? Especially when Roshan now becomes a possibility for them, but they need Wraith King up. Taking a little longer, but the chase is on from Whisper. He will not continue into snaking.
Yep. The big benefit now for Beast Coast is, of course, they do Roche much faster than the Radiant side. Another buyback forced by Moon. They're all inning for this Roche defense, but you got to be so scared here. Without Chrono available, they'll have it in 10 seconds. You're just not online. Look at the net worths right now. You know, Wraith King and TA are both near 4K ahead of the entire game. You just don't have damage yet as Pandas, and as you can see, Beast Coast, if they find an opening to kill your Wyvern, to kill your Dazzle, you've got 2 seconds to react and try and get a save off.
This is dangerous. They're really thinking about doing Roshan. Yeah, you got Chrono. RP is up. The vision game feels a lot better at the moment for Beast Coast. They're putting down sentries. Okay, they need to get rid of the Observer, and Sentry is pulling Pandas out of the pit. But the bottom lane's arriving at the tier 3 tower. They're still being pressured on the side lanes.
They're hunting them like wolves
They're gonna
right now,
smoke up,
Toby.
blink away into the trees.
Look at the pincer. All these Beast Coast players
Wow, they
moving
just
different
took the
directions.
curse off. They need to be able to bring down Chris Luck. BKB is available. The call's going to begin. Whisper is nearby, but it won't help. Chris Luck even burned the BKB and died instantly after. That's a long death timer. And maybe now K1 needs to do some work in the back lines. Create some space. Another great call, taking away the save. So SD will die up on the hill while the Dream Call holds the rest of the Pandas in position. A jump in Eternal Envy, the Chronosphere. He'll catch his own teammates out as well, but it won't matter as long as he can find the kill. Bryle is low, but he's being protected by the low sword. Orb will fly forward. Whisper will finish him off, and they move to the next target. Over towards Snaking's Invoker. Not enough damage. 66, and he is away. K1 has to fight without that anchor available. He cannot battle into Eternal Envy. The Cold Embrace just making it impossible for any physical damage to come his way, and now the Magus will be cleaned up as well. The fight has continued. As always, a buyback from the Pandas, but now they can move in and take Roshan without contest.
Can they, though? It just takes too long, Toby. They don't have the damage with Dazzle dead. That's the medallion. That's the Necro Book. They simply cannot do the boss fast enough. They're still outplaying Beast Coast in these engagements. They find the pickoff on TA, even got the BKB pops. But even in that 4-on-5 engagement, it still was a bit dicey. And it's all just because of the massive damage output and advantage that the cores of Beast Coast have. You blow all these spells to get one hero, sure, that's cool, but you still have a Dagon 2 Veiled Puck that's level 20 and that Wraith King with 2 lives. It's still a tough one because Pandas, they don't, Envy's finishing the Maelstrom now, but this is his first true farming item. The #1 net worth is still your axe. And you see the initiation. This is a completely 3-on-5 engagement this entire time. Chrono unfortunately grabs the Dazzle, almost ensuring his doom here. But it's kind of bound to happen. I think Bryle could have probably juked that orb had he been a little faster on his moves.
They just try to save him. Well, yeah, Dream Call's out. Quick little silence over on Snaking. This is just Whisper trying to escape. Whew. Tornado was almost long enough to reach the puck.
Yep, and keep in mind, this is a puck with the talents, right? You get the 15% spell amp at 15, and then the 9 seconds less on your silence cooldown. So he has an innate near 10% spell amp from his intelligence bonus, and then 15% on top of that. So heroes, specifically Owie, has got to be very careful. He can effectively get 100 to 0'd if he gets veiled up and then puck bombed.
I want to keep an eye out for that one because AUI feels to be one of the biggest savers for Eternal Envy.
It's similar to the games we saw yesterday, right? I can't remember who it was. They were losing, but they had the Lycan. They ended up getting a Rax, 20k down, because they just have so much raw physical damage output. That's the disadvantage for the Pandas lineup. They've got to keep winning fights. The moment you lose 2 heroes, Roche is dead, all tier 2s are dead, and you're 1 mistake away from losing Rax.
Interesting, you actually get that up now. So a Silver Edge has arrived in for K1. Trying to work out exactly who, is he wanting to try and mess with?
I'm surprised he didn't go BKB first. I really think he wants that BKB, but...
It's coming next, so he's prioritized Silver Edge for something.
Yeah, and all 4 bounty runes on this spawn are going to go the way of Beast Coast. It's just, you can't fight them without the vision advantage, and they did a really good job on Pandas. They forced the fight around the Roche pit where they had 3 wards. They don't have that vision advantage any longer, so they cannot play as aggressively, make 1 misstep, somebody's just getting burst down. And Beast Coast, they're still, look at how they're spread around the map. 5 heroes all in different places, whereas Pandas have to kind of consolidate their forces around this mid lane, because anybody caught alone just might die to any 2 cores.
I love how much Stinger is just living life on the edge. He's in blink range of Moon, but he's acting like he doesn't have to care. Eternal Envy's now going to begin Roshan. Snaking's right next to him to give him that alacrity buff up. But the scan's already out from the Dire. They know what's happening. They still have their own observers and sentries that give them the security that the Magnus is not being watched. The Templar Assassin, however, is not there. She just finished up the Daedalus, has TP available, but is adding pressure to the bottom lane. just to get the Pandas to look behind themselves once again.
And they just take so long. So TA can stay bottom with this Daedalus. He's going to force response.
He's jumping up quickly into the Manta, looking for Stinger. The disruption does come out. Stinger just trying to walk this off, but as you said, TA attacking that tier 3 tower on bottom lane. The curse will come in, triple TPs. So now wait for the call. Moon's able to get the call out. Eternal Envy will be here too. And do they have any way to save that TA? They do not, and she's dead for a very long time.
Yeah, no buyback either. They should know that as well. They saw the Daedalus. Really heads up play by Aoi. I'm sure he called out that big item pickup. Immediately makes the play. They force a mass TP, sure, but you get the big core. It just has to be transitioned into an objective. They need to get Roshan.
But they also need to defend that tier 2 town, which is taking damage from a catapult wave. Eternal Envy still takes too long to get Roshan. And depending on the timing, Puck's able to scout from range. Magnus can cause you real problems in a choke point. And you've got a Wraith King who's always going to have a double life and can buy that extra time.
The longer the game goes, though, the better the position of the Pandas. Like the net worth order has not changed. 3 Dire Heroes on top and 2 on the bottom. But as the game continues, the earlier, like your 6th item is not as impactful as, you say, your 3rd item, right? And as these mid-tier, I don't know how to explain this properly, Toby.
Be nice about it, Kyle.
An extra item on Wyvern, an extra item on your Invoker, like these are huge. Like if Snake can get the Hex, who cares if the Wraith King or the TA is 6-slotted, right? All of a sudden, oh shit, I'm just dead. My BKB is not able to be popped. And you have a team concept that can function well.
Nice invis room for Moon. Again, a little too early on the cleave. Stinger will make him work for it. But the pressure's being applied to mid, the pressure is continuous being applied to bottom, and Moon, well, the smoke will break, puts the Battle Hunger over on K1, as the Templar Assassins forcing out the lanes once more. They really want to ensure all these tier 2 towers remain up for Beast Coast.
It's the question, when do they actually look to make a play? So far, Beast Coast hasn't changed the song. It's just push 3 waves, don't fight.
Well, eventually they'll have to go for Roshan, but Chris is getting stronger and stronger. You'll be able to do this like in 2 shots if we keep going at this rate. But their plays always seem to be right too. Like it's avoid the fights, never give the Pandas what they want, always push in the side lanes, force Pandas into a position where it's never a fight, it's always a trade. And now they look back towards Roshan. Yep, Chris sees it. K1 goes for the initial stuns. Goffeld, he could blink and skewer back. But man, I actually haven't seen him do any level of initiation in a very long time.
You can't go for the axe. Look at Moon's item build. 2,300 HP and near 45 armor.
Oh, he's trying to dodge the Tornado and the Sunstrike, and he's going to miss everything snaking.
Now they're in trouble. These are the heroes you want to go for if you're Beast Coast. They smell blood.
Yep. TA's just started Roshan as well, so you're splitting everything. All the focus is changing. So there's the Dream Call, as well as the Dagon. Almost, and there it is. Popping AUI down. Snaking being trapped up. The buyback will come in quickly. He can TP over towards the shrine. TA is still doing Roshan while all this is going on. Magnus trying to get that RP up, but he just can't get it down. And the jump forward, it still feels like there's a smoke and mirrors. Chris Luck is the Aegis Immortal. Wraith King just wants to get the hell out of here. Snaking is down once again, and maybe now with the invis, K1 can walk it off. Chris has now arrived to the fight. Bryle, he has to stay invis. The glimmer is gonna wear off. There's your call. They have the control of the Chronosphere. It didn't catch K1, but it will be able to at least break that Aegis Immortal of the Templar Assassin. Time delayed everybody up. The Shallow Grave, a quick push away. AUI, he's gonna be able to survive through all of this, and K1 will finally be brought down, but don't worry, there's more lives where that came from. He'll have to turn around to attack his teammate only because of the curse out. Moon, uncertain if he really wants to be here. The BKB up for Chris Luck.
Rune spawned.
And they're getting the hell out, so yeah, back over to the 35-minute runes and we'll re-enter the status quo.
It's so painful because you feel like Beast Coast, they're making all these crazy plays, the grave saves, the embraces, always surviving with 10 HP, then getting a sick Wyvern ulti to ensure the TA Wraith King couldn't chase, but all Puck had to do was use his spells twice. He got 2 kills and forced a buyback. They just do so much more damage. Now there's no Aegis any longer. But you just feel like Panda's like, how much longer can they keep extending the action?
It just feels so crazy. Like you take a minute and a half of that fight Beast Coast without your Templar Assassin, but now you'll give it a bigger shot. Shadow Demon was the first one the Pandas want to go on to. But now they want to get out of there. Whisper, he just hunts a UI into the corner with no buyback available. Moon and Envy still thinking about fighting, jumping in after Skullfeld. They have the stun from K1 to create the space. Eternal Envy time walk comes back off cooldown so he can jump himself away, but Whisper still hanging around. His Dagon's also coming back off cooldown, as well as the Veil, so the pop damage is available. Dazzle is nearby. Chris with the Maelstrike. Bryle, he has to self-grave, but Whisper, he's ready to go for his own jump into the back lines. Orbing forward, Snaking is gone with the TA traps. Bryle will tick out anyway. In fact, he just crit him down from K1. And they are not done yet. Moon's up on the hill. Support needs to arrive here from Snaking. A Deafening Blast trying to create space for Axe. One charges will not allow him to survive. These Dagons just coming thick and fast.
That could just be game. That's the one fight. Beast Coast has been waiting 37 minutes it took, but all of a sudden...
You got Axe and Void who can buy back. Axe just committed his. And here comes Moon, in for the blink call. There's a lot of units around him with the Sunstrike, having enough damage to get through that Templar Assassin with his low sword protecting him. Chris Luck needs some distance, and there's Envy. He goes for the jump. They'll actually bring down the Templar Assassin. The ranks are still intact, so they may be able to defend Whisper. Well, that's a loud shout into the ear of Moon Meander, killing him off. As Faceless Void still needs that time to wait out the dream coil of Whisper. Wraith King wants to finish the job. Now TA commits the buyback available. They want to try and get him through this mid-ranks. Finish the job now. Axe has no buyback available. The curse is out. K1 has no other choice out beating to his teammate. But Stinger, the Chronosphere from Envy. He'll catch 3, but who's he hitting? Which one's a real one? He has no idea. Whisper will finally come back out, and there's a big whiff of a time. K1 trying to finish the job, still has reincarnation available. It does not matter. Oh, Chris Luck, he just jumps in! AUI! This time it's not going to be the puck. Chris, on low life, retreats himself out. They've taken the ranks and continue to keep the man advantage in favor of Beast Coast as they move towards the bottom lane. Chrono is still on cooldown for over 100 seconds. How do you defend this, Pandas?
It's just too much damage, Toby.
Whisper's going to jump again. You just watch him in the tree lines. K1's just baiting for information. He just wants somebody to come a little bit further forward.
Don't tell me they're just going to start hitting the throne? Is that the play?
Yep, that's the play. Here's your jump. Go for the instant kill. Eternal Envy, Shallow Grave up nice for Bryle. But then the blink skewer, pulling Void further away with a false on Envy. He's at least able to get the time walk up. He moves over towards Stinger. So moving from death to, well, death. It still results in the same fact. As SD's able to defensively disrupt and get away to safety. With no buyback on the Faceless Void, at least trying to look for that Sunstrike pickoff over on Stinger. It will not be able to connect. The tier 4 towers are falling, and the hopes of Pandas kind of fall with it, unless there's something huge. Yeah, able to get the call up, but once again, Stinger with his blink dagger. He stays back. Now Moon looking for the call, at least able to catch out one. K1, he's still got the reincarnation. RP, control out over on the Invoker. Another great Shallow Grave as Whisper into the back lines. Gets the instant Dagon kill onto Moon. They'll get the follow-up into Snaking. GG, well played. Beast Coast will take game 1 in this series.
With Spell Amp, that Dagon is 1,037 damage. That is a Laguna Blade on a 15-second cooldown. Whisper, like, the whole Pandas lineup it's built around having all 5 heroes alive. How do you do that when a hero representing near 2,000 damage of burst is just blinking into your back lines willy-nilly? They played so well. They end this game with 6 more kills than Beast Coast, but it... At what point does this draft win? At what point do you start doing damage? They can do Roche. They have a great Roche pit fighting lineup, but they can't kill it because they just don't do damage, Toby.
Problems, to be sure, but Beast Coast, I believe that's their first victory they've managed to claim here in the groups. It's up against the Pandas, and they do it in style. They do it on comfort heroes as well. Like, I was hoping that Whisper would get the Magnus because I just think he's a great player at that one, but you proved it right. The puck on him is absolutely awesome, and Beast Coast, a very good start here to day 2.
Yep, excellent start, Toby. Thank you very much. We'll come back to Toby and Khan, of course, for game number 2 in this particular series. It's a 2-game series. Beast Coast up by 1-0, and they've started the way they mean to go on day number 2 after a disastrous day 1 where they went 0-4. So great start for them. We've got Nahaz and BSJ alongside me. Gents, it wasn't the prettiest of games. Let's be totally brutally honest about it. Had some mistakes, and it wasn't clean for most of the time, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, as a team, I'd probably just be happy with the result.
Yeah,
and
that's
not
what
be
you have to do.
proud of
We've
how
won.
I got there.
We
Yeah, they just did a lot of sloppy things in regards to just getting caught out, being on different pages. Like TA's doing Roche while the rest of your team's fighting. Your TA gets caught, and you proceed to fight 4v5. You're kind of when you're winning. I always like to think of it as how do we lose this game and avoid that situation happening. So they kind of didn't do that several times. But despite that, they just MV win for Manta. First item, and then you're against a Wraith King with Midas Radiance and Empower and a TA. So naturally, and Puck even, who farms, clears waves instantly. They're just going to farm faster than you. It doesn't really matter how many times they messed up. It felt like they were just going to be ahead by 10,000 gold regardless.
Yeah. I mean, that was the point, wasn't it, Alan? Right. In the end, it didn't matter how many times they lost a fight or lost multiple fights. They always had an advantage in both itemization and in terms of cash, basically.
Well, I think it all goes back to this, moving the Invoker to the 4 position. You create
Which, by the way, we give credit to Brian for.
He did call it, but you create this draft where you just have no damage. And we were saying from about pick 4 or 5 overall that this was going to be a game that was going to swing in that critical 20 to 25-minute window, that transition from the laning phase into the mid game. We were going to get this idea of how the teams are going to proceed. And you saw Beast Coast were able to get on the other side of the map. They were able to take towers, but from there, they just weren't able to do anything. How does this team push high ground? I mean, Dazzle is going Necrobook because your team has such damage issues. He can't even go this early Greaves build that BSJ's been killing pubs with. So I don't know. It's one of those things. We talked about this team and the tendency of EE and then maybe even EE and Aoi together to overthink things a bit. And I worry that happened, especially with this draft.
That was actually my follow-up question. Was going to be, did they overthink this? Because it did get a bit crazy in there. And there is a little bit of but we can now do this because we've done that. And then we can do... It's almost like mind game within a mind game, Brian. It's too much sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you forget about basic parts of a Kuros kit that are required to make it work. I think with the Dazzle TA matchup, what happens is Dazzle pushes TA to lane, TA jungles, and you naturally want to push the tower. So then you have this Wyvern rotating. It's usually you want to force somebody to defend the tower and then kill them, but Dazzle doesn't kill them. He kind of enables somebody else to kill them, but you have a Wyvern. So you have an Invoker, Wyvern supports, which don't really enable that. So all that ended up happening was they were beating on mid tower for 5 minutes while Wraith King and TA were both just sitting jungle. And so even though you're putting a lot of pressure on, you're not effectively accomplishing enough with that pressure. And it's hard to envision that, though, at the draft. You have that last minute to pick this area. You're like, we can win mid with it. We're going to pressure their tower. We're going to shut off their farm. And then... you're like, wait a minute, now I have a Wyvern. It's just how it works sometimes.
Yeah, it was tough. We're going to get more from both Nahaz and BSJ after the break, which is coming up next. Don't go too far away, though. Game 2, just around the corner. The draft between these two was brilliant in Game 1. I'm sure we're looking forward to more of the same in Game 2.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. We got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
I was dancing on my own when you spilled that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. You give me that high pitch feel, baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
The Coastal Beasts have fought off the Pandas in game number 1 of our first series of the second day here at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. Welcome back to the show. We've got Nahaz and Birshay alongside me as we look forward to game number 2 to see whether these two can go head-to-head in this draft battle that they had in game 1. It was a fascinating draft for many reasons. It left us a little bit perplexed at the end in terms of where the lanes and where the roles were going to be, Brian, but we kind of got it right in the end between us, and then it didn't necessarily pan out for the Pandas.
Yeah, we were talking about it just now behind the stage here, and it doesn't matter if you pick the right hero or a hero that could work. I'm not convinced whether or not Dazzle was right or wrong as the mid laner. We were just talking about how Dazzle's this 5-man early. You buy it for the Greaves. I'm not a believer in the Necrobook. Like I just think it's a farming item. There's maybe games where it's correct, but you're playing against Beast Coast, a team that builds and plans around being the team that wins as the game goes on because they all just out-farmed you. That's how they play, right? And you're kind of buying into their game plan. And I think that if you wanted to win with this Dazzle, you had to say, we're going to 5-man super early. Envy's going to buy some stat items and a Maelstrom, and he's going to deal damage. Dazzle himself doesn't deal damage, but because of his minus armor and because of all of his
enabling everything else,
he allows the other people to build greedier items and still be survivable. So it just felt as if they haven't really played this Dazzle hero as a team, and I don't think these types of heroes can just be picked and just do. Like they don't do what they need to do unless you're all playing around the game plan.
So what I'm getting from you, Brian, is game 2 draft, less theory, more practical.
Like
even apart from the heroes, run at them. Yeah, run at him.
I mean, that's what they were doing in the
Dazzle, man.
qualifiers.
Every hero at 13 minutes deals damage. You get into their jungle. Like, this is the golden rule of TA. We still make fun of Synderen for this. Okay, Synderen and Insane had this like 4-hour argument last year at Starlighter about TA and about the value of counterpicking in lane. And Insane's point of view, which I think is ultimately correct, is winning lanes against TA is like this is Pyrrhic victory, because unless you can contest her jungle, unless you can go and shut down her farming neutrals, she's just going to come back and you've slowed down her BKB Deso by like 1 minute. Big deal, okay? This is a game where you had Dazzle, you have that 5-man lineup. You could have gone into their jungle at 13 minutes and ruined the TA's life with your Invoker. And for whatever reason, you pulled back. I mean, Moon ultimately finishes 17-4-9 on that Axe, like has a great game despite missing a couple of dunks. But the rest of the team just played this so passively.
What about bans? First round bans are always very important, especially when we've got a few meta picks around. Alan's pointed them out numerous times over the last 2 days already. We saw the Abba ban last time round. We saw the Lash ban last time round. No surprise with those. Is there anything else that you think might make its way in?
I don't mind the Magnus ban from Fighting Pandas. I think we just said we want them to run at them and we want to take Beast Coast out of their comfort zone of farming and winning the game that way.
So my question now is, does the Wraith King go in there? Is it that important? Do you leave things out like a Void?
I thought there's one of the two. I feel like that would be overreacting if you banned both of them because they kind of go together. I don't think Wraith King would have been the same hero he was if the Empower didn't bolster his Radiance time, because he had a really rough laning stage, but then his recovery is just that much faster. The main thing I want to look at for Beast Coast is they have aggressive players, they have playmaking potential, and they like to play that way, so give yourself heroes that you feel comfortable doing that on. I feel like if that was a DP, which plays similar to Dazzle, he would have been running at them all game.
Same 3 bans.
Okay.
From Beast Coast.
Same 3 opening bans for Beast Coast, and that was, remember, DP was their 4th ban in the last match going into the second phase. I very much agree with that point, and it's definitely a Brile comfort hero. It looks like, again, it's going to be up to Fighting Pandas. Void's potentially going to be in the pool again. That's a hero that they're obviously tremendously comfortable with. man. Wow. I tell you what.
First phase puck ban.
11-0-9. He was just barely a tick behind Hector for the overall total damage lead on that puck. Kyle talked about it extensively during the broadcast, how that Dagon, the early Dagon, with the 15% spell amp talent and this hidden spell amp from Puck's high int gain, he was great.
Plus Veil.
Plus Veil,
it's
absolutely.
Like 50% effective.
So it's left a few in the pool. We've got a Void in there, a Kunkka in there.
Oh, yeah, Kunkka hero we don't usually see very much.
Oh, yeah, because it's been getting banned because the hero came into this tournament 90-59 since TI.
Yeah, that's decent. Now that brings to mind when you think of a hero like that, I think of Dirge, oftentimes like a lane gain counter to these like strength cores. So I know both, at least Fighting Pandas highly prioritizes that hero.
They love it in the first phase.
Yeah, so they go for Tiny, which I'm almost certain is going to get Kunkka dirged, but we're going to see here. They could. That means they'd be skipping Void.
Well, Tiny is a very nice flex pick for Beast Coast. That's the kind of the key for them. Obviously, you'll see it played by Schofield in that 4 position. You'll also see it played occasionally by Chris Luck in the mid lane.
Oh, that's a route I didn't expect. Are they going Morphling? Yeah, wow, okay.
The Shaker Morphling.
Wow, okay, that's quite a shift. So this is not a run at you type lineup already. This is a get Acceptor on Morphling, then run at you. So at least this is very clear. Yeah.
Are you in the crowd that thinks that interaction should be nerfed? Because I've heard a bunch of people.
I think it's messed up because Morphling as a hero has been balanced around that interaction, which I don't like. I think not only is that interaction too strong, but it also makes it so if you're trying to balance that interaction, you have to neuter the rest of the hero, which they kind of did. Like without this interaction, the hero just doesn't feel viable, and I don't like that overall as balancing. And they immediately go for the AA, a traditional hard counter to Morphling.
Do you think it is though? Do you think AA, because the last, at least in recent history, we've seen AA against Morphling, and it hasn't looked like as hard a counter as it has been in the past.
Okay, the Shaker Morphling's a little scarier because you're trying to set up these Ice Blasts on the Morphling, a hero that traditionally kind of showed in lane and just was this tanky, beefy frontliner, and now he's a guy that leaps at you from 1200 range or whatever and one-shots you. They need a hero that reliably sets up the AA. Tiny's like nice, but the Morphling attribute shift is considered healing, so that's why it is a hard counter for people who are wondering why we're talking about it that way. It's just... Like, I agree with what you said, though. It is kind of one of those, on paper it counters him, but if you don't have the proper setup and Morphling's playing off map, then it doesn't quite work that way. And mobile, like the mobility of the Earthshaker Morphling is just insane. So it really... AA's biggest problem is that you're moving.
Yeah, absolutely. AA loves fighting in choke points. He loves fighting in predefined areas of the map where his team has the ability to pick and choose where the engagement is going to occur. These rolling skirmish kind of engagements, that's a hero that can really struggle because if he gets caught out of position at any point, he just insta-dies.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Death Prophet. We talked about the Voids, the Undyings. Kunkka's still in the pool.
Yeah.
I think it's fine for both teams against the heroes that they see already. I'd be shocked if this hero goes on. That's almost certainly a Kunkka with the OD ban. Oh, what is happening?
Hello.
I guess they banned OD for the Morphling.
That's actually, I love this Elder Titan pick. I think it's been, obviously it got a little nerfed. Fogged was sad after TI, but
he was spamming the crap out of ET. Did you see him?
Why wouldn't you? He's been,
that's one of his favorite heroes, right?
He's been an ET spammer for years, literally years.
But he really abused it over the summer.
You know what?
I don't blame him.
If you can, exactly.
You gotta milk it while it lasts. Right?
I love him with this Morphling because again, it makes the Morph shotgun combo that much more scary.
Yeah, and it's also nice in lane. Morphling's kind of the same as Gyro, Luna, Drow, the carries that are these range carries that want a melee beefy guy running at the opponent in the lane because that's their main weakness is getting ran at in the early levels. So not only is it a good game synergy like you said, but it's also a nice lane synergy. I'm not a huge fan of Bloodseeker against... I guess it eliminates the Ags Morphling mobility, but Waveform is invulnerability, so you can Waveform during Rupture.
How are you, Brian, with the Arc Warden against the Morphling?
Arc Warden against Morphling? Ooh. I don't like anything that's slow against Morphling currently. Yeah. I think in the past, that matchup
It was quite good in the past.
Yes,
wasn't it?
but now anything that waits till 20 minutes to be online, I don't think there's a combination in the game that's more powerful than Morphling Earthshaker at 20 minutes, and it's not like it falls off at some point. Batrider is a hero we've seen a lot more than I expected this tournament, though, so far, which means I didn't think he was a very good hero at all, just because these Omni Legion Abaddon heroes are in the pool.
But it's a Moon Meander.
That's what I was just going to say. This is...
I want to see Legion right now.
Moon has invented like 3 different builds on this hero.
Yeah, Moon
I think
Bat.
he is the Batrider guy.
He's incredibly good at this hero. I'm not trying to say Bat's like a terrible pick. I just hope that because Omni and Abaddon are banned. Oh, Oracle works too. Okay, that's a hard to spell. But then that's a 5 Oracle. Where's AA?
Yeah.
Is this a core
So
AA?
tiny AA?
Could be.
Hey, I'd be down for some core AA.
I think you can. I think you're under. You can run Oracle 4 as well.
Okay.
There's a lot of good teams have tried out Oracle as 4. I think it's
Oracle
okay.
mid.
You just have to have a lane
Get
against
out, Paul.
Miracle played it mid?
They have to lane it against this Batrider. Let me just say that.
Are you going to start talking about Miracle Bounty Hunter now too? Is that what we're doing?
Played Bounty Hunter, he's played Rubik mid. He can play any
I saw him play 5-position Lion that one tournament too.
He played 5. Wasn't that the one where Kuro was chasing, like playing every hero?
Yeah. That's what happened. That's what happened. I think it was. I think it was that one.
Ban. Okay, OD's already out of the pool. Interesting. Yeah, I like the Batrider pick. I think Oracle is just
Stormban as well.
SF.
Oh boy!
Wow. Let's go classic, boys.
This is
old.
Chris
They can
Luck
just
special.
go TA themselves.
Yes, they can.
I will say we mentioned the toss plus Rupture combo. I really like any hero with Bloodseeker that displaces with their kit. Pudge, Tiny, Magnus. Hard to counter around, but I am a little worried that I'm not a huge fan of SF. I think Bloodseeker might have some issues. They are going to have the Oracle to help him out. I'm expecting something weird, like an offlane AA here. That's what I'm thinking they're doing based on.
You want support Tiny?
I'd say
and
4
core
Tiny, 3 AA. Like I'm not saying that's like the
I ain't
best
gonna
way.
count you out, man. You had the core Dazzle last game.
Yeah.
Beast Coast has been doing some weird things, so that's.
They come from the experimental region of South America.
Yes. The other way would be normal, so I'm like banking on not normal.
I guess here's my question though. Okay, do you think Beast Coast can survive Chris Luck's SF losing lane? The way I see this game and these matchups right now, I feel like if Fighting Pandas, they're asking Bryle, what hero do you want to play mid against SF? Because if you can dumpster this SF, we win the game.
They have Shaker support too, so if you pick like a Quap, then these like fissure blocks, any hero that survive or like
that's what I'm worried about.
Capitalizes on the gank potential of the fissure. That's exactly you become a liability at that point on the SF. Batrider's gonna run at you. Oracle, you have the purge for the Batrider napalm, and then you have the ult for the Batrider ult, but that's in the mid to late game that's gonna matter. If the Batrider's running at your heroes at 8 minutes into the game, Oracle alone's not gonna be enough. So there's the TA.
I think it was down to that TA or maybe a Quap. If this mid lane goes against Beast Coast, I'm very concerned. And do you think that Beast Coast is going to be able to contest TA's jungle? Same question we had in the last game, kind of in the other way around.
No, I think their heroes are a bit too passive. I think it's going to come down to whether or not the Tiny's a 4 or 3 and how much the Tiny's able to get done. Because Bloodseeker wants to chill, usually maxes out the blood right now, so kind of plays a more farm-oriented game. I think SF said an unfavored matchup. The fissure blocks is what I'm going to look for mid. I think he's going to get abused.
Okay.
I think it's hard. I think this is a pretty
headed,
significant
I think we're headed to a 1-1 split.
All right. Okay. Well, they're fairly decisive here on the panel. They think this is headed to a 1-1 split. Let's find out what Toby and Kyle make as they take you into game number 2.
You know, 1-1's always fantastic. It shows that the two teams are both having things they can work with, high quality play. That's what we're all about. But Kyle, our discussion during the draft kind of leaned a little bit closer towards who's counted, who's draft. And then we kept swinging very heavily in favor of Beast Coast.
Well, it's just different concepts, right? You've got Beast Coast first two in their support duo, Fighting Pandas, Morph Earthshaker. That's the win condition right there. We have all seen again and again and again the Ags Morph taking over the Shaker, and then all of a sudden it's a two-way ticket to Pound Town, and you just get stunned effectively to death. However, You've got a really nice aggressive lineup from Beast Coast. You also have 2 natural BKB counters and an Oracle. So those next few picks from Beast Coast, ET Bat, they're impossible games right now. Bryle's got to do work in this laning phase to get his team time to actually get online. Because right now, like it's Morph TA. Like they don't come online until like 20 plus minutes.
Yeah, it was exactly what we're talking about. Like it's this momentum, the snowball effect you need to have, and it needs to stem from this mid lane to create that space for those big items. But how does it work on the other side? The panel are a little bit iffier about seeing like a Shadow Fiend. BSJ doesn't seem to be that much of a fan of it at the moment. Why do you think Beast Coast are actually putting this hero in at the late part of the draft?
What the
SF? The SF. Like why would you why do you believe in the SF for your team?
It's just Chris Luck, right? It's a hero that lets him get aggressive early on. He is a playmaker. He wants to style on people, and I feel like this is one of the few mid heroes in this game that could have functioned that way. It would have been a bit aggressive of a Slark pick. You can't really take that hero without knowing its mid matchup. And SF is just, it's mixed damage, high tempo, really cool with Bloodseeker as well. You just buff your SF, he'll double nuke a wave, he's healed to full. And you have natural roaming potential from the Tiny. I honestly don't know. I don't think the hero's very good, so it's tough.
That's the way I was putting you on the hot spot, Kyle. It's like, so this hero that no one seems to like, why do Beast Coast like it? Because it has to, as he's like, maybe it's just that player comfort. I believe I can make this work. I'll believe in your belief. And we see where we go from there. I'm looking forward to seeing some more weird shenanigans with like tossing ruptured targets, the Ancient Apparition, snapping down the Morphling with an Ice Blast. If they can get these combinations to work, I can see Pandas having whatever, like, animal they want to be.
Where are you going with this? You're walking through the zoo right now.
Yeah,
I'm trying to focus on the Dota game here. But wait.
Well, come on. Would you like me to instead just have a team that has a singular name that will last for a very long period of time, that doesn't change every couple of months to a different animal? That would be easier than having to walk through a zoo.
That's true.
Then we may actually have brands that sustain in this game.
Hey, hey man, people, that's the beauty of the internet, right? You get to change your name. You're under no obligation to be who you were 5 minutes ago.
Sure, you can throw away your life and what you built up over that time. Great.
What's your brand, Toby? I mean, you're not exactly the most creative.
Hey,
Just say, you literally used your name.
I'm sorry.
The whole time.
I'm sorry.
What kind of uncreative idiot uses their own name to go by on the internet?
Are you dissing the name that my dead father used to call me? Thank you very much, Kyle.
That was more, you didn't get it. It's fine, Toby.
I know what you're talking about, where I actually have a crossover where people can just call me Toby and they can just drop the one.
What if we just called you the one? The worst
That would be
one.
very egotistical.
13 seconds to battle.
Speaking of egotistical.
Don't say it.
Checking out
Don't say it.
This game, Toby. We're going to have a little skirmish around these runes, can imagine. Owie on the Elder Titan. Not as strong of a laner as it used to be, but ET in the safe lane still quite formidable. However, Morphling, not really the greatest laner. So we'll see how this goes. It is a...
Man, are they actually getting all 4?
Oh, that's a core AA as well. Also, oh my god, how did I not bring this up? But this is an AA against Morphling.
Yeah.
Like... I'm shocked that this hero didn't see more play at TI. Even nowadays, everyone's buying Spirit Vessel. There's all these sustain mechanics. Morph is in the meta. Where's the AA? This hero is still unbelievably powerful. Your level 10 talents, 90 GPM or 10% spell amp, both are excellent. And you're a core now. You're going to outlane Envy, and then later on in the game, like, how do you actually play Morph against this hero?
That's a very, very good question, Kyle. We'll find our answer later. How does Elder Titan actually get man-fought out by Skullfeld, who's playing the Tiny? The first bounty runes as well. Like, it's just like, all right, Envy, you went Morph to begin with. Let's burn a little bit of that. Pull him into Whisper. And get the harassment with level 1 Chilling Touch.
Off to a good start. Already sent Owie all the way back to base. Envy, because you're a low range, this is one weakness. Heroes like Puck, Quap, AA even in the lane, you get outranged, thus you can't play aggressive, you can't abuse that high base damage.
And they're going again. Just keep tossing him further up, so Whisper is able to get a couple of hits into him.
Level 2 though.
Either just force the waveform. Skullfeld is not a healthy man. AUI's got a lot of damage.
That was an interesting maneuver.
It was. I think they're just trying to alpha it. Top lane, Moon diving on top of Stinger. That is a lot of charges, but don't worry. That's why it's got the cleanse.
Yeah, once again, they picked up this Batrider 4th pick. And I do believe Flying Pandas, they love last picking their mid-hero. It's the 2nd game in a row. They are selecting 2nd pick when it is available. And it puts Moon in this tough position where he's now completely hard countered both in the lane and the game. Traditionally, you'd love to play up against a Bloodseeker, but with an Oracle behind him, there's no ability to really ever apply pressure. So they're just going to try and split, trade farm, and count on the team composition to carry them through the game. Mid lane, 6-5 on the SF, actually almost completely even with the TA. Unexpected. It's a TA favored matchup. Some, you know, at the top level, I think it's closer to 50-50, but still definitely Bryle favored here. And if you're going to dominate it as the TA, it's got to be on the first couple of waves, which just has not happened. So it'll most likely be trading farm here.
Skullfeld, here we go again with the amount of damage that AUI can pump out, but Envy, little deep, has to waveform himself away. AUI, one more punch will do it, and he'll get it out.
But they're so low now, you got to be very careful in the top lane. Bloodseeker all of a sudden going to be moving much faster, doing far more damage. As soon as he hits level 3, you got to be real cautious in this bottom lane. Looks like Aui's going to die by the tower. Indeed, he is. And, oh, nope, Tiny's going to get XP. Really nice job there. But, of course, it's easy. They have vision of him the whole time thanks to the passive of the Bloodseeker.
It's going to be a little problematic, too. It's like, hey, guys, can you not stay low for a very long period of time? How do you actually feel like, oh, my God, Bryle, that's a lot of raises he's copping right there, too. And the 3rd as well. But has the salve available. So we'll get his life back nice and quick. So for a long period of time, like, it felt like the offlaners had like the worst end of the stick. Like they always got either countered or like one mistake would cause you just to lose out for your team. Do you still feel like this current meta is in the same type of position?
I think the thing is people have just gotten more creative with how they play the offlane, draft the offlane. You've seen now 2 unconventional picks from Whisper in this series. Up top, we saw multiple times, even now, Moon just pulling, or Snake King's just pulling creep waves. I actually think safe lane is the most annoying one right now because there's always people just messing with you. And they're trying desperately to counterpick you in lane. Oh, hold up. K1's in a lot of trouble. He's fine.
He's just getting Moon down low so he can go for him again. Just need the control from Stinger. And, well, Eternal Envy will die in the meantime down on bottom lane as Moon is at least getting a little bit of heal back from those purifying flames. And it's making it more difficult for K1 to finish the job. As Moon just keeps him on the run. But that's now 2 cores on both of the side lanes going down for FP.
Yeah, looks like Envy, he just caught a cold snap. Or not, cold feet. And get a little stun. Like, he's going to be really cautious about waveforming in because he's just pretty much dead if he's not able to stay aggressive the entire time. Trying to make a move on mid with the Fissure there, but not a full block. So Chris Luck will be fine.
Care of the Curry. That was going straight over the top of Snake King, but yeah, Envy trying to combo again with AUI, who brings his plus 49 damage in. We'll try and toss him away, but Skullfeld looks like this will probably be his 3rd death of the game. Tries to get away with the 6 charges, but it will not be possible.
Rune's about to spawn. Looks like Flying Pandas will take at least 3, maybe even 4, as Aoi makes a move onto the enemy high ground. Indeed, it'll be 4 runes going the way of the Radiant.
That's very positive.
Oh, mid lane? Oh my God.
Brawl's looking for the Sideblade hit.
He was looking for the close nuke, went up, caught his Sideblade, Fairy fired, but really good movement there.
My God,
from
Moon
Bryle
is always so low. Like he's getting harassed in by K1. Snake King's trying to help him out by putting down the Fissure. But the vision's up and K1 moves so quickly. So Moon, bottle charges will help him out. Snake King using those runes, and K1
You said it best, Tobes. Very interesting maneuver there. He didn't expect to take so much right-click damage, but that is a product of just not respecting the stacks, I suppose. Plus 45 when you had the 3 napalms on you.
At that point where it's like, you know, there's no real good word to describe it.
That's Beast Coast Dota in a nutshell, though, right? They play with confidence, bravado.
Oh, Chris Luck in mid. Fissure trying to get him underneath the tier 1 tower, and support is arriving from Stinger. They're able to get the totem stomp. Chris Luck got to get the bottle charges right, but he just can't do it. Braille's got too much damage, and now Stinger's in trouble, trying to get some kind of rebuttal into snaking, but that won't work. Braille will end up getting himself a double kill onto the tier 1 tower, as Golfeld did die in that engagement that we started looking at the beginning on bottom lane.
Yep. But once again, I'd like to point out the issue at the moment with the Flying Pandas lineup. It's similar to the previous game. They're overemphasizing this top and mid lane. Check out Envy's CS at the moment, and keep in mind, this is the win condition.
Yeah, someone's not in double digits.
Yeah. This is not necessarily on him fully. It is a lane you're outmatched in. You do have kills, but you know you can't run Morph ET safe lane in a 2-on-2 and expect it to reliably win.
Yeah.
And this concerns me just because, yeah, sure, you've got Bryle's TA, he'll be able to buy space and time, but you know, the Morph Ags, that's the win. That's when it's time to go, and really, how long is it going to take before Envy's online?
I also just like the fact that you pump it into the Ancient Apparition. Like, it's the AA is the 3 position. He's so intimidating in this lane that, like, AUI comes in, but Whisper hits him with a level 3 chilling touch, and he's already questioning it. Chris Luck, Bryle, can't force that too hard. Refraction charges will wear off quickly, but they're all battling around this top rune, and now it's snaking, getting caught out. Raise 1 won't be enough, and Fissure creates more space. They have to keep the chain stuns going, and Stinger, well, he's already found that kill. Bryle, refraction charges again. They came back up, but K1's not leaving this fight just yet. Chris can get stunned up by AUI Spirit Stomp, and now he comes in with a plus 120 damage. It's huge from the ET, and he'll turn it over towards Stinger, the TA trap. Trying to create some space. Stinger got to time it well with Roshan, and he's able to do so.
Man, how he's playing like a beast, though, man. He's been a part of 5 kills so far. And he's just rocking forward to that 2-point spear. This is where, you know, it's a hero that's always been popular in NA. Bottom, the A blast.
Yeah, connect over on Eternal Envy. Trying to morph himself away to safety, is snaking. He's actually trapped inside the trees for the moment, but here comes Batrider. That's one way to get rid of all trees. Put the TP away to safety from Skullfeld. Right.
The napalm oomed him for the lasso, so he wasn't able to get it off in time. Most unfortunate. But yeah, ET's always been popular in NA. SVG, Crit, effectively anybody that's anybody played that hero in the region, and it's fallen out of favor, and I'm not quite sure why. When you think about how important Magnus was at TI, these other methods of damage amplification, ET's great.
They're underneath the shrine. Can someone trigger that for the Oracle to try and survive? He's able to do so. Here comes your Ice Blast, right hitting hard onto the Batrider. No way to save him. And Snaking, as well as Moon, were the instigators of this.
And Aoi came on. This is a 3-point stomp, ET. Anybody that catches it can get set up on quick. I'd be very cautious. I'm almost about to say Ravage. Rupture's ready on Hector up top, but no real good targets. His lane has been completely abandoned thus far. And once again, check out the warding. 4 wards, 5 wards, all in the bottom half of the map. Just trying to make sure that Envy and his supports can play safe down here. Help him recover.
Has he got? Yeah, he's got enough life. Whisper will come over to try and beat into AUI. Just force them away. So you've got 2 heroes, AUI as well as Snaking, who have been having a good presence across the map, and they can't kill the level 4 Oracle. A 2-on-1, and they can't claim it. But Skullfeld, however, he'll have his own crack. Has he got a toss back? Stinger needs to come a little bit closer, and that's what he's looking for, just to give the extra bit of damage. But now he's in range of Snaking, and with the disarm, Stinger, he's just able to regen through it all.
Sick. He edicted the Fissure damage. That's why he lived. He had 1 hit remaining, but that heal tick came in just in time. And now I think Snaking might just be dead. Whisper's on the way.
Yep, hold him in position.
Toss back.
Toss him back to Whisper.
Toss back?
Yeah, he does. He's got him. But he only threw him over towards Stinger, but it won't matter. The cold feet, Skullfeld's getting the body block off, Snaking up the hill. And now AUI plus 120 damage into Stinger. He has to disarm him and try and run away from that high movement speed. Duking around the tree lines. And they got the slow with the avalanche. Stinger, stay in the trees. AUI has to run away now. He's got an urn on him. Can someone get in range with that chilling touch? Oh no, he missed uphill. They see him though. The Bloodseeker was buffed up through all of this. So they had the information. And I don't think Moon actually wants to hang around this top. Rupture's off cooldown in 6 seconds time.
Just running at him because he's so much plus damage for the time being.
That's why ES is also moving up, but oh boy. AUI getting a little bit of luck to go his way.
Yep.
He's trying to hang around in mid on low life, so Brad can now go over towards Chris Luck. So they get the initial stun off with the TA trap, but coming underneath the tower. Stinger's going to be nearby. Doesn't have a level 6 just yet, but yeah, up on the top lane. Underneath the tower, Moon will trade his life for K1, but they keep going after Stinger, juking around inside the tree lines. Chris Luck starts winding up the ultimate. That's not going to help you. AUI winds up the stun, but the Avalanche ends up canceling that, while Bryle, he will go. No! The TP cancel from Skullfeld. It was so close. He'll come back under the tower. The Whisper is here. The Ice Blast will get the chill. Refraction charges help save him a little bit, but you got the Urn doing his tick work, and there it is. Shattering Bryle, giving more over to Whisper, his first kill of the game. To go with his 5 assists.
This is big, though, because Who's finally got the space to recover. He's like, thank God, people have left my lane. Envy down bot.
I can farm.
Yeah, he's suddenly recovered. And the thing about this hero is you don't really need much items.
Echo up on top lane. They really want to kill K1 again, send him away from this top lane. The one shot as he still keeps burning inside the Firefly of Moon Meander.
Yep, Oracle had smoked towards middle to back up the Shadow Fiend. Unfortunately, it was top that he was needed, and the TP still on cooldown thanks to that last engagement. Really like the aggression here from Fighting Pandas. They know what their game state is. They've got the ET Morph Shaker. You just need to get this even as light as you can, and that's when you start to take over. High aggression at all times.
Stinger actually ended up giving that double damage rune over to Snaking. He was trying to control it, so Chris Luck was able to bottle it, but it won't happen. Now Snaking, Stinger has no other choice but to face him, just get that disarm off. But Chris Luck, has he got the damage? No, he doesn't. AUI with the perfect stun. Holds him out. Now going to go in for the splitter, and we'll see just how much damage you've got under the tower. Your Scepter, it's there from Chris Luck, just pushing the ES up and towards the air. As AUI forces the issue.
Boy, is the beast right now. However, Hector in the way. Will he make it?
Rupture's out. Doesn't look like great for him. He has to move away from the Blood Right. And while that also was going on in the mid lane, you did lose the Bat Rider underneath the tier 1 tower on top. So there were trade-offs going across the field, but as you said before, no one's looking at Envy right now.
At a point, AA had like 35 CS, Envy had 7. They're currently, now, Envy's just passed them up, so as far as net worth goes, he's also gaining, and the
Just
beauty of a hero like
difference.
Morph, unlike Void, you utilize these early items to increase your farming speed far more efficiently. Just Treads, Mask, and 2 Wraith Bands, you're gonna farm as much as you want. You're literally always on map and clearing jungle incredibly quickly. Void takes a lot longer to start accelerating. It's fine. My point is, it's fine to be behind on a Morph because with this little bit of space, all of a sudden now he can self-sustain. He's all right, guy. I'm fine. He's gonna go up top, look to start pressuring there.
So Morph can self-sustain. Templar Assassin is #1 in net worth, so your Snowball is not warming up.
I mean, yeah, he's just going straight for Axe. We used to see Morph players, before people really embraced the fact that this combination was utterly, absolutely broken, you would see them maybe go for the E-Blade first, Manta, some kind of farming item, but now it's like, no, Axe. This is good.
They're coming for a fight. Sentries go down. Elder Titan trying to run away. Ice Blast is flying forward. It's going to be a little bit off target. There's a full Spirit Vessel over on the Elder Titan. If that Ice Blast connected, AUI would be dead right now. But thanks to his positioning, and thanks to the Observer Ward, it took a second to de-ward. He had enough information to get away.
Can you explain to me why Morphling's Aghanim Scepter not just allows him to target allied heroes? That's enough. That's a good axe, right? But like, no. We're also going to increase the cast range by 600? That's like 3 Aether Lens of cast range and 50% mana cost. Like, I'm pretty sure this is still good without these bonuses.
Are you suggesting something for the frog to look at here, Kyle?
Please.
Oh yeah, I love it. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I'm a bit of a terrible person when I like seeing a ruptured target get tossed.
Does it count distance up in the air as moving?
No, it's only horizontal.
Only horizontal. I wish that was the case. You could just throw someone. I mean, I guess that does make sense though. It's only when walking, and technically you're being tossed.
Bryle's being attacked now by Tiny. The Avalanche really great at getting rid of all those refraction charges, so then you can hit with the Ice Blast. Bryle, he'll still end up shattering. Feels like it's worth it. Stinger couldn't get there in time to get the false promise off, but K1 moves over. But hilariously enough, the people who were low are now dead, so all those buffs disappear from the Bloodseeker. And I like the fact you asked me a mechanic question, which I know the answer to.
Well, just
wait until we have Pudge and Mars combinations. I got a whole bunch of mechanics I know about that as well. Wait until I actually got to cast the Techies game that happened yesterday, which wasn't on the Techies that the loss happened, by the way. I'm just throwing that out right there.
Smoke move. Panda's looking to make some action happen.
Watching Chris up on top as well. Like he's looking at Eternal Envy. There's no Lincoln Sphere. Raise 1, raise 2 is like, hang on. What am I doing in the tree lines? His smoke maneuver doesn't find anything. Everyone from Beast Coast is just back to farming again. But they will have to defend the mid. But with an invis rune for the Tiny, as well as that Blink Dagger, maybe they can get some surprises up. As a good observer and sentry from Beast Coast watching the bottom river. So they have very good information on the movement of Moon, who will now BT to bottom lane. Trying to wrap around the back of Whisper, but Tiny is here. Triggers the Invis rune, has the Blink Dagger available. Here comes Moon, jumping in. He'll go for the lasso, but Avalanche toss, and then they just instantly Ice Blast him down, but Snaking will make the opportunity work. Getting the stun in so Eternal Envy can finish the job onto Stinger. Scottfeld again trying to make his break for the tree lines, and here comes K1. Rupture them up, toss them up and down the air. Actually, it looked like the vertical did work there. Snaking, he'll end up getting picked off. Another quick jump in from the Tiny. That SF wrapping around the back. Yule Scepter. He could wind up, but instead he's going to do it with a raise. Just missing the long-range raise, but he'll turn around and then get the rest of them once he finally wakes up from his slumber. As AUI is cold-feeded up. In fact, the SF doesn't have to do anything. Just pushing forward. Envy, toss back, and there's no mana for a wave formation. He's got 7 stick charges available, trying to wait out the right time for it with a Spirit Vessel on him. He just couldn't do anything more, and now we're back into a blood right fight, trying to give that space for Skullfeld to back up further as Stinger continues to give the Tiny more life. So once again, he's just able to toss back another FP's players.
You cannot fight this. As the Pandas, like they're getting way too confident here. Bryle is not in the game. He is farming. He's got a Deso first. He can't go enter that fight until he's got a BKB. You gotta let him work. You gotta buy more time. And if you look at the Beast Coast heroes, all of them have a low damage or low cooldown, high damage ability that has a slower stun component. Like what are you gonna do? You're just gonna continuously feed one by one if you give them the opportunity.
So it seems I got to be wrong about the mechanic.
What do you know? This is why you can't get cocky, Toby.
Yeah, I got too confident. I got way too confident. You see him tossed up in the air and comes back down against it. That's a lot of damage. So unless something else did damage to him, and what I thought was right is right. Yeah. Anyway, that's just me.
No worries. That's why we love you, Toby. You might not know many things or be right very often, but you can talk really, really fast.
Yay.
Let's go. I don't even have that time.
I have very few purposes in life.
That's not true. You make people smile. That's what it's all about.
Yes. Laugh at me or with me. Either way.
Yeah, 2K the gold lead for Beast Coast. Just 19
thanks for getting us back on track, Kyle.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. You got a blink on Chris Luck now to go with the Yules. Let's see, K1 has that casual Yasha. Looks like he's going to be going from Manton to BKB. The BKB timings for Beast Coast are the big ones as we check out all the items. It's going to be critical that Pandas make something happen. Once this Ags is up, it's only 900 gold away on Envy. They'll have a BKB on TA as well, and that's when it's go time. We start to see the Thunder Brothers lay the totems down.
I'm interested to see it happen, especially if you end up getting the Rupture over on Morphling. It's like, well, I don't want to do this anymore. This is not what I signed up for. The tier 1 towers, Beast Coast can take this top one. Nice Dire Observe Ward, sees Eternal Envy coming in. As the Manda Style is down on the Bloodseeker. He's on the wrong side of the map, though. He won't be here for the fight. Then Fortification just delays the push from Beast Coast.
You say that, but this is a Bloodseeker. You can get there real quick if something breaks out.
Yeah, and there it goes. Fisher already up. Is Tiny being isolated over on the side. Avalanche over on 3. Hits the stun, then tosses away the Templar Assassin. Lasso is still out. As Stinger, he actually false promises himself. So there's no other save on that front. Skullfeld will end up getting picked off as Stinger will have to take all the damage from the rest of FP. The top tower, it looks like it still went the way of the Dire side. And now in for Roshan.
A blast already on the way, but they do have a ton of damage. This is not the same lineup as last time. That TA Deso.
Here's your Ice Blast. Snakey's not going to feel too good about this one. You have a Blink Requiem with Arcane ready from Chris Luck, but Moon slows him down, and they just need to keep that control going. Defensive Fuels dodges both the Stomp as well as the waveform hit, and then the blink away from the splitter. Envy's on the Echo! Snaking! Hits the back line! Chris Luck is put down, but K1, he's ready to fight. He's ruptured up the Elder Titan, stuck inside the Blood Ride. Envy is still low, so is Brawl. They try and push him away. The Aegis Immortals in the hand of Brawl, but Skullfeld ready to take it. The BKB has to be burned. Ice Blast flying forward once again as Moomy enters into the backlines, killing off Whisper. Got the sticky napalms up, and now the target, it just changes. Moon, how much life can you keep up? K1 has to battle away from the Firefly. He doesn't want to keep chasing the Bat Rider that way. Now Tiny wants the rest of the fight. Avalanche to get rid of refraction charges, and here he comes again. 700 movement speed, Bloodseeker. The train is really out of the station. In fact, just toss him because he's not moving fast enough as it is. Attacking into the Bat Rider. They need to kill him off quickly. The lasso was only just coming back off cooldown as the buyback will arrive. They fight underneath their tier 1 towers. Tiny's in too deep, but Bat Rider, he got the Bloodseeker, pulling him back in. He's the big target. If they can kill off K1, this will all be worth it for FP, but here comes Skullfeld once again with the avalanche toss, taking Envy out of this fight by throwing him back over towards the illusions. But K1 needs more help. Chris will be here. He goes for the Yule Scepter. If he can play the Fog of War, only 19 souls. The Requiem won't be that impressive. But Whisper Chris returning back to fight. Chris on the run. The Rupture's up once again. The Templar Assassin cannot move. If she does, she dies. But no other choice when she gets tossed out by Skullfeld. Chris will end up going down as Moon. Now he's Spirit Vesseled up as K1 goes from AUI over towards Moon. Both will go down. FP forcing the issue down the mid.
I can already tell you right now, this Flying Pandas team has got some skills. They are good Dota players. They've got synergy. They gotta learn to chill, Toby. The fights don't have to continue just because there's enemy heroes in the vicinity. These instant buybacks, they're chasing all the way to the tier 2 tower. You can hear Moon. He's like, oh, get us up, but they're all respawning. You have to be able to look up and be like, oh shit, there's more numbers on the way. Take your victory. Recognize we have a morph with Ags on the way. Let's make a move with that. Let's relax a little bit, guys.
It's here. The Ags is up. He'll look for the jump in. Beast Coaster attacking him. Without the Templar Assassin and the Bat Rider, this does not feel like a fight you really want to try and take, but they're smoked up, so they are looking for it. Fissure over on K1. Here comes your jump in. This one's Eternal Envy. Oracle needs to get that false promise off, able to do so over on the Bloodseeker while Tiny goes after AUI into the backlines. Ice Blast is coming in. Envy, he's going to get chilled up by this. Not what he wanted to have happen, but well, yeah, no damage from it, but still having that chilled effect. He's going to stay up as TA and Elder Titan going after the Tiny. So Envy and Skullfeld being traded off. One has buyback. That's going to be Skullfeld committing it already. Trying to keep the rest of FP low so the Bloodseeker can continue to fight. He's trying to get his life back from neutrals at the moment, and it looks like FP will disengage.
It's such a cool combo, AA Oracle. You get the Ice Blast, and now you can just spam your E's, your Purifying Flames, and you don't even care about the heal component any longer. You can see Envy, he had like 1200 HP, but because he's got to stand still thanks to the Rupture, and he's on that amp damage placed down by Whisper, he just dies to magic damage, and hey Moon, no buyback on them.
Bye Moon.
Wasn't even on there. Oh, they saw him with the ward behind near the shrine, and Aui's like, okay, got
Instantly.
it. Yeah, that's the difference between pubs and pro games, because a pub says, oh my god, we need wards. The pro realizes that this kill has happened because the enemy team has wards, and what do you know, he's already got a sentry prepared, along with that Vlad's. Really cool item picked up here, all about that damage amp. One of the more value items still in Dota 2. Bounty Rune's up in 20 seconds. Looks like K1 will be able to control top. Will his team be able to secure bottom? They are en route.
They're trying to hunt. Now they see, okay, yeah, blink away from Chris Luck. BKB and Yule Scepter catching him out is going to be very difficult. A full 10-second BKB as well. And thanks to these kills, the Whispers managed to pick up 9-2-13 on this 3-position Ancient Apparition. He's building into the Aghanim Scepter upgrade. Get as many bounty runes as possible.
It's huge. And it's getting to a tough place. The problem with TA is, pretty much everybody watching knows, like it is not a real typical hard carry. You are a squishy in and out type of skirmisher. As the game scales and team fights become more and more likely to break out, your hero kind of falls off hard, especially when you're up against heroes like Bloodseeker, SF. AA is actually an incredible late game hero. You remove healing. Like, how is that fair? They're going to smoke. They've got the Ags ready. Envy's shaked up and ready to rock and roll.
Templar Assassin can blink inside of Refraction, so I think it's fair enough to remove healing. K1, there's your jump in, and they're going in for the back line straight away. Here comes your Ice Blast. It's going to be a little bit shorter, is it? No, Moon killed off pretty quickly from this one. It's still a 1-for-1 trade-up, but Brawl lost so much life to get in. Chris Luck, he's jumped around. It's now finally the time to let it rip with the Requiem. It will be, but only onto the PK beat up Brawl. Not a lot of damage to come from this one. The SF will get nuked down with the Mel Strike, while Envy trying to get back into this fight once again, bouncing forward, keeping the control on the Ancient Apparition. But the promise is there thanks to the buyback coming in from the Oracle, allowing Skullfelt now get a great avalanche done, and they'll end up picking up both AUI as well as Bryle. Whisper will still die for the cause as Envy and Snaking, the two ESs, get themselves away.
That was a hell. I mean, Schofield's playing out of his mind. This Tiny has been everywhere.
And he's the one that was the punching bag at the very start. What was he? Like, he was like 0 for 6 at one point.
Something like that. SF there, Chris Luck, he's got to be cautious. You can never go mono-y-mono with this Templar Assassin based on the items he's got. Blink, Yules, BKB. What's missing? Any sort of armor. He's got 14. TA Meld Strike plus Deso, that's 15. Rather, with the talent, it's 12 plus 7. So he's in the negatives, taking more than pure damage from right clicks.
Here we go again. The Echo Slam out from Snaking. Connecting nicely. Skullfelt's trying to keep him in place so K1 can arrive. The Rupture is over on the Earthshaker. Difficult to run away now, but that's why they stand their ground. BKB from K1. He's just able to find that kill. Move towards the second, over towards Moon, and Skullfelt in once again with the Avalanche. They can just go from 1 to 2 kills. And Eternal Envy, he wanted to try and fight. There ain't no ditching. We leave no man behind. Instead, we'll kill the entire company for the rescue mission. And the K1, can they get it again? Skullfelt, blink 1 second. There it is. He's waiting his time out, but just didn't wait long enough. Eternal Envy waveforms away for Chris Luck. Here's your Ice Blast. You'll set the sets up for him. They know he doesn't have waveform available. No life, even a Spirit Vessel. They're just layering it all on top. The ET Splitter tries to create some more space, but this just allows Chris Luck to turn around under BKB to keep the fight going. Now, even with the tier 2 tower up, okay, a buyback comes from ET, and Beast goes like, hey, maybe we should do what FP isn't doing. We're gonna back up.
This is the wrong team to try this against, Toby. Your Shaker gets ruptured. He's already echoed. You've only killed the Oracle. What in the world are you doing standing still, right-clicking the Bloodseeker? It's like they think they're going to make him back down. This team does not back down. Did we not watch TI? You know, other squads, they're going to get intimidated. They might play a little more cautious. If you say to Beast Coast, hey, you want to go out in the alleyway and, you know, beat each other up for a while, they're game.
Yep. Come at me, bro. This is fantastic for Beast Coast. Like, this makes me want to cast a team like this. I don't care if if you're 0-4 at the first part of the day, like, there may be some other fantastic games going, but when Beast Coast plays, they're always looking for opportunities. They're always looking for it. And if you give them enough, they'll just keep going from one to the next. If you give them momentum, they'll keep going for it. And that's what's happening. They still have 3 of the top 4 net worths on the field. The Templar Assassin's the only one who's really high up there for the Radiant side. Eternal Envy is only just about to crack the 10,000 mark for net worth. And what's he going for? Like, well, what are we looking at? BKB is his choice after having a Morbid Mask and he's backpacking a Ring of Health.
Wait, BKB on Envy?
Yep. That's the next thing he's buying. No, Lincoln,
we'll see.
He has Lincoln Spear in the quick buy.
It's the same issue as last game. You've got Bryle as your sole source of damage right now. You're going to be able to stun lock and Fisher to your heart's content, but there's BKBs now on Beast Coast. That's the key. And they just need to get a Rupture off, a stun here and there. Somebody's going to go down.
Here we go. Moon Meander caught on the wrong side of the tracks. Fisher tries to create space, but into the backline Skullfeld. A huge 3-man avalanche. They've already killed the Batrider, and he wants to stay with him. Ice Blast is coming in to this choke retreat. Elder Titan will be called by this one. Wind and ding. Envy deleted. AUI will join him as well. 3 heroes who do not have buyback. Almost a minute for a lot of them, and well, Skullfeld guesses wrong. At least Snaking runs the right direction, but Beast Coast will just go up high ground now. This is mid-racks at least.
What? You don't have wards? You're wandering into the river as if Beast Coast does not want to do battle.
Find the happy place. Find the happy place, Kyle. Snaking is going to Yule Scepter up each other. As Snaking blinks, he can TP in 1 second time, but they know the mid-racks is gone. That's why Brow's on bottom. ES is up on top. They try and relieve the pressure, but If Beast Coast want to, they can beat tier 4s. They can't take the side lanes. The tier 2's towers are still up.
It's the little things as well, like snaking. You know, this combo works best when both Morph and the Shaker get Ags. Snaking went for Blink Yulls, and I understand. You're playing against Rupture, it can be annoying to deal with, but it's such a great Ags game, and then you have that ability to go in and out and find kills.
Skullfeld's already in. Here comes the fight. They want it. They're going to get it. Shaker being stunned up. Now the toss throws the Bloodseeker away. That was meant to be the Templar Assassin, but the BKB of Bryle being used, and he just walks himself away back into his base. A nice three-man fissure, and again a nice three-man fissure, kind of holding them inside the tree line. But where's the jump? Where's your opportunity? In fact, it's Envy who's the one initiated on, just being chilling, touched up, and hit around. And then you see even BT's Batrise like, okay, Moon, I need to push bottom lane. We need to relieve pressure. He doesn't have BTs. He doesn't have TP scroll. He's out for the moment. But what does Beast Coast do? Take the shrine, open up Roshan, who spawns in 8 seconds.
And this is the big change. This is what set Beast Coast apart in their region and also what helped them do so well. TI, they have this killer instinct, all right? But they know when it's time to back away. They have the discipline, not all the time, but when they secure the game like this, they know they've got this big lead. It's all right, guys, we got the racks, kill the shrine, just chill, all right? Don't give the enemy a high percentage play here. Just chill. Roche is going to spawn. It is just now. They've got to regroup and look to get aggressive here. However, Whisper, he's in no man's land. He might get caught here by Moon. He's got an Invis rune. Is anyone in the vicinity, though? Not yet, but he's got to be careful.
It's going to be difficult. Like, even if you do catch him, if your timing's not right, he's got Ghost Scepter, 4-star free positioner, ATOS control. And they don't know where everyone else is. It's not like you've seen FP move around and plant down a hell of a lot of observer wards. They're only getting them down now so they could try and take Roshan. It feels a little YOLO. Firefly's wearing off in 5 seconds time. So with the Ice Blast, the timing could be really good against Roshan, but where is it? Here it comes, but it's already too late. They've got the Aegis Immortal. Skullfield jumps in. Aegis Immortal does get into the hands of Eternal Envy, but he's also Ice Blasted up, and with a tree toss, he'll end up shattering.
And in the pit,
Templar Assassin never left. Bryle is still here. Well, K1's going to try and solo up against AUI, able to do so thanks to the Rupture. A quick blink away from Bryle, but Skullfeld stays with him. The BKB timing's almost nothing now. Thrown away out of the blood right. Another 2 heroes go down, and, well, that was meant to create space, but the Aegis gets burned, and they lose 2 other heroes.
Schofield is playing so incredibly well in this game. Sure, his cores have done work. Whisper's 11, 3, and 20 on a core AA. But, man, I have yet to see him miss. Like, he's always initiating. He's always ensuring. Every time he gets his spells off, it's landing a kill because they just have so much damn damage behind it. You've killed the Aegis. You didn't deal with the cheese, but you're still so damn strong. You've got an E-Blade now on Chris Luck. The Oracle's still with that Ghost Scepter. You have a Ghost Scepter on the AA. They recognize, look, you can't kill my Bloodseeker Tiny. Oh,
Blink, E-Blade, wind up and release. Moon Meander, there goes that gem, and Envy jumped himself into this as well. Silenced up, the Ice Blast is flying forward. He gets the chill effect and the blast into AUI. Envy wants to waveform himself away, but he can't regenerate. So K1 is permanently buffed. 708 movement speed, no, almost 800. Snaking so low on life, and it feels like FP just have nothing left in the tank. Bryle his BKB's back off cooldown, but K1, there goes the cheese consumption. The only thing that keeps Bryle alive against this charging Bloodseeker. Then now we go again. Skullfeld, an avalanche toss. Get back over here, Moon. You can echo slam out. The SF will end up going down. He'll bite back and TP back into this fight already. Eternal Envy is surrounded on all sides by Beast Coast. He'll try and pounce himself away. Here comes your Ice Blast again. Right on Envy's face.
Back to Shaker.
Man, this guy, he's just got frosticles all over him. Bryle is trapped in the tree line. Mercy, mercy, mercy. AUI will go up too, and the second he hits the deck, he'll also fall. That is good game, well played. Beast Coast will 2-0 the Menagerie team.
What beasts, man. Beasts from Beast Coast. They have so much swagger when they play Dota. It's unbelievable. And look, they're still calm. You know, typically you would see people a little more excited, but these guys, they finished top 8 at TI. This is just another day at the office. And Beast Coast, it's back to the drawing board.
That's a lot of concerned faces for sure. And well, that's Fighting Pandas. They need something back out of this one. It wasn't like, as far as the Fighting Pandas go so far, it has been terrible. They did get the 2-0 off Viking. They got 2-0'd by Virtus Pro, so that wasn't terrific, but now it's another 0-2 to their name.
I'd say first things first, stop revealing your win condition a little too early. It's 2 games in a row. You're opening with your win, right? It's the Void in the first game, Morph in the second. I want to see a little more balance, less focus. I mean, straight up this game, they just got outplayed. There's not much else to say. You got more games to come, though. Keep your head up. You're still not out of this tournament, and you got a lot of work to do.
Man, I'm interested to see how Beast Coast go as they move forward. The next opponent being Virtus Pro, a team which we've seen both hot and cold already. So I want to see more of this team. I want to see Beast Coast allowed to be Beast Coast because that's what it feels like the Pandas allow them to do this time around. So hey, more Beast Coast being Beast Coast.
Not so much the Fighting Pandas, more the Flaky Pandas, it seems, in this particular series. They've gone down 2-0 to our boys from South America, Beast Coast, which we're going to be staying with, as Toby and Kyle mentioned, against Virtus Pro in our next series. But we're going to break down our first series first with Nahaz and BSJ alongside me. First of all, BSJ, let's start with the Bloodseeker, because you weren't that sold on it.
Yeah,
seemed to work all right.
I mean, I've never doubted Hector's ability to carry on any hero, and I think he did play very well that game. Kyle said that the first game the win condition was Void. I honestly think when you pick Dazzle, that hero's as a core is the win condition, like in the sense that he defines the way you're supposed to play the game. And I also think that that's the case here with Morphling Earthshaker. We talk about the analysis of the draft, all this stuff that we're theory crafting is going to happen in the game. Morphling gets 8 CS at 9 minutes in the game. Like, that doesn't happen
that's
to
2 games in a row.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to a Morphling that you see in SCA that's level 23 on Dota Plus. That means he's played, 150 Morphling games in the last 6 months. This hero has been nerfed countless times, and it's a hero that's with a ridiculously high skill cap, and it's being nerfed based on the best players in the world. And I'm not trying to just harp on Envy. Like, you're just not the same caliber of Morphling. That would never happen if you were a Morphling specialist.
Yeah, I mean, he was 5 minutes in, Alan, and he was 3 and 2.
Let me invert the order of these points, okay? Because what we're seeing right now is the second reason why Fighting Pandas struggled so much in this game, and that's that they just... Beast Coast looked like they had a better feel for these fights. Fighting Pandas were just going a little bit too far. Beast Coast were saying, hey, we know how to play Run It You Dota. We played Run It You Dota to perfection at TI9. We know how to deal with it as well as play it ourselves. And they just looked like they were so much better coordinated. But yeah, the first problem that you were mentioning, this is 2 games in a row. We talk about all these fun things that Beast Coast do and how they're a crazy team, they're insanely talented, and they take these crazy fights. Awesome. But at the end of the day, you have to address their lanes. You can't go 2 games in a row with just no answers in the side lane, and your safe lane's getting pressured continuously throughout the early game, and they're not on this kind of a comeback hero. I mean, the Ags just came online way too late in this game to make a difference.
Going back to the first problem, he never recovered, Mumiander. Not Mumiander, Envy. Never recovered in the game, which hurts them badly throughout the game. There's just, I mean, Alan's right in the sense that the positioning and what have you, and there was all sorts of other things that they could have done better. But if you haven't got anyone that can help you, then you're not going to get anything done, are you?
Yeah, this was the issue I mentioned to Alan with the TA pick, is that I had Quap in mind for mid lane, and both heroes kind of snowball the mid game, but TA does it by farming more, and we talked about the potential issue of shutting down the TA. And they couldn't really shut down the TA, but TA didn't do anything to make MV's game easier. When we saw the TNC lineup with Morphling Shaker yesterday, the Morphling did have a rough lane, not nearly as bad. Sure. I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that a better Morphling player would have won the lane. I'm saying a better Morphling player would have had 18 CS instead
Lost
of
the lane
and would have been able to recover as well.
But like a little bit faster.
And that's a huge difference.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, it was 30-3 after 5 minutes.
Yeah, and yesterday we also had the Venomancer as opposed to the TA that had this like favorable lane matchup. That hero makes a bunch of space while TA takes space. So that's what I meant by the Dazzle win condition first game. It just doesn't feel they're polished on these strategies, and you can't just pick what other people are doing and not execute it to the way they're doing it.
Yeah, plenty of questions for Fighting Pandas. Beast Coast, on the other hand, this is more like the kind of Beast Coast that you were hoping to see at ESL. And after a tough day yesterday, it's good for them to bounce back.
I mean, this is why I was so hyped about the potential of this team at this tournament. They are an incredible early game team, and they are incredible at taking these mid-game engagements. They're very strategically sound, despite all of the flashy plays. When you look back at what they're doing and the chaos that they're creating on the map, it makes sense. And it advances their win conditions. And I'm telling you, man, we talked about Hector's Wraith King for good reason coming out of TI. But we should be talking about Schofield's Tiny. That man is a force. You look at that 30-minute fight, he just straight up blinks into 4 Pandas heroes on the Radiant side of the river. Absolutely no fear. There's no answer to that in this game.
Yeah, I just wish he would use his real name as his in-game name, because it would
you
be
like Elvis?
He's called Elvis de la Cruz Pena. I mean, how cool is that for a freaking name? Let's catch up with the winners of the series and the last game as well, who are with Sir Action Slacks right now.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Beast Coast Hector. You said that was okay for me to say, right?
Sí, sí.
Okay, cool. That's cool to put the R?
Yes, 2-0, right?
Yeah. 2-0, that's correct. You guys absolutely demolished the Fighting Pandas. Were you expecting to do so well in that series?
¿Tú esperabas que haríamos tan bien en esta serie?
Creo que sí, porque ayer no dormimos y no pudimos jugar bien. Estábamos todos muy mal, estaban tilteados, etc. Solo eso.
Yes, I believe so, because yesterday we didn't sleep very well because of jet lag. We were a bit tilted, but today everything's fine. We're relaxed. Everything's good.
You guys are back to full power, huh? Yes. All right, great. So, really easy question for you. Why don't people ban Wraith King against you? It seems like it's a very easy problem to solve.
Una pregunta muy fácil. ¿Por qué no banean Wraith King contra ti? Parece una solución muy fácil.
Supongo porque subestiman al héroe y me subestiman a mí por ser peruano, ¿no?
I guess they underrate the hero or underrate us for being Peruvians and South American. That's our guess.
Well, you know what? They have underrated you, hopefully, for the last time. Well, maybe not. You guys always win, so hopefully they keep underrating you guys. Well, great job on your games. Thank you very much. Give me one of those, too. Power! All right, back to you guys.
Plenty of power in those wrists. Be careful, Slacks. Don't hurt his wrists. It's definitely not what you want to do right now. He's in good form. Hector, of course, there, K1, as he's also known, having another great game after a fantastic TI earlier this year, and also starting to enjoy himself here at ESL 1 Hamburg. We're going to wrap things up now with Nahaz and BSJ. As I mentioned, the Pandas do have a bit of work to do. Brian, where do they start?
I think they just need to come together as a team and say, what do we feel comfortable playing? And maybe you limit your drafts. I don't think that's something you should be ashamed of. You shouldn't be prideful and say, we want to play more. Go back to the drawing board and say, what heroes can we play as a unit, and just limit it. I think they're outthinking themselves, like we talked about even at the beginning of before the series even happened. And I hate to see them playing heroes that are good for the meta, but they're playing them suboptimally. I'd rather them play optimally on heroes that maybe aren't the perfect meta heroes.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this yesterday, Alan, on various panels. In this meta, of all metas, seems to lend itself to, stylistically, you can play whatever you're strongest at, and it still kind of works with it. There's not one specific way of playing, like a 4 Protect 1 or anything else. If you want to play 4 Protect 1, you can play that way. But likewise, another team might not be able to copy you. They want to go and do their own thing, and they've got to find their own thing as well, haven't they?
Well, that's one of the nice things about playing in a mature meta like we have now, right? You know, kind of the big exploits have been discovered. Like we're all aware of the Earthshaker Morphling kind of strats, and it rewards execution, and I think that's what you saw. I think the drafts could use a little bit of work for Pandas, but you go on the other thing, you got to clean up these execution errors, because they're approaching some of these fights just downright incorrectly. But man, from the Beast Coast side of things, this is a team that I thought could come into this tournament and make some noise and beat some people and be playing on the final couple days. And if they play like this, I know the opponent was shaky in this game, but this is a get-right series for them after going 0-4 yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule and show you what we've got coming up for you for the rest of the day. Next up, of course, we're going to be staying with the boys from Beast Coast as they take on Virtus Pro. We're also going to then move on to a couple of series at the end of the day here on the mainstream with Gambit Esports after they had a kind of mixed bag reaction to their matches yesterday. They looked good in one and then poor in another, and then did exactly the same thing in their second series as well. Don't forget, of course, we've also got plenty of games over on Streams B and Stream C, where we'll also have this afternoon's games from Group B. Still following me? Lots of letters involved. I know it's tricky out there, but don't worry, we've got your back. We know you've got ours as well. We're going to take a break. When we come back, though, second series of the day, we're sticking with the Beast Coast boys. We'll see you soon.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is through
In a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I was dancing on my own when you spilled that ramen coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. You give me that high pitch feel, baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Aces Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
We are back at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019 for series number 2 of the day. We welcome you, and alongside me, Purge and Haz for our next series. Gents, an interesting battle of continents again. We had North versus South America earlier on, Kevin, but now it's CIS versus South America. I kind of like that matchup.
Me too, especially because it's we're getting into the I don't know, the adolescent part of the tournament where we're past all the childish stuff. Everybody's had time to get over the got lag, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I got it.
We're into the naughty teenager stage now.
I don't know that we're ever past the childish stuff in Dota.
If you're dead on day 7, we're at adolescence right now on day 2, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
So basically, we got to see Beast Coast have a good series finally, where they're disappointing day 1, day 2. They're after winning that 2-0, they're looking in a better place, and now they get to play against VP. So I'm excited to see how the matchup goes.
Yes, but Alan, I was expecting to come into this series saying, well, Virtus.pro have started off well today as well.
They've righted the ship,
they've had a 2-0 and they've got it, but they won 1 earlier against Viking. Now, no disrespect to Viking, but they shouldn't be doing that if they want to qualify for the next phase of this tournament.
Well, we might have to reevaluate that team because remember they took a game off Alliance as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
But here, the thing is about Virtus.pro, and I'm totally with you, Paul, because we saw VP get a little bit embarrassed in the opening series of the tournament yesterday against Vici Gaming. They looked like they were a little bit out of sorts.
Yep.
They were putting Epikid, their new carry position player, in situations where he wasn't necessarily comfortable. They've come back today. They righted the ship in a 2-0 win over Flying Pandas in the afternoon yesterday. They come back today and you're expecting, okay, they got some momentum, and they split with Viking. Now, the bright spot for them is that Epikid did look good in both games. He had a very strong game on Gyro and dominated in what is fast becoming his signature hero, the Phantom Lancer. But yeah, this VP team is looking like they're going to have some ups and downs here in the early season.
Yeah, and that's to be expected, Kevin, isn't it?
It is, yeah, especially when you're trying out new players. I like what they're doing this season. Like their all-star team that was so influenced with wins. They've been doing so well. They break up, but now they're trying to fill in the gaps, similar to the way like OG has done in the past. Grab the new hot talent, grab the young players that have been doing really well, and fit them into this semi-stable roster. And yeah, maybe they're not going to be super successful right now, but they've got the long haul mentality. They have a lot of months till TI, and this is a really good time to play in a lot of tournaments if you are testing out new players.
Yeah, I mean, that's the project, isn't it, Alan? Now, all the new teams forming now, not all of them are going to look like this come 9 months' time, but many of them are, because they will build on this. They won't just come here and fail and then think, oh, that's not working, let's change again. It takes a few months nowadays. I feel like we've moved on. As Kevin, to use Kevin's analogy about adolescence, the scene has moved on, but not quite so reactive as we used to be.
I think I'm on board with that for the most part. I tell people this is a very economisty thing to say, but this is the time of year where I tend to talk about gradient and ceiling more than level. Like, I'm looking at these teams in terms of what they can be, in terms of areas they need to work on, how they're going to get there in terms of being a tier 1 team.
And that's great. So where does Virtus.pro sit on your scale? Are they like 60 to 90? Is that their window?
I still think this team is a major finals caliber team. It's just that there's so much more talent. There's so many more potential tier 1 teams out there this year. Like, I don't know that there's going to be a team secret this season. I don't know there's going to be the kind of regular season dominance that we've seen from Secret last year and VP the year before.
I just want to clarify for Secret fans, there will be a team secret this season, okay? He wasn't saying there won't be a team secret.
First phase, Blood Seeker and Oracle.
Interesting.
We saw in the last game.
Yeah, last night. It wasn't first phase. It was both second phase, I believe.
Yep.
I mean, I agree. Nahas said I'm excited to see the reshuffle this season, probably more than I have in the last 2 or 3 years.
For sure.
Just because there has been a lot of tier 1 teams splitting up a little bit and reforming. It's cool to see that. But I'm also a little bit disillusioned by winner variety, not just because of OG. Like, ignoring OG winning TI twice. The majors are like the same 5 or 6 teams winning consistently. So in that sense, I kind of disagree. I feel like, yes, it seems like there's potential, but there's the back of my mind is saying like,
isn't this the season that's going to change though, Kevin?
I think it will.
I mean, when you still have Secret, you still have
OG.
X-Liquid, you still have OG. If those guys are still on the scene, what's not to say that they're just going to be more reliable than
but again, you know, a lot of those teams are taking a break here in the first part of the season.
Didn't matter last year.
Well, but look at last year, right? We know top 6 at a major is going to get you to TI.
Yeah.
So this is a real opportunity for these teams playing in the first major this season.
I'm not saying that they're not going to get to TI. I'm just saying, like, I don't see them, like, slamming wins down consistently necessarily compared to the other teams. But I think I agree with your points. I think we're on the same page more or less.
Yeah, we're all agreeing with each other because we're agreeable people.
Yes.
Well, this is both teams really going with what has worked for them in the recent past. This is an adjustment that we saw from Beast Coast in just the last game, going with this combo, as Paul said, in the second phase rather than the first. But this Keeper of the Light has also been kind of a get-right hero for Virtus Pro in the last couple of series. We've seen him in both of their series today. He's looked very stable in their hands. And this is a hero that just, you know, Blinding Light is such a viable early game spell now.
It is, yeah. And I think the nicest thing about the hero is still how strong his ultimate is for team fights. It's extremely disruptive. It's not going to be the easiest if you're playing against Bloodseeker, but if you know that the enemy's carry isn't going to be something like a Juggernaut, your ulti is going to have mass impact. And then the other aspects of your toolkit, like semi-weak ganking, is not going to be a big deal.
Can I raise one thing?
Yeah, I guess.
Just in relation to Beast Coast, because they're South American, because they've been batshit crazy drafting throughout the qualifiers with some really nut stuff down there. That Oracle, does it telegraph a late Huskar pick? Did Virtus Pro need to think about that?
No, I think if I'm Virtus Pro right now, I'm looking at this and going, we just beat a 9th pick Bloodseeker behind an Epikid PL.
Okay.
And I'm looking at this and going, there's no reason why we can't go the Phantom Lancer again.
Okay.
Yeah, and a PL would hard counter a Huskar as well, so that would maybe be a less reason to
do. But they need to keep it in mind.
Oh, it's possible. I mean, Oracle is definitely a little scary in that way, especially because Huskar phase boots.
It's the classic connection, isn't it, from the old days? It's the Oracle
classic,
Huskar.
but Huskar is a little bit worse right now due to phase nerf.
Yeah, we saw one yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, he went power treads instead, so
and to be
had less
fair,
armor.
He's actually, Huskar is not nearly as hard countered by heroes like PL because of the illusion lifesteal change, so it's not. All right.
But he's also not as powerful as he used to be.
Yeah,
You're right,
enough.
but I just don't. He just doesn't have great clear options. I mean, the inner fire. What is the first skill called? I can't remember.
Oh, the disarm?
Yeah, I can't remember what that skill's called. But you know, he's got AOE. He's got an AOE disarm. That's all pretty good. But he can still doppelgang it, so it's still a bad matchup. It's difficult for you to deal with clearing it, even if you can stay alive for a bit longer.
All right, so in terms of heroes that VP have been looking at recently, the Mirana is off the board. Void, another big hero coming into this tournament, has been taken away as well. The Leshrac is still on the table going into phase 2, which is a little unusual.
The other thing we haven't seen anything of is the Crystal Madam.
Yeah, that was a hero that had been getting a lot of play coming in at 67 and 47 since TI, but hasn't really been touched.
Paul was like, Nas said these 5 heroes, and I was like, I don't know about CM.
Yeah,
Kevin
did say it. Yeah.
I think it's a decent hero. I just didn't think it would necessarily
There's other
be
things
like
that have risen above it, isn't it? It's not really that it's fallen off or gotten worse.
Yeah.
There's other stuff that seems to be prioritized for what they deliver.
If it got picked, I wouldn't scoff at it at all.
No.
Definitely. Coddle, generally seen as better. SD has a little bit better utility, that kind of a thing. Chen, still popular. Not the biggest fan here. But
still good.
Yeah.
I was surprised that hero got through the second phase bans, honestly.
Hasn't got through very often.
Makes sense to ban Void over it, I guess. And Tiny was extremely effective by Beast Coast last game. So those bans make sense. And then from there, you're left with a little bit left, and you're like, Tide and Pugna got moved out. So makes some sense. Pugna against Bloodseeker is probably pretty effective, not to mention the fact that they have Kunkka. So they have like anti-mobility guaranteed stun setup on Bloodseeker. And if they have like a heavy like blast hero on top of that, they'd probably be able to deal with them better early on. And Lena's basically going to accomplish a similar thing. X combos into Torrent, into Light Strike Ray, Bloodseeker's going to die a lot of time. He won't be able to run around effectively like he did last game.
What position do you see this Lena being played in?
Pretty typically, Lena's a 4, just because she's a strong laner, high armor, good nukes, decent right clicks, but could be mid 2.
Oh man, and it's just, you look at this Beast Coast lineup already, and they're just they're set up for playing this skirmish, run-at-you Dota, short cooldowns, a lot of tankiness in their heroes with the Oracle playing behind. You know, Virtus.pro is going to have the answer to the early game aggression, and I now start to worry that a hero like PL might be a little too slow for this game.
Do you feel like the Huskar might have to be a last ban?
They're not going to pick PL when Leshak is in the game, I don't think.
Right.
So
that does open up the Huskar now, doesn't it?
But I mean,
you are on board with this Huskar.
I'm, you know.
Sometimes Paul gets these ideas at the start of the draft, and it just like takes hold of his entire mind, and you can't help but think about anything other than
I'm blinded by the Huskar.
Yeah. If it picks it, I'm gonna have to eat my words. I'm gonna be mad about it.
We're not fixing that one in post.
Yes.
Well, I think it's a nice VP draft here, right? Because we don't know what role either of the Kunkka or the Lina are going to be in.
Although you would assume that the Lina is now a support.
I think you leave this open. Part of the beauty of the Lina pick there is that you leave it open. There are a lot of mid lane picks.
Well, it will be open regardless of what they pick now. It will still leave Beast Coast guessing unless they pick an outright mid, I guess.
And both of these teams have picked Tinker in this tournament. A little unusual. Beast Coast, it changes the calculus for Beast Coast a little more because it's Whisper as their Tinker player.
I mean, Tinker's kind of it's dangerous against Kunkka. It's dangerous against Bloodseeker.
There's the deny pick. Oh man.
Well, I mean, Hector was going to play Bloodseeker anyways, probably. But,
sure.
It can work quite well though. Good lifesteal, lots of damage. Leshak can deal with it, no problem. Bloodseeker can too, like the skeletons that is, but. Stun setup as well. He could lane with Lina potentially. Probably won't, but it just makes all of their ganks a lot easier too. They could do stuns into torrents. They don't have to rely on X every time.
Well, I think it's a good pick. The big thing, right? It deals with these long, drawn-out kind of skirmish-type fights that Beast Coast like, the disengage, re-engage that we saw in the last game, where they just cleanly outplayed fighting pandas. You know, the Wraith King is a degree of insurance around that. Because,
you just say that because of his ulti respawn?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know you have to kill him twice. You know he's going to slow you down if you're in the vicinity when he does die. And I think most importantly, it solidifies their lanes. Wraith King is one of the most stable, safe lane laning carries right now. And when you're against Beast Coast, I know we like to talk about all the flashy plays, but a lot of it is just about locking down those side lanes.
I think the reliability for the in and out fight stuff mostly comes from him having a stun though, because it just makes it easier for Lina to land stuns in Kunkka. Like I said, without X, I think that's by far the nicest thing that it provides. Not to mention the fact that they can just AFK farm if they need to as well, because it is a little bit hard for Beast Coast to pressure. And I think the best thing actually about him this game is that you should think about Rupture like Doom in this match against Wraith King. So if he gets ruptured, he really doesn't care. He'll die, he'll respawn. And like they used Rupture so well in the last game. They did ban Tinker.
Yeah.
Cool. They fear it.
I just think it's a hero that can change a draft dramatically in the fifth pick. And this Beast Coast draft, it feels very incomplete, right? These are 4 good heroes, but you really need something to bring this lineup together.
A 5th good hero?
Well,
is that what they need?
Wow,
you need something that's going to give you a little more of a win condition right now.
What win condition are they looking for? I mean, they have tower damage with Leshak. They've got supports that can save quite well. What do you think they need?
Yikes.
No one Invoker. What are we going to do? I mean, do you just counterpick with the TA?
Is it the Huskar, Paul? Say it.
If he's right, I'm going to laugh so hard.
I don't. Huskar probably doesn't work amazing against Wraith King. It sounds iffy to me against like Kunkka.
It could work, honestly, with the Oracle.
Yeah,
it could certainly work.
It could definitely work.
I'm actually. I think TA is just
Say
easier.
Huskar. No,
I think TA is just easier.
Yeah, TA looks pretty good. I guess getting caught is bad. They have decent stuns, so could easily get locked down and chain killed. But they have saves, so maybe that works. Who knows?
And again, it just sort of solidifies your lineup because you can CC one of the TA or the Bloodseeker in fights. It's very hard to control both. Yeah.
What lane are they looking for? I guess
it
could be either. Leshak could be 3 or it could be 2.
Yeah, that's true.
So they're flexible based on the matchups.
You could get something like a Centaur here for utility and tankiness.
And VP could be flexible too. It could be Invoker mid. It could be 4 Invoker too. So.
You want to bump in?
Yeah, they could swap them between 2 and 4.
Sure.
Both of those 2 heroes. So
that's kind of why I liked the TA pick though. It lanes well against both the Lina and the Invoker. So regardless of who you want mid.
It does make it a lot easier for them to kill Wraith King with the extra minus armor. It would certainly help a lot. It's like a hero that doesn't care too much about reincarnation, because it's like melt cooldown is low. That's really your burst damage anyways. So
it's just a Chris Luck signature. I mean, the other. I guess we could talk about a Chris Luck Brood, but there's a TA. That's the easy pick. I think it. Again, you look at how much Beast Coast is able to get out of these aggressive, mid-game focused, easy to execute lineups. This is a very easy to execute lineup. All 5 heroes have these predefined roles. You know what kind of fights they want to take. I think VP have a much better shot at dealing with it, but I actually really like this Beast Coast draft.
Yeah, me too. I especially am just a big fan of how Whisper plays like support-ish type heroes as a 3. Those heroes are typically good as supports because they're good at trading already. And then when you put it as a 3, you're adding more farm on top of that, and they can kind of become a pseudo 2 pretty easily, especially if they have a good lane. So whether it's a Silencer or a who do you play last game? The A. I think it's a cool and creative way to get more out of your dual lanes.
I'm such a fan of that point. I think that guy gets way too little credit for what he does on this team.
Yeah. Hey, if they just stay consistent as a team for even halfway through this DPC season, I think it'll be seen as a major success for the South American scene, considering best placement at TI and sticking around. It feels like they always disband immediately after they have good TI runs consistently in that region. So I'm excited to see him stick around and maybe win this game. We'll see.
Maybe win this game indeed. Maybe put another marker on the board for South American Dota, which has been improving time after those early days of being absolutely beaten all over the place. Now they are back. They're also back today after a terrible first day, having a much better second day. Can it continue? Let's find out in game number 1 of the second series with our commentary team of Toby, One and Kyle.
And we are just all about asking if teams are back. I was just reading a thread about Virtus Pro saying, hey, Virtus Pro are back and Beast Coast are back after day 1, and everyone's just trying to prove themselves. And ESL 1 seems to be a really great place to do that. Beast Coast 2-0 in their last series. Virtus Pro, I believe they 1-1, so things bouncing back around. Yeah. So let's see how both teams go in their last series of day 2. The odds seem to be going in the favor of Virtus Pro, but really, I'd never count out Beast Coast, especially if they feel comfortable on their heroes. And we're back again with a Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker is up.
They're back. They're definitely playing with a little more fervor today. Had a rough day yesterday. But I like how they've been editing their draft as well. More of their standard, this 2 protect 3, as you said earlier today. And I like that Whisper's been playing these ranged int heroes. Puck, then AA, now Leshrac. This is the sort of what makes this draft tick, because you have all that physical damage, the late game scaling from Hector and Chris Luck, but he provides that tower damage, that team fight, that early game momentum that the draft often requires.
Yeah. I think it was every single fight he began, it's like, oh, I'm a Puck, I'm going to be in the back line, and we delete 1 hero, so it's always 5v4. So we protected our 3, and now the odds are even better in our favor for the course to do their work. Or even having someone drop down low early on just enabled K1 on that Bloodseeker in the previous series. But then we look towards Virtus Pro. When we got to cast these guys yesterday, it didn't look too great. Things looked very disconnected, and they basically got walked over. Resolution will try and repair that as the Conquer up on the top lane. Interesting to also watch K1. It's like, screw level 1 blood, right? I'm going to go level 1 thirst on this Bloodseeker.
I like it. Kyle is being a little aggressive here. I'm surprised that they're trying to contest these runes. We'll be a 2 for 2.
He's got no other choice, right? He has to slip around the back because now Shards, so Epi Kid goes for a quick stun over on the last track. He's holding his extra stun because he knows Epi Kid has to walk through that choke point. Okay, he'll walk through the side and cut a tango.
It's a really nice tree cut. That's the one you can take that'll actually clear a path right into tower range. And it also, like, you bring the enemy into tower range when you do that too. So it's a really cool move there. Every safe laner, I think, should have an idea of which trees are critical to cut, both top and bottom side.
Oh, Korea. It's got to go around.
They have a ward, though. He knows he's there. He knows he's there. He has the vision. Solo placed his ward late. And that means it should actually be sentried as well by Chris Luck if he's paying attention.
He did not bring a sentry. It's like, maybe we just keep this here and Solo waste a little bit more time. Nope, Solo will TP away. And the courier can now go the long way home once again. It's nice to see no one playing an Invoker. I really want to see like no one really just shine as the mid for Virtus Pro once again. He is one of the best mid players in the world. He just needs to get on top of him, and he's trying to with Chris Luck with the call snaps. Chris Flock will eat the happiness.
You got a lot of CS there as he was taking so much damage. Really well done by him. No one is actually doing quite well middle. He loves this Quaswex Invoker versus TA matchup. Just cold snap. Do a lot of harass early on. Maybe you can even pressure for a kill, but it's tough. Top lane, this Lina Kunkka is the one I'm trying to watch here because in theory, you're well matched against the Bloodseeker lane, but after watching that previous game, I'm not so sure anymore.
Just feels a little rough for Stinger. He's copying most of the harassment from Save. Like, that's why K1's moving forward. It's like, please hit me. I want to try and get my, the damage in. I'll get my life back. Resolution's really low. Yeah. And munching on tangos is not the greatest way to get control of this lane back again.
Oh, no, it's not. And I love the concept Beast Coast are running with. Tusk, especially against an off-lane Kunkka, is so effective because his stun lock is based on time to set up, right? And if you just snowball to juke the boat, you remove him from the equation.
Okay, Stinger's denying himself to a tier 2 tower. Yeah. Wrapped around. Doesn't matter if he's got half-life, he doesn't have enough mana. But he was actually so close to almost killing off the Drodo. It was running up at the same time as he was running down.
Almost. That would have been sick. Oh. That's value town right there.
Solo gonna try and work with Epikid to try and kill off Skullfeld. Upside about Shaka, the fact that Wraith King is a lot more sustainable with his stun in the lane.
Top lane, unfortunately, I keep watching these stuns miss. So they're able to pressure K1 a bit. They do some damage, and then he just heals to full on the wave.
Oh, Skullfeld. Epic is going to stay with him underneath the tier 2 tower. He's got Hellfire Blast in 1 second time, and you can see him. He wasn't certain about that. Oracle will die in the meantime. The stun will come out, so Tuskar will fall. Oracle dying up on the top, so it looks like they finally were able to nail that stun. They get a second Light Strike Array into K1.
The problem with that chase down bottom is that as that occurred, Whisper got 4 denies on the wave and no one got XP. So it's actually much better for Dire. 4 creep denies. It's just worth so much more than a hero kill, especially level 1. And wow, up top, as I'm claiming them for missing stuns, they just keep it rolling. Yep. They pick up a double.
So you just gotta challenge them. That's all that happens. It's like, okay, you're missing. All right, fine. Let's get our sync together. Resolution and Save got to find that synergy.
And 4-position Lina, once you get those arcanes, which he's already halfway towards, it is incredible the amount of damage you can start outputting. Because you just spam spells, and now all of a sudden Rezo, he doesn't even need 5-mana items.
And K1 keeps willingly, too, just walking straight and staying in one position. Like, there's no setup. They're not using X marks the spot. This is just a simple Light Strike Array from the Lina, connecting time and time again. I say only for the last minute and a half.
Yeah. I mean, it's also very impressive. I'm telling you, this mid-CS is kind of insane. You do not typically see Invokers punishing TAs this hard. I think the Bassi to start off was very important for that, though. And you also, because of the 3 points Quas, look at that health regen, you know. 18.9 without a Tango. So even though he tanks a few side blades, who cares?
And even then, he's able to find a couple of denies. Chris Luck actually just missed. He got denied 2 and missed the last hit on 1 for an entire creep wave. Skullfeld's being pushed away with a blinding light, but it's just making Whisper think twice about attacking in.
Nepikid's doing a good job. Oh, hang on.
Actually, he may do more. That snowball brings him forward, but the damage was already heavily done to Whisper. Try to get the efficiency Tango use out. Makes a break for the tree lines. There's not a lot Skullfeld can do to really help him out.
Yeah,
but it's
doing a great
all
job
for the 5-minute bounty runes. This is just posturing for it.
He's in trouble now, though. Hold up. There's an edict prepared on the left. Oh, what a shard.
Just hold him in. Solo wants to help out. Blind Light pushes them away, but the snowball will stay with Epikid. And he'll have to walk back, pass through the edict to the tier 1 tower, but he won't even get that far. Whisper.
Look at the CS, man. 21-12 versus 12-1. It's all because of that chase for the kill. Yeah, you picked it up.
They're going again up on top. Right on top of the Bloodseeker. Able to hit the Torrent plus the Light Strike Array, forcing K1 away. So now the attention moves from VP into Stinger in that side lane. And there's nothing K1 can do about it. He's not enough intimidation factor just yet. But yeah, the CS is definitely looking good. And top three net worth. So number 1 belongs to the Invoker, but Lashrak and TA are right there in 2nd and 3rd.
And this is definitely looking good thus far for Beast Coast, because you gotta also keep in mind, Wraith King's one of those carry heroes. He needs time to come online. Midas, Radiance, Bloodseeker, Lesh, TA, like these are heroes that are gonna hit 15, 20 minutes, and they are all in. We saw them play last series. Yeah. You know the style. Once they get the ball rolling, it doesn't stop. Bottom lane, catapult wave, looking to pressure a little bit on the tower.
It's actually one of the really cool things about Beast Coast, the fact that they're able to have that level of aggression while not involving the Wraith King for such a long period of time. And can this VP lineup work the same? Like, does Invoker kind of give you that same kind of tempo? Unlike like where if you had like both the Bloodseeker and the TA, then you're gonna go ham because there is a not Bloodseeker and TA. It's the when you got Wraith King who's got space created by a hero like a TA. It doesn't feel the same thing happens from an Invoker. Kunkka, 3 heroes now up on top lane. K1 doesn't have his 6 just yet. Nice Tidebringer from Resolution, looking for the Torrent follow-up, and he actually just kills off Stinger. The snowball save came a second too late as Lina gets another double stun with the Liar Strike Array, creating more space, but K1's got the movement speed, and save, there's nothing that will do that for him, as he will end up falling down Skullfeld. They still don't feel strong enough to fight this Kunkka. 1100 HP. K1 needs his 6. One more creep to die and he'll actually end up having it. So he turns around, kills the creep. So now he can turn the Rupture on, but needs to find Resolution. Whisperer still died in the meantime, and there it is. Resolution finally brought down. But they do lose the Lashrak in the offlane for it.
And mid lane, what happened there? Looks like... Okay, never mind, just a tip. I thought no one had died, but... Turns out it was just Whisper escaping that he was proud of. And by that I mean he died.
Oh yeah, what, escaping with death? Epic Kid, well, here's your stun to get the EMP burn off. Very problematic if it was a high level. But
and that, to answer your question, is how Invoker makes space, right? TA, yeah, you farm fast, you can hit towers, but Invoker, especially no one's Invoker, loves to move around the map. And when you've got stuns in both side lanes, any Tornado Cold Snap setup, you're almost certainly going to find that kill.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I was looking for. The purpose that comes from that mid laner, the speed that no one can play at.
3 heroes now rotating towards top. There is a nice lane ward, so they will see this as a 3-4-5 of VP collect themselves. They're going to give solo XP to Rezo. That'll get him level 6. Nice. And now all of a sudden, Bloodseeker's got to be a bit more cautious. Sure, you've got Rupture, but if you land that X-Torrent boat combo with Alina behind, especially once he hits 6, you are 100% guaranteed to die.
Hi, Wraith. Oh, Stinger didn't start up. He's feeling a little bit more cautious. And Epi's actually TPing away. So bring the Edict to the tower, and Beast Coast can actually claim that. And it feels like VP are already looking for the rebuttal. It's a straight tier 1 for tier 1, Wraith King shows, and then you 100% know, yep, Whisper, move to the tower.
It's a shame he does not have skeletons prepared, though, so we won't be able to push just yet. But as you said, Whisper, 3 points in Edict. This is easy. You just turn it on, and look at this. If you don't glyph, this is a dead tower. Oh, wait, no glyph. Yeah. Welcome to Leshrac Dota, boys and girls. Not even level 7 yet, doesn't matter. That's an easy slay. They found somebody, though, K1.
Yep. Inside the jungle, the other advantage for Virtus Pro by taking out this tier 1 town, they can start to control up that jungle area of Beast Coast. So they can't do what we saw previously against the Penguins, where it's like, we take jungle, we're uncontested, and we can push the lanes.
But get the TA, though. Invoker, sure, no one is making plays. He's got a lot done around the map, whereas TA is just farmed. However, he's farming quite fast, thus his net worth advantage is approaching 1,000. A downside nowadays of these more aggressive mid-heroes, and why we don't see them as much anymore, unless it's the perfect game for them. You know, the Quaps, the Pucks, the Tinies even have fallen off, because kills just don't mean nearly as much any longer as the ability to hit creep waves and kill them quickly.
There seems to be a lot of question about, well, the top tower took so long to die, but Beast Coast weren't certain if they were meant to rotate in towards mid and try and find a kill. Instead it was, we farmed the jungle, maybe we get a little bit of extra information up, TA traps to watch the choke points. So VP do want to try and find any kind of shenanigans against Beast Coast. They will be revealed before it happens. Rupture out right now on save. Just a little deep, but he has a TP available, and K1 took a little too long to find him around the tree lines to hit him down. It still probably wouldn't have been enough.
The best move thus far from VP was bringing Epic Kid up top. Even though they're a bit behind in this game, he could not survive down bottom. Once Lesh is 6, it becomes, your hero is just not nearly as strong. You don't offer as much. So if you're going to ever contest in the safe lane, you're going to need bonus heroes, more than the enemy bring. You go up top, you play with your strong hero instead, this Kunkka with the boat, all of a sudden you have a free lane. So he's got a Midas, he's been chilling, he is very happy now.
This is really good on the Chris Luck. He's still got the meld available, actually he's out of mana. Tries to switch himself over to Intrench for him. There's a Willow with solo, wraps around from behind Chris. Lacuna Blade will put him down from save. And Skullfell would like some revenge, but he doesn't have any mana to close the distance on solo or throw out another shard. While all this is happening, Wraith King still pushing in the top, Bloodseeker not getting involved. And Virtus.pro, damage into the tier 1 tower in mid. Whisper, for all that farm that he has, finds it kind of begging when there's now 5 heroes. So EpiKid does join the fight, EMP burn, and they quickly pop Stinger.
And such good movement from VP. They're always gathered around the map. Just 11 kills now, 11 minutes in. They fought back from a lane disadvantage, made better moves now with 2 towers to 1. And I really, again, EpiKid's moving, man. It was a rough lane down bottom, but because of the way he's been positioning himself around the map, even getting involved middle just in case a fight did break out, this is how you play. To quote the panel discussing last game, yeah, sure, you could beat the TA in lane, but the way to actually slow down this hero is to take away his towers, take away his jungle, kill him, kill his team, make Beast Coast stay on their side of the map. Don't let them get aggressive. That's where they do best.
And also, Beast Coast are also not getting everything perfect. Just a little bit of a mistake from Chris Luck. He tried to TP out to the Shrine, cancelled it, so instead they pushed the Bloodseeker over to try and now farm up these stacks and give TA the mid lane. Just a couple of small things where like they really need to make sure this momentum doesn't slow down, especially on the Templar Assassin. They need that Desolator. They need that big, heavy damage output.
They're going to just continue to look to fight. Reza pushes out bottom. He's going to TP mid. He's thinking, all right, guys, let's make something happen. They have wards behind the Tusk, 3 placed in the top side of the enemy jungle. So they've got an idea.
Oh, Hellfire Blast is out. Skullfell sent up. He can delay this up with a snowball, and he kind of needs to right now, but he needs to turn as well for it, and I can't get it off. Cold Snap making it impossible to get the channel while mid. Resolution catches out Chris Luck. Use the X-Torrent combination. Chris, let's put down his own TA traps in case anyone else wants to try and follow. And K1's here. Ruptures up. Resolution protected by the rest of Virtus.pro. And Whisper, he needs to add pressure to the bottom lane now to try and make VP look elsewhere.
This is the VP I remember. Always playing as a unit in the mid game, even if they're split up around the map. It'd be EpiKid or Ramses to the past farming, and yeah, tier 2 bottom just dies. Welcome to Lesh Dota once again.
All right, Wraithking's gonna TP in. Stinger's here to help him out, so if Epi wants to try and fight this, Whisper doesn't have the damage from Edict. Stinger will try and control him while, well, its own battle Resolution so low on life. 200 HP. Chris Luck went on him, but that now buffs up the Bloodseeker so he can chase up no one in the mid. They Laguna him down. K1 not feeling too good about this, but he's still got that high movement speed, turning his attention towards Solo. But the Light Strike arrays from safe. They just continue time and time again, creating space. Not enough for Solo to survive, but no one puts down the ice wall, keeps everyone nice and slow, buying time for Epi and Resolution to now come in towards the mid. The split earth dodged out by no one, trying to regenerate up on the hill. Won't happen. Stinger finds the kill, but another great 2-man torrent. Epi, he can't get enough damage out, but the snowball, here we go. We're all rolling ourselves over towards the Conquer, but a 3-man Light Strike array. Save is doing the work. Stinger will save himself as well with the Purifying Flames and the heal into Tusker. There's got the false promise, but another 3-man stun. Beast Ghost, together we dive, together we stun, and together we die. Skullfell under the tier 1 tower. Chris Luck still trying to bow this one out, looking for the kill over on safe, but K1, now he'll join the fight. A double kill for Epi, but the Bloodseeker is all over the mid lane. A triple kill for K1. 3 kills in 3 seconds, all set up by the rest of his team. Even though they got like team ravaged 5 times in that fight.
Man, I agree with the panel. The Bloodseeker pick is a bit questionable. If you don't know that this is Hector, this is easily one of his best 3 heroes. And I feel like VP, they fell victim to the same thing the Pandas did in the previous game. They're just caught fighting too long. They're so, you get confident when you consistently stun 3 heroes at a time, but they just didn't have the damage. They all ran out of mana. Suddenly Hector's there, picks up everybody.
Real nice heals from Whisper, dodges the boat from Resolution, and the shards from Skullfell ensure Whisper can just move away.
How many bounty runes did Dire pick up there? They're gonna get 3. 3 to total it off. So even though it just feels like the same thing, they get punished a bit in the early game, but there's this moment where everybody just kind of hits the jets, and suddenly they start to make moves and take advantage around the map. And as always, look around the map. There's 5 Beast Coast heroes in 4 different places. There's always pushing their advantage, trying to farm up. EpiKid, he's got the Relic up in 1,800 gold. I like that decision from no one to get the Midas. One of the downsides of Quaswex Invoker, you can even see it in his current net worth. You don't farm. You're just running around the map, trying to get kills, trying to get involved. You need some method of ensuring you'll continue to scale into the late game.
It just feels a little late, though, when you get 16 minutes into the game, but he had no other choice. He needed the urn, he needed fighting items.
It's the XP as well, right? I mean, Invoker, it's all about at level 25, level 20, even the Cataclysm. That's probably my favorite spell in Dota.
It's lack of kills. He's got 7 assists, though. Like Virtus Pro, everyone together. But they keep sharing the experience out. Stinger in Viz Rune. That's a good way to check out where Resolution is. But Radiant scan up. They did see that rune get picked up by the Obs and Sentry. So the attack to the tier 1 tower. K1 again is on the opposite side of the field. Same thing for Epikid though. He's trying to build up. Nice light strike array onto Lashrak, but the Oracle of Stinger sitting behind Whisper to ensure all that life is regenerated, but no one's also looking for his own space on bottom. There's your experience gain. But TA can just solo this mid-tier 1 tower. They already have to use Fortification to slow it down, and they TP'd in the Lina. Thanks to this pressure, he'll look for the stun and control, and won't happen. Chrislock still gets the last hit on the tier 1 tower.
$3K the gold lead. Again, behind in kills, but Beast Coast just more efficient around the map. Last hits, top 3, all on the Dire side by quite a bit as well. That's where their edge is coming from.
It's a time to fortify. That Edict just rips apart the tower. Triple TPs coming in from Virtus Pro. And with the next marker spot, Whisper, Your Scepter's up. He knew the timing from Resolution was going to come. They torrent, actually just Tornado. Everything that starts with a T goes in towards Beast Coast. Whisper will get some extra damage out before he'll end up dying. Because Skullfell was nearby, but that extra damage allows K1 and Chrislock to come in to kill off Resolution and move to the next target. With the TA trap, Solo can't go anywhere, and they're great shards. The mindset from Skullfell, making sure that no one can make his break into the tree lines. So Solo, he'll end up dying in a second, but you know the bigger one they want to kill off no one. That's why they've just left the Keeper of the Light to chase after this Invoker. He doesn't really have anything to give right now. What have we got? Ghostwalk, but he doesn't have the mana. Short by 10. No one can't keep the run going through the trees.
Dude, they're so sick, man. They get the first kill, no problem. The trap was perfect to find the Coddle, but Schofield's like, yeah, this guy's either dead or who cares? He's the 5. He perfectly shards out no one. Like, these guys have such an awareness of where the next kill will come from. They are not a squad you want to battle up into, and they're starting to take a pretty dominating lead around the map. This is the downside of Wraith King, right? We discussed it. Yeah, he caught backup, but his laning phase was so rough. We're approaching 20 minutes. He doesn't even have Relic yet.
Yep, and he's the #1 net worth of Virtus Pro. And how much that's effective? Like right now, 3.6K of that net worth is just sitting in the bank. It is not on the field. It's not in the fights.
And neither is his body, as he just now gets pursued away.
Oh, they made
so hasted TA.
Oh. If that Light Strike array doesn't connect, they don't get very far. And even Solo, a little too close. The TA trap will slow him down, and Chrislock, damn, he moves fast.
And the issue is, by the time you get that Radiance, there's going to be a BKB on the Bloodseeker. There might very well be a BKB on the TA. He's only 1,700 gold away. What does that item even do? Your survivability isn't going to increase. You're just a wet noodle.
And you've got a lot of regeneration coming in for Beast Coast too, because they're getting the mech build over on the track. Skullfeld, oh, that's problematic. He's still got a couple of stick charges, but doesn't want to use it. Got an urn on him for the moment. Trying to get the run out. Tornado will pick him up and throw him down. Death Foot by the fall. As Epikid too far out. The buyback's coming in as Whisper isolates Epikid in the back lines. But the bigger problem is the Templar Assassin. There's no BKB at the moment, but that's why Stinger is there. He'll give him all the life and the false promise. Wraith King is just leaving to pick up the 20-minute bounty runes. I don't want anything to do with this at all.
He is not a real Dota hero, but they did force a buyback on the Tusk. They got a couple kills. Great job from Save thus far this game. He's 8-3-6, but he has hit so many stuns. Now with the Aether Lens, they are coming from miles away. He's in an excellent job trying to just protect his course, because his positioning is so key here. You get blinked on by TA as the hard support, like, you're just dead. You're dead in 2 hits. And there's no real save for Save, unfortunately.
I don't know if that's intentional. Stinger just walks up next to the arcane rune on the bottom river. Whisper's got 2 charges in a bottle and probably wants the arcane. Yeah. And he's like, I think this belongs to me.
You could say that again, considering it is, of course, a Lashrak. Probably the best hero in Dota to have an arcane rune, except perhaps, I don't know, an Ag Zeus or something.
It's like, if that's just the vice at a beast, it's like, yeah, guys, like, I think we're having some fun. You don't need this. You're not going to use this anyway. But the mech has arrived for the Lash.
Really like that.
So much sustain as well. Like the armor's going through the roof. And it's that burst heal for everybody else.
Yeah, where's the physical damage going to come from VP, right? The Radiant's mostly magic damage at this point. The entire draft, in effect, just pure magic. And you have 2 BKBs now on the big course from Beast Coast. And what time is it? It's time to go. You just run forwards.
It's not Dondo time. Here comes Whisper. Just wants to get a Yule Scepter. There's your blink forward from Chris, finding Epikid in the trees. Able to actually connect and silence up the Wraith King. And with the Will-O-Wisp clears up the tree lines. Epi was hiding inside of that one, so K1 can move over. They'll kill up the Wraith King, and he didn't actually have reincarnation. It was on cooldown for 5 more seconds when he died. And now he's dead for 40 seconds. No buyback available.
What the hell do you do to stop Hector right now? Like, K1 is unstoppable. He is too fast, too strong, and his team, if you just get Rupture off, if you get a stun off, somebody's dead. You can only ditch.
Well, I know there's no BKB on the Bloodseeker, so maybe that's how you do it. Save. He's not looking for anything. They have no Wraith King. And in fact, Chris is just going straight for Roshan. He's got his own 10-second BKB that's just flowing in. The Sunstrike will scout out, so at least Virtus Pro are aware, but what do you do even if you are aware?
What do you do to kill the Oracle as well? The big issue with VP, they don't have direct initiation.
Look at this. Like, Roshan's almost dead, and Beast goes, it's like, hey, yeah, you've got this right, Chris. Like, we don't need to be here. There's a Keeper of the Light who's ready to be dead.
Yeah, you got a Pipe Medallion on the Kunkka. Your Wraith King does have a Blink queued up, which he's going to need, but he also has to get a BKB at some point. You need to kill the Oracle, but I'm just not quite sure how to do it when you consider there's a TA, a Bloodseeker, and a Tusk all in between you and the target you really have to take out if you actually want to threaten a core at some point in a fight. No one's doing what he can to finish up his Axe. 500 gold away. That will be a nice turnaround, but just level 15 at the moment. Only 2 points in Exort. It's not as if his damage output right now is incredibly high. And Beast Coast, this is when it gets a little spooky. Halloween's not quite here yet, but Beast Coast, they might be arriving any moment inside of your base.
Yeah, they'll clean up the outside first. The tier 2 tower in mid-falls, removing the last remaining outer defense of Virtus Pro. No one's still trying to battle on this bottom lane just to get that last 300 gold you were talking about. But you see Skullfeld moving over. K1's ready to fight. He's got a fresh mana style. Looking to go. And he feels it. He's like, something's in the trees. No one drops the meatball. Begins the run. Resolution. Skullfeld. The shards. It goes straight through Resolution. And he will get the snowball off. But no other will control until the Walrus Punch. Waiting it. And here we go. Rupture up. Resolution. It's like, well, come and play in my shipyard. Nope, that's not going to help me. Hold him. I kind of want to see him. What is he doing? Skullfeld, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
I mean, the first cancel made sense. He's like, oh, we don't have any TP cancel. I got to make sure I can serve mine. The next 64, though, probably not necessary, but it does serve to intimidate your enemy, which is an integral part of any strategy-based warfare.
Oh. Mindset griefing.
And door is down. They're going to go straight in. Yep, they recognize. As soon as that mid-wave passes that little flag on the ground, no glyph, that means tier 3 is going to go to at least half HP. Possibly it's even just dead. Where's TA? TA's up top just distracting people with the Aegis.
Yep.
They're on your base.
And Invoker's taking too long to get back down here. They'll take melee. K1's looking for someone to come close, and they bought time for Rupture to come off cooldown, so no one. He'll be the first one to be ruptured up. Skullfeld's like, well, can I do something with this? Shards, try and block him around. He'll snowball, actually dodge both the Wraithfire Blast and the Torrent, coming over towards the Invoker, toss him up with a kick, and that actually gives some extra damage in, but it's still the death of Skullfeld. They haven't finished the melee racks. K1's working pretty hard at it. Now he'll burn the BKB, and maybe it's time to fight. Epikid, very low on life, but they've already found the extra kill. Stinger being dropped, but K1's the big one. He's going ham in the back lines. Needs to keep running away, however. The Metastyle dodges the Wraithfire Blast, and he'll get back up the hill and away to safety. The same cannot be said for Lashrak, however. Whisper up in the air, but then K1, it's a re-engage, jumping in the back lines, right on top of the Lina. Another defensive heals up to Whisper with a deafening blast, being pushed back around. No one can finally kill him up, but no one's so low. K1, he's disarmed, he can't attack. Now he finally can get back into it. 2, 3, 4 attacks to kill off no one. Then he turns attention towards the Kunkka. How much damage does he do? He stops to deny creeps as opposed to hitting the hero.
Meanwhile, there's a TA on your top rank. He's going to take out the range. Now working on the melee. Takes out Epikid. Oh my god, he's just going to kill him.
No.
Not like this. GG, yeah, get the hell out of here. VP just got worked.
It's over.
22-20. I don't care if they're down in kills. Beast Coast is miles ahead in style. Holy shit. I thought Hector was like playing in the Matrix. You see that juke on the Lina stun? Like, he runs through the animation almost, moving at warp speed. That's unbelievable. They just bodied him. Somehow they're... Where was this yesterday?
Good question. They did have pretty damn hard matchups yesterday. Beast Coast went up against Alliance, and they had to play VG Gaming. Really undisputed the top 2 teams inside of Group A. But now Beast Coast, they're making the run. They actually go 3-4 now with this result. They are tied with Virtus Pro on that 3rd position. So the winner of this next game kind of almost like locks themselves up in that at least in the next part of the bracket, the lower bracket.
It's 2 series in a row, man. You can tell from what we're seeing on our screens, right? VP is a bit upset, and I would be too. But Beast Coast, like, yeah, whatever. They're just playing Dota. They're playing their style. Somebody please ban Bloodseeker. For the love of God. Like, what are you doing? This hero is too fast. Please get rid of it. VP, it's back to the drawing board, but my God, what a match.
I don't know what you want to switch out to ban out that Bloodseeker. Either way, it looks like a lot of fun for Beast Coast today. 3 games, can they get the dream run and repair the damage done yesterday with a straight 4 victory? We'll find out.
We certainly will as we return to Kyle and Toby, of course, for game number 4 of Beast Coast today and game number 2 of this particular series. Another fine display by the South Americans. They really are piling on the pressure today after a disastrous run on day number 1. It's all turned around on day number 2. Purge and the Haz alongside me to wax lyrical, I'm sure, about the South American fine Dota. It's a great display.
They're really good. Yeah.
They're just perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We can
They're
stop.
just really good.
Back to break.
We spin this story about how, it's the Cinderella team, the upset victories, and they do, but they play this amazingly entertaining brand of Dota. But at the end of the day, the things that they're doing, they are very, very tight in lane. The execution is brilliant. They're able to come back from unfavorable situations. I mean, no one's Invoker, okay? Can we talk about the fact that he just straight up dumpstered this TA in the first 5 minutes? He had 5 denies in the first 2 minutes on a TA. Like, he was magnificent in lane. They were able to bring the TA back, as we've talked about so many times before. And as the game goes on, they're in the right places on the map. They're bringing pressure to strategic objectives. This is just a good Dota team.
It's such a difference as well, Kevin, from a year ago when we talked about South American Dota. It was always fun. It was always run at you. It was always exciting. They were dropping items all over the place in the mid lane. All right, cool, great. Yeah, you've got the smack talk, and the first 20 minutes looked solid. But then after that, they kind of lost their way, and they went on a horrible run. I know both Infamous last year and Pain Gaming as well. They were like something like 1-18 in series at one point in the majors, and that's not good enough. And yet here we are. Brand new season, another year under their belt of experience of traveling around playing different teams, and they look like a class act now.
Yeah, I'm not sure necessarily what the major difference is here. I guess in some ways it's that they still have the same aggressive style, but it's possible that these guys are just next level, and therefore, like, playing aggressive like that, run at you kind of stuff, it all is based on like how effectively you can make quick decisions mentally and always making the right choice. And if you're a little bit above your opponents or around the same level, you can keep playing like that. It's kind of like how OG won TI.
Yeah.
If you are a little bit unpredictable in your play style like that, but then people figure you out and you're not still like at that same level, then they're going to figure you out, and now they're just going to counter you. And then you can't have that magic. You played your wild card the one time and now you got nothing else. But so I think it's like they just have something special. They have enough tricks up their sleeve. They're comfortable playing a couple different heroes. Like the Bloodseeker in that match felt like Ember Spirit. It's like if you are good enough, you can do crazy things that shouldn't be doable just because he's so quick. He can make the perfect decisions. It's not just super straightforward how he's supposed to play. So it's like they're just abusing things in a really good way or something.
But I guess this is what, and I to be clear, like, I don't think Kevin is saying this. This isn't like attacking what you just said at all. But what I'm saying is when I hear talk about this team, right, on Reddit, elsewhere on the internet, we're kind of talking about them still like a little bit of a gimmick team, that they're picking cheese, that they're, it's Wraith King, da-da-da-da, it's Bloodseeker, da-da-da. No, these guys are just playing really good Dota. It's just good Dota. There's no mystery to it, what they're doing. And when they are on their game, when they're fully engaged, this is a team that can check out from time to time mentally, and they look really bad when they do that. But when they are on their game, they're just playing a good Dota team, full stop.
And they're creative, and they're sticking to things that they like. I think that's the important thing, that they're not, it's not just cheese that it's like, oh, this is a really powerful hero in the moment. It's like they have a little variety, enough where they can do stuff that's a little weird and push their opponents on the back foot while also playing really good. That's important to have if you want to have longevity as a team.
For sure. Okay. Should we check in with the groups and show you where we are at the moment as far as the group stages are concerned? Because both groups are ongoing. Up on the screen right now, you can see exactly what's going on in Group A. Vici, the dominant team, but they have dropped a game now, Alan, and I'm almost surprised by that.
They dropped the game to Alliance.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it was split with Alliance in that series.
Yeah.
I thought they were just going to win that game because they looked so good yesterday.
You know what? I'm not that surprised, because I thought Vici would probably go into that series with Alliance saying, you know what, we're going to play at least one game, Paparazzi versus Nico Baby straight up, and just make them show us how good they are. And they're really good.
Yeah, they are really good. The rest of the team is very close, Kevin. I mean, 3-4s, 3-4s, and the same in Group B. We haven't played any more games yet today in Group B, but there's nothing in that between 5 teams other than TNC sitting there at the top, all nice and happy on 4-0.
Yeah, I think this is really good for the tournament. Obviously, I think a lot of it's probably BO2 related. The fact that they're not having like serious conclusions. There's just 2 matches, but that would be a lot of 2-1s otherwise. That would get all these teams a little bit more separated from each other.
Economically speaking, Mr. Professor, 4 points should, in theory, be enough to get you out of the group stage. But it doesn't always work like that because teams can tie.
It should, but yeah, I look back at if they can flash those Group A standings up one more time. The second match of this series, I believe our casters mentioned it toward the end in the outro, it becomes massive.
It does.
Because the loser of the second game in this series, they're still in elimination territory. They still have work to do.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's very, very tight in Group A as well. Just quick final thoughts. Throw them towards Virtus Pro. I know we keep saying, like, when are they going to show up? And occasionally they've shown up in the games that we've seen them here. It's still very early for them. They're still learning, aren't they?
Yeah, I think this was a game where minor differences here and there. I think no one maybe left the lane a little bit too much after the early success against the TA. I like Kyle's points about him applying pressure on the map, and I think Virtus Pro at the end of the day are going to look at that lineup and say we were just a little bit too cooldown reliant against the skirmishing style that Beast Coast prefer to play,
and maybe ban a Bloodseeker.
Yeah, because what they did was they would get close to winning fights, and then like Bloodseeker would get a kill here or there, and all of a sudden he'd be like chase down the remnants, and then all of a sudden it's an entire wipe. So I think they were very close on the verge of getting those big teamfight ones. Right. And if you're not playing against a hero like Bloodseeker, they're not going to have that same capability to just rampaging through your team if he barely survives and does some nice plays.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Purge and Haz. We'll hear more from both of them after the break, of course, which is where we're heading right now, and pay a few bills, of course. When we come back, game number 2 between these two teams. Can Virtus Pro bounce back against the very informed South American Beast Coast? We'll find out shortly.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
Feeling my body level.
above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
Good news, everyone. You've joined us at exactly the right time. Virtus Pro versus Beast Coast as we head into game number 2 here at ESL 1 Hamburg. But bad news, everyone. You've missed the first game. Go and check it out. It's an absolute masterclass. It's a pleasure to watch South American Dota in fine form in game number 1. Can they convert that and make it 4-0 on day number 2? We're about to find out as we head into the draft right now for game number 2. Alongside me, Purge and Has to look forward to that as well. It was one of the better performances we've seen at the tournament so far in that first game.
I like the game a lot. I think VP were not far off in that game. I think they're coming back to the second draft, and they still have a very clear concept of what they want to do.
And I think it's also just is the wrong team name.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Beast Coast is also not playing itself. I was very thrown off for a second.
We'll fix that.
It's also them
Fix it
ramping up and getting hot right now. So
Yeah.
I think it's just something that we're going to see, maybe hopefully for the rest of the term, is Beast Coast playing really well and seeing how well they can do overall. I think I'm just rooting for them a lot. I just really want to see them have some consistency, especially because they got a sponsor.
Yeah.
It feels like they have some stability that's coming in. They've made lots of money, so they shouldn't be that worried about that aspect. This guy got a sponsor, so they've got even more money coming in.
They seem
I just
quite
hope it works
happy.
out.
They seem quite settled.
Yeah.
They're quite chilled out right now.
Oh, I love it. and you want to talk about a classic Beast Coast Open too. They love this Schofield Tiny, sometimes a flex pick for Chris Luck in the mid lane, and they absolutely love their Whisper Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
And it screws so hard with the 2 heroes that Virtus Pro have on board.
Yes.
Oh, I love it.
Shadow Demon.
Now, Nyx is a hero that was really popular a while ago, but his ultimate cooldown got nerfed quite a bit. It's like 90 seconds at level 1 instead of 70, which makes a huge difference. That extra 20 seconds is another gank that you can do sometimes in that same period of time. But on the bright side, Mana Burn is ridiculously good as a nuke in the late game. And against a hero like Leshrac, boy, is that a good pick.
Void Ban was pretty obvious. Second phase, it somehow got through the first phase and through the first set of picks as well. No one took it. It was a fairly obvious second phase ban, I guess. Gyro on the other side.
It's kind of interesting that Beast Coast, look at the 3 heroes they banned. All heroes that allow for easier turns.
It has been there.
Heals and shields to prevent one guy or multiple guys from dying as they initiate in the fight. And removing that is going to mean that it's easier for them to make decisions about when they can for sure get kills if they don't have to worry about heals other than one.
That has been their opening 3 bans in all 4 games today, and agree with what Kevin said, and I'll add that Chen is a hero in particular. If I am Beast Coast with that playstyle that I do not want to play against, it's a hero that can sort of alleviate the pressure in multiple lanes that they like to bring from the early teens on the clock.
Get rid of stuff that stops you running at them and killing stuff.
Yeah.
And also this game for VP, the Leshrac pick, I'm more excited about it than Void, than Kunkka. In the last game, Rezo went, I think, I don't know, phase drum or something, but he got a pipe, which I think, considering the circumstances, may be the right pickup, but Leshrac just gives you so much more as a 3 because you get to take the tower a lot easier. It's like, okay, you can do gank setups and stuff, and that's really useful, but all things considered, Leshrac is just more versatile as a hero in a 3 position, so I think it's a solid pick here.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be there either. It could be mid.
I think that's a very good point. When you looked at Rezo, I checked the game logs. There was only one boat where he got more than one allied hero with Rum.
Oh, wow.
So, and it was the very first one that he casted the game. And that's something that Beast Coast will do to you. They're not going to let you take these structured 5v5 engagements on your own terms. They're going to make you take these 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes, which turn into 5v5s with their heroes coming and joining. And it gives a lot of trouble to these heroes like Kunkka that need to get value out of one particular spell.
And Coddle as well, similar principle. Coddle's great against big 5-man lineups when you do these team fight engagements, but not as good when you have to rotate and show up later. Last bans, the Lifestealer and the Run, and then they get a Silencer pick. So maybe Silencer as a 3 instead. I'm sorry, this is a VP draft, not Beast Coast. So probably the 5.
Usually the 5
silencer.
in Solo's hands, He's the big silencer player on the team, or has been in the past, don't know now, because of course they've got a couple of new boys on the team as well.
So silencer can be a good pick in this case, but if I'm looking at Tiny, it's a little scary to me. I guess it's not going to be Tiny Core, so we won't have a massive level advantage, but typically heroes that don't have stuns, like Shadow Demon or Silencer, I'm worried about them just getting bursted a lot early mid-game, so...
and they get
the Bloodseeker anyways. And now, again, lack of stuns, Bloodseeker's happy. He's like, you're going to silence me? Oh, no.
Gee, no, I'll do that myself.
He's just going to run down Silencer consistently, so it's going to make Silencer's game a little bit harder, unless, again, it's just like a Silencer 3. They need to pressure him in lane, I think, and hopefully they're able to do that more effectively with something like an SD Lesh. And that might have been why that was their opening, because they were just thinking, like, we want a guaranteed way to blast him in the laning stage, run him down with the Edict, get kills, and make sure that he doesn't get ahead at all. And it should make the game a lot harder if that's the case.
This is what I was hoping for. So Kevin's last point is exactly where I was going in terms of looking at this draft. I think the big thing that stands out to me in all 3 of Beast Coast's games today is they've drafted themselves very strong side lanes, a very stable lane configuration. And I think this lineup here, you talked about the potential of the SD Lesh in lane as well as some roaming potential. The Silencer, also a 5-position hero that has some damage potential in lane. And then when you stack it all up on top of a Drow steroid, this is a lineup that I think Beast Coast are going to try to bully you in lanes, and you have to have an answer to that. And I think these first 4 picks give VP at least some potential in that direction.
You know, after seeing the Drow pick, though, I just can't help but look at Silencer and be like, I mean, Silencer support with Drow is great and all, but like, imagine a core Silencer with like 50 extra attack speed at 10 minutes. With max glaives, like he's gonna hit so stupidly hard if he's a core instead of a support that it almost makes me want him to be a core instead. But if they can make it work, I think it would be insane damage output.
Do you feel like though there's still to bring this VP draft together? I still think you need some 5th hero that's like a centaur, like tanky, something that can actually frontline for you, because right now you don't really want the Lesh to have to frontline against these 4 heroes on the board for BC.
That's the key to all Drow lineups is like, if the lanes go great and you're winning in net worth, it doesn't matter if you don't really have a frontliner as much, because you have net worth advantage, you're the one playing on the enemy side of the map getting ganks off. But if you're losing or even, it can be really scary, especially against a hero like Bloodseeker or Tiny. They're going to run into your face and it's going to be difficult for you to stop them from hitting you. Silencer doesn't do that well. Drow can and cannot sometimes, depending, and SD is a little bit limited too. So they absolutely need some way to like create like a barrier, prevent your opponents from running you down. Something like Mars, Tidehunter, something that has like good area control to make the run at you less scary.
Absolutely.
Disruptor, kind of similar vein as punishing that run at you thing. Glimpse people back out of position. Don't let them retreat. If you do run at them, which they're definitely going to be able to do between Nyx, Tiny, Bloodseeker, they're going to run at VP, they're going to glimpse one back, they're going to murder that guy, and then they're hopefully going to clean up the rest of the fights. This is actually a rare case where Disruptor is a really good pick. Definitely generally seen as a weak support hero right now.
Well, Disruptor has the same problems that he's always had, and that's that he can get run at in lane, and he's in the mid game. If he's ahead, he feels like a monster. If he's behind, he can feel like a total non-presence.
And the reason he's normally a non-presence is because outside of like the utility of glimpsing a guy back, he offers damage, but that's about it. But against squishy heroes, damage is more of a threat because burst is effective against lower HP heroes. If all those heroes on VP are tanky and you're like, I offered damage and no disable, it doesn't feel good at all. So this is like a rare case where the benefits that Disruptor has is actually useful in almost all ways.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, that VP are the ones, after all that take out the Centaur. The Disruptor is now, for Beast Coast, is kind of a pre-counter to the Tide, if Virtus Pro were looking in that direction. It's true. And the Beastmaster and the Centaur are now taken off the board. So that Mars that you talked about, maybe that's going to be the solution for VP.
I don't know if I want to play Mars against Bloodseeker.
I
don't
agree.
think you'll ever land the spear.
I would
getting
agree.
ready to throw and he just does some
it
anime
around.
stuff, basically, and then how are you going to hit him, you know?
Animate jukes.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. It's going to start jumping side to side. He'll be invisible, and you're like, I might as well throw the spear backwards. It might be there. But yeah, something like that. It's some area control, anti-run at you. They need a kinetic field, essentially, around their team, and then they just want to stand in the middle of the circle. And I don't know if anyone ever does that, kinetic field your teammates. Actually, is not a bad idea.
Or is this you talked about Husker in the previous draft, Paul. Is this some cheesy-ass Husker pick for VP?
I was thinking maybe they go for something like an Enigma, though.
No, it's not.
Because that's something that knits things together.
It's great for 4 seconds out of 200, yes.
Yeah, I know, it's got a long cooldown.
For the other hundreds of seconds, yes, it's not going to work. And even like Malphus is pretty weak disabled.
Something like that, maybe a Monkey King then?
Is this Pango mid?
It doesn't matter. Pango, Beast Coast, look at that run at you lineup. What the hell is VP?
VP needs to chase him?
VP needs to stomp these lanes or something. Or they need to like global silence him before he gets his ulti off.
Wow.
Like
Dazzle mid. This is okay. I love this pick right now because, again, it's what you need to do against BC. You need to win these lanes. You need to own that early part of the mid game. Dazzle mid, I hope he's going to go Greaves rush build here, get those Greaves before 15 minutes, exploit the cooldown reduction, and VP is going to be ready to fight continually in this match. Not like the last one. I think they've made the right adjustments from game one.
The initiation is going to be really, really important in this game. Like, you can't let them use their rolling boulder, blink avalanche, toss the guy back. It needs to be like, hey, we're fighting, we global silence, we land some poison, we gust some guys, and then we're able to like kill 1 or 2 in that initial engagement. If it becomes like a wide spread out fight with pickoffs like Beast Coast typically plays, I think VP is going to get run over. But so it's like, they can win with this draft. I think it's going to be difficult to execute, and Beast Coast is probably more likely to win it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nahaz and Purge with their thoughts here on the panel. Time to head back to our commentary team of Kyle and Toby1 for game number 2.
Thank you, Red. Yes, we're back for game number 2. Beast Coast, an aggressive lineup, fantastic combinations back again with a tiny Bloodseeker. We've got a Pango to put the feather in the draft. And Virtus Pro, we have ourselves a Dro lineup here. Kyle, this, as a Dro fan myself, this feels very rough for a Dro Ranger. There are so many ways to close the distance and just pop her off and just remove that big buff up.
It's simple. Do you ever watch the movie Braveheart, Gladiator?
Yes.
It's very easy.
Yes.
You've got the
casting was fantastic.
Archers versus cavalry. All right, archers have the advantage until the cavalry are on top of them, and that's what you're going to look to do here if you're Beast Coast. Roll through it, prevent the high damage output. Don't let these heroes stand still and deal DPS. But
I think Gladiator was a lot better choice than Braveheart for the archers versus the cavalry.
What do you mean? Well, yeah, because the cavalry never showed up because those goddamn traitors, Toby. But let's not get into that. Let's not get into that.
Sure. Let me just pass that through the House of Lords.
Braveheart's not. Never mind. Not going to get into it. Look, here's the thing. VP, if there's a lineup, if there is an organization synonymous with success with Drow Ranger, it's got to be VP. Going all the way back to TI5, where they eliminated some of the favorites secret using a Drow lineup twice in a row. You probably don't even know if that's true or not because you don't remember, but it is. I know because right before they beat Secret, they beat me, and it still haunts me to this day.
That's that point when you could trust in Kyle.
The thing about it is, though, that Beast Coast, especially on the back of this Pangolier, you have so much vision. These 2 supports, Disruptor Nyx, talk about finding kills. You cannot find better Slayers in the meta at the moment. You've got the off lane, the mid tiny, that if he gets ahead could just start bodying people. Weak in lane against the Dazzle, of course, with 0 armor, at least for now. A VP, you want to get aggressive early, get towers, and make sure that you don't take bad fights, because Beast Coast's mid game is incredibly powerful.
I agree with everything you said, Kyle. as I was staring at Pangolier. I actually think that's one of the of the coolest things ever is Pango's cosmetic, where he's got his own little pirate parrot right next to him. It's like you've actually introduced, like, well, we used to have the armadillos that everyone can still use, but now it's, yeah.
We'll see how this plays out. Schofield doing a bit of body blocking down bottom. Stinger, they're trying to make sure this comes into tower range right away. I love this aggro tri-lane into the Drow. This is how you want to address the hero. Don't let Epi Kid free farm because he just wants level 6. The moment he gets that, he's good to go.
And it really zones out Solo too. Like, Solo's meant to be the harassment. You go that first point up in Glaive of Wisdom because you want to get some level of damage to make space for your safe laner. But now, Epi Kid starts the lane at half-life. And what do they do about top lane anyway? Like, Pango, if you try to initiate on him, he just swashbuckles away. This is great, at least from save, where he's able to get these poison stacks onto Pango as long as he hits the lines right. And that's going to be the first he misses.
He's done a great job, though, because he's already got lane control. It's going to be coming into his tower momentarily. They will make Schofield TP top. However, down bottom, it is a Silencer Drow versus a Bloodseeker. You got to assume that as long as he doesn't die, K1 will still be favored a bit here.
I like how he just keeps also going for this first point up in Thirst. So, all right, we know we're going to drop him low. If anyone else in any other lane has fights, like we've seen a lot from the mid lane, a hell of a lot from Beast Coast. It's always getting aggressive, and no one... He's a Dazzle, though, so he'll be okay.
I love what they do. Like, Stinger actually salves K1 because his regen's not nearly as important. Disruptor could go suicide if necessary. Bloodseeker could not, which means he'll be able to stay in lane a bit more efficiently. Now that he's level 2, he'll actually be able to heal up. Top lane, a little bit of aggression. Rezo gets a nice side pull off. And I wanted to mention, a big thing for VP, they're having trouble adjusting to Rezo on the offlane. You've got what's effectively a 3-core lineup. What's an easy way to ensure every hero has a game? Pick a Drow. All of a sudden, you've really got 3 cores, so long as they're all ranged heroes. Nobody really in that support role in this current lineup. And in theory, if they can do well in the lane, they'll be self-sufficient in all 3 lanes and then able to cruise with everybody effectively playing at 2.
Yeah, but so much of that damage, Stinger, he really is living life on the edge. Solo and Epi have 4 tangos between them, and they're actually, yeah, you see Solo's net worth just starting to drop down. He has 1 tango. That's all he has on him at the moment. Well, that's a good pick off on the Dire Courier. No one able to get it against Chris. The bottle did get delivered first, however, but that's still not the most ideal scenario. And Stinger's going to do his thing, denies himself up. Spends cash before death, and he'll come back to the lane ready to spam out again. Almost feels like the old Zeus's that would play this type of way too.
And it's great because he buys 2 mangoes and some extra regen, then comes back bottom. So you not just get that free fountain trip, but you're also now coming with even more resources to make yourself more formidable before the next time you would suicide.
All right, Solo, welcome to leaving the lane. He's got no life, and he actually kind of has to, because if he doesn't, K1 will just remain buffed up, so he cannot stay in the lane.
Where's he going?
To deny himself to a tier 2 tower, maybe? Hoping for a regen rune in 30 seconds? Maybe to help kill Chris Luck in mid, up on top? There's a lot of different options. Whisper, copping a lot of damage. And he actually is. He's going for mid lane. He's got Curse available. He starts off with the Glaives, however, and Chris is just going to avalanche Solo. The first blood's up on top lane, which would be Whisper going down, and Chris Luck instantly follows after. So, 2 different lanes. Solo now deny himself to the mid tier 2 tower. Resets up, makes it worth it.
And check out the mid CS, man. That's what I was talking about. No one, even before that kill, was putting in work. 600 net worth up on the Tiny at 24-7 to 19-3 in the CS. And Chris Luck, until he's 6, will have some real trouble here just because he's taking physical damage from the Dazzle Q and he has 0 armor. So easy for no one to pressure him here.
And now they've lost their buffs on bottom lane. K1's not having as great a time. Like, Disruptor can arrive, so what's he going to do? He's going to wall up, combo with the Blood Right, dropping Silencer down. They even glimpse him back in again. K1 really thinking about pushing this underneath the tower. Epi's doing a lot of damage, however. But the armor, the chainmail that's there, really feels like you're not getting anywhere near enough damage in.
Oh, now Drow, you're in so much trouble. There's fighting happening in other lanes. Lesh is half HP. He's just
they're going to wall him up again. Epi can't go anywhere. K1 can just keep going. As you said, because the fighting's happening in the other lanes, K1's just loving it. You'll have Save deny himself up, but Resolution's also quite low.
Top lane had a total of maybe like with 200 health between them. So Bloodseeker with 2 points in Thirst is unbelievably powerful. And it's great because once you get those kills, you're getting a free creep wave, you're full HP on the Bloodseeker now, and you're going to collect all 4 bounty runes on the side of Beast Coast. Immediately they've equalized, and it's just like what they did to Fighting Pandas. Your win condition on Virtus Pro is currently level 3. He's got to now abandon the lane. The Drow has absolutely no game, much like the Morphling in the previous series.
But the advantage is that Dazzle's having a really good game. He just solo kills up the Tiny once again, sitting now at 2.9k in the net worth. But what does this go into? Once you have Necro Books, do you add more pressure? They're going to try and defend this tier 1 tower and bottom. Stinger copying a lot of damage from the tower as well as the curse. Tango regeneration will help him survive this, however. But disruption out. Look for the follow-up split earth. Got to get the timing right. K1 connected on. Solo. Taze on top from K1. Can't do anything.
He buffed himself, unfortunately, right before that went down. So taking 10% more damage. Not a huge deal, but definitely significant.
Chris, I think he's dead again.
He is.
Yep, no one can just chase under it. He knows it. Oh, Chris. Nice one charges, but the poison touch is more than enough to finish the job.
That was 40 damage per second physical, almost doing pure until he's in range of the +3 bonus armor from the tower. Not a favorable matchup for Tiny whatsoever. I'm very surprised they didn't throw somebody else there, but honestly, who would? Whisper on the Pango, then you have a Tiny solo top. No matter what, no one was always going to body his opponent.
Here's the easy combination again. Disruption into Split Earth with a whole bunch of Edict damage. So Whisper will rotate himself down to the bottom lane. Bloodseeker's now up on the top.
Yeah, he's just following the Drow.
Yeah.
Who's now in the jungle. That's the one big bright spot here for Beast Coast. Even though they're a little behind in both matchups, other than the Drow, he's still somewhat far away from level 6 and just really no game
Mid lane,
to speak of.
No one. Chris Luck is going to start it off with the Avalanche, sets up a Skullfield to get that nice impale off with the toss-up, and no one still can survive through this. And with the curse support arriving from Solo, Skullfeld.
Oh, he's dead.
Has to spike Carapace, but yeah, he's used too many abilities and the poison touch. Chris is trying to help him up here, and it's enough. Yep, he'll live.
Bottom, they're looking to maybe make a move here on Rezo, but he just hit 6. He's got that casual bracer, big fan. And actually, he might even kill Stinger. Nope, glimpse in time.
Pull him away, and so Resolution can't land the stun either. But Stinger doesn't have a TP scroll. Resolution's too focused on the farm instead. Top lane, K1's going to go again. The Rupture is out over on Silencer. Has to walk himself out of the blood right. Save, going to go for the disruption. Skullfell still uncertain what he wants to do. Stinger will die in the meantime, but a nice spike. Carapace gets the following stun into the Silencer because he does have the curse on him. Solo will get the +2. He'll lose his life for it, but it won't stop K1 from continuously diving the save under the tier 1 tower. Support's coming in. K1 has to cut through the trees and now run away as no one will arrive in the lane. But this forces no one to TP out, so Chris will get a little bit of breathing room.
So you got a Necro.
And Whisper. Time to Rolling Thunder. Turn it around. Shield Crash. Almost out of range, and he'll break free to kill off Epi Kid.
God, it's so demoralizing playing against good Pango players. You just can't, there's no escaping it. You can only hope to run away, but Whisper hits him with the double rock and then immediately finishes him off with one right click. Already with the Javelin. He's having a nice game. We'll finish Arcanes off this wave. And once again, Beast Coast, 3 heroes, all almost, well, top 4 in the net worth. No one's being a bit too bossy to think you can surpass him.
But Virtus Pro can really punish. So yeah, you've got that attack over in mid, so that's problematic at least to say for the Draw Ranger, but at the same time, Nyx Assassin dies with Disruption on top. The Necro Book arrived, and this was really my question where I was kind of leading. No one, you get farm, what do you do? Level 1 Necro Book, he teams up with Resolution, and they start forcing buildings.
I like this a lot. I think a lot of Dazzles overspend. They go for like this double, no, they get Arcanes, they get one, they get all these, you just want a Necro ASAP, and that's exactly what no one did here. It allows you to pressure towers. You are so strong around the map, and because you have your ult up so early, I mean, the cooldown on Necro is what, how much? 66.5 seconds. They last for 60. It is by far your best tool for pushing towers, for farming, dealing damage in fights. Just get this up ASAP.
Bit of a problematic position for Resolution. He still does a hell of a lot of damage. Skullfeld has to move away. Remember, he's ruptured up, and that's why Stinger's here. It's like, all right, we'll wall him, we'll attack him from range. Now K1's like, all right, I can come back in again. The Edict is gone. The Whisper, he's in trouble once more. No one solo and save, all chasing down this Pango. He does a hell of a lot of damage, however, but there's just no support because they were too busy killing off Rezo.
Man, admirable effort. He does preserve his mid tower for now, at least. That Necro will be up in just 10 more seconds.
Scottfeld, he'll need to spike Carapace to try and save some kind of damage. Turn for a stun. Slows the creep wave, but the poison touch? Won't matter, he'll pop anyway.
Nice play there. Not bad.
They keep the tier 1 tower alive. It feels like the sacrifice they're willing to make.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Look at the warding as well from these two teams. VP all defensive, 4 wards assembled to guard the river line from the South American side.
And 4 heroes coming to the mid lane to also claim it. So you start the damage on Resolution. Fortification is not available, so that tier 1 tower is toast. As the Invis Rune Shadow Demon, who's holding the Tome of Knowledge in his backpack, starts with Disruption off. And then the jump, Whisper, really nice hit through the backlines, combining with the Impale. No one gets deleted so quickly, and Whisper, under the cover of that Rolling Thunder, just keeps bouncing around, never-ending chain stuns onto Resolution to bring him down too. And Virtus.pro pushing up into the high ground, felt confident enough, they put the Observer Ward down, then they lost their entire team.
Yep.
And the Necro books as well to make sure they don't kill the Nyx.
And you can see why the last pick Pango comes in, right? This is arguably the strongest mid-game team fighter in Dota, and you can see why here. Yeah, sure, you can open up on Stinger. There's 4 VP heroes here, but immediately, Dazzle's dead. That means fight's over, and this Rolling Thunder hits how many times? A TP in from Ektar, and even deep. I mean, I guess this is a 5-on-4, so they lose the Disruptor, sure, but you just can't take that kind of fight if you're VP. You're not strong enough yet. Structures are fine, but the issue is like the Drow is not a real hero yet. He is just farming woods. That's all he can hope to do.
Like, that'd be fun if this was the old Drow and the ulti worked on the Ancients the way it did before, but it's not. You don't really recover as fast.
Yeah, it's why he's not picked anymore, right? It's still here once in a while, but previously you get 6, you go farm this triple camp, you clear everything in 1 minute, no problem. Now you actually have to kill Ancient Creeps the old-fashioned way, and 2,000 HP is rather formidable when you're hitting for 90.
Yeah, especially when you don't even have your treads done just yet. So like it flies on the courier now, 3 Wraith Bands and the power treads. So farming gets a lot more efficient now for the Drow Ranger.
And you're gonna have to be concerned if you're VP right now because yes, sure, you've got you're not behind necessarily, but look how squishy this lineup is.
Yep.
That's
why they're not fighting. Like again, it's this top tier 2 tower push that's coming in. There's no fortification for the dire side, so it will be a tier 2 tower for a tier 1 tower trade-off. Even this mid tower is taking a decent amount of time. Whisper's not helping, he's farming on the side. But they planted down Observer Wards so they see if a fight does come. And it looks like Virtus.pro, they're willing to take it. The Radiant is scanning, they know there's no one sitting in the backline trees. The courier actually gets sniped off.
And Maelstrom finished on Whisper. There's going to be so much damage output coming from him in tandem with this Bloodseeker who's also got a Maelstrom of his own.
Good Gust. Just getting that silence onto the next assassin. Spike Carapace has already been used. He'll get his stun off, but that's all. But already Beast Coast, they've left. They're going to the side lanes. Blink Dagger up.
You can see the circles. No one's effectively saying, look, guys, let's play around these wards in the enemy jungle. And Epikid, he's circling where he wants to be, which is these camps on the left top side of the map. No intention of joining any sort of engagement. He is effectively origami. And Beast Coast, they're turning the faucet on him whenever it's possible.
Did you really just make it like it's just a soggy paper reference? Is that what you were going for?
That's what I was going for.
Hey, I can't get the great folds of a normal origami. It's no longer art.
And if you look at Beast Coast like this, they were to... I mean, it's cool how the same strategy's been refined over effectively the last, 8 years. But, Radiant play enemy jungle, Dire play enemy jungle, ward up around it, set traps, try and do what you can.
High res. Next assassin, right behind him. Needs to start with a stun, but okay, they'll work with Chris Luck and then a quick chain. That's the reveal of the Blink Dagger, but you'll take another kill on Resolution for sure.
And big issue right now, yeah, gold's even, but let's check out the XP graph if we can real fast. You've got 3 heroes almost level 12 on Beast Coast. Rezo is level 8. He's level 8. This is not where you want to be as a core Leshrac. Who has the most HP on this Radiant side? Their tankiest hero is a Dazzle at 1400.
Yeah, definitely not great.
Nice silence.
Yeah, Pango's having a hard time getting out of this one. He really needed to get that roll off, but couldn't do it. Tiny, good avalanche, looking for at least a revenge kill into solo. Toss any kind of tree, and he's looking for it, and he's able to claim it. He claims it after death, however.
That means there's a +2.
That
or
is,
-2, depending on whether you think the glass is half full or empty.
Well, the -2s don't show up on the board, so we'll always look at it as a +2 because it's the only metric we can actually see. Another one of those easy requests we'd love to have. Put it on the spring cleaning list.
But it's November.
Yeah, well, it could still be on the list.
And man, these Beast Coast heroes, it feels like they're one fight away from just taking over this fight. And yeah, now
here we
Hector's
go.
here. Get on out of here.
Hey, Rez! This is going to be your 4th death of the game. Rolling Thunder from Pango, jumping forward, making sure Leshrac doesn't even get the stun, and allows him to move forward, looking for another target, and the Drow Ranger. Again, Silencer comes in with the help of Dazzle. Bloodseeker having a very hard time. The Bloodright will kick in. K1 needs to find this kill so he can stay in the fight, but the Storm, as well as the Wall, no one and Drow Ranger trapped in here, but where's the follow-up damage? Without the Bloodseeker, it's very difficult when the Pango does not hit that swashbuckle, but Chris Luck will try and do the work instead. Maybe if one more attack. Now, there he goes. Epic Kid will finally fall. SD did delay this. He'll end up dying as well. He might bring Stinger down with him with the poison. It does actually connect and save one hit away. Chris Luck will do it. Resolution. It started with his death and it'll end with his kill if he can catch out Chris Luck. But there's no Yule Scepter. There's no control. Chris will just walk it off.
He's level 8, man. You're not making that happen. Then Chris Luck is level 2,000 HP, 22 armor.
So we lost. So everybody got to die apart from Chris.
Correct. And you can see there the issue with this VP lineup. The moment the Fox is in the hen house, there's nothing to do but panic. They had an active shrine. They had more numbers. They even killed the Bloodseeker right off the bat. It does not matter. They are simply too squishy as these backline heroes. The supports, there's nothing they can do. He even missed the swashbuckle, split the uprights. Otherwise, that fight goes a bit better for Beast Coast.
The wall's up, the Observe Ward on the hillside. It saw everything they needed to. And Solo at least gets the curse off. Doesn't commit the Global Silence, however. There's more support arise. Whisper into the Rolling Thunder. Needs this to battle on top of Resolution. Gets the following chain stuns into save. Needs to get down this hill, however. The Bloodright comes in and the swashbuckle away to safety. No one ruptured up. They feel like going in. And Nyx Assassin, throw him in, turn on the spike. Carapace, get any kind of chain stuns you possibly can. But then Epic Kid sits on the high ground, does all the damage he needs to. Stinger, once again, trying to work it with Chris Luck, but they can't get it when defensive disruptions there from safe. Finally, they will do so. No one will fall once more. It's Chris Luck on the wrong side of the tracks. Turns again for the avalanche toss combination. Where is his friend? Whisper comes in, gets the disarm on the Drow Ranger, but now with the swashbuckle, he's gone in a little bit too deep. Tiny will definitely die, but he shield crushes himself down the hill and away to safety. Whisper. And Bloodseeker wasn't even involved. He went back to farming a long time ago. It's like, I don't know what you boys want to do. I'm all for fighting, but maybe not just yet.
Big thing, I believe, there wasn't a blink on Tiny in that engagement, right? He just bought that. I think he was going Echo Saber first and just finished that plus the blink. Perhaps it was on the courier that died. No clue.
No,
but either way.
He had the blink in the previous fight.
Interesting. Why would he toss the Nyx in instead of tossing the Ruptured Dazzle out if that's the case?
Questions.
We'll check that out in the film study later.
He had the blink tag like 5 minutes ago. That's how they got the initial kill on Resolution.
You notice how net worth, it seems no matter how the game starts, somehow Beast Coast's 3 cores rise to the top as their 2 supports fall towards the bottom.
Beast Coast now the masters of souffle.
It's really hard to make a souffle.
I know. That's why you're gonna rise to the top.
Although that was the cream.
This is a nice. Oh, that's the cream of the crop. Drow Ranger with that double damage rune. They did Roshan so quickly, and they give the Aegis to Dazzle. As everyone comes in close, get rid of the Dire Observer Ward.
24-20. It is 18.5 minutes in. We've got 44 kills.
Love it. Love it. Give me more.
This is what I mean. VP, they're just like, we're done with this shit. Beast Coast, they're battlers. We're not having it anymore. You want to come and fight us? We're willing. And I don't necessarily think that that's a poor choice, because so far today they've looked nigh unstoppable. And I love Ector's farming patterns, man. He's just continuously clearing this triple camp, staying near his team. They don't want to fight right now into the Aegis. Plus, Solo's silence is active. That's huge. If you can interrupt this Pangolier ultimate, it buys them the time to perhaps find kills before the Rolling Thunder can come through.
Oh, no one won't get caught inside the wall, sending his Necro units up the hill to see instead. I also love no one scribbles across the map. He basically circled everywhere that wasn't his side of the map. And we need to control everything on the northern side of the river.
They're doing their best. Again, no. This is also, I think, the right build from No One. Like the order, at least. I've seen sometimes people go like Necro 3 on Dazzle, but I really think you just rush that Necro because it's your acceleration item. It's almost better than a Midas. Then you go for all these team fight support items. The Rush Necro 3 just kind of feels off. It's too expensive.
He knows the Sentry Wood is there. They already had that little dabble with Nyx, but the Spike Carapace ends up sending him back. But the Pulse Nova and the Edict damage with Global Silence. Nyx Assassin tries to use the Shrine to stay alive, but it won't happen. But so much damage has been done that now it's K1's turn just to kill everybody. He wants to try and catch up to Epikid. It won't work, however. He'll kill off the 2 supports instead, and then he can move himself over the Dro Ranger while the Storm Dazzle. Is he going to TP out? No, Chris Luck. He gets the Avalanche in time. No One under where the tier 2 tower used to be. Dro Ranger was at least able to get back to safety with no other stuns to be able to just TP home. No One will not be so lucky. They'll break the Aegis of the Immortal. And once again, it feels like a team is very willing to fight into Beast Coast and very willing to die to Beast Coast.
It's this Bloodseeker, man. Stop giving him Bloodseeker. I can see there's some members of North American Dota in our chat right now, and they're all very aware of how this ends because almost anybody that queues on the server knows the pain.
They picked it second phase as well. They actually chose to ban out the Gyro and the Lifestealer instead of the Bloodseeker. This was a willing choice.
I'll take that.
It's just, man, there it is. They've acquired the goal. 3 cores of Beast Coast, top 3 in net worth. Solo soon to fall, and there he goes. Your draft's too squishy. I like the fight. I like the concept that VP was going for. But where's the beef, Toby? Where's the beef that can get in front and actually tank some of this damage and upfront spells from Beast Coast?
Wasn't it Alan that was bringing up that point? You get a Dro Ranger, you need to have a Centaur or something like that in the front lines, but it doesn't work with the way they wanted to lane it. They picked the Dazzle as the last one. They didn't push the Lesh to the off. I mean, they did push the Lesh to the off and didn't put him in the mid. It makes sense, but it really had such a heavy reliance that you can keep going. But they're not out of this fight. They're not out of this game just yet. We're acting like Beast Coast is going to win every single fight in the future. But the execution of VP, if it's good, they'll find Skullfeld over in the tree line. Resolution will claim him. And Resolution's getting tankier. He's moving towards the BKB after having the pipe.
But pipe into BKB?
I know.
Does that ever feel good?
Yeah, probably not. But hey, I'm trying to look on the bright side of life. Remember what the Monty Python boys always say.
That's a good point, good point.
Yeah, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition.
That is true.
A save, trying to come closer. Able to do so. The Glimmer Cape let him close the distance. A quick glimpse away by Stinger. Chris trying to have a little bit more time. The Purge slowing him down. And then with the Storm, they have to run around it. Lashrak, okay, here we go. Bloodseeker, it's time to fight. And Whisper, huge swashbuckle all over him. And Solo, who got ruptured up. And they just shield crash their way in. Pango copping so much damage. They still need to focus Epikid at some point. Now Whisper will finally join in. The BKB Bloodseeker. Does he really want to rejoin this fight? I think it's about that time. No one's low. The tree toss going to be a little bit off target. But without the Pango, it feels like Beast Coast will give a little respect to VP.
Well, credit to VP. They recognize the critical kill here. It's the Pangolier. You'll watch. Really well played by Chris. Like, he had a haste rune this whole time. Waits for the Shutting Out to proc because it's always purging. Boom. He's going to be able to get away. Nice try from Whisper, but that silence was perfect. He uses himself up in the air. Rezo is there to land the stun. They have got to kill the Pango before his ult comes off, or you have no hope whatsoever. They would have been completely cleaned up. Instead, they're forcing Hector back. They win a critical engagement, and Roshan will be spawning within the next 3 to 6 minutes. That's going to be the big engagement you've got to win if you're VP, but you got to be afraid. K1 somehow, he's 4K ahead of the game right now. This man is unstoppable.
Well, it's because he doesn't really die that much either. Like, he's 11-2. Hey, you lose the Pango. But this is what we saw from Beast Coast early today. Supports will die.
Yeah.
K1 does not. And he did back out of that fight. It felt like maybe a little earlier. Maybe he could have got into the back lines and done a little bit more. But if he dies, VP gets so much.
The problem is, the big concern with VP, look at the itemization of the 3 cores, right? You have Pipe BKB on Rezo. There's no damage there. Your Drow has just a Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, but she needs that too.
No, but for what?
She needs a repositioner from the attacks of Beast Coast.
From Ruptures? How do you juke Rupture? How do you juke Glimpse?
I suppose if Tiny also jumps you as well, you're going to get hit by Avalanche.
You don't need a positioning tool. You need the ability to deal damage. Your Dazzle has Greaves and a Necro. This is not a lineup map that can afford to just go pure defensive because there's nothing you can itemize for that will allow you to survive Beast Coast. You need to have so much damage that a one miscue or perhaps advantageous positioning, a nice silence on the high ground, you have to win this fight within the silence, but no one's dealing damage.
Issues galore. 25-minute runes are about to spawn. Scoffeld, Resolution once again. Feels like he's always the starter of this. They triggered the global silence. This is a huge thing for Beast Coast because now Pango can Rolling Thunder if he can join the fight. They're already in the way. Lashrak has to BKB nice and early on, but all these low heroes, but it's K1 who gets focused down by Epi. They do get the fast stuns, but now Whisper rolls through a 3-man disarm into a secondary shield crush. Epi Kid, he's kept alive by the Shallow Grave, but he's brought over towards Stinger, who should be able to finish the job. Actually, he does almost no damage, but yeah, with the help of Whisper, they bring him down. But underneath the shrine, a glimpse, goodbye save. His illusions can remain. Whisper kind of tramped, another jump forward, another Shallow Grave, Solo surviving. Skullfeld, the curse will wear off as he TPs away to safety, and Beast Coast this time around, they bought off more than they can chew.
Sick play there from VP. One, advantageous positioning. They've got vision, they've got high ground edge. Drow's in a great position to just turn around and kill Bloodseeker, who got BKB off, but because of the Shadow Demon Purge, doesn't matter. All of a sudden, there's 3 heroes right-clicking you. You're gonna go down anyway. Really good target selection there. And Whisper, of course, just a bit too late coming into the fight. Beast Coast love these fights where they show you 2 heroes as the other 3 come in and try and pincer. That time just not quite lined up in terms of the timing.
You know, the funny thing is that the money went to save. Like, he got, I think it was about 500 gold for killing off the Bloodseeker. He already had Glimmer Cape. Now he's got Ether Lens and he's going for the Blink Dagger. So we've got some good... it really worked out, but it's a save mechanism available for the Shadow Demon. Trying to battle against the Nyx Assassin, who was on a scouting mission, still walking right underneath the Sentry Ward. 4 staff down and away. Has no Vendetta, has no real way to stop apart from a good impulse on into Resolution. But that's 2 heroes chasing the Nyx into the trees, who's already regenerating and actually gonna walk it off.
And he lives there because the warding from VP, while solid, it doesn't see any enemy heroes. And they've learned their lesson at this point. You don't want to chase supports for too long against this team, because all of a sudden you'll be walking into one of those booby traps and 3 of your heroes died and you've given away an objective and things get scary. Nice sentry ward. Stinger, he should check high ground here. He will do so with the courier. Nice job. He'll grab that ward.
Oh, we added a plus 600 to the cast range now of Bloodseeker for his Rupture. Let's actually update the circle. It feels like that is still not big enough, the circle on the Bloodseeker. All right.
Roshan spawning in 155. That'll be the big fight. And again, Beast Coast, they're down in kills once again. They're down in towers, but they're ahead in gold significantly. And a big part of that is just that they continuously ensure that Hector, he always gets this Maelstrom first item on his Bloodseeker. And we've seen there were 3 or 4 fights. He's just farming. Maybe he'll rejoin if he gets that 700 MS and he's nearby, but otherwise he's going to focus on acceleration. If we once again check out the last hits, it's still 3 cores from Beast Coast in the top. Like, they're just farming more efficiently. That's where they're grabbing this edge. Kills are not nearly as important as creeps nowadays in the new Dota 2.
But still, Beast Coast take both of them. Pressure being applied to bottom. Chris will always be there to mop up. Going in for the full Daedalus Tree Volley. VP, you want to try Roshan? Sure.
Another example of an Ags that just... I love Tree Volley, cool. But why do the trees have to slow, Toby?
Why do they have to take the effect of the Echo Saber?
What? Who thinks these things up? Unbelievable.
Geniuses. Geniuses, I say. Gotta get out of range of that Sentry Ward. Nyx Assassin still doesn't have the invis. Support's coming in from the Tiny. A little too close. There's the volley trying to create some space, hitting into Resolution pretty hard. But not hard enough, but now they smoke up. Virtus Pro. 5 heroes together do it.
Yep, 30
the
seconds on
Bloodseeker
Roche.
was pushing the top lane. But look where Disruptor is. Stinger is looking, waiting, breaks the smoke, puts down defensive wall, and now just continues to run. The Observer Ward did see which way he did run, but he's coming to his own Observer Ward, so he can battle inside of Vision.
Sick. That's so good. And now
Care with
Rupture going
Courier.
off.
Care with Courier as well. That thing just delivered. It's going straight over the top of everyone else. The Rupture is out. Resolution. Good Storm in the back lines. There goes your save. If they can keep the stuns going, Global Silence returns around, and maybe now with a Shallow Grave, save can do some work. Purging over onto K1. They're bouncing around Roshan. Finally, Epikid. He's going to be used up and then brought down on the fall. Chris Luck finding that kill. And Bloodseeker's so lucky. misses uphill from Solo. So K1's able to survive, but the battle continues. Resolution begins his own TP. Glimpse is available at TP. He got to go home for half a second to say goodbye to the family. And now Roshan is opened up for Beast Coast.
That's just really good. Beast Coast recognized, look, we got to kill the Shadow Demon. So they do. He gets the Purge off, but K1, he had preemptively popped BKB, and he has a Linkage. There's no way they can break that, so the Purge doesn't even go off. I liked Rezo's choice to just stand and fight, but his team wasn't close enough. You're not going to win these split engagements as VP. You need that 3 to 4 second window to kill one of these Beast Coast cores. They're just too tanky. Drow still doesn't do anything, Toby.
And she was so isolated from the rest of her team, she could never do anything. Like the fights where Drow Ranger seems to just have this good time is when Beast Coast have fought underneath shrines. It won't be the first time they'll do it this tournament. It definitely won't be the last. But she's able to sit on this high ground and become that big cannon from long range. But Beast Coast have cottoned onto this now. They have so many different ways to close the distance, make sure she can't get her damage out. The Dazzle is having to self-grave. Solo, I think, has actually become one of the big things that have slowed down Beast Coast. I think his global silence timing has been perfect. And it's really caused Beast Coast to be a little bit more cautious about their ability spam. But it's still so hard.
It's the same story in like both series this game, where Beast Coast, they have their one position, the win condition, having a great start, top of the net worth charts, and the enemy one has such a poor start that at some point in the game he's doubled up in net worth and has next to no impact. Like a Drow having to go pike BKB. There's no DPS there, Tobes.
Oh my god, we've got double Agate Interceptors. The second one has now arrived. It's over on Pango. BKB defensive from Resolution. That's his 8-second one to stop the glimpse back. But Whisper's damage has now been massively amplified. Tiny's already got his huge one, thanks to the full Daedalus completed.
Just wait till Whisper starts to make moves. He has that Ags picked up along with the Diffusal and the Maelstrom.
Pull him back up, and this time it's going to be Solo. He'll get the Shallow Grave. I don't know if that's enough to get him back. Someone got a 4-star? Someone got some way to save him?
No. And Whisper also, he has the talent for the 2-second shield crash in Rolling Thunder, too. So if he gets that spell off, you're in so much trouble. Bottom lane, Hector's forcing TPs inside the base.
Yeah, he already got the rush. My God! The volley save had no chance to survive this, and Whisper's just rolling, thundering around, swashbuckling as he goes. And Resolution's run back in. Silenced up, slowed up, and then glimpsed back over. He has no BKB for protection, just the Shallow Grave. But look at Chris playing from the side, exactly where he wants to be with that volley. Resolution has to buy back, so does Solo, to try and repel Beast Coast from the base, but they've got so many buybacks. And the tier 3 tower, but you know this is Beast Coast. They want to keep fighting a little bit more. Solo, the Shallow Graves from no one. He's playing like a support. There's no damage from him. That has to come from Epikid. They get the damage out, but it kills off only the Aegis, the Immortal Bloodseeker. Solo gets swung by Bark, and another glimpse. Resolution, BKB or not, Shallow Grave or not. He is totally dead. And I think with it, the hopes of this game. That's the second time I've seen K1 DX.
It's like not even worth the XD. You get a DX.
It's the other way around. And he's trying to volley in. Chris.
He's trying to kill him in the fountain. Why not?
God. There is such shenanigans. You haven't even taken a second lane of Rax yet, guys. I know you feel confident. And Chris wants to go. His volley just came back off cooldown.
Oh no, he's getting towards the trees.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Turn it around. Whisper needs to land the stun. And now no one. Boom, boom, boom. BKB. He'll move up.
Team?
He's TPing out. What is this? K1's like, am I the only one playing objective-based gaming? In Dota, you have to kill these things called racks, which give you advantages in lanes.
I think they may have been expecting a GG there, but VP, I think this might be their last game of the day. They don't want to end it just yet.
Look at SC go. It's like, I'll TP out. If I get... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, went the other way. He needs to purge, catcher, and buy time for Drow Ranger to catch up. Okay, ain't happening. Okay, we'll get to... We'll just get to watch the feed. I love how we have these 5-second clips that we just jump to. It's just like, well, what exactly is this? Well, this is Beast Coast.
And just solid Dota 2, man. It feels to me like Beast Coast, they're a different squad when they're in their comfort zone. In their drafts yesterday, a bit unconventional, not really you didn't feel the same way. When you see Hector playing these Bloodseekers, these Wraith Kings, when Chris Luck is on his TAs and his Tiny, like, it's just a different squad. And Whisper could quite possibly be, he's definitely the best offlaner in his region, but I think you could make an argument that he's one of the best 5 in the world right now. Definitely going to this upcoming major. But we'll see what happens when the big guns come out of their mini retirement throughout the winter, hibernating till that second major.
That's when we see the real test happen as the team fight's already going to begin. Leshrac up next to the Bounty Runes. That's what they started to fight over. No one. And backlines, Chris trying to get some of this damage out, but he can't do it. He's in the middle of 4-5 heroes from Virtus Pro, dead for 100 seconds. And a jump forward, Leshrac, Spike Carapace stunned up. He couldn't really get himself free of that one. They need to keep him controlled with a shield crush, bouncing through a little bit too deep there for the Pango. And he's actually kind of trapped on the edge of Roshan's cliff. And maybe, Beast Coast, were you too aggressive? This game was not in the bag yet. K1 is going to try and put it there, going after Silencer, but the Shallow Grave will end up protecting him. And Beast Coast will back off. Oh, the jump! If that Shallow Grave ended half of a second earlier, it would have been enough.
Tiny has a basher.
Yes, he does.
Not a BKB, mind you.
No,
Who needs one of those against Silencer Leshrac?
Yeah. It's like, I just need an Abyssal Blade. I need to be in the middle of 5 Virtus Pro heroes. At least I have my trees, but I can't volley because I get silenced. Issues. And now K1. Trouble for him. Already burned the Mana Style. Look, his fear's been broken. BKB TP out. And the damage is put to the test by Virtus Pro. And we found wanting. But their immunities are down. Like, it's 5 seconds on these BKBs. It's one of those few games where you're like, hey, Disruptor, you actually don't need an Aghanim Scepter in this game.
Maybe Beast Coast just felt bad. They're like, look, we have more kills than the enemy. We don't want to win and outscore them. We want to make them feel like they had a fighting shot. However, now it's time to maybe regroup, wait for 5, perhaps finish this AC on the Bloodseeker. He'll be completing that in just a moment. Then look to go take that full 5-on-5 engagement. Hex also about to be completed by no one. That could change things around. As this Drow lineup continues to scale, they're going to do some serious damage. It is 5 ranged heroes. Blink now picked up on Epikid as well. So they got to abuse positioning. You got to fight around this Silencer ultimate. But you do have the damage. You can make something happen here. It's just going to require you outplaying your opponents.
So Assault Kuros up. The Gem of True Sight is going to be very valuable now on Nyx Assassin. No surprises. Whisper's trying to push in through the top lane. Has Tani decided to change his item build at all? No, he has not. There, so we've got 2 bashes. In the tree lines, Drow Ranger. Looking for their own target. Just a couple of illusions of Bloodseeker scouting out the Rupture. Over on Silencer. Man, he takes so much damage getting pushed away by the Rolling Thunder. No, Whisper! Chomp yourself down. Never go full RTZ. The BKB will not protect Dazzle. He has to Shallow Grave himself up. Epikid on the run from K1 before start forward by the Nyx Assassin. Keeps that distance nice and close for K1. 3 heroes down. That's a little bit of composure, and they get the GG call out. Beast Coast will get a 4-0 record for day 2 of ESL 1, repairing their 0-4 of day 1.
I said they needed advantageous positioning, and then all of a sudden Beast Coast pop them in the jungle. They have nowhere to turn, and the moment you get opened on like that, there is nothing you can do but turn tail and run. VP needed some kind of initiation to win that fight. They didn't get it. They didn't even get a silence off. Excellent from Beast Coast. They close it out 40-36. They go 4-0 today from the bottom to what I imagine has got to be the top 2 of the group. Well done.
It's pretty close. They go 4-4. Virtus Pro, I think, will now be 3-5. I think with their results. Hey, we have a panel to break that kind of stuff down. But either way, it's been a terrific run for Beast Coast. It looks like they are in a position to have that chance to get into the playoff, avoid elimination, and that puts a lot of pressure on tomorrow's games as well for this group stage to see who will be eliminated, because there are two teams that go out during the group stage, but this is still Beast Coast. Confidence. They're building up to momentum on day 2. And these underdog teams at LAN events with confidence, they're the most dangerous thing ever.
Indeed they are. Thank you very much, Toby and Kyle, for commentary on the first 2 series of the day. Congratulations to South America's Beast Coast. They are 4-0 for day number 2. Puts them on a 4-4 record, as Toby mentioned in the commentary there. And Virtus Pro struggling just behind them on 3-5 as well. They still have to play Viking GG as well, Beast Coast. So you would imagine that they have the advantage going into that final day of groups tomorrow. Let's break down our second game in the series. We've got Nahaz and Purge alongside. Gents, another really good game, but this one, there was a couple of moments where it looked a bit shaky, but ultimately they were well ahead anyway at that point, so I guess it doesn't matter too much.
Well, we keep going back to this point of Beast Coast is not going to let you take these 5-man death ball engagements. They become one of the better teams in Pro Dota 2 at dealing with the 5-man. And for much of this game, at least to me, the calculus of team fights looked pretty simple. It was if there were 4 other heroes around the Leshrac, VP had a really good chance of winning fights. Otherwise, not so much. And it really hurt them that Resolution was so badly under-leveled early in this game. You're going to see here coming up in the replays an early fight in the Radiant Jungle where Leshrac is level 8 to Tiny's 14. And that's just, there's no deterrent then for Beast Coast just running in.
Yeah, they definitely, we talked about them kind of lacking that frontline hero, and it's just easier to execute those heroes typically. Bloodseeker's a really good example. He's in front. You run at people, you take pressure, and you have BKB. So you have this perfect item that even if they go on you, you can pop BKB and make the fights really difficult. So, like, it was just a lot harder for them, even though Leshrac was doing kind of okay, even though Drow was doing kind of okay, and Dazzle was good too. They needed somebody in the front that could, like, basically force bad engagements, and they didn't have that.
And this is the fight that I'm talking about, where Resolution dies really early on. He's level 8, and he doesn't have that kind of presence. There's no damage to deter Beast Coast from just running right in. Now, they are able to come back and take a couple of fights fighting right. This is the fight here. Resolution had come back into the game and was literally able to just run up the mid steps and key this fight, and they're able to take down Whisper. This is another one. They had tried to gank Resolution up in the Dire Jungle. He BKBs up and is able to fight around his 4 teammates, but those are the bright spots. The rest of the fights, Beast Coast, they just did to VP what they've done to every other team.
And the Bloodseeker, again, very effective.
Yeah,
yes. I mean, I don't know if it's
start thinking about the ban.
Well, that was what I was going to ask you. Our team's now going to be looking at that going, okay, that's actually too good. We want to get rid of that.
Again, I think there is such a thing as the hot hand. I mean, you know, this is where I go away from statistics and talk about the eye test. They're so hot with this hero, I think it becomes like a Wraith King phenomenon where you make him do something else at least for the next couple days.
Right. And it's not just that they're really good at the hero, it's that they understand how to play around it. And like you were saying about, they're good at playing into 5-man lineups. Like I said earlier, the BKB on the Bloodseeker hero, they run him in. If they go on him first, it doesn't matter. He pops BKB and they use Global Silence, and you're kind of like, okay, we'll wait this out, and then we'll take a regular fight and still run you down like we can. So if you take that out of the equation, if it's a slower hero, if it's somebody that can't snowball in these mid-game fights, then all of a sudden they're not able to accelerate as much. They're not able to necessarily be as aggressive in the front line. They might have other limitations. So I think just take it out, deal with it, try to deal with other stuff, put them out of their comfort zone potentially. That could really help in making your fights go a little bit better anyways.
Easy to pick out K1 Hector as a star player as the MVP for this, but was he the MVP, or would you prefer someone like Schofield?
You know what, I'm going to keep it simple in this series. I think Whisper has played magnificently. I fully agree with what Kyle was saying during that broadcast, that you certainly, with the names that are sitting on the sidelines in Dota right now, you would have to, he'd be in the conversation for top 5 offlaners in the game right now. But yeah, Hector is just this force that, as the game goes on, other teams have looked like they've had no answer for. So I think you go with the easy answer here.
The easy answer, okay. We'll go with K1 Hector. In terms of Virtus Pro, Kevin, disappointing, obviously, again, but that was a better performance, wasn't it, game 2?
I think they made their all-range lineup look better than it should have been. I think the Lanian style was a smart idea, but I think it was just smart for Beast Coast to put the Bloodseeker there, because they basically abused 2 orb abilities, the poison, or the cold arrows and the frost arrows and the glaives of wisdom. You can throw them without aggro and creep, so basically you had 2 heroes doing that instead of the typical 1. So you could harass like crazy, but Bloodseeker has high base armor, he's got a stout shield, he was able to sustain that okay. So I think it was like smart lane matchups that made that lane not go as well for VP. And then on the other side, like it was cool what they did. Lots of attack speed from Drow with Dazzle minus armor whenever you cast spells. So all of a sudden everyone's hitting really hard. So they made it work okay considering their lack of frontliner. So it shows gives me confidence in them, even if they lost.
I think
Yeah, go ahead.
For VP, I think you talk about saves so far in this tournament being a bright spot. He actually led all 5 VP heroes in game 1 in total damage on his Lina. Had some really nice plays on his Shadow Demon in this game. Had that triple kill down by the Radiant Shrine where he was able to stay in that fight with pretty good positioning on a very squishy hero. So I like what I've seen so far from him. Epi Kid has been more of a mixed bag so far in this tournament when you compare with what some of the other great young CIS carries have done bursting onto the scene, like a Ramses, of course, years ago, like Crystal Eyes. Yep. We haven't necessarily seen that same kind of early impact from him, but the talent's clearly there.
Okay. The one other question mark, of course, on that team is the resolution move, not just to Virtus Pro, but also to the offlane as well. How's that working out early on?
It seems okay, I guess. It's hard to judge it fairly because they are still a new squad and they aren't quite gelling perfectly. But individual skill-wise, it seems like he's pressing his buttons well. But they're not convincingly winning, so it's easy to look at his peaks in his career, which have been extremely high, and to say that, it looks disappointing. But I don't think it's really necessarily fair to judge that yet. There's a lot of time that we need to watch more.
You're pulling on my heartstrings, Paul, because I love the guy as a player. But I can't get away from this idea that we have not seen him have sustained success on a team when he has not been the farming focus. And that's what's going to be the question going forward.
Okay, we're going to get more from both of our men here on the panel and wrap up what's going on in Group A in just a moment. But first, let's check in with the victors. We've got Whisper the Bolivian, who's with Sir Action Slacks.
Thanks a lot, guys. I am here with Beast Coast and the man himself, Whisper. How you doing, boss?
Estamos acá con el mejor el hombre en sí, Whisper. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Feliz, ¿no? Ganamos todos los juegos.
I feel happier. Come on, we win every game.
Yeah, you guys absolutely destroyed today. Much different than yesterday. What's changed for you?
Los resultados fueron muy distintos de ayer. ¿Cuál es la diferencia de ayer para hoy?
Que esta vez el equipo durmió.
Yeah, this time we slept a lot because yesterday we were really jet lagged.
Well, much different team coming out today. I want to talk a little bit about you. You have a very unique style playing threes on heroes that should not be threes. You should not have an ancient apparition running at you, kicking your ass. Where did you learn how to play like that?
Su estilo de juego es muy distinto, o sea, juega con héroes raros como posición 3. ¿Dónde aprendiste a jugar de esta manera? Sí, te tiras en los héroes y los mata.
No, simplemente el juego es fácil, creo, no sé.
No, it's not much. I mean, the game is just easy, I guess.
Damn. All right. Well, you can play like a madman if your opponents are easy. Thank you very much, sir. It's a pleasure. Give me some skin. Yes. Come on. Every time the power on this lady. Congrats on your 4-0, and back to you guys on the panel.
Well, thank you very much to Whisper and Translator, and of course the Reaction Slacks as well for the interview. We're going to check in with some of the other games that are going on right now over on the B stream and the C stream. If you want to watch them live right now, no spoilers. Okay, good. Now you can go and watch them without any spoilers. These are the current results as they stand right now in the group stages. Group A, Vici currently sitting at top 6-1 right now. Alliance 5-2. Beast Coast now moved up to 4-4 in third with a very real shot of making it through to the next round. And Virtus Pro sitting there precariously on 3-5. Fighting Pandas 2-5. Viking also with 2-5. That's slightly out because Viking are now 2-6, of course, after losing their second game against Beast Coast. So they're in trouble. They've also got to play Beast Coast in the last game, that last series. So that's tough to see how they can get out. It is their first land though, Alan, and they've kind of done okay. They've taken a couple of games off some good teams.
Yeah, absolutely. They've definitely passed the eye test, and being, when we saw them in one of the games at least, they kind of looked like more of a 5-man stack than a team. They've definitely improved as the tournament has gone on. Beast Coast, you kind of wish as Viking that you had played them yesterday, right? Because today it looks like so much of a different order.
Absolutely. They played Alliance and Vici yesterday as well. I can also tell you that Alliance are 1-up right now against the Fighting Pandas. That's in the second game in Group A right now, and Viking are 1 down to Vici Gaming. You'd expect Vici Gaming to convert that and win their next game. They've only dropped 1 game, and that was to Alliance earlier today, which is kind of what we expected, wasn't it? Those two are the standout teams in the group.
Sure, we did. There's not too big a surprises, I guess. I would have probably put me to the homework, and I would have done something similar to that as win-loss. So.
Okay, we haven't had any games yet from Group B, but that's where we're moving, of course, this afternoon and this evening. TNC in fantastic form yesterday with 4-0. But the rest of, pick anyone, right? It's a crucial day for all 5 of the other teams to pick up some points now.
Yeah, it's easy, I think, to count out wind and rain a little bit because people aren't as familiar with their organization or their players, even though they do have some history. And maybe NIP looks a little bit precariously placed right now, but that was just day one results. I think at the end of today, it's going to make a lot more sense. I think TNC is definitely going to stay on top. I definitely expect NIP and Gambit to push up towards there. So basically, the order is pretty much what I expect to see around the end of the day.
Except for Liquid.
I was going to say except for Liquid, which we expect to step up today.
Yeah, I hope so. That's a team that really, they're at a crucial part. I know it's very early in the season, but I still feel like it's crucial for this team's mentality. You know, you got the big sponsor, you have that big brand switch. You performed maybe worse at TI than we all think you should have compared to what you showed. Again, that last pick gyrocopter. But you now have 2 events in a row where you've looked disappointing relative to where we expected this team to not miss a beat after TI. So I look for them to pull what Beast Coast did this morning and to really come back strong in this afternoon's games.
Just a quick update from the Vici Viking game. Viking are up by 7,700 gold right now, some 28 minutes into the game and 21-9 in kills. So there's a little possibility they might be able to squeak a win out of Vici in that particular one. Alliance right now are 20k up now against Fighting Pandas on 28 minutes. That one's pretty much done and dusted as far as Alliance are concerned. They should be able to pick up that second point in that particular game. And then, as I said, with Suffolk, we've got these Group B games, and we start off with TNC versus Gambit. I don't want to preview it too much because it is our first game of the day in the second half of the day, and the first one from Group B. But what a game to start things off.
Oh, yeah.
2 informed teams. They both look very good at times. Gambit looked a little bit flaky in 1 or 2 of their games, but then very good in the other 2 games. So which version turns up?
Well, you just expect that, right? This is 4 new players in FNG, right?
Yep.
Shachla, I guess we've seen before, but yeah, no, he's done this over and over again.
He's done it so many times now. He's like he's the clan rebuilder.
But TNC, you know what? The next time, I'm literally just going to hit myself. The next time TNC comes into a tournament, I'm just going to pick them.
Right.
Just because I'm so tired of being surprised by TNC being good. Like, that's so ridiculous.
Yeah, that's weird for you to say because I feel like they're a team that it should be on everybody's back burner. So like the last 2 years or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I've put them into a pot, which we've then pulled out and gone, guys, dark horses. Yeah. Let's talk TNC. And it seems like we've done that every single event. Liquid are taking on NIP in the first round of games. Something vital for both of them. NIP a little bit wishy-washy yesterday, and obviously Liquid had a terrible day. And Win and Rain take on the Quincy Crew. I don't even know where that could go either way, couldn't it? 2-0 either way.
Yeah, it definitely could. Do we have an update to is Quinn still?
I don't know. We will get an update before we come back in the next segment, that's for sure. And
I can't fully answer the question. I mean, Sumo played great yesterday, so they definitely have potential. They lost a little, but we'll see.
Yeah, and then the final series of the day, Gambit take on Liquid. So Gambit got a big day today. They played TNC first, then they played Liquid. We've got both of them on this stream, by the way. Stick with us here on the main stream. We've got both of those matches coming up this afternoon as well. TNC will play Quincy Crew, and Win and Rain will play NIP for their final game of the day. So I think we're going to get some really big kind of understanding of where the power lay in Group B, which I don't think we really got yesterday other than TNC.
Just because there's better separation of the top teams, I think, because the Vici is so much better. So I think Group B will be really interesting, especially the Liquid games. Those are the one that kept piquing my interest to think, like, are they going to disappoint? Or are they going to finally do how we expect them to? But honestly, even if they underperform in the sense that they're not winning, I still have a lot of faith in them because all of their losses still look respectable in some ways. So I just see it as like a meta difference where they're kind of trying to understand the game the way that they do. And even if they don't succeed, I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back and adjust later if they finally... It's like you can't like do a strat one time, it fails, and be like, well...
Never doing that again.
Start from scratch, you know? Like
wipe it all away.
Try it 3 tournaments, fail 3 turns, and then be like, okay, guys, it's time to really shift.
The one thing I'll say real quick is that the counterpoint to that, and the thing that concerns me about Liquid, is that I've seen a couple of games in this tournament already where they've struggled with something that was a bit of a bugaboo for them in the middle of last season.
I don't know what that word means.
Boxy is an amazing player. He's one of the more talented young offlaners that I've seen in a long time. Problem is he needs quite a bit of enabling in the early game. They do need to play around him in that laning phase. And there are games where he hits the mid game, he's doing his thing, but then you need to transition into him creating space and the other 2 cores starting to farm up. And they mishandled that transition. That was something that they admitted was a problem for them in some of their games last year, and it looked like it might have cropped up again yesterday. Look for that mid-game strategy for them in this afternoon's games.
Yep, we'll pay attention to the 20-minute marks, I'm sure. Thank you very much, gents. We're going to head to a break right now. It's going to be an extended break. Of course, we're waiting for the other 2 matches to finish off. If you're waiting in the break feel free to put us on in the background and tune in to streams B and C and watch the final moments of those two games. Once that's done, of course, we'll then have a quick break for the players, and we'll be back then with Group B as we kick off this afternoon with TNC in fine form. We'll see if that continues very soon.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
in a can. Aw, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. on my own. When you spill that ramen coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. Next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. You give me that high pitch feel, baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette, that is first sight. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. You give me that high pitch feel, baby. I just wanna feel in the starlight, I see in your eyes. I just wanna feel in the starlight, I see in your eyes.
If we could, would we win next TI, but then afterwards we would be 1K MMR for the rest of our lives?
Yeah.
No.
No, of course. If there's an option to like become a TI champion and after that become garbage, straight up garbage.
Oh, you get super bad. Holy crap.
How did that happen?
Nah,
so pretty much you just can't play Dota, right?
I don't think I do that.
Sure, that's fair enough.
But imagine being worse.
I want to be 1K for the rest of my life.
Imagine playing with your friends, like in real life friends, and you're worse than them.
Yeah, I can't tell that. Can't tell that.
I think it just depends on what your goals are.
You're gonna win $30 million. Who cares? Never play again Dota after.
Of course, dude.
That's basically me right now. Yeah.
Of course, I'll take it any day.
Sure.
Take the money and you play CS.
You would do it? I think so. You would just take the plunge? I mean, I would do it. I think I would do it because, like, at that point, you can be a talent, you know? Attend all the events, see your friends. I mean, yeah, sure, I guess if you want to, you know? I don't know. I mean, you got 2 TI wins at that point, you know? At that point, yeah. You can play casually at 1K, you can play casually, you know? You don't have to think about stuff. You just click buttons. Or you just never play Dota again, just like, you know, you just win the TI and just peace. Just get out? Yeah.
No, because if I'm not playing Dota, like, what am I doing with my life? Like, I have no other skills. Tennis. I'm a university dropout. Like, there's nothing else for me in life. So I need to be able to play a game.
There's always alternatives.
There's nothing.
It's too good.
No idea.
Flash wants it. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm taking it. I'm not taking it. No, I am not taking it. No.
Yeah, I'll do it. Because after I win TI, I'm gonna go back to school maybe.
I wouldn't do it. I would rather be good at Dota. I like playing and competing. It's more important to me than winning one tournament.
You still play after, but you're 1K MMR, right?
Yeah, but what's the fun in that being so crap?
No, the people at 1K MMR have the most fun in Dota. Like when the game gets hard, like it's not fun. Like if you ask me to solo queue, I'm not having fun in that game.
Dude, I'm not having fun either, but
like I watch my friends, they have no idea what's happening. They're all so bad at Dota. They're having so much fun. They're having so much fun, man. It's like back in Dota 1 days. That sounds good. Actually, I'm down.
So you're like a millionaire and you're having the time of your life.
Yeah, that's good.
I think I would. I mean, I love competing, but I guess I can switch game after.
I think the problem though is like, you'll become a god, right? And then you'll just become shit, and everyone will just remember that. And then like, you'll probably get like shat on. Because you're like, what happened to this guy? This guy's washed
literally
up.
1,000 MR.
Yeah, this guy's washed up, you know?
He's blaming his teammates.
You don't want your legacy to be like that, you know?
nothing above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of phases, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes,
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Welcome back to Hamburg, everyone, for live coverage of ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. Second half of the day as we move into series number 3. We're going to turn our attention to Group B, which also means we've made some substitutions on our panel as we welcome back BSJ and Kyle for TNC versus Gambit. Two fantastic teams in Group B. I'm sure you'll agree, gents. They, I guess TNC had a great day yesterday, Brian, but Gambit kind of, it's weird because I feel like when we looked at the two games they played one game really well. It looked up, oh, that's exactly what, and then the second game was like, whoa, what's that? It's kind of, both versions of Gambit in the same day.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. That was like my first impression I was going to give no matter what you said. I was just going to say, yeah, the variance in what we get from Gambit is incredibly high. So TNC with consistent performances, varying drafts, showing that they can play all types of strategies, and Gambit, but that's kind of the exciting part of this series. You know, what are we going to get?
What are we going to get? And also from TNC, this is a kind of a 3-2 split in this team, where we've got 3 kind of guys that have been there before, they know each other well, they've played together, and then 2 other guys who've also played together a long time ago, but they know each other well, they've come back together, and they formed this team, and it seems to have gelled very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said for the changes they made. I think that KP over Cuckoo is definitely an improvement. March, I just love him. He is like your perfect teammate. Whatever his flaws are as a player or captain, like he's constantly trying to improve. And I think he brings like the right kind of energy to a team like that. And it's also why TNC, who used to be one of those squads that is a little less, they were the prototypical, God, this team's so good, but why can't they be consistent? All of a sudden now, they look like, honestly, the favorites to win this tournament, at least after one day.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's hard to establish how good they are after one day, but we'll get a better idea today. Just a quick update for you at home if you've been following all the groups, as I know you have been. Unfortunately, Viking GG, who had a 10k gold lead in their match, have finally fallen in that in a 48 minutes game to Vici game. And it's a shame for them because it really does put them on the back foot in Group A. It leaves them at 2-6. Now, Vici, of course, go to 7-1. I guess kind of predictable that it would end that way, but having been so close to winning a game and taking it off Vici, that could have put them in with a real shout of getting through.
I think it was you a long time ago, maybe last year, that said that these good teams don't like give games away. You kind of have to continue winning the game.
You got to beat them.
Yeah, you got to beat them. And I watched the end of that game, and they took 2 lanes of racks, and they were up 10,000, but they were against a superior late game lineup. They made 1 or 2 big mistakes, and once you see that against a superior team, you kind of just see the momentum slowly shift over the course of 15 minutes. Then you're just like, oh, they lost, and it just it happens a lot, and it's crazy how hard it is to beat like tier 1, tier 2 teams that are the best in the world. Just because,
and if
at any point you mess up,
Brian does.
Trust me.
How many times did you lose to EG in qualifiers?
I beat them once as well.
See, he's only saying this. Brian, he's only saying this because in qualifiers, his boys used to beat EG quite a lot.
Yes.
Hey, just saying, last time
Not gonna touch that one.
Last time we played, we went to the major, they didn't.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to keep me on the roster.
No. it would always be better as well if you actually followed it up with qualification to TI, which often didn't work out well.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I don't want to bring up bad memories anyway.
That's cool. I had a 50% ratio. Does wildcard count?
50-50. Wildcard.
You don't get paid.
I don't know. I've always had this argument with Knoxville. It pays on. I'm not entirely sure it does count, but we'll continue that argument in just a moment. Time to check in with our 2 teams. And first of all, let's introduce you to TNC via Siraction Slacks with Gabby.
Hey guys, we're about to jump into TNC versus Gambit, and I have got the man himself, Gabby. How you doing, Gabby? I don't get to talk to you often.
I'm doing good.
Good to hear. Are you well rested now? You got some time?
Feel so confident right now.
Okay, great. I want to ask you about what you thought about Gambit. We haven't seen this new squad in action too much lately, and I want to know what you think about them.
We think they are really good teams. Maybe they are top four teams here in this tournament. But we're really prepared for them.
Good to hear. What kind of preparation? Just like looking at their drafts and stuff?
March prepared for us.
March is over there just laughing and running away, so that's pretty concerning stuff. Also, the rest of Gambit is watching, so now I know why you have such high praise. So, all right, man. Well, best of luck in your match. Thank you so much for taking some time. We'll see you soon. Now get out there and kick some ass. All right, back to you guys. Go, run!
Getting his marching orders there from Siraction Slacks. Of course, March in the background, having put together all the drafts. We'll figure out what he's going to do for these boys. Gabby, though, on the other hand, the four games he's played, what have you made of him?
I don't think I've seen this team play yet. I've just heard tale of their prowess. I've watched him play throughout the years.
So he played a Lesh, which he played really well yesterday. He played on the Morphling, which he looked devastating on, but that was partly because of what KP did in the game. I think he played the offlane Venno, kind of enabled his 2 cores to go crazy. I'm trying to think of it. What did he play? Night Stalker was the other game, wasn't it? Yeah. Void.
Yeah, Void.
He's had a Void game as well. But he's looked pretty good on a decent range. I mean, small sample, but decent range.
I think the major thing for me is he kind of plays different types of carries.
Yep.
You know, Leshrac and Nightstalker are quite different than Morphling and Void.
A big part of that's because Armel is capable of playing either the win. He can play your 1 or your 2. And that's what makes this team so formidable right now. You've got 2 players that are at the top echelon of this game, and they're both capable of winning games. I think that's really important, especially when you look at the field here. Pretty much every squad has question marks. So far, we haven't had any questions about TNC. They've looked flawless.
Definitely there's some questions going to be posed by their opponents, you would hope anyway. As Brian and I have already said, that they've had a bit of inconsistency, it has to be said. As far as the team is concerned, blowing hot and cold, which is kind of how their captain has played over the last few years, it has to be said. As much as I love FNG, he is one of those kind of captains, isn't he? He's put together another squad. Can Gambit become great again? We're going to find out as we head into this series. But first, let's catch up with the man himself, who's with Sir Action Slacks.
Hey, thanks, guys. Before your match, I'm here with FNG. Gambit, you're about to go up against TNC. What do you feel about this one?
It's going to be fun games, I'm sure.
I'm sure, too. I mean, you guys have a very aggressive playstyle, both of your teams, so no?
No.
Well,
Who told you that?
I mean, that's what I think. How do you describe your playstyle?
That's about your opinion.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, how about your opinion? I want to know what you think is the best hero in the meta right now.
Takis.
Come on. Give me
Okay, Slacks Takis.
Okay.
At my dismount.
It looks like this man is not going to give us any answers, so I'll let you be free. Get the hell out of here. We'll send it back to you. Thank you very much. FNG, every time.
Yeah, I don't know what we learned from that interview, but thanks anyway, Sir Action Slacks. FNG, he's I've always liked him, but he was much quieter back in the day, and he seems to have come out and he's shell a little bit more, bit personality, bit more fun.
He's always been that way. I think he just wasn't as willing to show it to the cameras. Takes some time to get comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, community can be a bit harsh. I tend to think that our guys on Reddit and Twitch are some of the nicest people in the world, possibly. They only have nice things to say about me, at least. But other players, they have a tough time facing the criticism. You know what I mean, Brian?
Yeah. I've had my fair share of criticism from Reddit, but at the end of the day, that's just a small minority, and they're the vocal minority.
I feel like both of you have gone through what FNG's gone through, which is the roller coaster.
Yeah.
You know, where, sometimes you get beaten up and then you're like, well, that's weird. I haven't done anything to I don't know exactly who I was last week, but I'm getting beaten. And then the following week, you're like, I love Kyle. Kyle's the greatest analyst ever. He's amazing.
Yeah.
And you haven't done anything different to the week before when everyone hated you. It's weird, isn't it?
You just want to keep things interesting, right?
Yeah.
It's the subtle nuances.
Okay.
It depends on the colors you're wearing, actually. You start wearing red, Twitch gets really angry.
Oh, it's like the bull.
Wow.
Bull
Okay.
horns.
This is some sort of group psychological interpretation.
It's just another
thing?
version of Kyle trying to act like he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he'll get flamed for that. Be careful. There'll be a thread now.
Don't
on Reddit.
bully me, BSJ.
Yeah. You
what's
definitely
crazy?
never bullied me.
You know what's funny is that, so in high school, I definitely was like the bull, bully doesn't work. I was the one being bullied, yeah. But Brian has told me that he actually was the jerk.
Was he?
He was.
Okay.
He was the...
Not at the same school,
He was
obviously,
the
at the same
star
time.
football player.
Okay.
He hung out with the hottest dudes. He ate at the chillest restaurants.
Freshest clothes.
Look at this. He's even got... I told him to take one more button down, but he wasn't willing.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
I wanted people to be able to focus on the Dota at hand,
Once we get to it. What do you think of the uniform styles here? Because there's been a lot of different...
Did you see the baseball stuff earlier?
We got baseball. Here we got polos.
I wasn't sure whether I was walking into a dentistry or whether I was actually going to a baseball game. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure. I'm not a fan. It's like Alan pointed out, right? I don't normally copy Alan when he says stuff because, he's Alan.
Decision.
But he did say earlier on, the MLB are wondering why they're not selling any shirts anymore, and it's because nobody likes their designs.
It's true.
Who thought it would be a good idea in esports?
Well, Beast Coast, let's cut them some slack, all right? This team is a hell of a lot better than the last one they signed, not to name names. So they're definitely improving their place in the scene, especially based on the way they were playing today, a 4-0 showing. Paul... I swear, he makes it. It's like your first time at an ESL event. He's just trying to make it hard for us.
Yeah, he is.
I'm loving having pride. No, I'm having fun. I'm getting flashbacks to qualifiers because I've watched a lot of the qualifiers, and you two are my favourite pairing. Whenever you two were put together, I was just like, this is awesome. Story time with Kyle and Brian. Let's go.
There's a lot of stories, man. We could talk about the time Well, let's not go into it. Let's just
I was like, I think I know exactly what he's going to talk about. And I'm like, is he really going to do it?
Let's just say that, every child dreams of going to prom and having a magical time, and neither one of us
really ever had that.
No.
But I already got trolled for that at TIA, man.
Which was glorious. I really wish that had been brought up, but we don't need to go back that far.
We don't need to go that far. TNC Gambit obviously working towards the draft. It's about to begin now. That saves our blushes.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, we needed something.
Yeah.
Something to pull us out of this hole that we've been digging for the last 5 minutes.
Because if we carried on there, see, Brian, what would naturally have happened, because I know you haven't done many ESLs ones, we haven't worked together that many times, what would naturally have happened there is that Kyle would have pulled in something about my age, and the fact that I was so old that I wouldn't know what prom nights were.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where it naturally spirals to at some point. That's his go-to once he's ran out of stuff to BS about.
Yeah, and then I give him shit about the fact that he used to be a core player that slipped down the order, and he slipped so far down he ended up on a panel.
He went from 2 all the way to 5 and then like 8.
And then analyzed.
Yeah.
I would never have done that to you, Paul. Didn't you take a kid to prom at some point? Yeah.
Oh my God, they banned techies.
Wait, really?
Wow.
Yeah, they banned techies on the side of TNC.
They did.
That's proving that they're scouting out the interview.
That's true.
So F&G was right to not necessarily
they've banned the slacks techies.
Yeah. Yes.
I really like these bans though from Gambit. These are all super high impact heroes. They're giving away the Shaker, which means Morphling you've got to consider picking right now, or TNC might just grab it immediately. The Marana Void, common opener,
Morph Shake.
Yeah.
I was almost surprised they didn't go for like AA Void or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. I really would have approved of that as well.
Because then it stops the Morphling, or at least it counters.
It's like a term from card games is like the top of the stack, right? Like the effect that has no counter. There's nothing to play on top of it. And when I have an AA and you have a Morphling, there's no possible way for Morph to play the way he wants to.
We saw that game out. Did you manage to see the Envy game? Yeah. Where he played Morph and he was against the AA?
It
was
impossible.
ruined. I mean, it was partly the TA as well, but it was a rough Morphling game. Probably the roughest we've seen.
Look at what they ban out, right? It would be one thing, because I understand the value of the Marana. This hero provides a ton of utility, super high win rate. Gambit's very confident with it, and it's multi-role.
It's just a good hero, too.
Technically, AA is too, and it gives you like the hard counter. Like, you cannot pick this now, and if you want to, it is answered. That's the kind of drafting that I feel is just where we're headed towards as a scene. If you think about all these like I win heroes that are almost always going to be picked up in the first 2 or dead last.
And now you're kind of playing catch up, right, in the draft. Like your next pick or 2 has to address the Morphling that you knew was coming, and then at that point they're already addressing your new heroes. It just puts you on the back foot. And sometimes against like really good drafters, you can't really come back from that.
That's a really good point. Like when you're behind after the opener, you need to address the past, whereas the enemy side now, you're banning out AAOD. They go for the Jakiro. It's nice, but it's still not really going to deal with the Morph. And they're ready. Like TNC, this is their bread and butter. They've already played Ogre twice in this tournament, won both games. And like, it's Morph Shaker, man.
Immediate axe.
Okay,
so Gambit know what TNC are going to pick too. This is good.
I feel like Gambit's just picking what they want, not what's good against. Yeah, this is completely nothing to do with TNC's lineup. The Axe isn't particularly good against any of these heroes. It just goes well. Axe Marana is a strong lane. It gives them the initiator they need. Void doesn't really ever want to be the hero that goes first. It's kind of awkward to just chrono somebody. But like Jakiro gives them some push. It goes well with the Void, but it's not good against Morph. You know.
None of these heroes are really good against Morph, to be honest. And the issue is that you're playing against like the broken Morph. And this is a team as well.
Shaker Morph.
Yeah, they're going to be playing this the way I think it needs to be done in comparison to how we saw it executed in the previous day, where Tim's was going to get the blink, and then he's going to get an Ags, and then all of a sudden it's double trouble.
Yeah, and also SCA I think is by far the best region for Morph. I think 2 or 3 of the best Morphling players in the world are all from SCA. They are all, I mentioned it, platinum level Dota Plus. Like they've played it so many times.
It's the, I always hated using this term mechanical skill, but you can there's a couple of heroes where you really see where players have an edge over their competition. PL, how fast can you doppel delta split? Morphling, how well do you switch back and forth? There's almost no delay. It's as if you're playing 2 heroes.
It really is,
when it's done properly. And it's incredibly difficult to do, as most people that have tried it. It's why in pubs, Morph Morpheus is like under 50% win rate.
Yeah, for sure.
I think, in fact, Morphling is under 50% in pro game, but with the Shaker, when the right teams are playing it, you can see why it's broken.
It looks terrifying.
I was going to say it's partly why it's been nerfed.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. They're balancing it around these players that if you don't, it's kind of like Earthspear, right?
Yeah.
Like Earthspear's just in the ground now because there are so many amazing Earthspear players.
Right.
And if you're just a casual player, say like a 4K player, and you're just trying to learn Earthspear, like good luck, right? You're trying to play a hero that's balanced around crit. So I don't know. I love to watch good Morphlings, but at the same time, we talked about it earlier. I'm kind of fed up with how Morphling's been balanced recently. Like I want this whole Morphling Shaker thing to be done because I like Morphling as a hero. I think he's really cool, but now he's kind of just one-dimensional. His like landing stage was nerfed a lot. That's kind of what they did. They nerfed like his attributes shifted level 1, and I believe his waveform cooldown. Like they did like a ton of things. Mana, everything on his abilities early.
It just doesn't address. It's similar to me if you remember back when Terrorblade kept getting little tweaks, but still stayed meta. Still was picked first 2. Still carried games. And it was like, all right, for the love of God, can we just make it so you can't stun or BKB targets?
Yeah.
Like that was
Reflections
the issue.
removable now.
You had this mechanic that was just busted. It doesn't matter how much you nerf the early game. At a point, you're just gonna hit a Sunder on a hero, and you go from 2% to 100%, and it's like, oh hey.
It's like if they remove this broken mechanic on Morphling, suddenly they can like rebalance the hero around the early game, making him not so weak anymore or whatever. And I just like how TNC, the difference between what we saw earlier with the Morphling, I think, is that the whole team as well as the player knows exactly what they need to enable it. They haven't seen the offlaner yet, so they just picked this generic Ogre hero to support it, and they know they'll be able to rotate either Tiny or Earthshaker like 5 to 6 minutes into the game to free up the Morphling's lane. That's exactly what they did, because the Morphling was getting slaughtered. And then you just killed the offlaner once or twice, and then suddenly the Morphling, you say, okay, you're survivable now. Like, we're going to take over the game on the rest of the map. You do your own thing. You get an Ags.
They're big bodies, too. You want heroes, especially against Void Axe. You don't want to be in a scenario where the Morph is hitting the tower and everybody else is kind of waiting in the wings. You need somebody to go find these initiators, accept damage, and even death, so that your Morph now has the freedom to play the fight properly.
That's a March specialty, by the way. Walking into the opponent's smoke ganks and dying. That's why he usually plays the Undying.
I was going to say, let's run in and press a button.
Yeah, he's probably a 5 Abaddon player, too, when it was popular, because that's like the perfect support to just walk into them.
I have to tell you, there's been quite a delay. We've been talking, obviously, because there was a lot of indecision on Gambit's side. They had the coach out. The book came out as well. They had a look through some of the drafts. I would imagine probably TNC's draft, and we're trying to figure out which way they were going. They've ended up banning the Beastmaster.
I don't mind that.
After
they don't
like
have
2
push.
minutes of discussion.
They don't have this like early tower pressure hero.
I don't think that was going to be the pick from TNC.
No, I'm just saying,
though.
I don't mind the ban because it fits that description.
I definitely do. I think that if you look at Beastmaster,
But it means they lost.
It's the same hero.
It means they lost. They have no idea what TNC are going to run now.
I feel like they're going to go for your typical spell casting mid.
You're going to go like a Leshrac or what?
Something
I think they
similar,
need that, right?
Maybe a Lina, a Lesh.
Do TNC ban the TA here?
You could, but
would it be a nice fit for Gambit?
They banned Lina, so I think Leshrac's their pick.
You got options.
My God, yeah.
I think
Christ,
TA.
Where's the? How did we not pick up on the fact that the Lesh has managed to get through all of the bans?
Maybe that's too much magic damage. Maybe they'll do something like DK as like a frontliner. DK
I like that.
Oh, this hero again.
The offlane Veno.
Yeah, in a mid-tiny.
Okay, they have
That's
two melee
cool.
side laners. Two melee side laners. Venos.
The key is that it is utility. It's magic damage. It does what they need to do. It's super high damage. This means now your Tiny can make plays in the mid lane. Yeah, sure, Gambit, you've got last pick mid, but who cares? It's a Tiny. He's not going to lose a matchup. And you've guaranteed got damage. Plus, more importantly, this tool of acquiring vision. If you look at TNC's lineups, every single game they've got some method of acquiring it. They had a Slark Chen creeps in one game. Night Stalker. They love these heroes. High ground tombstones we talked about with the March Undying. Now you can place wards. If it hits Axe, all of a sudden you know where he is. He can't blink in. The only initiation left for Gambit is the Void. And if they don't have a proper taunt to start off, they're going to be in trouble.
Let's learn from previous mistakes of other teams and not give this Veno a solo lane. I've said that the reason this hero's not meta is his 1 through 3 levels is like crap.
He's like
once he gets
41
past
base
that,
damage.
once you get past that, this hero's actually really good.
Yeah, Poison Sting is an insane mechanic.
Yeah,
if you get 4 points in it, you're level 7. One auto attack is like 300-400 damage.
I think it's 450. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So I think I want to see them try laying the shit out of this Veno. Like I don't even care if you sacrifice your axe a little bit. Like he'd let him cut. He'll come back. I think you're going to be able to have this window where you can punish the Morph, even if he gets off to a decent start, as long as you shut down the Venom, because I don't think they can deal with this Venom.
My problem is that it's just which lineup's easier to execute.
Yeah.
I see Gambit needing to have these crazy team fights with great initiation, a good chrono. Invoker needs to have a good laning phase. All TNC has to do is get a Morphling Ags, and they're going to run at the enemy with all their stuns, disables, and one fight, and they're going to win the game. You're not going to be able to outscale Morph here, and I think they've got like an 80-20 edge, plus they're playing better. To me, this is their sweet spot, and I love them for this game.
Yep, looks very good as far as the draft is concerned, Brian. In terms of TNC, Gambit harder to execute, but is it possible?
I'm a little bit more. I have a little bit more faith in Gambit than Kyle does, but at the same time, I'm yet to. I think TNC is just ownage at this type of strategy.
They are.
So,
all right, good stuff. Thank you very much. Let's head to our commentary team for this one. Cap and Blitz are ready to bring you our third series of the day.
Well, we've heard the panel's thoughts on the odds of this game. 80-20, that is very strong odds
is that what
to
Kyle
ever
said?
lay down. Yes, 80-20 to the favor of TNC. BSJ was a little bit more hesitant. He had a little bit more faith in Gambit here. And I do have to agree. I do like TNC's lineup. From what we saw from them yesterday, they make this kind of stuff look really good. But do you agree with Kyle? 80-20? Is it really that big of an outdraft?
No. I think Gambit's going to win.
Oh. Are you saying that just so you can be on the opposite side of Kyle?
No, I think like there's two ways to deal with Faceless Void. Either you outpace him, or where like it comes to the fact where if he pops a chrono, he doesn't do enough damage, and then he's a useless hero, right?
Yeah.
Because Void is his chrono. So that usually means like you need a few conditions. Like if you pick Void, for one, you really need damage. Like you need an outside source of damage for his mid game, because you need some other hero to carry you through the mid game, and I think they have that with Invoker, with the Mirana, with especially the Jakiro. Like I think all these heroes are very good at supporting Void's DPS problems early on. Plus, they don't really have a save for the Chronosphere.
Well, we heard Blitz. He says it's a much more even game, and apparently so does the audience, the GG bet odds being a lot more even.
Yeah, I'd say it's like 60-40 maybe, but like 80-20 implies that there's very little...
Somebody got hard outdrafted.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
There's certainly going to be the advantage of Gambit having this good team fight combo in that they have the Chronosphere, Invoker, Jakiro, Mirana. You have a lot to lay into that Chronosphere. Same goes for a good Axe Call. So they've got really good elements to make up a good team fight around a Chronosphere or a successful call.
You know
and
what that
they do
means?
have some scary late game as well.
It means that you have to, like, if you're TNC, I feel like you have to do really well in the lanes, and you need to always get the jump first.
Well, that is something that's always going to be true for off-lane Venomancer, right? Is that you really do need to have a good laning phase. They talked about it on the panel. They said, do not give this Venomancer a 1v1. Like the last time it was matched in TNC, KP was able to have a strong 1v1 and just dominated the first 25 minutes of the game with his Boots of Travel build. We'll see if he's able to do the same here against a Void plus Jakiro. Jakiro probably being one of the most adept supports at challenging a Venomancer, I guess. I mean, he's ranged and he's tanky.
He's the ranged ogre.
Yeah.
You know, they're just both fat. They have tons of HP to start. Jakiro's got 740. Ogre, in fact, only has 700, but it's Ogre's 8, like the preposterous 8 armor.
Yeah.
That really makes him such a good safe lane support.
You could see that poor Mirana, who has long had a little bit of damage issues. As you can see, starting out at 47.
Dude,
Against
KP's
8
having a free
armor,
game.
he's like tickling March.
Yeah, KP's having a free game right now too, by the way. Like he's already level 2. Mid GPK. Oh, this feels really bad.
Yeah.
Having to waste half your mana already on Ghostwalk. Like level 1 Ghostwalk, if you hover over it, it's 200 mana. That's actually so brutal towards mid lane.
So that Jakiro's just not able to stop the Venomancer, huh? I mean, he got the first 2 waves to be able to push in. Got the levels. They're going to come back with a Fisher. They know Ghostwalk is on cooldown. It's a lengthy one. Armel will be able to get the toss up in the air to finish off the Invoker for first blood.
This is a very nice rotation by Tims, recognizing there's no Ghostwalk. This is a free kill.
And at the start of the laning phase, you know, if you just have to trade off regen in order to get solo experience, that's probably fine for a Venomancer. Now he's level 3, so he's getting into that very dangerous territory with the high levels of Poison Sting.
I think they sort of mess up in this bottom lane. Like, I think the way that you win this lane is, unfortunately, Void probably has to sacrifice a little bit of his CS.
Yeah.
But my favorite thing is, like, when I'm a support, when my carry just runs at the enemy offlaner to begin.
Yes.
And you set the tempo of the lane, you burn off a lot of his regen, and you make it so that he can't approach a creep wave.
Yeah.
But Dream and FNG, it felt like they're way too comfortable in this lane. Just like, let's trade out farm.
Yeah. And that specifically could be a bit more on Dream. FNG's kind of done everything he can to try and challenge KP, but Dream.
The problem with this hero is, like, once you get levels and you don't immediately burst him, he just slows you, and it's really hard to kill him at that point.
Yeah.
Because it's just annoying to go for him. Like, right now, this is what I'd like to have seen in the beginning, where they're just getting aggressive on him. They might still kill him if... I think he's got a bash charged up.
Oh, he's got a bash.
He's got another one.
A little bit of body blocked, and with the slowdown, KP's definitely dead. They don't even need a second bash out from Dream. So, evening up the score now, 1-1. See a top lane Shotchula doing his creep pulling shenanigans.
Yeah, this is what I'd really like to see in this bottom lane. Just, if you're a support, you're not really sure, or if you're a carry, I should say, try to help your support establish lane control.
Mm-hmm.
This is very easily doable, especially when it's a 2-on-1 situation. When it's a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2, it's a little bit different. Like, the dynamics of it change a little bit. Most of the time, like, carries can't really contest nowadays. But if you're support, make life easy for everybody involved.
Armel dropping very low from a gang coming in from Vampire and GBK. But saved by Tims. Tims, who did say that he would take the 30 million or whatever from a TI win.
What was it like?
You never play Dota again.
You quit Dota?
I think you can only play Dota at like the 1K MMR level.
I see. Would you take that?
Dog, I'm a commentator. I'm not a Dota 2 player. I don't have a retirement fund like those guys do. I would instantly take that. Financial security? I'll become a League of Legends player. I'll say it for 30 million.
I'm sure
chat.
there's some guy in chat that's like worth that much money. Chat is honestly all full of like huge chads that have tons of cash. They'd be willing to sponsor that. If you guys hate Cap as a caster, this is how you get him out.
Yeah, pay me.
Me?
I've been going for that deal ever since I joined Dota at the start.
Just become...
They're like, who's this guy? He's not Toby. Pay me to leave then.
Yeah, that's why I'm quitting casting, dude. Some dude gave me like $45 in a coupon to like Target. I'm out.
Was it even Target? It was Kmart, be honest.
Oh boy.
Shotchula is, I mean, you're talking about like getting free farm and doing well for yourself in the lane. Venomancer is still being contested. Shotchula has the total free farm. March left that lane pretty quickly. And as most supports kind of have to do, like once the Axe gets level 2, maybe if you're a strong support, level 3 is when you finally have to leave the lane, but you can't contest the Axe. Oh, they do manage to stop his TP away. Not that they can actually kill him, of course, but...
Yes, but it's mildly annoying.
He has been inconvenienced. His farm is slowed down. He's going to have to walk over to the shrine. He's got 2,000 gold in the bank. Who the hell is using the courier this much? Somebody let Shotchula buy some items, man.
Let me just say, as an... Oh, nice kill.
Pick off on the support while trying to secure the runes, which was top instead. Oh. Axe, he can cut creep waves as much as he wants, but he cannot stop the Morphling from being able to farm. This Venomancer, though, putting pressure on that bottom lane tower. He's going to take it super early, it looks like. Tried to protect the Siege Wagon as long as he could, but over the top lane. Gabby. Morphling's a pretty good hero to deal with Axe, I feel.
Especially with the Morbid Mask. The problem with when you play Axe in this kind of situation is like you're getting a lot, but you're essentially giving this guy absolute free farm and like a dead lane. Like, he doesn't need any supports. He can farm under his tower, no problem. There are a few carries that don't like this, but like Morph, you know, he doesn't hate it. It doesn't bother him in the least. You never have kill potential on him, and you just give him free XP up here. So
you can't
essentially,
battle hunger harass him either. It's like...
Yeah, you're just trading farm right now.
That's why Shachalo is trying to pull to neutrals when he can. This bottom lane, they weren't able to do it with the first Siege Wagon. And I feel like that's an important marker because it is difficult, I think, to finish off the tower without the Siege Wagon. Just because you're like very likely to either get the tower denied, you like want another core to rotate in to make sure this bounty does go in your favor, and that's where Armel's gonna come in. He's gonna sneak by the tower, pick up FNG, try and finish him off, but the Chronosphere does go down, not in time to be able to save the Jakiro. GPK though in beautiful position with the arrow coming in from Exodus Vampire as well. That is well comboed. We said there's a lot to lay into this Chronosphere. Armel is still not dead, and he does have wand charges, but I just can't imagine he's gonna live through all of this one. He's gonna get bashed eventually. They do get the tower, and KP, I believe, was this recipient of that tower bounty. He was indeed, but it does cost them 2 lives.
Is this offlane Veno like broken or something? I don't get it. It just seems to work every game.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you already know the side lanes, I think maybe it is a little strong. I think that's the really important part, right?
Yeah.
You know what the side lanes are.
There are some deficiencies to this hero, though. Namely that he's an offlaner or a core that gives you no way to start a fight. So you really need to compensate with having your 4 position be an initiator and your mid hero.
Yeah.
Ideally.
You like, and Venomancer, fortunately, once you know the side lanes and you do win the laning phase, you are able to create the space that allows your 4 position to get that early blink dagger or whatever he needs. In this case, it's Tim's on the Earthshaker. He's going to be the one trying to farm up where he can. Looks like he's going to be sitting mid, while Armel goes between jungling and ganking.
They're pinging on this Morph right now, but they can't really do anything to stop this. He's pretty much just going to get free farm here for the time being.
It looks like we're seeing the Quaswex build from GBK. Do you like that? Is it just because of Morphling?
It's not bad against Tiny either, because you get a hard reset. Plus, what I think it's really for is to defend your mid tower. Like, the Quaswex build is really good if you want to have impact on an Invoker and you can't just, like, sit down and farm. Eventually, what's going to happen is, if it's anything like the last game, KP is going to TP towards this mid lane at some point, and he's going to try to take down that tower. You can just Tornado reset. Veno doesn't really do anything against that.
KP already in position trying to protect this bounty rune, and Shachalo, oh, the cold snap being used by Gabby there to be able to stop Shachalo. GPK,
and the tornado.
He did what he could to try and protect him, but cold snap's just not a long enough disable.
Oh, that was sick.
Axe indeed did misjudge. I mean, this is something that I really don't think anybody else has the same kind of hold on. This Venomancer, the way they draft it, when they pick it up, and then on top of that, KP's movements around the map. I mean, he's always there early to bounty runes.
Yeah.
Setting up wards and saying like, hey, you thought you were contesting this? Nope.
I will say, it feels really bad playing Axe versus this hero, or one of those instant jump heroes, because you're most likely not going to burst him.
Yeah.
And then you get put into a position where, you know, he just gales you, runs away, and you're this Axe just slowly walking at people or trying to get away. And there's no follow-up damage for you until you get like BKB plus like a 4-staff or something. So it makes it so that your Axe has to be a lot more item dependent. Because normally what ends up happening is like Axe calls, then he hungers one person, he's running really fast. Then he just makes his move, right?
March.
Really don't want to have
he was trying to get some aggressive vision down. He does manage to sidestep the arrow here, and they're going to back up. Knowing that Armel was around here, that may tip off March that they had vision of Armel coming.
Yeah, and if you look at KP, he has made the exact same maneuver he did in the game against Liquid. He's going to come towards mid, try to pressure down this tower with this catapult. I'd really like to see them rotate to try to defend this, and it looks like they are, but they do have a sentry down, and Vampire's going to realize that. But
a kill on Gabby.
that shouldn't have happened.
No, I don't think that should have, but it looks like he managed to just like get on top of Gabby, gets a call, and they threw everything they had, including the macro pyre, over the top to finish off the carry of TNC. 4-4, 2,000 net worth lead for TNC as the wall is being built by KP. He's setting up the wards on the other side of the mid lane, just trying to get some damage on the mid tower.
You know what the worst part about this is they don't really have heroes until the Void gets really strong to deal with the wards.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to mean that their high ground is going to be really hard against this Venomancer. Just like taking towers, it's going to be kind of a problem. Like, you saw that the Jakiros decided to go for 4 levels of the Liquid Fire, but I actually think maybe he would have wanted to just go for the Ice Path build. Because I actually think it's pretty annoying for him to deal with this. If KP's smart, he's always going to be here in position, and he's going to force out this wave, and you're going to feel really useless as Jakiro because you don't really have enough damage.
That is, I think almost every Jakiro I've been seeing lately has gone for the maxed out Ice Path build. So it is a little curious that FNG choose to go for this. Maybe he thought he would just have a better window to take some map control away from TNC before KP could protect, but...
Yeah, this Veno is just like a walking black hole. You don't want to be wherever he is. Like, dealing with the wards with the cores does not feel good right now.
Tornado into arrow. Nifty little combo there from Gambit. Secures another kill.
They're just going wherever KP isn't. Nobody wants to deal with these wards, man.
Yeah. It'll fall onto Shotlow to do that. He is going to try and pick up Hood, Phase Bracer, Magic Wand, Hood, so the full tanky build before he goes back for the blink. Or maybe not, actually. Looks like he just has the Ring of Health and he's going to go for the blink dagger. He knows the initiation is all important here. Chronosphere being used to try and ensure the kill onto Armel. The arrow whiffs there. Armel does have enough mana to be able to toss away Dream. Dream does have to heavily commit, though, to be able to get this kill. Now underneath the tier 1 tower, next to some stunners, could be in trouble, but they just don't have enough control, it seems. Excess Vampire now is going to be slowed down by the Gale from KP. He does have a leap charge. He does have another one too, but he doesn't have the mana for it. So that'll be the trade-off. They had to use Chronosphere, but they get the kill on Tiny.
Oh, look at mid.
Yeah, he's getting the damage. He's using that Liquid Fire build.
Somebody needs to get here. He's almost got this.
Well, maybe FNG was right. That tower is gonna fall. It's probably gonna be denied. Ooh, that was a little close there.
Nah, the fire was out, dude. They put it out.
All right. March just put it out with his big club.
They gently just...
That's probably what an ogre would do. Tries to fix things by smashing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, that's one tower down. Let's see what else FNG can take here. I mean, this approach is definitely like, it's weird because as a 5 position, it means you kind of have to play away from your team in a way. Like, he was able to do that because his team was bottom, forced rotations, and FNG was just so low down the middle lane.
They really want to kill him. They're in position right now. Is KP being run around the map a little bit, already out of mana? Feels like he's constantly out of mana, in fact.
See him set up for the next round of bounty runes coming in.
His net worth is really slowed down.
Yeah. Once again, TNC are going to try and go for 3. Vampire going to be shoved away here by March, and looks like the aggressive play comes out from Gambit at the top side, trying to go for the kill onto Armel. Armel with a toss back, but it's not good enough. The Earn Charge does finish off the Tiny.
And they're going to get the tower. Man, maybe Gambit's sick.
Gambit has...
I told you, man, Kyle was definitely... I thought it was 60-40, but 80-20 is...
Yeah, I don't think I've heard an 80-20 call from Kyle that's actually gone correctly for him.
I'm not even, like, 80-20 means, like, he's, like, mad confident. It's, like, certain.
Well, there's still a lot of game to play.
There is a lot of game to play.
We have a net worth lead, 1K net worth, 2K now for Gambit.
Nice ice path. There's no way to catch up to this guy.
And there's still a very strong mid game for TNC, especially with this blink tanker from Armel, which he's going to use to get the toss back onto FNG. That pesky tower pushing 5 will fall.
Blows him a kiss, too.
he knows how much they had to commit just to be able to kill a 5 position. That never feels that good. That's how 5s win in a game, you know?
Yeah.
You don't win really by killing people or taking towers for the most part. You win by dying under okay circumstances.
All right, so we chill. I guess we just wait. We just wait until the morph gets the Ags, because that's really, to be fair to Kyle, like once the morph gets Ags, that's when the real game starts, right?
Oh yeah, this whole like Venomancer thing, maybe it's not as successful as the last time we saw it, but at the end of the day, it's just a space creator for the real carry to come through. Do you think that this Morphling Ags can beat Faceless Void?
I think it depends on what like the Void item timing is. Like the Void has, like I mean, they have almost the top 3 cores. Like the Morph is obviously ahead because he had a free lane, but I have to imagine like if Void gets a BKB, it's gonna be really hard for TNC to fight into this.
Yeah.
Part of the problem with like having Tiny as a core, and especially like the new Tiny, is that so much of his damage, like his one-shot damage, has been nerfed. So it means that like Tim's has to have like the perfect follow-up. I think a lot of this game actually comes down more to how Tim's plays than anything the rest of his team does. Because like the Tiny's gonna go in, try to burst down one hero. If it's the Void, he's got 1800 HP. You can't allow him to get the time walk off after that fact. And they don't have an offlaner that prevents that either, so they need to just like lay into him burst. And they have to do that all while avoiding the hard reset of the Invoker.
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
That is pretty hard.
You have to avoid getting tornadoed, because if the Void is given an opportunity to just pop BKB, turn around, chrono you, I feel like the fight's over at that point. So that's really what it's going to come down to, is like this initial team fight when the Morph gets Ags and the Faceless Void gets BKB.
Well, we'll have to see who comes out on top when the time does come. But for now, it's just a kind of a pick-off game. It's a slow farming game where people like Armel are going to have the opportunity to move around the map, look for kills. Unfortunately, that invisibility doesn't net him a kill there at the top lane, but it does find him something at the bottom where he TPs over and kills the Mirana XS Vampire. Surely going to know about the defensive vision that is up from TNC.
Yeah, he was spotted all the way through. Yeah. And if you look at the ward vision on the side of Gambit, it usually tells you like how you want to play. Like wards give you a lot of info as to like how a team is thinking.
Okay.
And in this kind of way, it feels like you protect your triangle. You know, it feels like both teams are okay with farming. Like Morph wants to farm out his Ags, just get bigger. And Gambit is also perfectly okay with that kind of game. Like,
well, Gabby's got it. Is it time to like smoke up and make the big plays, or? I mean, surely like this Aghanim Scepter is such a big power spike for you.
It is, but if you're gonna do that, you have to smoke because you don't have any aggressive vision at all. It's really interesting where both teams have passive vision, and like both teams are okay with farming. That's why we have these like 2 highly aggressive teams. It's like 7-7 in 19 minutes.
Yeah.
You just don't have any aggressive vision, so all you're really doing is waiting for the enemy team to come into you.
Well, FNG did tell Slacks that they were, there's the Morphling initiation. They did smoke up between Tims and Gabby, leading with one Fissure. Gabby follows it up with another.
That was like 1400 HP instantly.
Moonlight
They're gonna kill March.
They're gonna find March. Nobody's here. It does net Gambit.
Really don't want them to lose their mid tower for free though.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty big mistake. So they're gonna pop the glyph as soon as they notice. Ron, of course, invis. KP is on the hunt right now, but not gonna run into him, unfortunately. Does he get the catapult? Nice. Good shot.
Wow.
Just threaded the needle perfectly.
Again, though, that's got to tip you off about some sort of vision.
Yeah. So I'd imagine one of the 2 teams, if anything, depending on how close the Void is to Chrono and BKB, he's got Chrono up but no BKB, I would think that TNC probably gets aggressive here. I'd sort of like them to smoke. They're not really in a position where they're waiting for a major item. Maybe they want to wait for the Manta first on the Morph.
Mm-hmm.
But this game is really odd because normally you have one team pushing the issue. It's very rare that you see both teams are completely content with this kind of game.
And we usually talk about the fact that if that's the case, then both teams obviously feel like they are good to be able to farm the game.
Yeah, I think both teams think that they have the better late game.
Have the better late game, and
it's rare, but we'll find out who's right.
Well, KP. I mean, for TNC, it could also just be a, wait for a good opportunity.
Yeah.
They do have this, split pushing of the Venomancer with his boots of travel. They may be able to manipulate the map just enough to find an opening on Gambit, rather than just trying to, brute force it because we have this item. Let's go. Let's fight them nonstop.
Yeah, we still have almost exclusively defensive wards placed. Nothing really on. Nothing too
the
aggressive.
Defensive ward thing really gets me. The fact that both teams are just gotta watch out for those smoke gangs coming our way.
The problem is the Mirana tried once, right?
Yeah, that's true.
To try to get something going, and then I think Vampire learned never again.
Yeah.
And the only time they're getting kills are on these supports that step out across the map. By the way, March is up here completely alone.
They're gonna get the chain stun onto this Faceless Void. Are they gonna be able to blow him up in time? One shot from Gabby just in time before the Chronosphere or the Time Walk could go off. He gets off the Time Walk or the Chronosphere. He can activate the Shrine, and then that fight could be very, very different. But TNC...
He popped his BKB there, too.
Oh, did he really? He popped it at the end?
Yeah.
Oh no!
I think he even turned slightly to the side, or he might have had time to time walk. That was rough.
Look at this. Gabby's in full control mode now with the gem.
Oh boy.
Thank you to KP for that one.
That's so rough that was his BKB too.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower.
Well.
All right, so we're gonna go back to farm mode for Gambit. Nah, I think they should probably take a fight. I think they realize off of that engagement they need to take the fight. They need to be the ones starting things as the call. He literally just leapt from Ancients to his side of the river mid.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
That's what the Morphling... I don't know why it does that. I don't know why Morphling needs more cast range. Well, he already turns into another hero. Why do you have to make him a hero plus?
Have you seen him with Ogre? When Ogre, with the Ogre Ags and all that?
Oh, yeah.
You get 10,000 range, and you also get the second stun. So you can, if your Ogre has an Ags too, you can literally just perma-stun somebody in place. It's actually hilarious. They can't do anything against it.
Gabby, three-man Fissure into the backline and goes with a follow-up Fissure out from Tim's. Not quite enough to finish up GPK until the Echo Slam is there. They immediately retreat, and that's the beauty of this kind of lineup, is that you can go in, get a pick off, and so easily get out afterwards. Gambit show up with 4 heroes, but by the time they do, TNC's already gone. They're way in the win.
All right, you know what? Kyle's a genius. It was 80-20. This combo's insane.
Well, right now the score is 8-10 with a 3,000 net worth lead for TNC. So with these pickoffs on these cores, they're not getting themselves a gigantic net worth lead. Gambit is still able to farm up, but Gambit needs to show a little bit of teeth here. They need to show that they can actually step to and get a kill. And that's going to be leading out on KP. KP does get tossed away. A beautiful play by Armel.
My lord.
Bided his time, waited until Tim's TP'd in before he blinks in to save KP's life. That was just beautiful.
Oh, that was so well done. And now Vampire's got to be careful because Gabby with the fissure, the follow-up fissure.
After Fissure, how do you stop this? They go for the force staff. He does manage to get the time lock away. Exodus Vampire hits a point-blank arrow onto Tim's. Now Dream, he's holding on to his BKB for now. Wants to make sure he's not getting baited out here. The Sunstrike gonna miss, but March probably still to die here as the Battle Hunger's also ticking out on him. They do manage to get into the side to finish off Dream. Now with Dream dead, Gabby knows it is fighting time. Once he is dead, he's gonna be able to jump forward, get the kill onto the Mirana. Controlled up by the Axe and FNG's Ice Path to follow, but it's not that much of a deal. After all, he can turn into this Earthshaker and jump a billion range, ignores the Jakiro, goes straight for GPK's Invoker, now turns back into the Invoker. Now he's going to chase over to the Axe, who's like 2,000 units to the left. But hey, there's Gabby. He's everywhere.
This is the greatest thing I've seen. They're just,
It's like some really cruel magic trick is being played on Gambit.
Oh, man. You can see that Dream is so confused. He just, like, he's walking around the map. If you player perspective him, he's trying to look for angles to Chrono. But Gabby, I mean, he's hopping around.
I mean, this is getting a little embarrassing for Gambit at this point. Like, you haven't used your Chronosphere in like the last 6 or 7 minutes.
I think it's been longer than that, Cap. The last time they used Chrono, they've had this BKB, which he popped with like that quarter second. That felt terrible. Then they go for the smoke because, I mean, their timing is still alive, but they're just not able to find the initiation. And it's TNC that's just kind of walking up on them over and over again. I mean, this is great. I can't tell if this is broken or not, so I don't want to like say that. I'd say that TNC are playing very well. Like the synergy between their Morph and their Earthshaker is like sick good.
Don't worry about it. I'll say it for you. It's broken. Ice Frog, you crazy.
I will say, like, if you're able to first 2 this and like consistently win games, that's pretty nuts.
I mean, the cast range is pretty insane. But the mana cost reduction?
All right.
So you get to be 2 heroes longer than anybody else could do that?
You know, I thought it was like 60-40 in favor of TNC, but I'm down with being wrong. I guess this is just a thing.
80-20 it is.
80-20 it is. As we're going to see here again.
One more time.
That's not even, I wanted to see the death
Gabby
on Dream. Like that, like just the life drain from his eyes. So he doesn't know what to do because every time this guy lands on you, it's like a mini Echo Slam because it does, when he right clicks you after, it's like 1,000 damage.
Yeah. And like they just chain stun you for almost 5 seconds from like 1,600 range. Okay, that's too much. 1,000 range from the Fissure. Smoke up from TNC. He's going to run into FNG. FNG does manage to get the Ice Path. They also have the arrow follow-up. Are they going to go for the call follow-up on top of that? Now the Chronosphere on 3, but they do not have control of Gabby. And Gabby is immediately going for the kill onto GPK, but who misses it. And thanks to the Moonlight,
they're finally
he's going to be able
doing
to get away. And Gambit will win the fight. They not only get those 3, but TNC, well, oh no, Gabby's coming back in. He does manage to get the 2 minutes in with the Fissure, trying to go for Dream. Dream, hoping for a bash. Time walks away a little bit farther, and Chan Totem straight up in the air, force down.
I was so wrong.
Dream is so much damage.
He can 1v5.
No, he's gonna 1v5 them. Don't do it to him. Armel,
he's straight up
trying to
do it.
help. Gabby's just gonna be able to get that kill on Shochlo as well. That's the 3 cores dead. Gabby got every single one of them. Now he'll go for the kill on Excess Vampire inside of his base.
Are they gonna call it? Like that was literally 1v5. His entire team died. There was a buyback, but like he just kind of went in anyways. He felt so confident. The funny part is it's very rare in Dota to see a 1v. It was a 1v4 after he killed the Invoker, and they were actually actively running from him.
Yes.
Straight up.
Just insane. Poor GPK, like he's immediately targeted every single time, and he's just trying to juke Gabby, but Gabby has too much mobility. We'll see that one more time as Gabby came back in after killing GPK.
So now it's a 1v4. Tim's has popped back, but they're all just running away. It's full retreat mode. None of them, I think they correctly assessed that they were not going to win that fight anymore.
I mean, this is why we saw Beast Coast draft a Bloodseeker against this. Because then at least
you limit the mobility.
The BKB Morphling as an Earthshaker is totally invulnerable. Yeah, they dumpstered it really hard.
Oh, sweet. Who'd they play?
Virtus Pro.
Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, man. It's, it reminds me of just like a horror movie, you know? Like, this guy's just running at you.
The Terminator.
Yeah, what can you do?
Just that unstoppable force just keeps on coming at you no matter what.
Beep boop.
You can't run, you can only hide. But Gabby can look everywhere thanks to Enchant Totem. very freely. He can jump into any nook and cranny.
I will say that at least it's entertaining to watch. There are some combos that look really good that are just like boring, but there's really something about being a 5-position support and getting hit by a literal Mack truck.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like he's farming all the waves, he's killing the towers, and he's still there for the team fight. TNC literally just kind of sit around a general area that Gabby wants to play in.
I mean, my man's is straight up looking like Tarzan. He's just everywhere at once, killing everything.
Swinging through the vines, swinging through the trees.
He is so scary.
Watch out, here he comes. Oh boy.
You can tell how afraid. Gambit are not showing anywhere on the map because they realize if this guy gets within 1,200 range of us, he's gonna fissure us and then we're all dead.
He's some sick combination of like the Boogeyman plus what's the Russian version of the Boogeyman? Every single urban legend about some sort of monster. He's just all rolled up into one.
Oh boy. I mean, I'm entertained. There's something about it. He literally does like plus 1,000.
He's trying to do Roshan by himself right now. The arrow's gonna come in, hit Rosh. And Dream. Okay, that is his invis breaking and spotted by a ward. Immediately TNC just start running at them.
Yeah, what's your play right now? Gambit, you've got to, if you had
another arrow?
Oh, the arrow hit?
Okay, but a Force Staff out of the pit. That is not gonna feel good if you're Gambit. They thought they had an opportunity, and FNG is instead the one who's gonna die here. Force out the BKB from Armel at least.
They're gonna retreat.
He does have a buyback.
I think you pop it, most likely. Oh, he blinks back into it. He blinked to dodge it, only to tank an even longer.
Well, fortunately, he's tiny and he's got 2,700 HP, so...
All right, Gabby's back in the pit. I feel like you have to buy back if you're...
Well, FNG doesn't have buyback anymore, so he bought an item.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure what happened there.
I think he bought a ward or something.
March is there to be able to tank some arrows. Make sure Gabby's going to be okay. Double Fisher into the Enchant Totem Stun. Oh, they'll force that forward. That's going to be able to save Dream, but he time walks backwards. Now he's going to go for the Chronos.
Do they have him?
Down the
They've got him. They've got him.
Gabby's finally going to fall. The Boogeyman is dead. And now Gambit can finally take a fight. Oh, no, he popped
he's back.
Retreat. Get out. Everybody out.
Dude, peace.
That is their Roshan now.
That's okay. Oh, Lord, he's coming.
Oh, Lord, he coming. Arrow on its way will hit Tim's, but let's be honest, Gambit, they should really just sit in their base at this point. Without Chronosphere, they cannot fight Gabby.
Okay. They reset it a little bit.
Yeah, but
so
like...
now TNC have to, they've got to...
Yeah.
They've got to play around the stages. Yep. There is an opportunity then for them to potentially... Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
There's no Chronosphere, though, for 85 seconds.
The really
gotta wait for
sick
that.
part of this is that, like, you can kill Gabby and, like, maybe you take away his Aegis, but you can't run far enough. That 3 seconds of him reviving, like, you cannot get out fast enough. He will track you down.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well, there's another one. Liam Neeson.
Oh,
Gabby's
like
got
Taken?
Yeah. Gabby's got a certain set of skills. 14 to 20, 35 minutes in. Gambit are all inning on one bounty rune right now. And GPK will manage to snag it away from March, but he's been stunned up. Armel not able to get the avalanche. A good defensive Force Staff coming out. But here comes Gabby, and he's already spotted GPK thanks to the gem that he always has in his hands. He's going to be able to make sure the Invoker dies first as always. It's pretty much a tradition at this point. And they'll get FNG as well. Meanwhile, Dream is like literally just trying to cut creep waves wherever he can. Fortunately, the Fisher does not stop his TP otherwise. Jesus.
All right, now he's got an Arcane Rune too. So he's pretty much got the Perma Leap going. Dude, they're gonna run down, so they have to somehow kill him twice.
Yeah.
I feel like if you lead with the chrono, you're going to lose the fight. But I don't really know what the solution is either. It means that you've got to get a dream call here.
With the blade mail
There's
as
the
well as
arrow.
the arrow macro pyre. If they can somehow bring him down without using Chronosphere, it'd be great, but it looks like they're going to have to here. Oh no, he got hit by the Fisher. He didn't pop his BKB. Now he gets it off. He actually gets a beautiful
They're all in the macro pyre.
Gabby's going to die first, but they need to be able to kill the supporting
The arrow missed.
The arrow missed. Oh no, the arrow missed, and they don't get the chain stun onto Gabby that they desperately needed there, because the Aeon Dish protecting Tim's means that nobody died on TNC.
Dude,
all they lost was the Aegis.
Tim's didn't have buyback. That could have been such a big opportunity for them. He was stuck in place. Okay. All right. Well,
somehow the man may be a better techies than he is a Mirana. You don't see that very often for a 4 position.
they're gonna slowly lose this range racks to Venom Works.
Deny.
Oh, come on. You gotta get that deny. All right, so they should just fight again. TNC, there's no chrono now. There isn't an Aegis, so maybe they're a little bit afraid.
Armel tries to quickly execute X as Vampire, but they managed to find the initiation with the blade meld. The arrow does manage to land this time on the Morphling. He's already strength morphs, so he is very hard to eat through, and Gabby immediately turns into a void. Oh no, he's gonna be able to jump away. Earthshaker's out, and with that, TNC will be able to retreat unless this arrow, no, it doesn't land. TNC, they get out once again, losing nobody, and this time they got the melee barracks. Well, an Aghanim Scepter for the Invoker, at least. That is something that's a little different for Gambit. Do they have, what level is our Invoker? God, he's 18. I was like, he's got to be close to the Cataclysm, but no. Because every fight, he's the first to die, so he just doesn't get any experience.
And he's got a Blink Dagger, so I think that's his way of trying to separate from the team fights.
Yeah.
Because normally you can play around Ghost Walk, but maybe, all right, here's the play, right? You let this morph get so farmed that eventually he has to drop the gem. Just let him get 6-slotted.
I don't think that he's going to do that. Because he can consume the Aghanim Scepter first.
Just let him get 6-slotted.
You mean just let him get 9-slotted? Just let him consume his Aghanim Scepter, get another item, consume Moon Shard, and then another item after that, and he'll have to drop gem.
Yes, sir.
But I don't think he will, because I think he likes his life the way it is. I think he likes hunting down Invoker.
To be fair, I don't think he should actually, he should try to drop it as late as possible. Like, it's actually so huge, the fact that there's literally nothing they can do against it right now.
Yeah. Okay, a blind arrow just thrown out. Does manage to find Tim's. So Gambit know that they're smoked up and they're heading this direction. They're willing to try to break the smoke here. Vampire, did he just land another arrow on Tim's? I think he did. But Gabby's saying, well, if you're gonna hide up in that high ground, I'm just gonna go for Megas at this point. You're gonna be forced to defend at some point.
With Chrono, with the Satanic, maybe they've got a shot. There is still a window where Gabby doesn't have the buyback, and that's really what they're concerned about. They're trying to get that window as close as possible, so even if he dies, there's no like mad scramble down mid where they get mega creeped or anything like that.
Yeah.
So they probably wait out at least like 40 more seconds, and then they'll... And they could also just wait out the next Roche. It may respawn in only a minute and a half. That's not that bad. You have so much map control.
I just don't know when things change for Gambit. Like, maybe if the Invoker was close to Cataclysm, Shotshell's been found.
Yes.
He is going to be Yule Scepter. Double Fisher coming out. Defensive Force Staff 2 coming out as well.
And they don't want to continue to chase that. That's the right idea if you're TNC. But you do have the level 20 now on the Invoker.
Oh, he's got it now?
Yeah. Things have changed. And he's picked up the Cataclysm.
Okay, so you get the right kind of Chronosphere, and he's been getting some good ones.
Yeah, and he's about to finish an Aeon Disc too. Like, the situation is sort of improving for Gambit. Really, where the
well, do you buy Aeon Disc, or do you just keep buyback?
You probably keep buyback, right?
Yeah, because they're kind of the same thing.
Yeah, you double your net worth here, but just buyback's the best.
Heart for Armel, gracious. 4,300 HP. He doesn't even have the Aghanim Scepter yet, so that's going to be his next item for some tree volleying. In TNC, this is something that they've been really good at, is just controlling the game and not throwing away the lead that they have. Very patient, this team. Do you think this is March's influence?
Probably. I think that's probably what they were missing. Like, all the skill is there for TNC. They probably just needed a little bit more direction, which is why I think they look so much better with Heen.
Yeah.
But, like, he's not in game with them, so there's only so much you can change. But somebody like March, I think, helps control the dynamic of the team a little bit more actively.
Yeah, and KP is obviously another very experienced player, a veteran voice. $22,000 net worth lead for TNC. That's what they're holding on to. That's why we're talking about them being patient, because they've got 2 lanes of racks down. They've got a
Arrow.
Huge lead.
Invis picked up, but as we know, not the most effective of runes.
Okay, Moonlight Shadow, Gambit are going to push out here, and TNC is split.
Yo, it worked. There's no longer a gem on the morph. I told you. He'd get too big. This was the only way to win.
Instead.
Gambit,
Dream.
Gambit
if
are
they actually
geniuses.
get into this fight, they're going to pop just a Sunstrike, not a Cataclysm. If they use Cataclysm, they would have seen that TNC is very split right now. It is a 3-2 setup. Granted, that is Tim's and Gabby.
Okay.
Who could very quickly get to this side of the map, but another 4-staff. This is going to be the 3rd 4-staff for Gambit. Or excuse me, that one was picked up by March, rather. So.
Yeah, and indeed, they are waiting for the next Roche. They do have the buybacks, but arrows are just kind of being tossed up there.
Well, now they have buyback on FNG, I guess, so he can do that. Not be afraid of dying, because he's got the buyback. Gabby is going to pick up the haste rune and go into that Roshan pit.
Do you think you take this fight here?
If you Gambit? Yeah. I mean, if anything, this is even better than defending your base in a way, right? Because if you do manage to win this fight and you manage to take away that Roshan.
No. Get out of there, FNG.
So much catch, and you could see it, whether it's the Fissure coming out from Tim's, the Fissure coming out from Gabby, or it's the Blink initiation from Armel. One misstep from one of these supports, or honestly even a core, they very quickly get one shot and picked off. GPK, he may be next in line, as he has been Echo Slam to make sure he stays in place. Tim's, though, has run out of stuns. His allies were just a little bit slow to get there in time.
Did I hear a squeak?
So that's an ultimate used, I guess. But yeah, apparently they're just gonna go for bounding runes instead of contesting the Roshan. Sunstrike. Not quite gonna be there in time to snatch the kill. So Aegis and Cheese.
And a 24,000 gold lead.
Yeah. And Scotty.
This morph needs more damage cap.
Yeah, does he?
What do you want me to say, man? He needs more everything right now. There is a Aeon Disc picked up on GPK now, and now that the gem is outside of the morph's hands, we had... that's a positive.
Yeah.
It's actually such a big thing for GPK's game. Otherwise, right now, every single time, the fight looked the same. Gabby just slams on top of him, he dies in 2 seconds. Then they're playing without their mid-hero.
just a little bit befuddled because I'm so very certain that TNC could just brute force that bottom lane, but they're being so careful about it.
Oh, look at this.
And eventually they're gonna get the pick off that finally says, okay, with Aegis and Cheese and a pick off, we can go high ground. Hey, they managed to get the Aeon disc away from Tim's.
Okay, nice. That's step one.
No, that's not nice. Because the way TNC's playing right now, they may just wait for that Aeon disc to come off cooldown before pushing high ground. Arrow after arrow.
Oh, it hits again for like the 4th arrow he's hit, but they can't do anything with it. And now
Fisher 1, Fisher 2, Excess Vampire. Force Staff got him away from that Enchant Totem jump in from Gabby.
they're literally not even trying to dodge these.
That's one way to establish some dominance. They do have level 25 coming in very soon for this Faceless Void. And that is massive if you manage to backtrack an Enchant Totem hit from the Morphling to call in. They're going to be able to find the initiation on Armel, who's super tanky. The Meteor is going to be able to bring down about 3/4, but then he
Dream's confused.
BKB, jumps forward. Dream's
What are you throwing down?
Forward, but he's already been tossed up, being chain stunned up. Does manage to get off his BKB though. He's going to continue to try and get this kill onto Armel. They tried before with the Cataclysm, with all the damage coming out from Dream. It's still not even close to being enough. Armel is sitting at a very healthy 50%, while Gabby is going for the backline. He's already managed to finish up the Mirana. Looks like he should be able to get shot as well. No, Force Staff gets him back into the fountain. Dream with no Chronosphere to be able to fight Gabby. He needs to pray for chain stuns here, and he's not going to be able to get it either. He does have a buyback, but Gabby, a Manta dodge on the call from Shotflow so he can keep on swinging on a GPK with Tim's hitting a 3-man Echo Slam. Just the cherry on top for TNC as they just whomp on Gambit. They establish very clearly that this was an 80-20 victory.
Ooh. More than doubled them in kills.
Rough game.
That is a
If you're
rough game.
Gambit.
I mean, Gabby probably at the time of his life.
Yeah.
Dream did not, let me just say.
Yeah, the youngster, I mean, he's played a lot of pubs, but does not have a gigantic competitive history. Yeah. This is probably one of those games that you have not experienced a whole lot in the first place.
The funniest part was when he walks into the end and he just keeps getting tossed. And at that point, it just felt like a desperation, like, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to get it off.
He's going to get it off, and he starts hitting the Tiny, and Tiny is just so tanky. All right, well, brush it off, Gambit. Now you know what not to give TNC. Don't give them the Morphlinger.
I'm down to see it again.
I'm down. I don't think Gambit is. We'll see whether or not our panel is down to see more of that deadly duo.
Yeah, I think the fans of TNC might be down to see it again, and certainly our panel might be down to see it again as well. Congratulations to TNC. They continue on their victorious way. They're now 5-0 in their group. One more game, of course, in this particular set against Gambit to come. But let's break things down. We've got BSJ and Kyle alongside. Gents, what did you make of that?
I just think it's kind of funny. You know, we watch mediocre teams play mediocre Morphlings, and then we think, oh, this is fine. This isn't broken.
It's okay.
And then you see how it's meant to be done, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
The game-winning fight was 1-on-4. Literally 1-on-4. You're not just getting insane mobility with extra cast range and multiple stuns, but then you swap back to Morphling, you have plus 1,200 damage.
I mean, the crazy part to me is that one fight, it was like 30 minutes into the game where he just gets a kill on the shrine, and then they're like going on a guy at the tier 2, and he just goes whoop, you know, then he's all of a sudden on top of you too, and I don't know, like, it's funny to watch. I'm not gonna lie, it is pretty funny to watch. I do agree with Blitz, but at the same time, I think at this point we've seen it enough.
I got no words, man. Like this is
Time
insane.
to remove.
It's one of those mechanics that's it's just not like, just get rid of it.
It's not
Stop.
okay.
It's not fun. It's not. I mean,
it's fun to watch. But
it's fun to
like,
play when you're winning.
Yes, and like it wasn't really discipline from TNC in order to like wait that game out. I'm pretty sure Gabby was just like, guys, like I'm having the time of my life right now. Let's just take our sweet time, ending this game.
He's so clean.
They can't do anything. Yeah, I mean, he played it really. He plays it fantastically.
He lands, and he's immediately swapping back to Morphling. He gets the attack back to Shaker, ready to do it again. And when you're in Shaker form, you're a strength hero.
Yeah, and he effectively uses his health pools like really well. Like his swapping back and forth. Very rarely do we ever see him. This is like probably the one time I saw him mess up, basically, swapping back and forth.
Maybe it's not first toolable, but what's insane is if you remove, like, first off, the independent health pool.
Yeah.
For, you have 2 heroes of health. You remove that. You remove the cast range and mana loss reduction on your Axe. I think this is still pickable. It's still good.
Do you not just extend the time it takes to change to morph? Does that not stop it?
I don't.
What if you make it like a 10-second cooldown or something?
Yeah, I'm thinking like you can do it once. That's okay, cool. So you change into the Shaker, you jump in, but then it's got a 10-second cooldown, which means you can't carry on and chain that all the time.
I think one thing they could do to Morphling that wouldn't just nerf Morphling Shaker, but maybe they could like buff something else to counter it is just make it so there's no positive lingering buffs when you go from morph to morph, like on any hero, like stuff like Refraction, Enchant Totem, Tiny Tree, all these things stay on you when you turn into Morphling. And I think if you remove that, that might be a nice way to.
That's a pretty good point.
To at least figure this.
I mean, we could spend all afternoon theory crafting what we would like to do to morph, I think, or not do to morph for that matter. Let's check in with the MVP. It is the one and only player that played morphing. There's no one else we could pick in this particular game. It's Gabby. He's already shown us that he can play this hero many times before, but at this event so far, it just looks like a bannable. They've got every team's got a banner.
That's first round.
Yeah. And how fitting is it? 80% kill participation.
Yeah. Just got to get rid of it. Can't afford to play against this now.
I don't think so. Not when teams that are this good are playing it. It reminds me of...
sorry, Carl. I meant specifically against TNC. Just get rid of it now.
Oh, right now, hell yes. Yeah. I think that you've had enough. Gambit were obviously prepared. They saw it coming. And
planned for it. Thought they had the answers.
It goes back as well, though, to like you didn't pick AA.
Yeah.
We have a Mirana, and I understand the composition, but it's the difference between a good combo and a win condition in a combo.
Okay. Do you think it would have made that much difference in this game?
It would have given you hope.
Okay, so it changes things up a little bit.
As the game goes on, you have this way of very clear-cut way of killing Morphling.
Okay.
Like, it's not complicated. You're going to chrono him, you're going to AA ult him.
You bring some kind of balance, right? There weren't many Jedi left, but Luke, just Luke, he was enough.
I've been waiting for the Star Wars. I've been waiting for the Star Wars.
A new hope is needed.
A new hope. Yeah, that was episode 4, buddy. We're barely on episode 2 right now.
That's true.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, we're still at the shit Anakin stage right now.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It definitely... An evil empire will be crafted if you continue to allow these two heroes to dominate. TB is just right. It's first 2.
Yeah.
We can drop it. It's not going to get into the next game.
Yes. Gambit are not going to make that a mistake, if you could call it a mistake. I mean, they've obviously planned for it, so that's okay. They've tried it, but now just give it. Is it riskier to do that in a best of 2? Because in a best of 3, I kind of get it. First game, all right, give it to them, see if we can beat it. We might have a plan, because that puts you in an advantage if you can beat them. In a best of 2 or a 2-game set, that doesn't help you because you need to win both games, really.
I agree if you experiment a bit more. It felt to me like Gambit just had an idea of how they're just going to play their standard Dota. We'll just go up against it.
And then there's the theory of if you're going to experiment, do it in the groups.
Yeah.
Don't want to leave it until you're at the point of being knocked out.
Exactly. You want to take care of these things earlier in your career, like college. You don't want to wait until you're in your 30s or 40s.
Brian, any comment on that one? I mean,
I'm not going to comment on the 30s or 40s thing, but we commented on Gambit. They did really do their own thing, so I respect that, and I think they did it well. But that's some balls to say, we're going to do our thing, not worry about what you're doing, and we're going to do it better than you when you've shown you can do this pretty damn well. Yeah. So I think they can stick to that strategy going into the second draft. Just get rid of the Morphling and try again.
Another good game from KP on the space creating Veno in that.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare as a player, if you're trying to learn, right? You compare the first time. You had a beautiful start on Veno yesterday, and he just goes boots of travel and plays all the lanes. This game, he goes double bracer hood. And then boots of travel. So he knows he wants to do the same job, but since he had less of a good start, I'm going to build these like durable items that allow me to do the same job. It's just really well itemizing.
This is a part of a longer conversation, but this idea of when you're behind, you want to try and be as slot efficient as possible. When you're ahead, you can gamble a little, perhaps go for that higher tier item that increases your efficiency, your farming speed, your mobility, etc. But when you're behind, just fill up your inventory. Double bracer, like bracers, like
it's hard to do though.
The most
because when you're
cost-effective
behind you, there's that mental kind of click that says, "Got to be a bit more risky now to get back into the game."
No, but
actually, that doesn't work most of the time, does it?
No, you just because now because the less net worth you have, the less gold you're worth to the enemy. So in theory, if you're going to be a hero that's got to fight anyway, just get the bracers, get the hood, upgrade the boots perhaps, and you have maybe 2K less net worth, but this other hero you're playing up against, maybe he goes a Midas, you're actually more farmed, you're more impactful, even though you're behind maybe a level or two. It's just how you want to play, especially if your job is to be the body buying time for the combination that we saw executed so well.
I think what you're saying is a common misconception where if it's a Morphling with a bad start, maybe you can go kind of greedy and go for the big items because you're like the carrier, you're supposed to be farming. But if you're this Veno, he knows he has a Morphling that's going to be farming. So he's going to be almost forced to participate in the game. So you don't have that option to be like, I'm going to be greedy, go for like a Midas to come back or something like that because you're going to be participating in the game against your will at that point. You're going to be like, oh, I'm against this tower and I'm just dying. Why are they fighting me? And then you realize, oh, it's because my Morphling's taking all the space. They're not going to go on him. And then you're just dead. So it's something to really consider. Like, you can't have too many people farming.
All right, good stuff. We're going to take a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg. Don't go too far away, though. We will be back very shortly with our second game in this series. Plenty of questions for Gambit to answer when they come back against TNC.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
So this is it. This is where it all started. The great business of DHL.
You remember when we still use these?
We have all come a long way since then.
Hey, Effie, my little buddy. I got a special job for you. And this is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
It's been a road less traveled. All alone. Feeling my body leveled. On my own. I think I'm up in heaven. 'Cause you were hell. I gave back my freedom. Made me well. I can just feel it. No way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it. No need to fight it. 'Cause I'm not here staying. It's fast in my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunder sounds are never stopping me before. This night is never over. Not until I leave the floor. So that's the question, baby. I can't ever get enough. So won't you try and stop and dance until the sun comes up? I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we on the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive.
ESL 1 Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
I know we're going places.
Welcome back to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. These players wait for no man. They are busy drafting already, so we're going to get you into the draft straight away. Alongside me, we've got two men who are going to help guide us through that draft. It's BSJ and Kyle, and we already have 4 picks in. And guess what? It's a flip-flop, ladies and gentlemen, because they are now going to try and beat what they've just played.
Wow. Well, we're going to see if they're up to the challenge. I suppose you haven't dropped the game yet in the tournament. You know how to play it. Might as well try and figure out how to play against it, yeah?
I specifically remember, I'm only referencing this for Kyle's ego because he's here and it's relevant.
Thanks, babe.
That Complexity was really well known for Tiny. And there was a patch where Tiny was really good, and my team would try to be like, we'd pick Tiny in order to deny the Tiny. We're like, we only have 3 bans.
Okay.
We don't feel like we can ban 3 other heroes.
Yes.
And the Tiny. So we need to pick the Tiny.
Right.
And then they're just better at Tiny than us.
Okay.
So we just lose.
When Limp was better at Tiny.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah.
It was Limp playing it if we picked it.
Yeah, and it's just funny because I firmly believe that a strategy is not nearly as broken, even if you play it really well, if the opponent you're playing against plays it better than you, because they know it better than you, if that makes sense.
I think I follow you.
If they play it better than you, they're going to counter it, play
and
it.
they don't have to ban it because they play it.
Yeah, they're going to just understand the timings, understand
I think I'm with you.
how you want to play around it, and like how to counter it.
I would just say maybe to that, because of all the combos that are a bit busted,
This is one of the worst. This is one of the worst. This is
arguably
it's not quite Pudge levels of hooking back to the fountain, but it's pretty broken.
When you compare its power level to the current meta, I would argue this is the strongest combination of 2 heroes in Dota since Wisp Gyro.
I was going to say IO Gyro is the last big one we've had, which is not that long ago, but it's enough ago.
I firmly believe that there's been some trials where there's been exceptions because there's like different quality of teams where it's like a tier 1 versus a tier 3 team. But when I have the better team here, TNC, what I'd consider the better team, is against their own strategy. I'm yet to be proven that you can beat a team with their own strategy.
Is that KP Naga?
It could be, but it could also just be a standard core. I like the hero. It's a solid pick against Morphling as well, especially with the Coddle on top.
I've still got PTSD from the bad old Naga days of newbie.
It's one of the few heroes
I know
that
it's played totally differently now, but
you out-carry Morph in the late game when you have enough items. It's because Morph can't buy MKB very well. Naga at a point is going to have like Manta Diffusal, Butterfly, plus a Scotty or a Heart. Yeah. At that point, you are nigh untouchable. You've got a Coddle and Alina to provide some backup team fight. They don't necessarily win the early game. There's a Chen on the enemy side. You don't have any tower push right now.
I was going to say Sand King.
Yeah,
I really like Sand King against Naga.
I like this draft from Gambit. They can play with high tempo and then buy space and time to get this Morph into the position to become the Shaker.
Oh, God.
I was going to mention the AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just ignored right now.
I don't know, man. People don't believe. They don't believe. They didn't watch Beast Coast 2 and work.
Yeah.
They did pick Ogre Lino, which is a pretty high pressure lane. I wonder what Gambit is going to do. Like, maybe they need to tri lane it. I don't know if Sand King has an issue dealing with Coddle Naga himself. Like, I think he might just be able to solo that lane.
I think you're going to trade. I don't think you're going to... Well, yeah, to your point, I think that he'll be just fine 1v2. You can't really win that lane 2-on-2, but you're going to be fine.
Like I'm saying, is this Earthshaker going to roam mid, or is it going to have to be stuck top? Because I think that Morphling Chen is going to have some serious issues against Ogre Lina to start.
I think you start with Chen Ogre or Chen Morph until there's levels. that threaten you. The Shaker could maybe roam mid, maybe help you get a kill bottom. Then he can TP top, and you start playing with creeps and tri-lane hard to ensure your morph has a game. It's kind of up to them, right? The Chen's so nice here because it gives you options. Love whenever you know, we don't see junglers very often anymore save this Chen, and it always ensures you can't really lose your lanes. You're gonna find ways to make an impact.
Yeah, the only reason we're talking about this so much, just to clarify, is because if you don't figure this part of the game out crisply and like cleanly, you end up having what happened to Envy earlier, right? Yeah. Where you just have 6 CS at 7 minutes. You have to execute the early lane decisions perfectly to get this Morphling out of the gate.
To that point, you watched Gabby play that game. He didn't have to rush the Ags. He had double Wraith, Treads, Morbid Mask, and a Yasha.
Yeah.
So he's able to accelerate. He's not slowing down his pace at any point until he starts to go for that Ags. That comes later on. So your acceleration and item progression isn't hampered. If you're forced into a bad spot, now you have to rush Ags just so that you can be useful in the game, and you start falling off.
I did not
I don't know
see
if you're back to the screen, but KP just went like this with the old finger to the temple. So
Oh.
next level IQ, boys.
Yeah.
He's already psyching about when that tiny pick went in. Let's see what they pick up as a final pick. The Lesh got a last-second ban. I was going to mention the Lesh because that would have been oof.
Huskar.
Huskar could be the pick. We've seen them do it, and we've seen it do it with the Naga in the past
Against
as well.
Chen Shaker, that's a little scary because you're very vulnerable to just getting ganked over and over
I
again.
disagree. The new Q on Huskar is an AoE pushback.
Okay.
How are you supposed to land a stun if he's shoving the Centaur creep back out of range?
Okay, I'm willing to believe that could work that way, and I'd have to see it play out. I do want to say about the Naga is it kind of gives you this independent safe laner that doesn't want your help. Oh, wow. Wait.
Oh, no.
Mid-Lena?
No.
Mid-Lena.
Mid-Lena.
No, not Naga Disruptor.
Huh.
It's cool in a sense, though. We were talking about answers to morph.
This is what gave me PTSD at the start of 2018, Kyle.
Wait, is this a mid-disruptor? Hear me out. Is it a mid-disruptor?
Really? Is it?
I'm just saying, like, then what do you do? Coddle Ogre? Is it Coddle Ogre?
Mid, isn't it?
I'm saying, is that then Coddle Ogre offlane? Does that pressure a Morphling nearly as much as the Lena?
Who knows, man? The key is you've got a Naga Disruptor. So if you don't have a BKB on Morphling, that's your answer.
Okay.
You song, you find him, you kill him. Done
This is
deal.
true.
However, it is the same scenario as the previous game, where at a point, maybe Gambit just take this. I think that BSJ is right. TNC, they're going to slow him down in the laning phase, hamper this Morphling, and then they're going to get to a point where the Naga will outfarm because you don't actually need to be in lanes. Talking about the Boogeyman, Naga is sending out little illusions, shoving waves, farming.
Yeah.
He has no fear as long as
I'm still mind gamed a little, gents, because listen, hear me out, right? Before we head into this, because we head to the customers in just a moment. They've given them the two things that they're really good at, and they've shown us they're really good at, and now they're going to show us how to beat it.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? Why would they show everyone how to beat them?
Too much info. Yeah, I don't know. That's like for the playoffs. You can take a game in the playoffs for that, but
it's crazy. Anyway, ladies and gents, we're going to get into the game Gambit versus TNC as we head back to Cap and Blitz.
That's right. It's going to be an opportunity for us all to learn. We're going to learn if this combo is just too OP and you can't let it out, or if TNC do indeed have the answers to the Earthshaker Morphling duo.
Okay, let me just say something about this. As we look at the odds, 2.81 to 1.4, people don't think like Gambit is like some horrible underdog or anything like that. But this combo, the problem is I don't know if it's like tournament meta-centric or if it's like genuinely just like straight up OP. And I kind of want to know your thoughts on that. Like, because any combo that you can first two and win more than like 60% of games with,
yes,
I feel like should be considered broken, right?
Yes, for sure.
And I don't know if this is simply just an adaptation to like what TNC are doing and looking successful with, or because I saw Vici do it in a tournament before this as well. Like, is this just come back in a big way again?
I think I personally feel like this is actually just a bit broken. I mean, I always think that anytime you pick a combo like this, just doggedly, doesn't matter what they first picked, we're doing this combo.
Yeah.
There is something broken about that, for sure.
That's my concern too, where you feel like you can first to it, you know it's coming, and you still just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like that's, I guess that's just the thing.
Now, sometimes like the OP combo doesn't always win, We'll see whether or not how successful Gambit is here, as they're going to try and snag away those bounty runes. They will, with the Burrow Strike level 1 from Chanchlo, so he's going to sacrifice his Sandstorm or Cost of Finale. Honestly, it doesn't really matter, because all of it is kind of bad at level 1. That is the one thing about Sand King. His level 1 abilities, they're all kind of bad.
You know what it reminds me of? Remember when Dro was like first pick material? I was like, she would lose some games here and there.
Yeah.
But she was still winning like 58% of her games or something, while being like automatic first pick. That was kind of incredible.
We are going to see a very cool combination of heroes, though, from TNC. I think Keeper of the Light, the last time I saw against the Morphling Earthshaker combo, that was yesterday, I don't remember what game, it did look very good. I think that like that kind of catch against the Earthshaker Ags, where, you know, if you try and leap out and you get caught by the ball, you just go straight down to the ground. I think that's nice. You just get some chain stuns afterwards. They've got the Naga Siren Sleep into the Static Storm of the Disruptor, so Dream really needs that BKB that we saw from last game.
Dream wants to play the same game that Gabby had. He wants it so bad. Just give it to my man.
He was like, that was hellish to play against, and now he wants to be the one bringing hell on Earth.
I mean, that was such a struggle for him. I was just watching the poor guy, like, anytime he didn't instantly BKB, he died.
Yeah.
So he wants to be able to do that back. Get your revenge, man.
Well, we're starting off with a pretty harassment-heavy aggro dual lane here. Ogre, who, you know, high base damage, good at securing CS, does have some good burst damage, and then a 4-position Disruptor, which Disruptor is really the only thing he's known for in the laning phase is just his damage. Is the fact that you can go ahead and Thunderstrike people for lots and lots of harassment damage, and see that being used on Dream here.
Let me just say something about Ogre as a hero. I actually think he's kind of the offlaner where you just want to die. I actually think it's like one of the offlaners, you know, where you just don't really care if you die or not?
Yeah.
Armel's got to be really careful. GBK is out of trees, but
does have a healing salve, so as long as he stays ahead.
He's gonna get hit.
Oh, GBK. He got him. Armel will try and turn around some punishment, but he's going to be sad he lost his healing salve.
Oh, man, I can't believe he went for that churn. Just keep running, man. He let you go. He's going to ferry himself a salve as soon as possible.
The sad part is all this harassment is probably going to be for naught, because you're sitting in lane against a Chen who is very good. Oh, mid lane, they're going to be able to catch Armel. How many times did we see this combo in game 1 from TNC? Tim's always rotating behind the mid laner with a Fisher.
I'm having some sort of like weird deja vu.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm watching like the game in reverse. I felt like I saw that exact same move, and then when you said, when you didn't say Tim's, it actually kind of threw me off.
Yeah.
But they're going to make the first move onto the Lina.
Oh, FNG has the divine favor, right? Amplifying heal. So that means Dream's the little like tactics of just going like full agility, healing up a little bit. He actually went back to base. That's simply because FNG is going to be able to pull him back anyway, so he's going to come back with a little bit of regen, Wraith Band, and be a lot scarier.
I think the reason you do that as well is just because you don't anticipate using it for your Earthshaker to come back up the top. Like, normally you use this play to set up for a kill, but like killing an Ogre doesn't really feel too good.
Yeah.
Like the resource intensiveness of it doesn't really match what you get out of it. Like this hero is just so tanky.
I do love the fact that they put this like really lengthy cooldown on this ability. Before, when it was on Keeper of the Light, and then when Chen had it before it got nerfed, it was just way too easy for you to pull people around the map constantly.
Yeah.
So I think we've definitely kind of understood over the last like 3-4 years that, you know, movement around the map is really important, and abilities that are able to abuse that.
Also, mid lane, Armel does know about this invis, by the way. And he has to know that the Earthshaker went mid with it.
Yeah.
So that's why he's playing so far back. He's got that ward and that sentry up.
He sees him going back to bottom lane, so he can start playing forward again.
Yeah. Plus they called, like, dude, this guy's been gone for like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
He's going to get tossed back, though. GPK doesn't have a stun, though, so this shouldn't be a kill. Armel going to whiff on the stun, but good harassment by the Tiny.
They do manage to get the kill onto March, thanks to that invis. Now Gabby
He's going to try and at least assert enough control to go for the bounty runes, but no. Ball too tanky. TNC will get the other two on the top side of the map.
Just a nice 2-for-2 trade so far. Is Gambit off to a pretty good start right now, 2-0.
Burns, doesn't it?
You want to see the Midas from KP?
I kind of feel like it's the only item you should go on Ogre.
All the time? Even that Alk plus
like
Void plus...
All right, so the problem with it is, if you're an offlaner, you usually get items like enable some part of your game or like some skill set of your hero, right? Like for example, your offlane Earthshaker, you go like Ags or Blink. It enables like your W and stuff like that. Well, there's no item that really enables any of your abilities other than Ags, which you're not going to rush first. But you know what does enable your abilities? Midas allows you to multicast.
Yes.
Unless you could get like, you know, it'd be fun if you could force staff and you can multicast like 5 people just like instantly.
I believe you can when you use it offensively. That was hot. I believe you can. I'm not too
So you
super
just send
certain.
dudes, you send dudes like 10,000 feet forward into the future?
Maybe. It probably hits different units. Because that's the way like the medallion works.
That'd be pretty cool. Just like 4 people get 4 staff at once. But anyways, I think that's the reason why you go for the Midas. Like
Okay.
it's the only item, if you think about it in terms of like skill set utilization, that kind of makes sense to me. Did that track?
I think it definitely track for this game for sure, and almost every other Ogre game. That was like the one exception was just that Alk Void that was such a greedy lineup in the first place.
Was that versus Liquid? Oh, they're gonna get this kill up at top.
They're gonna get KP. They're gonna let
what's going on
Tim's
here?
walk away, but KP will eventually get him with an adaptive strike. They just need the vision. Gabby, look at him.
Dire's middle tower.
Cutting creep waves super aggressively. I don't think I've seen this one before.
I've genuinely never seen this on safe lane Naga. Gabby is straight up just okay. This is really interesting.
He doesn't want to play into the Sand King Sandstorm. I get that.
And he's also able to farm this area near him if he wants to, and it makes it so that Vampire can never really leave this area without it being incredibly obvious. It does mean they should be aware of this ward up here. That's the only reason he'd make this play.
Oh yeah.
And you know what the other cool part is? It's impossible for him to get ganked, I feel.
Well, they also know about the ward because they actually placed a ward on the high ground and it got dewarded.
Okay.
So they definitely know about it. They just haven't had the vision to be able to see up there.
March gets another deward off.
8-minute rune. GPK, no luck. It's
Gabby
bottom
is
lane.
8 minutes in, just kind of cutting this wave and farming these neutrals. I think this is the main reason he's doing it, because he knows that he can't prevent the Sand King from doing the same. So he's trying to keep up and farm. This is actually quite intelligent.
Yeah, because normally you'd be both abusing pulling into neutral camps, but then like Sand King's gonna be the winner in that because he just sandstorms.
It's like the same
on top
principles
of it.
like Axe when you have to deal with this against Axes. Whereas like Gabby is getting a lot. This was like a double stack that he gets to farm for free. Vampire gets the tail end of that XP, but I don't even know if Shachlo wants to do this for much longer. Like the trade doesn't feel super good. And Gabby's just a next level genius right now.
And even if they do rotate, like the chances of killing a Naga Siren in the first place are low, whether it's between the song or her innate tankiness or the vision from the illusions. There's so many things like that, but
They're going to spot this though. She has user TP. They should see this now, and that's going to prevent this.
Head back to a somewhat normal laning phase.
Did March? Oh yeah, March straight up just warded his own camp. That is the most hateful thing I've ever seen.
Oh, that's usually something you'd see in pubs to try and get your carry out of the jungle, but here it's to try and prevent Shachlo from abusing that camp, I
Like,
guess.
Cut your nose to spite your face.
Yeah.
He just Gabby was looking for that camp, and then he was like, okay.
That's a second ward that just gets taken away in that same area. You do manage to get the Fissure. That does not block in KP, though, so this Chen rotation with all these creeps isn't going to do a whole lot, except for maybe secure the 10-minute bounty rune that's about to spawn. GPK is here as well, so this is not a fight that TNC should be aching to take. But it does mean Gambit will be able to get 3 bounty runs.
Yeah, and the Naga continues to just get that soul XP. She's level 9 right now. Conversely, the Morph is level 6. Gabby is so strong, almost has a fully completed defusal. I don't know what Gambit's response is. I guess it's the same thing, just wait for the Morph to get online, but I feel like the timing of this Naga is going to be much more accelerated than we're used to. Like, this is not a typical Naga timing is... She's
that
gonna
was
get caught
not
here?
the smoothest move there from Gabby. Accidentally cut down the wrong tree and had to run into the tower. As a result, it's going to be forced into the first Song of Siren. Now, we did get our first kill for TNC while we were watching that exchange.
Yeah, and they still do have the gold lead because of the first blood and the kills. It's more just the XP difference that is kind of worrisome for me.
Particularly since Naga Siren, the Diffusal Blade, the Diffusal Blade's really effective against almost all these heroes. These like strength caster cores.
Yeah.
They're so reliant on their mana, they just become nothing once they get burned away. And that's what the Diffusal Blade could do for you is Dream, top lane, taking all that Static Storm damage, but you could see he has certainly learned how you can push this hero to the limits. Casually turns around when he turns back into an ogre, knowing they've just run out of damage.
I thought there was a chance that they could have killed him, maybe with the Laguna, but opts not to use it. It's perfectly fine. But that is a Morph seeing some pressure, whereas the Naga just continues to truck on with farm. Pretty interested to see how this Naga just matches up in general in this game. But I do like how they enabled her, because the problem with laning with Coddle is I think Coddle's a very good 5 right now, but the laning phase is just so bad. Almost every offlaner, you can't really do anything when they pull. You just can't. Your blast doesn't really do enough, nor does your blinding light, which is what 99% of Coddle's level first anyways nowadays.
Yeah.
So you're put in this weird position where you can't really do anything. You just kind of, you watch the enemy offlaner and that 4 run at you. So I guess this is the way that they're going to counter that, which I think is really smart. And throughout this tournament, I feel like TNC, I've seen them be a very mechanically good team, but this is like one of the first iterations where I've just seen them be like very, very methodical and intelligent.
Yeah, they're. It feels like they're a step ahead of everybody else when it comes to the meta. They certainly have seemed to figure themselves out both inside of the game in their methodical, very patient approach in securing leads, but also outside of the game when it comes to their unique drafting.
Yeah, what's really cool about them is like you can just tell the skill was always there, and now they're like putting it all together.
Vampire, he's very dead as TNC rotate all these heroes over to the bottom lane where Dream has already taken that tower with the help of FNG, who's actually the one to secure the last hit.
Yeah, and conversely, I feel like Gambit, I really like their team overall. A lot of like, it's a good mix of young and new talent. With like some veterans, like FNG has been around for so long. At one point, it felt like no one wanted to play with him, and he was like TI talent. And I remember he was just depressed about that. Yeah, it's like, you know, you're the team that knocked out like that legendary TI5 secret team where like pretty much everyone was wanted TI more or less. And now you're just kind of relegated to like playing with like the scraps of who you can find. And now it feels like he's a very desired captain. This is a very good squad, but they need to pick up some wins here. And if you thought the Earthshaker Morphling was the problem last game and you decided to take it and you end up losing with it anyways, I feel like that's a little bit of a mental hit.
Didn't they go, I think Gambit went 1-1 in both their series yesterday, right? So
they went 1-1 with Wind and Rain, and then we went 1-1 with Quincy Crew.
So that's not a great start to their group stage in the first place. And if they go down 2-0 against TNC, they're going to be looking at that. They're not going to be looking at, you know, trying to get top 2 in their group. They're going to be trying to play to stay out of the bottom 2. That's certainly not where I would have expected a Gambit team heading into this tournament to be looking. Even though the Naga Siren is top net worth, it's Gambit who has secured the first tower at bottom lane.
I think that's kind of normal. Sort of feel like Gabby doesn't want to be there, and he also doesn't want to go to this top area. I think when you have this, the downside of this Midas Core Ogre is that you want him to continue to farm.
Yeah.
So you don't really want to disrupt the pace of his game at all.
Yeah, he can't run around and do stuff for you. Gabby with the Static Storm. Are they going to be able to blow up this Morphling in time? The Fisher comes out. They're going to pull him back in with the Globe as well. March just using that extra spell to make sure, once and for all,
that was a nasty combo.
Yeah.
And you just saw how quickly Gabby rips apart that Morph. I mean, that early defusal pickup. He's already got 2,000 gold on top of a cap. They're going to run into Gabby here. He's going to pretend. Oh, no. Now he's going to show. This is the real me. March will die for this. A lot of the kills, if you go back to that last game, were on March. So it looked like the game was kind of close, but the majority of these pickups were just on the March.
We'll watch how fast that kill happens. Tried to do what they could with the Fisher, but at least the rotation from Armel does find them the kill on March, as you were talking about. And they talked about it on the panel as well. That's kind of March's playstyle, right? Fearless, in a way.
He just
even
runs
unto
in.
death.
He's like the new generation Pilot Eye.
Yeah.
He's just going to run in, break some smokes, chill, get some info for his team. He's not really the reason why they're going to win or lose in this game.
Yeah.
Aside from the drafting angle, of course. It's going to come down to, does this Naga Siren outscale this Earthshaker Morphling?
Oh, I've got another reason for...
Talk to me, Cap.
Your Midas KP Ogre to just keep farming.
Yeah?
You're paired with a Coddle. Coddles, who mostly are going maxed out Chakra Magic lately, reducing that cooldown, double Fire Blast. Fire Blast is basically your ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Because that's what multicast is. So, in a way, you're just kind of making this Ogre
Dude,
somebody who
so
can
annoying to gank.
burst the hell out of people.
They're gonna
And you're
do
gonna
it here.
see how annoying it is to gank this Ogre because they have to bring 2 cores to barely ensure the kill before the Song of Siren comes out from Gabby. You could see Gabby, this is something maybe a little bit uncharacteristic of most Naga Sirens I've been seeing, but he's using his song a lot more aggressively than those in the past. Static Storm
bottom
into the
lane.
LSA. They do have a Laguna Blade to finish off Dream. He wanted to have the same kind of game
look at
Gabby
bottom, though.
did, but it is already
There's
saying
the
that
echo.
is not going to be the case. They do manage to get the echo onto 2, but the avalanche over the toss. The top's up in the air. It's not enough to finish off Armel. Is Armel going to get out of here? This needed to be both kills, not just the support. They needed that Coralina to fall after just watching the Morphling go down, but Armel does manage to get away.
I feel like that was a pretty big mistake by GPK.
Yes.
Like, he had the opportunity to go for one or the other. And I think he was trying to be a little bit too cute and greedy there. But Armel was the much more valuable kill.
Yeah, he needed to position himself to make sure he got the toss onto Armel. I don't know how much
March
that
doesn't care
Fisher
there.
was blocking, but...
I think March is actually quite happy with the result of that gank.
Yeah.
They got echoed. They only lost 1 hero who was in a core.
And as a result, there's a Boots of Travel now on the Lina.
You've almost got a fully completed Manta. And on the flip side, Dream's game has just been slowed down so much. It felt like at this point in the game, Gabby was very close to the Aghanim Scepter. And now you see the Morph, who's just been so heavily pressured in this game.
They're going to get to a point where a lot of they've got these nice ganking cores in the Sand King as well as the Tiny, where early on you can put some pressure on the Naga Siren when she's trying to split push. But at this rate, with already having a Manta, next item, if he gets Heart, you're just going to run out of damage for killing her.
Yeah, I agree. Plus, I think this Disruptor Naga Siren combo is just really good. You have the Naga illusions that can just like scout out, and if you're out of position at all, Tims will bring you back in. They get a kill, and if you check out his items, he's rushing an Ags to completely counter anything.
I think I was telling you this about this like last season. My experience with once they changed the Naga Siren with the new Riptide thing.
Yeah.
It's like paired up with any vision, it is the most obnoxious carry to play against.
Because get a free mid tower?
You just like put some vision on a support and then you just throw illusions at him.
Yeah, if you look at FNG, and he's just running away as soon as he sees any of the illusions.
Checking out his courier.
Yeah, the gorilla.
The gorilla.
I really like that.
More than the Rat King, though?
I don't know. The Rat King's pretty dope.
20-minute bounty runes coming up. Looks like we're just gonna split them across the river.
Yeah, I really like how they're using Gabby front-facing.
Yep.
But
Maybe he's going to be maybe a little bit too front-facing, but they do have the interception of March, and the man to dodge does help him dodge that adaptive strike. And Vampire trying to get up as much damage as possible onto Lina before he finally does fall. He was caught trying to catch TNC from behind, but instead he's the one who gets initiated on. May just lead to a bad team fight here for the rest of his boys, as now Gambit, top of the Song of Siren, is going to be able to catch the Sand King. They're throw out. Nope, no spells come out in time, but they do have the glimpse, so they're going to be able to pull Shotslow back in with no Burrow Strike. Armel going into the back lines, but Yule Scepter going down from Armel, and does miss. He had the miss on him from March. The blinding
Armel
light to
touches.
toss a tree. That's not going to be good enough either. Armel does manage to get away. The epicenter coming out from Shotslow, trying to chase down Gabby, realizes he's too tanky, instead going for KP, but the Ogre is also too big, and he actually got off his Midas during that fight. Gabby controlled up though. Vampire comes back into the fight to finish what he started, which was going for the kill onto the cores of TNC. KP up next, toss forward on a Dream as he gets sent back by the glimpse. KP hidden in the trees. JPK just going for that blind blink avalanche, but they both missed, both him and Vampire. But KP,
they've got him.
He has nowhere to be able to run to. Sadly, he's revealed by the creeps and will die eventually.
Did you see Armel's play though? He was originally TPing. He saw that the tree toss was actually going to hit him, and then he cancels it at the last second to reset his TP into a different direction.
Nice.
The downside of that though was like, yes, he lived, but he was relying on having the 2 TPs up so he could come back into that fight.
Right,
so he could heal, reset, just salve real quick. I mean, it was still godlike, but that's sort of what gets your Naga killed there in that position. And it's also the fact that they didn't really want to go on the Sand King there. You saw that Tim's was very loath to commit the ultimate, but they threw down so much on top of that spot to begin with. The Coddle ult was committed too before the big fight took place.
They really needed to just be able to burst one core. It took so long to be able to go on Shotslow after, like, he blinks away, you glimpse him back. Like, it was just too much.
This is a very good Sand King game, I will say.
Yeah.
It's kind of annoying. He had like 15 opportunities to reset, despite the fact that Gambit missed so many stuns. But they've got like 15 of them, so it doesn't really matter. One of them will eventually land on you.
True. He's got Pipe, Blink Dagger. Now he's going for the Lotus Orb for the classic, you know, get rid of the dust if you want. Obviously, there's a lot of single target abilities. Laguna Blade, Fire Blast, Glimpse. A lot of stuff he can use that Lotus Orb to good use. 6-8, 2,000 net worth lead, TNC. Well, we're looking at that Aghanim Scepter coming in soon for Dream. Will it change the game for Gambit? Will they be able to take control? Because they're slightly down in net worth right now.
Last time, as soon as Gabby got it, it was like lights out.
Yeah.
The game pretty much just ended.
There was like 10 minutes of no Chronospheres because they just kept on getting initiated on.
They're actually going to walk into the Roshan pit right now. They've got the sleep, so they feel real good about this.
Okay.
And they're doing it real quick with the Bloodlust on a Gabby. Alina is also hitting for quite a bit because she's got the Shadow Blade. The Satyr's going to come in.
Creep, it's going to reveal this, but it looks like it's far too late. They're going to TP over. Maybe Shotslow can go for some really desperate steal play, but his TP was honestly just a bit too late too, so.
And now the Shadow Bladed Lina is on the hunt. Blink. And the Aghanims is complete by Morph, but TNC have read the timing of this Ags, I think. I think that's why they decided to go for that Roche too, because they knew that Dream was probably telling his team, like, I've almost got Ags, just wait, reset things a little bit.
Do not at any cost take a team fight, and that is the moment the TNC chooses to go for the Roshan. Gambit will still try and go for that team fight after they've gotten the Aghanim Scepter. Who are they going to run into, though? Looks like they almost stumbled onto Tim's here. March revealing his positioning as he continues to push out that mid lane very safely.
Austin, chat is saying lol Gambit. Do you think Gambit is going to lose this game?
I think it's determined in the next 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Like, in the next 5 minutes, they get things going, then Gambit, they can still close this out. But it is very scary, the fact that Gabby has the Diffusal Manta and is just about to pick up the heart. He gets one more item after that heart, and I don't know if you can stop him. I think his split push is going to make it so hard for you. Like, you might be able to get these pickoffs and stuff, but you just won't be able to get objectives.
He needs damage, though.
Who does? Gabby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the butterfly is actually pretty big.
Yeah, butterfly, I mean, it's... I don't think there's really another option for Naga Sirens after that, right? Because it's the best of both worlds.
It's your DPS item.
And it makes you tankier.
They also keep calling us mauled.
Do you know what that means, Blitz?
No.
We're over the hill, Blitz. If you don't know what mauled means, you're definitely maulding.
I see. Well, is that a bad thing?
It's not where you want to be yet.
Oh, they're going to get the Sand King.
He's going to be pulled back into the Static Storm. LSA.
He's really tanky.
He is very tanky thanks to his part to his pot. Oh, no. Oh, what? It actually still went off, even though the Burrow Strike from his original position got pulled a little bit, but it looks like he's still going to survive. March is going to have to retreat to his little glowing orb and hope that that's going to be enough to save him.
He's
it
so
doesn't save
tanky.
him, but it does save the rest of TNC.
Yeah, this Naga actually just lacks damage right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Naga wasn't even there in that fight, really, right? They static stormed him up, and it was pretty much all Armel, and that's all magic damage. The pipe plus bracer that he has.
They had 4 heroes down here trying to kill the Sand King.
This dude's got 57% magic resistance.
Wow, that is more than half.
That is indeed what that means.
Oh. Lena's just dead.
Avalanche, yeah, he's going to be tossed up in the air, and GPK does manage to get that pick off. Not great for Armel, but maybe the Naga Siren can still push them back. The epicenter is going to be used to clear through some creeps and some illusions, but
Save
no
FNG.
heroes take damage. Illusion after illusion is going to run in to try and protect this mid tower, and maybe even get the kill on FNG if Gambit's not too careful.
Awesome. They're saying I'm maulding because I don't know what mauled means. I don't understand. Am I being cyber bullied right now?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's rough.
Let me just say, I did have a moment of like, damn, we've been in this game for a long time. We were talking about like FNG, you know, like, oh, you know, he once, like we're talking about him being the veteran, but I remember, you know, we were casting at a time when he was coming into the scene and was like the fresh face. Now we refer to him as the veteran of
Smoke
CIS.
up. Gabby gonna run into GPK, who instantly gets a blink. Does he commit the ulti for this? Doesn't have enough vision to feel comfortable. So it looks like they're just gonna reset.
Still though, TNC, it's not a big lead, but it's scary to me how much of the map they control at all times.
I mean, that's the benefit of having this Naga Siren, right?
Yeah.
Being as tanky as she is. Like, it's... They don't have... Their heroes aren't the best at dealing with this for the time being.
Yeah,
They
they
just need
don't
more
have
items.
any one of those supports that can be like, I've got, you know, Lion, I can just hex one, mana drain the other, and 2 illusions are already dead. They don't really have that. So this is just going to be a continual problem. Gambit, though, can still easily win team fights, especially once they start getting their BKBs. They already got one on GPK. Next one's going to be coming up on Dream quite soon. So this is going to be a massive power spike for team fights. If Gambit can actually just find that initiation, especially an opening on somebody like the real Gabby, would be nice.
Oh, if they could find Gabby. I've been waiting for this morph to look broken in this game. I was really hoping that Dream would get his revenge.
Yeah.
He was like, all right, so you're in the post-game chat. Your captain's like, what went wrong? And he's like, that combo's broken. And he's like, so if I pick it, we'll win? And Dream's like nervously sweating. He's like, yes. There is nothing you can do about it.
You know, Dream has something like over 9,000 matches on his main account.
That is so much. I only have like 3,500. Oh. Okay, that...
So this boy is not new to Dota in any stretch of the imagination. That is a guaranteed 10,000 hours of pubbing right there, right? So almost 20,000 if you include current queue times.
Very true.
Selfish indeed.
2-2 is the bounty rune split as Gabby just continues to push out the lanes. He's almost got the butterfly. I was gonna say he was 6-slotted, and then I realized he had a win lace.
No.
So that doesn't really count. That's the cheap 6-slot.
So he did it again. They have, panel talked a little bit how they always have some sort of vision hero on the side of TNC, and what I've noticed is that March always buys these early gems, especially when he has a hero that really abuses it. They used it last game on the Warfling very nicely. He had such a free game that he was able to hold that gem, kill the Invoker, take away a lot of vision. They're going to do it again this time with early pickup. They have the Naga Siren. So much map control. They can take away vision as well. Gambit.
Oh, that is a sick
start
pickup.
Playing in the dark.
That actually is a sick pickup.
I know. Super sick.
They're trying to play to win right now. This is what I enjoy.
Who's trying to play to win right now?
Both teams, actually.
Both of them want to win the game?
Don't characterize it like that.
Pull back, okay. Doesn't really do a whole lot. The Dream, he tried to actually jump through that orb, AoE, and instantly get stopped. They do manage to get to sleep. Now, can he actually take advantage of this sleep, though? Because they're going to get out the Static Storm, and they do have the control on this.
That's the Ag Static Storm.
It's an Ag Static Storm. They don't have the BKBs to use.
Dude, that's broken. They can't do anything about it.
They cannot do anything about that, but maybe GPK can come back in with the help of Vampire, control up Armel and kill him by himself, but Gabby just whittling away at these supports. The Fisher stun comes in after Shotchlow with the Bro Strike, but Armel is still alive through all of this one, and GPK can't seem to finish him off. Now they're all going to get kited around, controlled up in the fight. That is going to be 4 dead. The only one who walked away from that fight, FNG. The 5 position of Gambit survived.
FNG got the hell out of there. He was like, this is a terrible fight. Can't do anything about it. Especially when the morph just gets blown up like that. That was the ideal situation for him. His DD unfortunately going to pop while he's dead, but that was a DD morph with his freshly picked up BKB. He marches in so confidently, and then all of a sudden he gets Ag Static Stormed.
When did he pick up the Aghanim Scepter?
Dude, he's been trying to get it the entire time. Oh, yeah, and they're going to find FNG here. There's
all right, well,
actually nothing he can do until the Earthshaker buys back. The illusions are still very close to killing him, but this is going to be a lane of racks opened up at least.
Yeah, they'll be able to just chill out. Let's just go back for the shrines. You can let the illusions do the dirty work on the barracks.
Are they going to get it? I think they're going to get it. Oh, no.
Nah, they've got Fishers on Fishers
Here we go.
on Fishers. Oh, okay. The Fishers are blocking him out.
Oh, yes, Static Storm again. No, like this.
Storm again. Oh, no. Dream, he thought he was going to play the combo hero, but he's found that TNC had exactly the answer to the Earthshaker Morphling duo. It's the Disruptor Naga Siren duo. They're going to be able to pull back Shotshell with the glimpse.
TNC saying, the combo's not broken, we're broken.
A 4-position disruptor. The hard part of getting Aghanim Scepter is just, usually as a 5, you don't have a GPM talent. So it's just, you're never going to get axed.
Where did Tim's find the gold?
I'm guessing he was just given a lot of...
He was in 12 out of 13 kills.
Yeah.
Definitely winning participation trophies. They're going to get 2 sets of racks. It looked like they weren't even going to get a 1. But the smoke turnaround, the fake back.
And you've got this combo, thanks to Naga Siren's early levels, you've got this combo every 80 seconds, so.
Now they're going to go down towards bottom, and there's still a Roshan with cheese for them to take. The Naga Siren has an empty slot as soon as she moves the gem, and they are abusing this gem right now. Half the time they don't even have to smoke just because they know there's no info for Gambit. And for Gambit, this game has to be a nightmare to play. Like, if you're FNG, you really like structured play. I know that he does. And when you just have no vision, there's no real plays to be made.
Yeah.
You don't really get to do anything. And TNC is just taking that away off the bat.
I knew TNC was not going to go for that last lane of racks because everything about their play so far has said, 2 lanes of Rax, that means 10 minutes of farming. They also have to go back, get these shrines, get Roshan. There's many things to do on their to-do list.
bounty runes. Let me say, by the way,
runes, yeah.
before, this is not the TNC that I'm used to, because the TNC that I'm used to is like, they just kind of run at you, they fight nonstop. There's no real structure to things other than like, we are better than you.
Yeah, they're playing off the aggressiveness of Cuckoo and Tim's, you know, running around.
They're playing off the fact that they're just mechanically better than you, so if you get into a 5-on-5 fight, they're just going to press buttons better.
Yeah.
But this TNC is just methodical, and they're just tough to play against. As Gambit is feeling the effects of that right now, it really feels like they haven't been given any opportunities to get a clean 5-on-5 fight. Dream, I mean, 4-4-0 hasn't really had any openings in this game whatsoever.
Well, you're going to know they're doing Roshan. You may even get some vision of how low Roshan is, but Gambit, can you actually get inside the bit? Can you take a successful team fight? And it doesn't look like it. They're not certainly trying to run up there. KP is challenging anybody who walks up the hill at this point, which secures the Aegis for Gabby as well as Cheese for, I'm pretty sure Armel's taking that one. No? Oh yeah, he does have it in his backpack.
And that's an arcane rune that is on the ground. It looks like Tim's is going to get that. He's got a Blink Dagger to set up for this next Static Storm attempt as Gabby finds the free kill onto the Chen.
Why not?
The weird part about it is as soon as Dream sees the Naga anywhere, he just, I don't actually know what he does. Because the range of the sleep is so long. Is it like every single time now you just pop BKB as soon as you see the Naga within like 1,000 distance of you?
I mean, they got to find a way to get some initiation. Oh, sight the Vice up for the Ogre.
This is still a 10-second
multicast
BKB
option for you.
He's had it for about 15 minutes, and it's a 10-second BKB. He's been given no opportunities to use it. The Naga Siren, you can see how far back Dream is.
Double side. Gabby is actually going to ensnare himself here, but does have the vision of the Sand King, and that's the important part for his illusions start doing their work. Same with Armel, who managed to get the LSA. No, doesn't quite get it. Shot slow will be 4 staffed away.
You got to do something about this.
But they have to get to this barracks. GPK's trying to stop it. He almost immediately gets blown up by the illusions, plus the onslaught of spells coming out from Armel, immediately buying back. Gambit, all these initiators, all
Look
these
at how far back
strength
TNC are.
stunners. They can't go for Gabby. They know they have to go for the backline somehow. Finally, they're going to be forced into a 2-man burrow strike. There goes the Song of Siren, though, with a BKB activator from GPK. He's actually kind of blocked in right now. He doesn't really know where to go.
Oh, Dream actually comes into this.
Oh, Dream, no, that's not where you wanted to go. Don't go into the song. Don't go into death like that. He's going to buy back and try and do something. Oh, the Echo Slam coming back in. Is Vampire going to be able to turn this one with 3-man Echo Slam? No, it's not even close. Gabby, he's so tanky that this may just turn into his 1v3 moment as the sight device coming out from KP. Controlling up that Tiny, being tanky enough as he is TNC, the methodical approach once again will back up. They will not try and challenge and finish off Gambit unless they overextend. Dream is going to try and come back in, preventing Gabby from retreating. But Gabby, he doesn't care about retreating. He cares about killing. He's already brought down FNG and approaches the high ground once again. Now that he's joined by both the Lina as well as the Coddle, bought back.
5 seconds on the next Static Storm.
Time to go for Megas. Time to even go for the throne. Is this low enough? They're going to get this site onto this Tiny once again. FNG going to be in some trouble and snared up. There goes that BKB. Activated by Dream, turning into a Naga Star and trying to go for Armel. That way he can ensnare him up, but it's just not the same. It's not the same without the Earthshaker. You just don't have any real damage. And now they have the Static Storm that makes sure that he will go nowhere but the grave. And that is going to be game 2 TNC. Maybe they're just a broken team.
Jeez, they are so good. Oh my lord. I mean, they made it look like Gambit weren't even at the same level.
No.
Like Gambit was completely, they were playing a completely different game. And you can see right there, Gambit, for me coming into this tournament, I'd say like my 3 favorites were probably like Vici, Gambit, and Alliance. I'd say TNC was like a close 4th, but TNC, I believe that makes them, are they 6-0 now?
They are 6-0. They have proven that they can stand up to anybody. Liquid, NIP, now Gambit, the only team that you have to prove dominance over is going to be Quincy Cruz. So we'll see how that goes for TNC. I imagine it's going to be another 2-0 at this rate. This team is looking red hot.
They certainly are. Thank you very much, Cap and Blitz, with the third series there. We're back for the fourth series as well as we end our day. First of all, we're going to wrap up on a tremendous series yet again by TNC Predators. They're in absolutely imperious form. 6-0 in their groups, and they've made Gambit look like a second-rate team, frankly, and they really aren't. Kyle alongside me with BSJ to break things down. Gents, another great performance.
I mean, they found the counter, right? If you have...
Well, yeah.
Well, it kind of counters everything,
okay.
Right? I put you to sleep, and when you come up, you can't use abilities or items. What's the counter?
Yeah, I mean, once you get to that point, there really isn't, right? Maybe buybacks, like the Doom idea, but I think this game boiled down a lot to letting him get away with too much on Naga in the early minutes of the game. He was level 9 in 9 minutes. Mm-hmm. I was saying you got to punish this, and people, the argument in the green room was how, and I'm like, you have a Chen, you can just recall somebody. Let the Morphling kind of, he's got level 5, level 6-ish. Maybe he's not going to free farm anymore, but that Naga was level 9 at 9 minutes into the game.
But what's interesting is, he didn't save a point. He was going full 4-0-4, no song. But you don't know that, right? So maybe you go to address Gabby, and he just puts you to sleep and then TP's out, and you've wasted a ton of time. So I can understand why they'd be hesitant, but just goes to show. It's, that's Dota, right? Take risks when they pay off. You win games.
Yeah, I mean, Dota's a team game, but this man is making an early claim for the Mercedes-Benz MVP, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean,
he's had some phenomenal performances on a wide range, from the Night Stalker to the Morphling to the Naga. You're like, what the hell is this guy playing?
He knows exactly what he needs to do on every hero, and that's not easily done. And the thing is, you're going to push the limits on every hero at this level of play, and you just can't let people get away with that level of greed. And maybe you've just never seen it before, and that's why you're like, wait a minute, there are carries cutting creeps that are tier 3 6 minutes into the game. And when you just have that extra item on a hero like Naga, usually Naga's issue is she doesn't do enough damage. And then now you just have that whole Bloodthorn at the end of the game.
As we go through the replays, the important thing will be that we should talk about the fact that the draft flipped. And they gave them the Morphling Shaker, and we said, okay, what's the sense in doing that? What, they're going to show us now how to beat their own thing? But Cole, you made a good point off air, and I want you to bring it up on there now. It's not the whole story, is it?
No, I think they just played better Dota. They're a better team, and really, perhaps the way to address this more, as you could see in the first 2 clips, they killed him. And in fact, they all in. They had a Naga song and a Disruptor ult, and when it looked like maybe he'd escape, they dropped Coddle L2 just to make sure. Same thing happens bottom. They all in to kill the Morph. And
to give him a bad early game. Because we saw how disruptive that was for Return on Envy early on.
Yeah, and it could also just because, as we've discussed as well, Naga gets 6 slotted so much faster that you hit this timing where all of a sudden, yeah, sure, Morph might have 3 items. Naga's got 6. And suddenly things don't look so hot. And to the point about the Disruptor Ags rush, I mean, if you look at the items, it was Tranquil Boots Ags. They understood what they were trying to do. They knew that BKB would be the answer for the Morph. They just deny it. They kill him.
Yeah, when you're in control of the game like they were, the best thing you can do is recognize when could the opponent potentially take control back of the game. And that's pretty much what that Ags Disruptor did. By the time by the time Gambit was going to hit their timing, you already have that Ags. And it just got shut right down. The DD Morphling, bottom Shrine, Radiant Jungle. I mean, that was clinical. I love to watch. That's what I mean by when a team plays against a team who plays that strategy better than pretty much anyone else at the tournament. It's just, you love to see it get dissected.
Yeah, and differences as well in the way that it was laned even, where you had constant pressure from 2 heroes against the Morph in lane. Compare that to the first game where you just have an Axe back laning with Morphling farming under tower. As Will said, Morph loves this. You don't miss any hits. You have 100 damage. You have lifesteal. You're not taking any pressure. This is the dream. You're also getting a ton of experience. Now, you look at TNC. They're like, this isn't how it goes. We're going to fight you.
Yeah. I mean, they're 6-0 in a group now, Brian. That's pretty much guaranteed them a spot in the next round. Well, it has guaranteed them a spot in the next round, of course. They're also a very dangerous team, and they've also played probably the best 3 teams in the group so far. They've got the 2 weakest teams to come, Quincy Crew and Wind and Rain. So you'd imagine they could probably go 10-0 in this group.
Absolutely. They just look the
hard
most
to see how they
comfortable.
don't go 10-0 right now.
They look like they're feeling themselves with this meta. Just throw it. We'll throw whatever. We got this. KP plays the Ogre, goes he's like this active player on Veno, and then he goes nothing Midas on Ogre.
But it's also, so valuable.
Yeah.
You start getting double Midas procs, you're more likely to get bonus Midases than not. It's not fair. You hit a double minus onto like one of those Ursa camps. It's just so good. You're like, oh, the bonus.
Did you see the first game of the first day? The guy didn't get a multicast on Midas for like the first 8 casts of Midas. It was
I don't believe it.
No, it was pitiful.
You should play the lottery after this. You can't have like that bad.
The RNG was good. The RNG was very good. From Gambit's point of view, Brian, where does that leave them? Because we mentioned that they were inconsistent already, and they have been a little bit inconsistent in qualifiers and in practice, and they were on day one here as well. You had 2 games in a row where they looked great and then they looked kind of poor. How do you fare and how do you rate them in these 2 games?
These 2 games don't give me a full impression of Gambit. What these 2 games told me is that TNC knows how to run Earthshaker Morphling better than anyone in this tournament, and they also know how to beat it better than anyone. Yep. So
makes them dangerous immediately.
To be fair, Gabby's just better at Morphling.
That's what I mean.
I don't think he missed a Fisher in the game he played. I've seen numerous missed Fishers. I think there was one at the very end of that game where he literally split the uprights.
I mean, you could immediately see the difference in the Morphling plays, couldn't you?
It's the difference, you get to a point when you're comfortable enough with a hero, especially one as complex as Morph after you've got Ags. It's all muscle memory. You can tell that some players still have to think through what they're doing. Gabby, it's all feeling. He's done this hundreds of times. He knows what he's up to.
Yep. All right, I'm going to get some more from both of you in just a moment. Let's check in with Sir Action Slacks and find out who he's found on the winning side of TNC.
Thanks, guys. I am here with the winner of the series, Mr. March from TNC. How you doing, boss?
We're doing great. Yeah.
I could tell from that series, man. That was a heck of a battle there. It looked like they might come back, though, in that second game. How'd you feel about the series overall?
We were having fun, and then when they took the ES Morph, we were like, they're trying to copy us, and we were confident against it. Yeah.
Yeah, I did want to talk to you about that. You guys seem to kick some butt in that with game 1, game 2. They try to copy your strategy a little bit. How did you make sure that didn't work out for them?
I don't want to tell you my secret, but I think a lot of the C people who play matchmaking in C will know because it's first 2 picked every single game, and then we are like well trained from the C pups. That's the secret, I guess.
I understand. Any words out there for Ice Frog about that combo? Should we keep it in the game? Should it get absolutely obliterated?
Probably patch it before you actually see other teams use it. So.
All right, Ice Frog. Hope you're listening and you get to that patch notes tonight so that we don't have a repeat of that last series. Thank you so much, sir. Well done. We'll see some more from TNC coming up. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing the patch overnight, that's for sure. But nevertheless, even March says it's pretty damn good right now.
Yeah.
Not hard to argue with, really, is it? I mean, we've seen it in devastating hands.
It's teams are notoriously very secretive about their strategies, what they think is good.
He's probably got 3 others that they haven't even shown yet.
And he'll let you see this one. Yeah, guys, it's pretty good. Just so you know, it's all right. He's even pleading with us for Ice Frog to step in and stop the bleeding. But as you said, we'll probably have a few more days. So you're going to have to see. Will teams deal with it? Will they have strats prepared? I mean, that was a last pick disruptor, right?
Yeah.
So you can't imagine that anyone was going to get a Naga into disruptor again. But it's one of those combos that you forget about, and then someone picks it up, and you're like, oh, damn, that is so good. Like the Mirana Void, right?
It's a classic KP team-orientated combo. Yeah. He gave me PTSD with Newbie last year. I'm still not over that. It wasn't quite as... This was much better. This was more active. And that was the let's stall the game for 50 minutes kind of strat. And that was really... But everyone was sleeping. Never mind Naga sleeping. It was everyone was sleeping. This one was different. Just final wrap-up and final thoughts on these 2. TNC, do you think they're... now moving into that zone of being favourites for the entire tournament?
I think it's between them and Vici. They definitely seem like the most complete teams here. I'd lean a little towards TNC just because I think they've got a more creative play style right now. I think that they've got that right mix of the aggression specifically. And I haven't seen teams that have been able to deal with it too well. I'd love to see them play up against Beast Coast. I hope we get that matchup at some point in this tournament.
Right. Brian, they've shown us 2 different things today, both in how to play it and how to counter it, but they've also shown us 2 different styles. The first game was very... patient, I would say. They didn't rush in. They had a 22k gold lead. Could have gone in at almost any time. They had Gabby doing crazy things on the Morphling, but they played that very passive. They played it very methodically, almost Vici-like in some ways from last year.
Yeah, it's been funny watching their games. No matter who or how much the lead is or who has the lead, it always seems like TNC's in control. Like they're dictating. If they want a slow game, it's slow. If they want a lot of fighting, they're the ones forcing the issue. it's always so hard to identify exactly how they do it or why that is. But
Especially for someone like Brian, he's not exactly qualified for this level of
I do my
analysis.
best, man. You know, I love to watch it though. It's fun to see things. You're like, wow, I know it's working and I know they're doing it. But
there's a really good line from Chuck Polniak about the trouble with getting into anything competitive or creative is that you like things, you want to get started in something because you've got good taste. The problem is your talent isn't quite up to your taste, so you know you're garbage, but you know that that's great. And the key is to stick with it until eventually you're good, right? Stuck in it's something the first to getting good at it. However, you know, you don't always have that time. And it would take a hell of a long time to catch up to the prowess of some of the guys we got on screen earlier today. What is that face?
Okay. No, I'm just listening. I'm taking it in. I'm learning. I'm you know, it's all educational over here. Brian's doing the same thing. We bow to your knowledge, your
Soaking
superior.
it in.
Yeah, osmosis effect. You know, you're standing quite close to Kyle, so presumably you can soak some of that brilliance in.
Maybe I'll get a little closer.
I don't know. This has gone sideways very quickly, so we're also going to move sideways very quickly and head to a break. It's going to be an extended break, unfortunately, because the games are running a little bit long on the other streams right now, but bear with us. We'll be back with Team Liquid versus Gambit. A big game for both teams, of course. A big game for Gambit. They need to bounce back after being absolutely thoroughly thrashed by the informed TNC Predator. They lead the group at 6-0. We'll take a break, and we'll see you shortly.
I love to grief my teammates. Not other people in pubs, but there's a lot of really, really fun things you can do. Like, for example, one of my most favorite ones, especially with Boxy specifically, is he loves to use a courier very frequently. So I just send it back, and then I ask him why he's sending the courier back. And like, just keep going with this. Like, every time the courier flies out of it, I just send it back, and I go, Boxy, why are you using a courier? He's like, I need my items, no! And then he dies. And he's goddamn courier, man. Everyone's just reusing it all the time. It's great fun, great fun.
I had a Ricky and a bounty hunter following me from the start of the game. And they would take everlasting, like, from me. They would just run around Invis. Every time I tried to farm a jungle camp or the lane or something, they would just take it. And they would do that for the entire game.
Is that creative, though?
I don't know. It's the first time I saw that, and it hasn't happened to me since then, so.
I don't know, creative griefing is Tiny Airlines is a classic.
Tiny Airlines is a good one.
You know that one? No. It originated like 2 years ago-ish. They click mid. If you take mid from them, they pick Tiny. They throw it in the enemy tower every time. And you just see this guy, mid or Tiny Airlines, the mood has been set for the game. You know what's happening in that game.
First time I came to China, and their playstyle was super weird to me. Obviously, they were farming a lot, playing passive, and they are not communicating since they don't know English. And what I did, I bought a lot of sentries and blocked every single camp in my jungle. I was so proud of myself because I thought, okay, now the game begins, my team will play aggressive, we will start do something. But no, they went into our high ground and wait for my sentries to be devoured or like just wait for the timer.
Mine are pretty well documented.
No, he's got a lot of clips.
So we can call it cliff tossing, or?
Oh yeah, for sure. Or you just like follow someone.
I mean, it wasn't really like griefing. I mean, we actually almost won that game. We were owning, but I was in a pub with some guy one time, and somebody like our lanes got taken. So we played tiny tech, or no, we played Wyvern techies, and we'd fly, or sorry, Wyvern tiny, and we'd fly up onto a hill, and we'd toss people onto the hill, and we tossed like 3 dudes onto this hill. Not our teammates, the enemies. We were griefing. We were actually flying. We were on.
I was playing a pub in China.
So there's this one time, we're in China, Cloud9.
And I mean, Chinese people are very team play. They like to team play. But at the same time, if you don't speak Chinese, it's hard to communicate. So I wanted to play Doom mid, and this guy picked Invoker, didn't want to let me go mid.
So he picked
Stream Protector or Doombringer, and he bought Quelling Blade and Double Gauntlet.
Buying 2 branches, 2 gauntlets, and a Queen Blade.
And he went with his mid Invoker dueling mid, and he CS'd every creep. And every time he got a creep, he would ping his Quelling Blade.
Then I got every last hit, and every time after I got the last hit, I would ping my Queen Blade. And then at one point, apparently the guy was still trying to team play, so he shared me 2 tangos when I was running out of regen. I was like, oh my god, what are you doing? I'm briefing you and you're like helping me? Like, question mark.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
domination in a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Let's get it. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics. Vodafone presents the pre-match.
A very warm welcome back to ESL 1 Hamburg 2019, powered by Intel. It is our final series of day number 2. We're starting to get a good understanding of where these teams stand, although it has to be said in Group B, things are an absolute mess right now. There's several teams on 3 and 3, there's several teams on 2 and 4. The only one thing we really know about it is that TNC are very good indeed. They top the group at 6 and 0 right now. We're going to move on to 2 vital teams who need vital points right now. Because of that thrashing that Gambit had at the hands of TNC, they find themselves on just 2 points right now. And Liquid have forced themselves back in contention after winning 2-0 against NIP in their previous series today. So they currently sit at 3 and 3. But as you can see, all the teams very nicely matched in this group. This final set of matches in this series is going to tell us an awful lot about who might be qualifying for the final stages. Now we've made a little change on our panel once more. We welcome back Purge alongside BSJ. I kind of like this group. This group's fun.
It is. Everyone's really close. There's a couple upsets, some surprising results, and we don't really know how it's going to go, except for the the big dog in the top.
Big dog, the big TNC boys, who seem to be dominating proceedings. They're in action against Quincy Crew on the other channel, which you can obviously watch on Stream B. Wind and Rain are also in action against NIP if he wants to follow that one. We're going to follow Gambit versus Liquid on here, though. These two teams need points now. I mean, holy smokes. Liquid, at least, they got themselves out of a little bit of trouble with their first win. But Gambit only have 2 points right now.
It's scary for sure, and that's how groups go sometimes. They end up not necessarily what you expect, but ultimately make it out of groups, do well at the playoffs if possible. No matter what happens, though, it's going to be really good practice.
Good victory, Brian, for Liquid. That needed that, didn't they, against NIP?
We talked about it yesterday. They've been looking a bit shaky with the meta. All the teams that are in this conglomerate of 2 to 3 point teams, they all have a lot of promising factors going for them, but they also have some shaky factors that we've been seeing. Right. And Liquid, for them, I think this being a big confidence booster. They did get the Boxy Slardar last game. Something we kind of talked about how they have this run-at-you strategy, and I think if they're able to get it and in a game where it's good, they still execute it just as well as they did last year, and it's top-tier stuff, but it's just not like TNC, where TNC kind of just does the best for that game. I think Alliance has a specific play style Liquid.
I'm glad
Alliance.
you've done it today. I did it yesterday, Brian. We're in good company right now. It's all good.
They have like a specific style that they're very good at, and it's not always good, though, meaning based on the opponent's lineup. Yeah. So I'd like to see maybe them be able to branch out, but that's a lot easier said than done.
All right, more from both of you in just a minute. Let's catch up with a member of the Team Liquid team. He was a fantastic captain at TI, of course, leads the team in more ways than one, not least of which on the microphone with Sir Action Slacks.
Thanks, guys. Here with Insania, about to jump into your series against Gambit Esports. How you feeling going into that bad boy?
Oh, I love playing Gambit. Last time we played him for a TI slot, and, we got the upper hand. So I think FNG is probably excited for the series and looking for revenge, so hopefully it'll be a good series.
I did actually speak with him, and he is looking to fight against you guys. He said, though, that you guys are kind of on the same level. Is that how you're feeling at this tournament?
I think we always thought we were pretty even. Like, we played each other in scrims a lot, and they're like one of our most common practice partners. So, I do consider them to be good. I think we're probably playing a bit worse than we normally would. So, I think they might have the slight edge, but we'll see.
All right, now, I got some advice from them, and he said to share this with you. And he said, shout out to you, you should ban techies first. I don't know if he's trying to bait you or something. What do you feel about that information?
So I just talked to their coach outside, and he said, if you guys don't pick techies, we won't either. And I'll just leave you guys with that.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, sir. Good luck on this last match of the day, and we'll see more from Liquid. Back to you guys for now.
Yeah, you know what worries me about techies being on the fringe of the meta and Sir Action Slacks being involved is that things could get a bit crazy. And these two teams have picked it in the qualifiers, so we can know that they can both play it. Know that they've both played it in the pubs. We saw it earlier. We've seen teams ban techies against Gambit.
It's a weird day when it makes a lot of sense to ban techies in the first. Because, I don't know, I've been a little bit against the edge, against the common opinion about techies, saying, there's things you can do against it. But Vampire's techies was really sick yesterday when they played it. Yeah. I think that's a hero that you just don't want to have to play against unless you... I mean, they had, perfect lane solutions against it, too, and it still was
they had,
effective.
4 cancels for the suicide or something?
It was still effective, and they played ultimately well in the end with the gem, but it was it seemed like too much of a headache to have to play against.
Yeah. So. Is it still cheesy, Brian?
unless they rework this hero, it's always the reason why it's cheesy is it represents something that you don't have to worry about unless that specific hero's in the game, and that's being. I called it being afraid of the ground yesterday.
Yes.
Like usually in Dota, you're only afraid if a certain amount of heroes are missing or if a certain amount of heroes are there, and with techies, you have to wonder where has he been. You know, you have to backtrack the last 10 minutes, and that's dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, he lays the danger in his wake. So. I don't know.
Some highlights from the very good techies game.
Your game, it was Yoar, right? That was dying to the techies' minds.
It was very annoying.
Let me tell you, as a carry, you're in the zone. You're going from camp to camp. You're paying attention to the mini map, and then you just blow up, and it's like. What? It scared the crap out of me before too. Let me tell you.
The worst is,
have you ever had that moment though, where you're doing stuff and then you're looking elsewhere on the map, and then you go back to where you were and you're not there, and you're like. Oh, I'm down. Wait, what?
As better players, normally we notice like the signs of like my health bar going down or like my screen flashing in some way. There's ways the game tells you.
What are you looking at the bottom of the screen for, Kevin? What's that all about?
It just sounds. Dota is a better game than Dota 2 or Dota 1. Valve tells you when you're taking damage and you're not on screen, that kind of thing. It helps.
Yes, indeed. Joking aside, obviously, we've already mentioned it, but it's worth mentioning again. Brian, Gambit are in a bit of a sticky position right now. Just 2 points out of the 8 that they could have grabbed so far, and they need to grab not just one here, but I get the feeling they need both.
Yeah, I mean, any team that doesn't get both wins here, especially Gambit, they're on the chopping block, potentially just be out in the group stage, and that's just not a spot you want to be in going into the last day where you only got one best of 2 left. And
not one that we thought we would find them in either.
Yeah,
a lot of people like one of the stronger teams in the qualifiers. Everyone out, all the players have been telling me how good they've been in pracs as well. Like Gambit are really strong. They're like kind of tier 1 right now. I would be shocked if they didn't make it out of this group.
I mean, they've been playing really well. It might just be one of those cases where other teams are developing their play style a little bit faster, perhaps. Maybe they're trying to change things up too much. I mean, it is weird following Dota and like feeling like, oh, things haven't changed really, but stuff still does develop and change. Right. There's still metas that update and adjust. So it's possible they're just on the wrong end of that and played some decent teams.
Little bit of course correction, and then maybe they go back down the right road.
It's possible, and that might happen after they already get knocked out of the group stage. You never know. So they got to do it now.
That could also happen as well. We heard from FNG a little bit earlier on. He was with Sir Action Slacks, and they did discuss techies. I wonder what they're going to be talking about pre-game this time round.
Hey guys, here with FNG from Gambit, getting ready for the big match coming up. Sure. Here we go. I told you. Sorry. Serious interview. I'm just kidding. So you're going up against Liquid, am I right? Yes. What are you thinking about going into that series? Anything in particular?
Well, they're kind of struggling right now, as we do, I guess, because we lost already like 3 games or something, whatever. So I just hope that we will do better than in previous match against TC, because we kind of slacked a lot. But TC was strong, Liquid are struggling, so I hope we're going to beat them.
Yep, I understand that. Tell me a little bit about what that process is like. As you said, struggled in that last series. What do you guys do as pro players to kind of get over that hump and get ready for a match that you could probably do pretty well in, like Liquid?
I don't think I don't think that we care, to be honest, because well, TNC is a strong team. It's not our level right now. We are just like came into this tournament without real practice, so we're like just okay, let's play what we can, what we practiced before, and let's see how it goes. It didn't go well, but at least we have some information to work on.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully that information comes through and does pretty well for you guys in the next series. Any advice for Liquid? They're facing off against you. I'm sure they could use it.
Ban techies.
Ban techies. First thing, do it again if you can. All right. Thank you so much, FNG. Best of luck in your next series. Back to you guys over at the panel.
As I said, never put techies and Sir Action Slacks in the same room together because, stuff goes down, and he's still pushing it. And so is FNG, because he knows that he's also kind of trolling. But on a serious note, it could actually come out. It really could.
You're being too mean on Slacks, man. He's been waiting for this moment for like 6 years. Well, he's been in the Dota scene like 5.
But I feel like
it's like finally the perfect time for him to be here. It's like,
but I feel like I can be mean because what happened to TI between him and I. With the
wasn't paying attention.
Well, I was on the Wind Ranger thing, pushing it very hard all the way through, and then he was on a different track to that. And then we made some bets that would have required him to not play Dota for a whole year. I was actually trying to do the NA region a favor here.
Yes.
And then, of course, it
I thought
went
he
the
just
wrong way.
tweeted that. Was that actually a bet between you?
That was a bet between me and him, yeah.
What was the bet if you lost that you'd...
There was no bet for me. It was just I was pushing Wind Ranger. He said, no way on hell on earth. If Wind Ranger ends up winning the Arcana vote, then I will not play Dota for a whole year. And I was like, wow, that should help me get much more votes. And it got us all the way to the final.
That's not the definition of a bet. That's a promise.
It is.
That
You're
you
right.
Instigated,
yes, it is a promise that I kind of baited him into doing.
I see.
Yes.
Well played. Didn't work out, but
it
was a free roll though.
And now I feel like he's trolling me with his techie stuff. So it's just, there's a little bit of need.
It's in there.
You gotta let this one happen.
Do I just need to let this one go and let him have his time with his techies?
Let him have his moment where techies is viable and played by a good player.
Fine. Actually, it was enjoyable to watch yesterday. I'll give it that much. We start things off with a Void Open. It has managed to get through the bans for Gambit. I've played it before, of course. And Earth Spirit. A first to Earth Spirit. Let's see. I can't even remember the last time I watched an Earth Spirit game.
It's pretty effective, right? Disable against Void, among other things.
But isn't it a weak hero right now, Kevin? Isn't it like one of those tier 2/3 supports?
I wouldn't necessarily say that, especially as a 4. Like, it's not... it doesn't matter that he can't lane harass like most supports because he's ultimately roaming is the important thing. So I think it's fine.
Let me throw something out. Does a Tusk not do a similar kind of job but better?
No. I would say no, because you're very focused on tag team your third skill, which is more of like a damage amplifier kind of thing. It's not so much like a roaming gank type hero like he was when you'd actually max Snowball and Ice Shards and stuff. So I wouldn't quite equate them as the same type of heroes. Plus Tusk is more defensive other than tag team. So
there's a lot of heroes in Dota that kind of overlap, and I think Tusk and Earth Spirit are kind of like that, but then Tusk in the later game becomes a save with Snowball and a BKB piercing disable, while Earth Spirit's more of this team fight AoE damage dealer.
It's got such a high skill ceiling on this hero as well. I mean, I watch it played by the pros, and then you go and play something, and you're just like, oh my god, this is really hard.
Yeah.
This guy's make crit just makes it look super easy. Jerax makes it look super easy. All these great supports make it look really easy.
With that said, though, he's harder, but he's not impossible. I would say actually a hero like Techies is more special right now. It's like a rare case where teams will be considering like a first phase ban because their Techies player just isn't quite good enough. Like anybody can put the mines down, but there's a lot of patterns and habits. It's like you have to learn how to ward essentially. Right. But if you don't place the mines all the time, then you might not know all the best spots, and you're going to lose some kills. It's really impactful. So,
did you like the triangle placements yesterday? By the way,
I did. I said that 3 times. You're just trying to get me to talk about it again.
Yeah.
It was basically rather than placing like 2 mines in a row, you place a concave of 3. That way you get 3 explosions instead of 2. Gives
Did you see
a
that,
better
Brian?
chance of kills.
Yeah,
that was really cool.
Yeah,
I've not seen that before from a pro player.
That's something you have to do in like a private lobby over and over just to see exactly where you can place those mines, right? So you can get the perfect concave around the... You do it up hills, right? Where you walk up the hill, and the second you go up the hill, you just detonate on top of 3 mines. But it's funny, going into the series, we talked about how the way Team Liquid has been struggling and a little bit about Gambit. Gambit's just picking OP meta heroes. And Team Liquid is picking the not-so-meta heroes that we talked about, how they're good at what they do, but they don't really pick meta. And here you go. Like, exactly what...
third pick still?
Yeah, like, this is the definition of why I think Liquid...
Look, I mean, if we've not got one member of the broadcast team happy right now because there's no tickets on the board, there's definitely one member of the broadcast team who's directly above me, right, waiting in the commentary box that's going to be very happy with that.
Will we get the full Spirit trio here? You know, get the Ember Spirit thrown into there.
Yeah, there's 5 spirits, by the way. Don't start me on that.
Well, you got Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. That's a spirit.
And Spirit Breaker.
But come on, man.
Yeah, okay. I had to think about it for a second.
There's 5, not 4. Stop that
The Elemental Spirits.
Yeah, it's all right.
Will they get the trio of Elemental Spirits? You're right. You know, I like you holding me accountable. That's important. That's important.
I had this argument on Twitter when it first got announced, when the new one got announced, and people were just like, "You're wrong. It's not a real spirit." Come on, guys.
Gambit's literally just copy-pasting the meta heroes.
Stay with me for now.
I'm trying.
Kind of another interesting thing about the Storm pick here is that it's very reminiscent. They basically did a very similar draft last game. Actually, I think it's the same 3 heroes. I think Earth Spirit was there too, if I'm not mistaken. But definitely Grimstroke and Storm. And one thing we identified about Liquid's playstyle yesterday was that they were moving around and getting kills, basically. That was one of their fortes. And Storm is very good at that if you get ahead, because He's a rare hero that can do that in a much more aggressive way, and he brings the damage himself, basically. You can do it by yourself if you scale and get more and more items. So these pickoffs that should get them ahead normally on other heroes don't necessarily transition into this like late game catch that gets better and better and better, but Storm's does increase, so it could potentially help them make sure that they always have more tools as the game continues to catch those like greedy heroes that are just split farming Midases, if needed.
Definitely meta picks and CIS meta picks as well for Gambit, particularly with adding that Mirana in there.
Could be an offlane Kunkka with that, just because it doesn't match up too well in lane against Storm, and you have the X arrow combo where you X the guy and then lay the arrow, pull him back right at the right time. Do they pick anything other than Axe? Like, does Boxy... Okay, so they're actually saving Boxy's pick till last. Sven goes quite well with these heroes in terms of the Grimstrokes, the double stun in the mid game, the Inkswell combo in the lane. I was thinking they were setting up a tri-lane with these two supports. I don't think you pick Earthspirit Grim without the intention of at least playing together a little bit, or at least maybe even the whole time in the laning stage. So they've got the perfect tri-lane carry, and Omni Knight...
Gambit going for the 5-core strat.
It does look like that, yeah.
Omni Void is some scary stuff.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, all their heroes are really nasty right now. They've been like...
So will they play?
MVPs.
They play the Kunkka almost for certain now as a
it has to be a mid Kunkka now.
Yeah, mid Kunkka, yeah. And then how do they play the? How do they lane the Mirana?
It's probably just with
the Void,
with the Omni, and then you
Omni?
you kind of like roam it a bit if you don't think you can help the lane too much. They might have to do like some solo safe lane shenanigans, because I think Team Liquid is almost 100% tri laning here. And the reason why I think they saved Boxy's pick to last is they think we're gonna see the whole entire setup of Gambit, and we can know whether or not we want to aggro tri lane, defensive tri lane, and if we think we're gonna defensive tri lane, maybe we'll pick like a Bat Rider or a Axe type lane cutting hero, Centaur. I think Axe Centaur are really the only two heroes left that I know of that Boxy plays. The save is really nice for Gambit. I was thinking something like Oracle in the 5 position, but you don't want to play that against Storm Spirit. That sounds pretty nightmarish.
So Liquid seem to believe that Gambit still need a 5.
Yeah.
And have banned the Ogre.
I wouldn't mind. The thing about the Storm that I like is it eliminates all these like Wyvern Oracle heroes.
Liquid run a CM here with those two? No, not really, I suppose.
No,
can they?
They need another core.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost certainly Axe or Centaur. They're going to ban one and the other ones are going to get picked. Unless Boxy's been practicing something that I haven't watched.
I mean, this is the same heroes that Liquid played last game also in their previous match. I don't remember what their offlane hero was, but there was definitely Sven, Storm, Grim.
Slardar was their offlaner, and that got banned this game. The puddle.
Yep.
Just Boxy heroes. It's the type of way he plays. It's funny because they banned Legion. I think Legion's like really good against Gambit's lineup because you have the Dispel for the arrow and overall just buffs up the Sven, but I don't think it's really the way Boxy wants to play. He's not this defensive type offlane player.
Doesn't mean you can't just cast it once in a while defensively.
I'm not saying he can't play it. I know that certain players have a very specific playstyles, and from what I've seen of Boxy, he always plays Axe, Slardar, Centaur.
I just mean like go and duel the guy, and then halfway through the fight, some guy gets stunned and then you use press the attack.
Okay,
it's like
I see.
Afterthought, you know?
Okay, yeah, okay, it's secondary. I can see that.
He's like, my favorite skill is not press the attack; it is duel. You know,
it is overwhelming odds to make me duel faster.
Exactly.
Okay. So yeah, 5 position. I wouldn't mind some sort of save as well. They have like plenty of aggression. They have team fight. They like have the Omni save, but if you get the second save, then it makes it even more difficult to prioritize targets for Team Liquid.
Do you think they have too few disables against the Storm Spirit? I mean, obviously they have like
X,
Arrow, and Chrono, and those are all very capable in non-chaotic fights, but in chaotic fights, I feel like some kind of Hex might be useful.
Yeah, going like Lion here is another route. I think they either go the hard disable route or the save route.
Lion probably too weak in the lane is definitely a big downside.
That's the problem with that hero, right?
Guys, we're all wrong. They need another core.
They got 20 seconds left.
Kunkka 5?
They're freaking out.
Kunkka 5, Mirana 4.
Yeah.
Omni offlane, Void mid. Need a carry.
Ooh, okay, that's more damage for the Chrono. I don't mind that. It's like kind of defensive, but at the same time, it's more offensive than defensive.
Yeah, and Sinister Gaze pretty effective against Storm Spirit.
And a Timber.
Okay, that's
that is another hero
I
he
was going to
plays.
mention the fact that they needed a bit more damage, didn't they, in that team?
Yeah, it's really good too. Pure damage, very effective against strength heroes like Omni and Kunkka. And they already have a pretty decent amount of disable, so he's just kind of there to be the frontliner and possibly get chronoed and deal damage. It's good.
They're going to have to itemize an early Spirit Vessel on the Kunkka almost certainly. I think the main thing to look at this game is if Gambit can shut down the Timber Saw on time, I'd say. It's going to be around like 10 to 12 minutes that they're going to get the Spirit Vessel, and you have to kill him with like a 4 or 5 man invested gang, because at the current moment in the laning stage, you don't have any damage to deal with Timber Saw, and if that hero can create space for Sven and Storm, you're just going to lose. Like, you're just going to get out farmed and lose.
Do you think it's too greedy, though, by having like Storm and a Sven?
That's what I'm saying. If they shut down the Timber Saw at all, then like there's not going to be enough room on the map for the entirety of Team Liquid. But if the Timber Saw can make enough space for both of them,
yeah. On the bright side too, their support combo is like so capable of doing lots of different things. The Earth Spirit and the Grimstroke, like Ink Swell the Earth Spirit when he goes in, you can Ink Swell the Timber Saw or Ink Swell the Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
They have like a lot of different ways to like set up ganks or pressure lanes. So even if it is Timber having a bad time, as long as like the supports go to the right place, they can probably set up kills pretty easy.
If they get the farm they need, I think Liquid's got this game. So I'm going to really be paying attention to how much space they have on the map.
Okay, that's the space creation required if they're going to do that in game number 1. Team Liquid, with the international star emblazoned on their shirts, are ready for game number 1. And so is our Storm Spirit specialist in the commentary booth.
That's right, we've got not just a Storm Spirit specialist, but a Liquid specialist as well. And I'll drop some Liquid knowledge on you, Blitz.
Hit me up.
This team, I swear to God, they have like a 75% pick rate when there is 2 strength cores on the enemy side with this Timber Saw.
Yeah.
Every single time. I think this team picks up Timber Saw the most out of anybody.
Boxy really likes the hero, personally. Like, he thinks that it's just a really flexible hero. Plus, Team Liquid really likes their tri-lane aggro. By the way, I'm willing to tell you guys anything you want to know about the team. So, like, if you have questions, I'm down. I'll answer them.
All right. Well, hit them up on the Twitters.
Well, not on Twitter. I meant you in particular.
Oh, well,
you got
guys.
questions.
I'm only one person.
Nah, you got questions, Cap. I'll answer them that the viewers want to know about the team.
Okay. What's Taiga's favorite anime?
God, I actually don't like anime very much, but I think it's that basketball one that all the
Dota no basket or something like that.
Yeah, I think all the Dota players really like it. I think it's that one.
The one that Liquid had as their avatars.
On a side note, do you know why they placed this ward? It's so that they could see the Omni Knight.
Hold up. We'll watch Mickey die as well here.
Mickey is 100% dead. But the reason why they place that ward there is so that they can see for sure that the Omni's there, and Boxy doesn't have to waste his TP.
Yeah, because you have to get the one-on-one.
Yes,
exactly. I have seen Liquid. Maybe it was. I'm pretty sure it's the European qualifiers. I watched Liquid pick up a Timber Saw.
Sure, let me know.
And then got some sort of tri-lane against the Timber Saw. Boxy had no game, and they lost. They lost that game really hard. It was a really rough one.
Yeah, those things happen to us, especially lately.
So they got to get the 1v1 against the strength hero for the Timber Saw. The roll on out from Taiga does manage to nail the Mirana. Going to force him to actually TP away, but he is dead. I can't believe he thought that TP was going to work. But a second kill for Liquid.
I'll try to be as impartial as possible, though. In fact, I'm going to spend this time talking about Gambit, because I think Gambit is, for me, they're a really frustrating team, because when we scrimmed against them before, like the quals and stuff, I thought they were just beasts. I thought they were like by far the best CIS team.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, at least this season so far, it kind of feels like they're missing something, maybe like consistency, because I think their top level is very, very good. Like they can compete with the best of them. But for whatever reason, I feel like they struggle to like close out series.
That would kind of fit into the narrative of just like maybe a bit of inexperience, being mostly a new team. Just need to be able to go through the numbers basically and experience some of these drafts and such.
Boxy actually just completely shoves away the Omni Knight.
Yeah. That'll happen to you. Fortunately, the Whirling Death doesn't last as long if you're using your Heavenly Grace. If you get hit by the Whirling Death after you use Heavenly Grace, it means the strength attribution comes back a lot faster.
Yeah, and Vampire's just getting chased down here, but should be okay. They're only level 1.
I mean, he doesn't have leaps, so I'm not sure if he is going to be okay here. Insania actually going for the body blocking, tanks the arrow as well to make sure Taiga gets out, and Taiga's not going to roll back in to finish off Vampire. He even pops the healing salve, and it doesn't get stopped. And now FNG, he's going to try and commit for the kill onto Insania, but Insania is going to juke him around the trees here, and Taiga's going to use this opportunity to slow down FNG. Fortunately, with Vampire TPing back in, they cannot save the 5 position of Team Liquid. Taiga will get out, though. Over to the middle lane. 12-3 on the Storm Spirit. Blitz, everything that I picked up on Storm is... These lanes are just a lot better for you now, right? These melee matchups?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Storm is, like, he doesn't really lose matchups anymore. Like, I can't remember, like, the last time... Arrow mid.
X into Torrent in the mid lane. Straight into an arrow, and that should be a big kill on Koifa, finished up by the Tidebringer hit from GVK.
Yeah, this means they have to get aggressive on this top lane, but getting aggro on a Void never feels too good. Just feels like he's going to get the time walk off inevitably. If you're going to do this, though, as Liquid, you have to win the 2 side lanes for this strategy to work. Because eventually what ends up happening is GPK is just going to get 1 Bracer and like a Wand, and the Storm has lost any sort of kill potential as mid lane. They're going to go for it again. The TP's coming in. Arrow's going to connect once more, and there's no TP to help save out Koikfa, so he's just going to go down.
Back over to the top lane. Oh, Insania did not actually let loose his nuke. And FNG does manage to just buy a lot of time. Mickey probably missed out on some CS as a result. The Void was able to do a bit of free farming. Shancho's going to be chased down by Boxy here, and he has no hope of surviving through that. That's just, you know, one of those deaths you got to take on the chin and move on.
The hope for Gambit anyways is that because there's no save for the Faceless Void Chrono, like, they're just going to say, it's fine. We have a really good counter to the Sven with the Omni Knight. Liquid have to do well in the laning phase, and it's not even like they're dominating the laning phase. Like 4-4, I think, is perfectly fine if you're Gambit, especially with how mid lane is gone.
Mickey does manage to see that coming, dodges it, but it does force a lot more damage. They are going to get the Inkswell on top of the Sun, so Dream, after using that Time Walk, will take almost the same amount of damage that Mickey did. Ooh, until that last Frost Nova comes out. Almost bringing the Sven down, but his allies have healing salves for him. Unfortunately, one of the Timbersaw counters, you know, for heroes like Centaur and such, just go and cut the creep wave.
Oh, look at that value regen rune.
Omni Knight's not quite as good at it, but he does have his Soul Ring and level 2 purification.
I think Koifa might just be dead again. He's going to go for the pull, but the boat is going to come in here. Should not. Oh, it actually connects perfectly
it does
fine.
land, and the Fairy Fire's not going to be enough to save him. I don't think GPK is just going to be able to keep running him down. The Torrent spots him, but Koifa does not get hit by it, and GPK, seeing the TP coming in, doesn't want to go for the dive. FNG did manage to kill Taiga, though.
You look at this, they're even going to deny him from going to the easier shrine. And Koikfa is really getting the treatment this game. And look at top. They're still tri-laning up at top. Maybe the roll-in comes. It does connect. The stun, not quite in time.
Oh, didn't have the silence yet because he's only level 2. So sadly, not enough control for the Inkswell to explode.
This is what I'm talking about, though. Aggroing against the Void.
Yeah.
Maybe if this was a different core, he would care. But Dream, I mean, frankly, it doesn't really do anything against him, right? Like, he has a magic stick with 10 charges and infused raindrops. Like, it's very unlikely that he dies.
I can't agree with Insania's build here. I know, like, you want to max out Inkswell with this Earth Spirit, but the silence is so good against this Void.
Yeah. The fact that he's got to take the extra 2 hits. They're going to run into the Omni here, but without level 6 on Quickfire, I'd imagine this is a very unlikely kill.
Yeah. Chain stun onto Vampire.
There's quite a big stack, though. What I'd like to see is I think GPK should actually move for this. Like, I'd be all right with him even making the maneuver right now, just going into that jungle side and getting rid of that entirely. Because I feel like that is the Sven's way back into the XP battle. Because if you look at it, they've given Dream more or less solo XP because they know he can't die. And part of that is because you have to intro with Sven stun in this lane, and that's the majority of Liquid's damage in this tri lane. So most of the damage gets absorbed by the infused raindrops. You've got Wand on top of that. It's very hard to connect any sort of kill.
I feel that, but at the same time, if you're GPK, don't you just want to sit on that Storm Spirit until
No,
he
I
gets
think
6?
you go top.
Okay.
And that is exactly what he's doing.
They're going to get the arrow off successfully onto the Sven. A lot of magic damage coming in now with the boat to be able to finish off this carry of Team Liquid, but Boxy is here as well. Can he turn things around and at least get a support kill somewhere?
It's going to take all of this.
Anything. GPK cleaning up all those stacks that you wanted to see. A kill and a carry, a tri-stack taken away from Team Liquid as well. That is just perfect.
I think it's way too big for him not to give up. Because if the Sven gets that, all of a sudden, like, he's pretty even in this game. But by being able to take that away, you're just furthering the momentum of the game. Plus, like, the Kunkka just gets massive now. Like, look at how farmed he is.
Yeah, and he needs that fast Spirit Vessel against the Timbersaw, who's the only hero on Team Liquid that's really having a good game right now. As Mickey, once again, is going to be pressured. He does manage to get a bash, but unfortunately for Gambit, he was already inside the tree, so a little bit of blocks, and Dream struggles to be able to finish off this Sven, who's now cut through the trees, is going to be able to be spotted by FNG. Good Sounds comes out. Now the stun, two-man stun out from Mickey, but there's
Nobody's
just
coming,
not
though.
enough. Nobody's TPing in from the side of Team Liquid, so eventually Mickey will fall here, but Koipa is going to finally roll on in. Taiga's low enough, though. He will be finished off. Shot
He's out of mana
thanks
now.
to Heavenly Grace. He is able to get rid of that disable pretty quickly, and he's so low, finally he is going to be finished off. Dream, do they have anything to be able to catch him here? The arrow comes down, actually.
Oh, he
nailing one
actually
of the
had
creeps,
time
and he
walk.
got bursted down. He doesn't get the time walk off fast enough. Koipa, who doesn't have any mana, may still spot FNG somewhere here.
He actually had time walk and the mana for it the entire time, but he just didn't think he was going to get bursted down that quickly. And as a result, Boxy just picks up a free kill that probably shouldn't have happened, honestly. FNG is going to walk through at really low HP, but I think with the Kunkka there, they're really low to try to go on him. And with this mid tower being taken, this is going to be quite the good start for them.
Arrow actually landing on Insanius, but he's already gotten off the Inkswell. So the roll-in chain stun is there. GPK looks to finish off the tower and does claim it. No deny from Team Liquid despite all those stuns.
And Boxy getting aggressive in this bottom lane. I mean, he has dominated this bottom lane, but the other two lanes have gone so poorly for his team that I don't know how much impact the Timber has in a game like this. They have a lot of different ways to deal with him. They have tons of magic burst damage. They've got the Chronosphere if he ever becomes too big of a threat.
Is Insania going to max out Inkswell entirely?
Yeah, I
or
think that's what he
go
does.
for the stroke build?
I think he's going to max out Ink. Oh, top lane.
All right, well.
This is another kill onto the Storm Spirit. Quakefa doesn't have a wand or anything like that. Easy kill for Gambit. They've got no save for that.
Dude, they are just dumpstering Liquid all over the map right now, and they may be able to get the bounty runes as a result. Taiga. And, oh, actually, Liquid will be the ones to walk away with 3. Boxy is still probably the scariest hero on the map right now, but this Kunkka is mega farmed. 100 CS already. Second place is 60.
Yeah, I told you, man. Going for that stack is the play.
And now he's going to have the Spirit Vessel. So Timbersaw, before his game even began, it feels like it may already be over.
That's a 10-minute Spirit Vessel, all right.
They just need the charges now. That's all they need. It's just one pick off, and
they're going to get.
They may just be able to find it here. It's going to be on Insania. Nope, TP coming in for the Timbersaw, so immediately Gambit leave. Good reservation there from Gambit.
Yeah, but what's your plan? To never give him a single charge by TPing in whenever he shows on the map? Like, this is what I don't really love about the Storm versus Kunkka matchup, is you never get to kill him. And even though the CSing battle is kind of okay because you've got high armor and he is a melee hero, eventually what ends up happening is you never have kill potential on the Kunkka. You're going to use a lot of that initial mana to try to get that burst onto him, but he gets bowed off, 1500 HP and a wand. He's not really going to he's not really going to care about that too much.
And it's not, it's like a pseudo save mechanism, but he can make his allies tankier as well, right? With that boat, and that's also a problem for the
Liquid have like a ton of burst damage against the boat. Like the amount of sustained damage that they have comes from when they eventually get items. But even if you think about it, like once Sven gets huge, he's going to really rely on that, like, blink, I two-shot somebody, we turn it into a 4-on-5 fight. Because that's what has to happen. Like, this Void has had way too good of a start, considering the fact that they aggro tri-laned him to give Boxy that one-on-one.
All right, I feel like I'm tripping watching Sania's build. Now he does go back for the silence at 6. No soulbind, though.
No good combos, right?
I mean, yeah, but it's another control ability against Void and Mirana. So
I think he probably correctly ascertains that, like, they need some form of silence anyways if they're gonna get any of these, like, lead kills.
Oh, believe me, I'm not hating on the silence.
You advocated for it even earlier.
Yeah.
Which I think is the right idea too.
Well, at least Boxy is able to assert some strength here and take this tower. Unfortunately for
look at
Liquid.
That. The scan just barely with literally a game of inches. And Taiga's, I mean, he's looking for it. I wonder if he just, like, chances a roll.
There's no way he rolls in anyway, right?
They are.
Oh, he's running! He spots him through the trees! Dude, what?
They were all right.
They got an unsuccessful scan. Like, why are you? I'm so surprised he was still there anyway.
Okay, somehow that works out. That's a freebie, I guess.
Well, they do. They will probably trade out towers here as Mickey finds his farm slightly stalled up. So you can see, you can just see barely past those trees if you are both standing right next to the tree.
Oh, look at that. All the leap charges in the world expended, but Dream continues to get absolute free farm in the lane, which of course means more than the spend farming in the jungle.
He's got his Handamitis coming out on the courier, I believe. So pretty good timing.
Yeah, I will say if there's like a way for Liquid back into this game, it sadly has to just like, you have to farm. Quickfoot's so under farmed that he has to recover his game somehow. And they don't really have the best, like they don't have the team fight initiation that they need aside from the Storm, but he's so under farmed that it's not easy for him to just like go in. He doesn't have that kind of burst damage in a game like this.
The panel's biggest concern was that this lineup was just too greedy from Liquid. You had 3 cores that all need to have a game, that all need to be able to farm.
Well, it's kind of the same on the side of Gambit, but I don't disagree at all. But this has typically been like the historic Liquid style. I know after yesterday they were probably looking at their games and saying like they probably want to do something similar to what they've normally done, which is why they're taking heroes like Sven and Storm Spirit and Timbersaw, even though like no one else is taking them, right? And the Earth Spirit.
Yeah. Just go back to what you know.
It's like the throwback of if a team had success doing one thing, let's just sort of run it back.
Still the highest net worth is that Kunkka, and it's going to be a Kunkka with a fast Radiance. He already has a Spirit Vessel, so he can still go for that damage over time build.
It's actually unbelievable how farm GPK is.
Yeah.
Because if you think about how good of a game Boxy has had, and then you still look at the Kunkka who's 1,000 gold ahead, it's actually unreal. So, bottom lane. Now they know about the invised up heroes. Bounty runes look like they're going to be free. Liquid's going to smoke in. This looks like a smoke for vision. And Liquid should know now that everyone is at bottom lane.
So it looks like they want to put pressure on mid lane. This is always a good response, right? The enemy team's trying to go for tier 2. If their mid tower is still up, pressure that. If you trade off tier 1 for tier 2, it's okay because you got a mid tower.
Oh, look at that too. They're going to
more
swap
than
bottles.
likely, they're probably going to back up. They swap bottles. When? Where? Why?
Just right now, Storm and Earth Spirit, because Storm's is empty and Earth Spirit's is full.
Oh.
So he wants his teammate to have full.
It's cute.
And when it comes to levels, at least, the Sven has caught up, as well as farm. But that's just kind of what Sven does, right? Yeah. There's a lot of spells they can throw into that Chronosphere, by the way. They can arrow, they can bow, torrent, chain frost.
I'm definitely feeling like, you know, there's no big rush, but I would like to see Gambit get aggressive every single time Chronosphere's up, which they are doing that with trying to take this bottom tier 2.
Yeah, they're taking away Liquid's biggest strength, which is the ability to 5-on-5. Like, if you look at Liquid's lineup, what they're good at is 5-on-5ing, right?
Yeah.
But the threat of the Chrono right now and all that you can throw into it, I mean, they're just going to sit this Lich behind him for the most part. Makes it really hard for Liquid to want to engage. And because they lost the mid-tower trade, Boxy gonna dodge that arrow.
See Boxy using his strength to try and get chip damage on that mid-tier 1 tower, but at the end of the day, he just doesn't do the right clicks necessary.
And this ward, 100% gonna get dewarded.
Radiant are scanning.
They know about, yeah, FNG. Just gonna get a nice and easy deward. Koikva gonna go onto this high ground area. They know that he's there though. They could get one way to get on top of him, in fact.
Try to go for the Moonlight Shadow, walk across, but no such luck.
Some things were just not meant to be.
Pretty passive game though.
Yeah, it really is. I thought maybe with the early Spirit Vessel, now Boxy has the answer to that Spirit Vessel.
Funny
with
enough,
the
he
Yules,
actually didn't get a single charge since we, remember I was memeing about it? I was like, yeah, Cap, the strategy is just to give him no charges.
They just need a charge.
And for whatever reason, he just, this is not the kind of Gambit that I'm used to. Maybe the TNC series affected things a little bit.
Wait, he went back for BKB. He didn't go for the Radiance, huh?
Oh, they should get this kill.
Well, surely now's the time to play some Dota. All right, they're going to throw every bit of damage they have, but without the Spirit Vessel, they may not be able to kill him. They got the bash just at the right time. They needed that little bit of extra control.
I feel like he had time to get Yules or Wand off.
Yeah.
Instead, he decided to... The problem is when you churn...
Yep.
It does go to show you that like he's pretty hard to kill when he is fully stacked up like that, but that would have been pretty big for Liquid if he's able to survive there. It might be Liquid's time to move now, though. They've got the Blink Dagger picked up on the Sven. There's no Chronosphere. Boxy's up in 15 seconds.
You see this BKB Kunkka, you're still down to fight him?
I think you sort of have to. Part of Dota is like you can't just avoid fighting at all times just because like they're more farmed than you are.
Okay.
At some point you have to just kind of read the situation and say, well, like we have some stuff going for us. Like there's no chrono, right? If you just allow it to come back up online, there's going to be another like 3-minute window where you're afraid on the map to ever take a fight.
Yeah.
It's like even if the conditions aren't ideal and you are losing this game, you sort of have to take a fight.
The lanes are in good position. They're going to be able to get the Blink Dagger Swell combination. Looking to be able to blow up GPK right away before he can get off the BKB. He activates it though. Now he can turn around, get off the Torrent Bow combination. That's going to lead into Taiga's death. But they do manage to almost finish off the support in the back line. Gambit actually still have their full 5 up. They couldn't quite finish him off. Boxy was unable to deliver the damage, and now mid-game may fall. The Inkswell does manage to stun up the Void, but thanks to the X, there was no real hope of escape there for the Sven. Now Boxy with the Spirit Vessel on him. Yule Scepter is available. He's going to get the quick Timber Chain with the Yule's combo, but another round of Spirit Vessel being placed on him. With the Axe pull back, the Lich a little bit more control, trying to finish off the Lich. Koifa, can you do it? He's going to be able to finally get one hero of Gambit, maybe a second one in Vampire. No, he survives thanks to the region, and the Cleave comes through to finish off Insania. Just the added injury to insult in this case. GPK, okay. They're going to go back in and, the arrow! It actually nails Taiga, and GPK survives. Shotchlo is a beast right now on this Omni Knight. Has used every little sip of mana he had left, but he manages to keep almost everybody alive in that fight.
Yeah, and that's going to be the most complete team wipe ever. They lost the Earth Spirit twice in that engagement, and they decided to try to go on top of the Kunkka with BKB. Thought they could just immediately get the burst off, but this Omni Knight, the positioning was way too good in that fight.
Yeah.
Shangshou's just decided like he's like, I'm gonna sit way in front. They're never gonna burst me or the Kunkka. They don't really have those kinds of heroes. And the Sven doesn't have enough farm to justify going in like that without his own BKB. But like I said, you sort of have to take that fight. He doesn't have Chronosphere. You sort of gamble in that regard.
Yeah.
But the game just becomes a lot harder because now he does have Chrono, and Gambit should be looking to get aggressive. Like, I'd even be okay with them just going for like a really blatant Rosh attempt, like smoke into a Rosh or something like that. Get some vision down in the shrine area.
Do you just want to force a reaction out of the enemy team?
Yeah, because it's going to be a while before Liquid feel like they can fight.
Yeah.
Dream.
Especially since they're still lacking the teamfight items, but the roll in onto Dream. This chain stun combo is so deadly, especially with the silence onto the Omni Knight. He's not able to get off the Heaven the Grace for a bit of time, especially since they're both still silenced by the Phantom, but they just ran out of damage. Dream is actually just a little bit too big now.
Yeah, and you saw the immediate TP out by Koikva. He sort of realizes that this is not going to happen. Taiga, 1 second left on the TP, does get it off, but no sort of follow-up.
That was crazy to me that they actually executed almost their full combo.
Yeah.
Managed to get the silence on the Earth Spirit, hitting the Omni Knight, then managed to get the soul bind between the two of them to chain that silence, and they still couldn't kill the Void. That was actually the perfect three-man engagement for them.
Yeah, it was just, again, Omni's positioning way too good in this game.
Yeah, just the pipe alone was able to mitigate so much damage even if he couldn't cast any spells.
You saw that Koikva noped out of there so fast.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, this is no longer a fight that we can engage in.
Dream does have Chronosphere ready to go, but he's going to lose his ally and captain in FNG as he quickly gets picked off by Mickey's Blink Dagger. And Boxy feeling a little bit more courage.
Yeah, GPK is so farmed. He's going to go back in for the Radiance. I really like that decision, by the way, that he decided to go for the BKB first. What I think in that situation is he's trying to protect his lead.
Yeah.
In that mid-engagement, if he doesn't have his BKB, I feel like he just dies. And then all of a sudden, Gambit are playing in this weird position where it's 4-on-5. You have this like Relic Kunkka that doesn't really feel comfortable fighting.
Yeah.
And you throw away your lead, you probably lose mid-tower, and then disaster strikes. But instead, you protect your investment, you go for that BKB, you discourage Liquid from taking these early fights. And you're farming so well anyways that you're bound to get this Radiance anyways, because you have so much map control.
You want to talk about protecting your lead, you're also protecting your kill streak that you have right now. He is 5-0-4, and those kill streaks, both in gold and experience, did get buffed up in the post-TI patch.
Yeah,
so.
and you see the lines being drawn up, Liquid. Boxy looks like he just wants to try to tank the smoke, but they can come in from the other angle. This is what I wanted to see them do. Just get Vision down into the triangle and then just go for a Roshan. Dream's going to pick up the Invis, which should tip everybody off. It's going to lead to Taiga just rolling out of there, but Boxy might still get caught here.
He's going to use to try and dodge the Torrent. Does manage to dodge the Axe. The Torrent is going to be able to land on him, though. He's already at half health. Now with the Chain Frost being used on him as well, that is just too much. And Taiga, who tried to run in some interference there with the silence and the use of his ultimate, he may be a second casualty.
Yeah, surprised that he decided to go in, considering he had lost the teammate. Boxy was at like 200 HP and he was Spirit Vesseled when they decided to make that play. So it looks like Liquid is going to go for the old, we're losing the game, split push standby.
Yeah. Storm Spirit Classic.
Oh, I love this Invis though. Continue to get aggressive, play into your jungle, make it so that they can no longer split push.
Mickey, you're going to be greedy enough to farm up this camp even still after showing himself on a courier. He is going to be lucky enough that Dream won't find him with the Chronosphere that was prepped and ready to go.
Yeah, he's min-maxing it quite a bit, doesn't want to TP out. I think that's what they assumed he did.
Yeah. And he's doing the...
He's trying to do the next level play.
Yeah.
He's playing off like that assumption as Boxy mid might die once again. Trying to walk himself as far away as possible.
Again, still going to be hit by the Torrent, but just that little bit of distance, I think, should be enough for Boxy to get out. Unless Gambit really want to push it here, they're not going to be able to get the Chronosphere onto Boxy, but they will manage to finish off Taiga. Oh, the control comes out. Taiga still falls, but Koifa, who tried to go for the kill onto Dream, once again, Shacho in the perfect position. Managed to get off his ultimate as well. Everybody at Gambit is quite healthy, and they're going to turn as a team to try and finish off this Timbersaw. The Torrent once again catching him as he comes back down from the Yules. And Mickey, who has already popped his God Strength, is going to find himself tremendously slowed down. Does have the Inkswell on him with God Strength. Can they actually burst down this Void with the silence on? The pullback coming in from Koifa. They managed to kill the Phantom. The allies save Dream from that silence. They're still trying to chase him down, though. But Shacho's going to give him another round of heals. A Lotus Sword bouncing back the stun onto the Sven, slowing down the damage even more. Now Dream is actually have the Heaven the Grace on him as well. They can't lock him down, but they just can't get to him. And Dream, knowing he's healthy enough, he can actually turn this. Liquid have run out of damage. They've run out of gas, and now they're going to find that their carry is going to be pulled back to his doom. 10-19, a 9,000 net worth lead as Gambit are getting their revenge for the TI, what was it? What was that last event? Epicenter?
Yeah,
you guys
the
kicked him out of points for DPC?
Yeah, that was such a sloppy fight by Liquid. Like, if you see the engagement right here, they start to go on the Void. They don't quite have the damage. He was like one hit away, but gets the wand off. And then from this point on, they just missed. It felt like they missed everything. The reflect back onto the Sven, and they continue to just chase in for Dream. Kind of felt like they got lost here. I mean, they all in on trying to burst down that Faceless Void, but the Omni pick proving to be so valuable. The Heavenly Grace making it nearly impossible for them to win these fights.
All right, I love this. Finally, somebody went Stormhammer dispels enemies. Counter to the Omni Knight for the Sven.
I think the only other time you take it is like against Darkseer or something, right?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I've seen both his matchups, and I've seen Sven's not go for it. So, thank God Mickey is actually trying this one out. One of the problems is it does apply the dispel after everything else. So you're still gonna have a very short stun against Heavenly Grace, for example. You know, it's still gonna have that status resistance kick in before the dispel takes away that Heavenly Grace. But definitely one way to try and deal with Guardian Angel.
They just need to get a good fight where they start with the Sven with BKB. That felt like such a reactionary fight. Like Mickey was getting gone on, and he's like, well, I guess I have to pop BKB.
Yeah. You're right. It does feel like they haven't actually got a good setup in a long time.
Yeah, and they're going to run into GPK here, who runs past Insania. Going to get silenced up, so he can't throw out the Torrent quite yet. Taiga going to go for the kick, stuns him back.
Okay, gets a little bit of distance still, though. Nailed by the arrow from Vampire. Not sure if that Spirit Vessel is going to be enough. They throw out the Chain Frost on to make it. It was actually enough.
For this.
Taiga ticked out. They're going to use the Chronosphere just to be able to lock down this Sven, and the BKB will wear out, perfectly timing that Torrent to chain stun after the Chronosphere. And now Boxy, once again, as the Timbersaw is left in like this 1v4, and he is not nearly strong enough to stand toe-to-toe to this many feet. 11-22. Boxy, oh, the Yule's chain a little bit farther. Torrent's not gonna land. Dream, he's trying to catch up, but Boxy's actually gonna live through all of that.
Okay.
The 32 stacks of reactive armor, all that regen just barely kept him alive for so long.
He even bought a salve. Not sure if he's gonna need it, but I mean, part of the problem about this game comes down to the fact that they do have this Timbersaw, and he's just not really able to do anything with the amount of net worth that he does have. Like, he's the second most farmed hero on the side of Liquid, but it feels like he's always, you know, no pun intended, but playing reactively. It's like they jump on him, he's at like 300 HP, Liquid has no way to survive and take a fight, so they don't even bother helping him. They lose their Timbersaw, rinse and repeat. It never feels like they're getting the clean jump or initiation. Whereas like this Omni Knight just kind of sits there.
Yeah.
Not really afraid of anything, can't die. Always in the best position to Heavenly Grace.
I think that is one of the problems with using Timbersaw in these slower lineups, is that naturally Timbersaw wants to be playing aggressively, where he's tanking creep waves and transitions that into tanking towers.
Yeah.
And as a team, you take that tower. When you have to play defensively, it's very hard to keep your reactive armor stacks up.
Yeah, in an ideal situation, your team has won or done pretty well in 2 out of the 3 lanes. And you can just continue to push down your tower, and like 5 heroes have to come and gank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think it all starts with that time mid where they just like layered spell after spell onto him and he barely dies. Like if he lives there, maybe the game resets a little bit differently, but as a result, they're just abusing him right now. And a lot of this comes down to the fact that GPK has had such a good game, 7-0-8, hasn't died, hasn't thrown away his lead. He's going to go for the Hex next to pressure the Storm. Who's nowhere near BKB, doesn't even look like he wants to go for it.
Look at this, Gambit. Just forcing a Roshan between the Omni Knight and Void.
This is when you know you're ahead. When you feel like you can literally just walk into Roshan no rebuttal. Like, you don't even care if there's vision or not, or if they know you're doing it. And mind you, this is like with the Storm in the game. But they're so unafraid that he's going to come. They know they'll win a 5-on-5 fight. They've won so many at this point.
So that'll be an Aegis for Dream. Which, I don't know if that'll change his item build at all. He's probably still going to go that Satanic.
Look at this bottom. He's got the Chronosphere. He's going to come in, immediately drop it on a Koikva.
And there
should have follow for this.
Taiga immediately, he just left. He could have tried to go for a silencer or something like that, but I think he knew it was...
And meanwhile, at top,
never gonna work.
He has to pop the BKB.
It does suck in this situation where, as Liquid, you're just trying to buy time by, like, you know, pushing out the side lanes and aggressively cutting creeps and all that sort of thing. But you're matched up against this Kunkka, who can do that nice combination of maintaining an offensive front while still being able to TP back and deal with side lane.
Yeah, they know about the Void here.
Spot. Oh, not quite good enough.
There's 4 heroes down here. They really expected to kill him, or at least get rid of the Aegis because they know that he's split apart. But now he's going to make it to the rest of his team. That was like maybe their one window to try to get something going. They know there's no Chronosphere up, but now that he's connected to the rest of Gambit, it's just going to stop that entirely. And this is such a clean game from Gambit. They're going to go for the high ground. GPK is so unafraid. He's got a Hex on him too. Koikva can no longer play these team fights the way that he wants to.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Coming in from the side, Boxy. Trying to catch one of these supports. Will at least see if he can force some spells being used by Gambit. Can't give up this tier 3 this early. You'd lose all semblance of map control if you lose your shrines. They already have the Storm Spear jumping out and TPing back to the fountain. But now with the Torrent and the Spirit Vessel, so much control over this Timbersaw. Is he finally going to fall here? The Crimson Guard a little bit more. He gets a bit of distance, and maybe they have to turn away from him. Instead, they're going to try and control up Mickey, whose BKB is now worn out, and he just didn't do enough damage. Taiga rolls on by, unable to save that Sven. Another jump in, but he got the control. FNG, beautifully timed set, still though with Boxy finishing off that Lich. The Scythe of Ice, it's still going to be enough control to finish off that Storm Spirit, who does have a buyback here. Are they going to use it, or are they just going to leave the rest of this team to see if they can finish off this Void?
This Torrent,
they will manage to get the Torrents. Does that mean a time walk? No, he loses his Aegis here. Will he lose his life? Because he doesn't have a BKB. He's instantly going to get stunned up. Silence. There's the Inkswell as well. This is too much. He will die twice.
Still, that cost them quite a bit. They had a buyback on their carry. Don't think they care about this too much. Look at that. When he hard commits in for the Lich, by the way, Koikva, he got the gaze on him.
Gaze. Great reaction from FNG. We're going to see that in a moment here. Mickey just having so much trouble laying damage into this team.
He just doesn't have enough farm. No crit.
Yeah.
Look at that. The timing on it.
Only really saved by Boxy, who managed to get that double kill real quick, but still in the end, Koikva does die. They had to blow some buybacks there.
They're going to get some of the gold back, but GBK, oh, look at this. They're going to catch Boxy once again.
He does have his Hood and Guardian Greaves still up, so don't think they can really take that fight with the Void still being dead. But Liquid did a poor job of controlling the bounty runes. With that kind of win into the bounty rune spawn, you should have been able to get at least 3, if not all 4.
Yeah, and I'd really like Gambit to just kind of go for it again. They're really strong at this point. There's nothing they should really be afraid of realistically. All the buybacks have been used, and they can already push down all the waves once again. They have so much map control as well.
22,800 net worth on this Kunkka. This is just
when you're not dewarding
GPM.
this ward right here, like this is when I know the game has been rough for you.
Oh,
that's like the ward that you know everybody places. That's the we're really far ahead.
Yeah.
Let us just get all the vision on you as you come out of the base ward.
All right, Satanic for the Void. Chances of them bursting him down. I mean, technically they still have the Grimstroke silence, which isn't affected by the status resistance, but they just don't have the damage. This Sven does not hit very hard at all.
No, he hits like a wet noodle. You saw that he got the cleave onto the Lich, who has, let's see, a grand total of 1600 HP, and he barely touches him. Boxy gonna get spotted out here. They still had a ward lingering from their previous engagement. Another one falls, and Boxy's just trying to build up these stacks. He does have a heart, but...
Silence laid out onto the Faceless Void, and Boxy actually thought he was gonna go a little deeper in. The boat's gonna come out into the X, controlling to lay out the Force Staff, the arrow. Watch out for the arrow.
Oh,
he actually gets nailed by that one, and Taiga gets hit by the torrent as he tries to roll in. The Chain Frost goes out. Boxy still being controlled up, but now Gambit don't care anymore about Boxy. They very quickly go for the supports, and now they have the Chronosphere that's going to be able to lock down Taiga. He bought back. Insania bought back as well, but Insania's already dead. But into the backlines, Koifa as well as Mickey. This time they found their opening. They almost finished off Shoshlo. Shoshlo, though, does manage to get up the Purification, Heaven the Grace, and the Guardian's Angel as well. And that's all going to slow down the damage long enough for maybe the Void to finish off Mickey. Stun in. Taiga kicks him away. Mickey can he get out? No, BKB. He can't. BKB activated by Dream does manage to finish off the opposing carry. Goes straight for the dieback here on Taiga, who can't get away from the torrent. There's just too much control, it seems, as Liquid only have their 2 cores alive, but the other 3, most of them having used their buyback, are dead for so long at this point. And Boxy, well, he's tanking through all of this one.
And look at this. They still have the Hex in 10 seconds. They've got to be careful on Koifa. He's so on a... I mean,
At some point in time, Boxy's
but...
going to push his luck a little too far here. Does manage to get that Yule's Timber Chain combo away, but immediately gets bashed up as Dream pursues. Another round of Spirit Vessel charges, but there goes the Guardian Greaves to be able to remove that. So he always has his regen answers. But Gambit, they don't necessarily have to focus on the heroes all the time.
Oh, all right. Well, there goes the creep wave. And Boxy's just going to sit here. He gets hexed again. They've run out of Spirit Vessel charges. All right, they're no longer killing him. They don't have Spirit Vessel charges.
Yeah. They should just be hitting the building. Like,
he doesn't do damage.
Yeah,
you can
Boxy
just ignore
doesn't
him.
do anything. Just ignore him already.
Guys, he's not that important.
Hit the tier 3.
He hits like kittens. That was such a weird decision by Gambit.
Yeah, I think they, well, the arrow is at least going to land on Boxy. Defensive Force Staff.
They're still going for him.
Okay, well,
I really...
Now, Koifa, he sees the opportunity to be able to get a 2-man lance thanks to that Soulbind, trying to finish off FNG, but the Glimmer Cape actually protects him. Inkswell does manage to get a stun onto 3. Force Staff after Force Staff, though, and Koifa just cannot seem to get the control on these supports to finish him off. Yule Scepter on Yule Scepter, trying to help Taiga get away, but it's into an arrow. He goes. He will fall again for the 3rd time in the last 3 minutes.
Just ignore this Timber.
Ignore the Timber. Finish off the barracks, for God's sakes. Because Liquid seem incapable of fighting you, but they can tank you.
This is literally the only thing that Boxy can do in this game, and they're somehow enabling it. Just hit the racks, please. This guy does like 100 damage. He nukes once, and then he gets stunned. All right, they're starting to kind of ignore him now.
Another Spirit Vessel charge used.
All right, yeah, they're just flat out ignoring him. This is what we were asking for.
Go for the 2 lanes of barracks.
I think Gambit, it took a little bit of time, but they finally realized this guy literally does nothing.
Mickey's on the other side of the map right now getting bounty runes. Liquid are saying like, dude, it's just not possible. We can't fight them anymore.
But maybe they go on Boxy again.
Well, Boxy's certainly trying to position himself so that they do turn on to him.
They're actually just casually running away from him.
And Mickey comes into the back line, but the Lotus Orb really preventing him from going for the kill onto the Omni Knight. So instead, a much smaller one onto XS Vampire, but the Chronosphere locking down the Storm Sphere. That's the last thing you wanted to see if you're Liquid. You've already lost your mid. Now you're going to lose Mickey as well, unless the Force Staff that actually buys him a little bit of time. GPK looking for the Tidebringer hit or Dream. One of the two is going to get some damage onto Mickey, especially with the axe pulling him back into the deadly fatal zone to where he will finally be laid out into the grave. Maybe Boxy could fall as well. The magic damage, is it finally going to be enough? Is Boxy going to die? He cannot survive any longer. Finally, Gambit proved they can bring down the Timber Saw, and they will bring down Liquid in game number 1.
It was funny seeing them like continuously try to get through him, and then eventually I think probably FNG made the call like, he does nothing. He literally does nothing.
You idiots, just ignore him.
We've
won the game.
And I mean, Liquid, their most farmed hero, just really couldn't do anything. They decided to go for the aggro tri-lane, but they didn't win that because it was against the Void. They definitely lost mid. because their aggro tri-lane failed so hard. And even though they won bottom, the Omni Knight can do so much more in team fights.
I have to say, fantastic performance by GPK. Kunkka, 10-0 and 17. This is just an excellent showing by him. And would you say most of this comes back down to the laning phase?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We're alluding to.
Not just that, though. Like, they actually just got outplayed in so many different fights. It was almost always Gambit being able to be there first and ready to take the fight. And that almost always determines who's going to win the fight, is who's prepared to take the fight. Liquid, whenever they maybe had like 2 or 3 opportunities in this game to like catch things back up, and it was always like, we're not quite ready to fight. If you could just give us like a few seconds, and you know, they were just willing to play faster on the side of Gambit.
Gambit just straight up outplaying Team Liquid. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, of course, we'll come back to Cap and Blitz for our final game of this evening a little later on. We're going to break things down here with Purge and BSJ alongside me. Gents, Gambit bounced back. Exactly what they wanted to do in this first game.
I don't even know if bounce back is the right word. They just dominated the whole game. Like, I get that they haven't done it as well earlier so far, but I mean, they completely took Storm out of the early game with the 2 X-Mark arrow kills. It was like the game was a perfect example of like why those heroes are top tier ban and picks right now, because it's easy to get the arrow set up with X, and then all of a sudden it's like Kunkka is like level 6 or 7 and Storm's 4, and it's an insane difference that we don't normally see for those level differences, and it just completely messed up Storm's game. He never really felt like a massive threat this game.
Timbersaw was really strong, and obviously as a last pick, it's pretty difficult to kill him, but they kind of just ignored him, and they were allowed to do that. And the whole analysis I had at the start of the game was, if Timbersaw is able to create space for Storm and Sven, and these 2 heroes just had nothing. They were just being followed around. Sven was a part of a tri-lane, so he got very little XP. Storm, obviously, like you said, got the treatment he did. And it's like, this Timbersaw just doesn't matter. They did a great job on Gambit of just ignoring him for the most part, except for at the end. Clearly, they couldn't understand that you can't kill that guy, but yeah, they just ignored him the entire game and realized that he's like an enabler. He's not their win condition, so who cares if he's strong? Yeah, and is
this another typical Liquid game?
Yeah, it is for me. I don't think their draft is this meta at all. And usually you say, like, do your own thing, but they have. I don't think you should be allowed to have Kunkka, Mirana, Void, Omni on the same team. Yeah. And with the current state of the meta.
It definitely felt really hard for them to get kills. Even like Lich complemented it well with Ice Armor. So they had Frost Armor, they had Heavenly Grace, they had the heal, they have Mirana ulti, they have boat stuff. It's like
2 Lotus
kills
too much,
was so hard.
Yeah.
And at some point, like, their BKBs didn't even feel very valuable because it'd give them a couple seconds, but it's like Mirana's leaping around, and they kind of did. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, as well as they could be expected to do under the circumstances. But again, it comes down to, effectively, they didn't do much wrong in the game. Again, I think this is like the 3rd time we've said this in 2 days of the matches that we've seen them. They didn't do much wrong. Didn't really get to do much right either, though.
I don't fully agree in that match. I mean,
you still feel that you think there was some things they could have done better?
You can maybe criticize Insania's skill build going 1-0-2 instead of 1-1-1. It's really hard to do that early on, because if you get an early Phantom's Embrace, you run out of mana so quick for just a crappy level 1 skill. But if it guarantees you a Void kill in the laning stage, it's going to pay off even if you have to go back to heal, I feel like. So maybe you criticize him on his skill build. The tri-lane aspect was tough because he doesn't get as many levels. But Grimstroke is a good support solution against the Void, but it's only if you have Inkswell and the stun. You have to have, or the silence. You have to have both. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to guarantee the kill. And their tri-lane just didn't go quite as well enough. I don't know if that's necessarily just a skill build, but they needed their tri-lane to go a bit better.
And from Gambit's point of view, Brian, I think you and I discussed this yesterday. They have this inconsistency about them. They can look fantastic, and they can look pretty ropey at times. That was one of their better games.
Yeah, I think they were just kind of had to play Dota that game, though. I think their way to winning was pretty straightforward, for being high skill players.
Yeah.
I think Liquid kind of telegraphed everything that game. By opening Grimstroke Earth Spirit, you're pretty much saying we're going to tri-lane, and then you revealed both of the farming win condition type heroes in the second phase so they can counter you. And I think when you pick Sven Storm, your biggest issue is mid-game damage, and that Omni pick just destroyed them. Like, because of one hero, they couldn't kill anybody. I know you mentioned everything, but in the mid-game, the one hero alone. And when you telegraph that kind of stuff, they pick this last to pick Timbersaw, but he's an enabler for heroes that are countered, and that just doesn't usually result. So despite the fact that I think Gambit did do what they needed to do that game, I think Liquid made it too easy for a team of Gambit's caliber to just pick them apart there.
Yeah. Do you want to pick an MVP out?
Is that difficult? The Kunkka, did he die? Did he die any times that game?
I don't think so.
I don't have the stats on my screen anymore,
I mean,
unfortunately.
he might as well have not died.
May not
He had
have.
like 0 deaths by like 35 minutes. He was like 8-0 and 9 at some point. Like as fast as BKB purchase, it looked kind of questionable at the time because you're like, man, you're so far ahead. Why not just get a Radiance? But then he used that to bait out the mid fight where he pops BKB at 30% HP, easily stays alive, and they wipe the enemy team where Liquid maybe could have started snowballing. If he has like a relic there, absolutely dies.
Yeah.
Maybe more heroes die because then he doesn't get his X combos off. Like it completely changed the game.
Yeah.
Just incredible playmaking by him.
Good stuff from him. We should also check in on the other games as well, because there are 2 other matches going on right now. If you want to make sure you're tuned into those, they're on stream B and C. One has finished. You're not going to be surprised about this. TNC are on an absolute rampage, it has to be said, and they are already 1 to the good in 25 minutes in their game against Quincy Crew, who came at them with a Void LC combo and still got crushed in 25 minutes. The other game, Wind and Rain versus NIP. Wind and Rain are trying to hold on to that one, but currently NIP are some 30k up in the lead, and it's 43 minutes in. That's looking pretty likely that Ninjas in Pajamas are going to claim that one, and you can watch that one over on Stream B and Stream C right now. Over here, obviously on Stream A, we're focused on this particular series with Gambit in control against Liquid. Second time round. Can you see anything different in here for Liquid? Because the difficulty I'm having right now is that I don't know what else they can do.
Yeah,
they are what they are, aren't they?
Yeah, with Gambit, their problems seemed addressable. It's like you gave them Morphling Shaker, and then you try to beat them at their own game, but like go back to your own roots. It's like with Liquid, they're already at their roots, and it ain't working. So
I mean, you gave them all the best heroes as well, though. The perfect combos. I didn't check to see what their first phase bans were, but it definitely feels wrong to have Mirana and Kunkka and Void. I mean, Omni maybe, but
I mean, it's like Bryson. That's a hell of a lot of stuff you've given them.
They give them like 3 of the best comboing perfectly heroes. Like the Void got super fast level 6. They instantly they played it perfectly. Fast level 6. Mirana comes, arrows after the Chronosphere. They get a core kill. It's like they played it perfectly. But I just feels like you gave them the best tools possible.
So more countering in the draft from Alliance in game 2.
Less giving them the best heroes.
More caring about the best heroes.
More caring about what the opposition have drafted against you.
Exactly.
Yeah, because they really did just stick with what they wanted to play and didn't seem to care about what the other team were doing. All right, good stuff, gents. We're going to take a break here at ESL 1 Hamburg. If you're just joining us, you're quite late to the party, ladies and gentlemen. Good news for you. We've still got 1 more game to go as we head in towards the end of Group B's action on day number 2. We'll see you soon.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1.
Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
This is only the beginning.
Life is made up by special moments that touch us. A touch of genius, an inspirational touch, and a touch of magic. Some touches are simply unique. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
Chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. Different. Tell me everything's alright. Life is just a bunch of faces, and if it's not, we'll still be fine. I know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. 'cause you are mine. Come on and run away, we wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
ESL One Hamburg is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, Vodafone, DHL, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Asus Republic of Gamers, Pay Safeguard, and Euronics.
Alrighty, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ESL One Hamburg 2019. It is the final series and the final game of our final series of the night. Good news, though, 4 more days still to come of live coverage of the Dota 2 tournament, the first ESL One of the brand new season. We're into the draft, as you can see, well into the draft, in fact. So we'll dive right back into it with Purge and BSJ alongside, between Liquid and Gambit. A quick update, actually, on the standings, because it's quite important right now. Liquid have 3 points. Ninjas in Pyjamas have 3 points. Wind and Rain have 3 points. Wow. Gambit Esports have 3 points. And Quincy Crew have 2. It's very, very close at the moment between second all the way down to 6th. Only TNC out front right now on 7. So
that's why TNC went around and they vacuumed up all the points.
They did,
and
literally hoovered every point
struggling to get 4. So
yes.
That's why.
Yes, indeed. What do you make of this draft so far, Brian?
I am seeing a semi-repeat of last game in regards to the damage issues going into the mid-game. You have no BKB piercing damage. Suddenly you pick this Juggernaut 4th that they instantly picked. You have Omni Knight to mitigate damage. You can AoE dispel the Omni Knight ulti and the Frost Armor, but I want to be clear, Heavenly Glaze cannot be dispelled, so...
Why don't you just Yule's the Omni Knight, though? I mean, Cyclone him.
Yeah, what I'm basically saying is... I don't feel like they learned anything in terms of what went wrong last game.
Have they given away too much already?
Yeah, you went for this Coddle Ember. So it was first pick Gambit for Kunkka, and then they responded Coddle Ember, and then they just responded Omni Knight again. And It just seems so much easier for Gambit to execute their draft
We
than
haven't
it
seen
does.
much of the beer deliverer.
I gotta say, I'm a big Brewmaster fan. I like playing him. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's amazing, but I think he's situationally good. I think Cinder Brew, the second skill, is really, really good right now. It's not good against Juggernaut necessarily because he can spin to stop. It's basically like damage over time, right? So between that skill and Clap, you can do a ton of nuke damage in the laning stage. It's just tough that he can set it off.
What is it good against, Kevin, in the Gambit lineup? How does it counter them a little?
It does damage.
It's damage.
That's the main thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a second nuke. So you're an offlane hero that has 2 AoE nukes.
How is it in the lanes right now?
What's Cinder or Brewmaster?
Yeah,
he's good because of Cinder Brew. That's what I'm trying to get at. Because you've got 2 nukes. It does 100 damage with 1 skill point. So by level 3, you're doing like almost 400 AoE magic damage. It's 2 different slows. You can affect creep waves, heroes, that kind of a thing. So if he catches Lich, that guy dies, for example. It's also good for blocking, like you can self-attack people or whatever. But his ultimate will be effective, I think, for a while at least. They can take early fights with it. That'll help a lot. He doesn't have to worry about dying himself because if they try to X combo him or start an Omni Slash, he can just split. So I think there's some good things that Liquid gets out of it that'll buy them some early time before Ember's fully online. Basically.
How crazy is Nyx for Gambit? Is that just 4? Yeah, their last pick's almost certainly a 4, right? You have the Coddle, you have the Ember. They banned out the Grim, which goes really well with the Lich.
Do you want it to basically kill Ember Spirit, essentially?
Yeah, it's just they kind of lack catch, and it's good against pretty much all of the heroes, I'd say, of Team Liquid. It helps burst the Brewmaster.
Like the 4 melee hero lineup?
Yeah. That was like the one concern, but they also don't have too much punish for that. I guess you have Coddle, but Jug's so good against Coddle, you just kill the Will-O-Wisp by spinning it.
Yeah, the Jug pick was really good here, I think. It helps against the Brewmaster lane, and also helps a lot against the Coddle.
The thing about Kunkka as a hero that's just so nice, that makes him so broken right now, is that you can build him as this utility, Spirit Vessel, Halberd type hero, or you can just build Radiance and do all of the damage. So as a carry player, I don't feel the need to do as much damage as I can just be good for the game, and that's what Jug is here. I like Dark Willow. Yeah. You needed some catch. The roots are actually super good against Ember now, as opposed to previous patches where he could Remnant or Sight of Fist out of them.
And it makes any disable weak lineup so much better because all you need is 1 stun and terrorize, and that's a kill on a lot of big heroes.
They have a decent amount of setup with the Kunkka X now for the Dark Willow, and you also kind of lacked magic damage. Okay, so they go for this Alchemist. It is this game-changing pick. That is a game changer. I actually think that might be the tipping point because
it's the quick vote specialty too.
Ooh, okay, I actually like that pick a lot. We've seen a lot of success with Alchemist.
He can dispel himself from some of the Dark Willow disables that are kind of light, so he can cover himself there. There's a lot of burst damage, but there's not the hugest amount. If he gets Radiance BKB, he just doesn't die this game unless he gets solo Omni Slashed or something like that. So they just need to create space basically with all of their other heroes, and they should be able to do that. I think that's definitely one thing that Brew is good at. Just forcing fights. All you need is Wand, Arcanes, maybe a Phase, maybe a Vlad's, and his team can go engage, do a lot of damage. I think it's decent. I like it.
All right. Has the Alk swayed you one way or the other?
Yeah, it definitely makes me more confident because I know it's something that's going to get stupidly farmed. They can fall back on him. The enemy team, Gambit is lacking damage a bit. I know that Liquid is also looking a little bit low on damage, but if you're talking about Juggernaut and Kunkka, yes, they have X combos and stuff, but it's very we shot our shot. Hopefully it worked out. And once he gets BKB and a decent amount of HP, he's not going to be easy to burst down really quickly unless they do stuns and a terrorize. And even those are difficult because they don't have blink initiation stun setups. It's all X's or torrents or something. So if they get to BKB and decent farm, I think they'll be really good.
All right, good stuff. As always from our panel, we'll hear more from Purge and BSJ after this particular game because it is our final game of the final series of the night. It's all yours, Cap.
That's right, last game of the night here. Team Liquid versus Gambit. Game 2 with Liquid hoping to even out this series by going for a last pick. Alchemist splits, is it a game-winning pick?
It depends.
I feel like you were pretty intimate with the old Alchemist last pick. I still remember Birmingham, you calling it when Misery was still on Pain.
Oh, yeah.
Because Misery was a big fan of the game-changing Alchemist pick.
I think it's really good in certain situations. I think it's really good when you play against a team that needs time to come online. For example, like I think PA Mag, like Jug Mag lineups, I think it does really well against. Because it forces you out of that comfort zone where around that 15 to 20 minute mark, you want to just be chilling and farming, right? But Alk comes online so quickly that he doesn't allow you to. He just kind of runs at you before you're able to get like 3 items. Because you need at least like 4 items to fight Alk as a carry. Because he's just going to be 6 slotted before you are.
Does that apply to this Gambit team? Kunkka, Omni Knight, Juggernaut?
I actually think they have a ton of magic damage, but the only issue that I could see with their lineup is they're going to be kind of weak against the timing when he hits BKB.
Yeah.
Is the only thing. Like, once he hits BKB...
Fairy Fire will manage to keep Koifa alive here.
Oh, that kind of ruins his game, though.
Yeah, that's going to ruin Boxy's game as well, as he's taking all this damage as he tries to roll on out, but it's not good enough. Dream gets the first blood.
You know, they thought they were going to win that engagement, and now Koifa has like 100 HP. He's got to pop his initial salve that he really wanted to use for mid. They get first blooded, and they lose the rune. Like, everything that could have gone badly in the span of 20 seconds went terribly.
Yeah, that also ruins Boxy's lane because First Blood went on to the Juggernaut, and part of the advantage, like what you're supposed to have on Brewmaster is when he spins on you, you can either like fight him or you can use your Drunken Brawler to get that big boost of movement speed, get a little bit of distance away from him. So you won't take the full spin damage. Against a Juggernaut that's gonna have faster boots than you and probably faster phase boots than you, that's gonna be a problem.
I will say so something about Gambit is it feels like they always win the first game and they lose the second. I think the second game here, they kind of went a little bit away from the roots. I actually think they lack a little bit of control. And I sort of feel like it should be a free Alk game in theory, as well as a free Ember game. Like, it should be a really hard task to like hold down both those heroes. So what's going to have to happen is Gambit has to have a really good laning phase start, which they're already off to a pretty good start.
They've got an old, reliable GPK Kunkka.
Dude, he's really impressed me in this tournament.
Yeah.
Feel like he's sort of hit that next level that we were sort of expecting. He's a really talented player. A lot of people have known that from the pub scene alone, that he was going to be quite good.
From the 2 lesser-known cores between Dream and GPK, it definitely feels like GPK solidified himself as, hey, this is a player to watch out for. Dream is still yet to kind of do that. He's had some hit or misses.
I think that Dream, especially with how carry works nowadays, you have to be very stable. You can't be used to that like pub style where you and your teammate Q and he just gives you absolute free farm. Whereas I feel like GPK is, he's acquitted himself very well in this mid lane against almost all competition that I've seen so far.
Fast reaction there. Taiga keeping away almost instantly, and it's just enough to get him back home before Gambit gets their second kill of the game. It looks like Boxy's actually going to even things up as he manages to take advantage of FNG being a bit too far forward after trying to go for that opposing support kill. Bottom lane, Insania gets quite low.
Like, I'm looking at it, how do you stop Brew from getting his ult off in this game?
Oh yeah, it is incredibly difficult.
Like, they're going to have to layer things perfectly. Because if you X, Brew's probably one of the few characters in the game that don't really care about getting X, right?
Yeah.
Like, he splits and then he re-engages, he throws the Omni up into the air, and all of a sudden it's a 4-on-5 fight.
If they had just like one more stun, this lineup would actually be kind of sick against Brew.
Yeah,
because you have the I always hate playing Brew against Kunkka because I always feel compelled to like, oh shit, I've been X'd.
I got an ulti.
Am I gonna get chain stun and 100 to 0'd here? Do I have to pop my ultimate right now? And then sometimes it's getting forced out in bad situations. GPK taking a bit of damage here from the rotation from Taiga. But sadly, all they have here is Sinister. They have Torrent, X, Boat, and then Sinister Gaze. Boxy tries to roll himself away, but again, they have this Juggernaut, which is a sick combination with the Lich, and he has the boot advantage.
This is so the one thing about every player on Liquid says about Boxy is like he's either gonna get a lot of kills or he's gonna get killed a lot. Like for example, Quickfoot says he hates playing one-on-one practice against him because he's either they're just running at each other like level 2, like he can't help himself. He has to go for the big outplay. It's like, were you there when I can't remember what it was. I think it was the qualifiers. Boxy was mid Slardar versus an Alk, and he died level 1 to an Alk with Greevil's Greed.
Did see that? Yes.
I've never seen that before in my life.
We did not catch it on camera, but I remember like Grant was just like, "What?" And we're all like, "That's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen. What just happened?"
No shit,
like,
it's
you
not
literally
supposed to happen.
can't
He has
die.
no stun.
You literally cannot die in that matchup.
We actually thought it was impossible, and then all of a sudden.
Well, I mean, that can be a form of praise, right? Boxy, he's able to pull off the impossible.
He just sort of dies.
It's a good
It just
tagline for
happens.
you as a player.
But he has to go for it. You know what I mean? Like the guy is not a passive mid laner. He's never gonna just chill and go 50-50, which is why sometimes it's nice to have a wild card.
GPK does manage to get his level 6 before Koifa, so he has this pretty decent window because he's actually so far ahead of Koifa that he can really try and pressure him with just Tidebringers and potential boat and torrents. That's why Koifa had to heal up off the shrine.
Man, Koifa's game, that start actually just ruined him.
Yeah.
You can see like how hard it ruined him too.
He's certainly not feeling too good.
18 CS to 41. So this is twice now where GPK, they picked up the Kunkka early enough and he's just dominated.
Another Spirit Vessel game since you're matched up against Alk?
Yeah.
And Radiance or BKB after that?
I almost feel bad.
Let me look at the lineups again. I got to think about this.
And back into the game, Insania had a small issue with his keyboard. All of a sudden, it turned into Russian. So apparently, he just hit the. I don't know what the hotkey is.
Oh, this is rough.
The language, but
Vampire's gonna get both of these big creeps.
Yeah,
this is not a small thing at all. That's like 200 gold.
And GPK is gonna take another one of those alchemist stacks up in the triangle.
Yikes!
Yikes!
This is a big yikes. I don't know why I'm laughing. I should be kind of sad, but it's so funny to me. I don't know why. It's just so unfortunate. Oh boy.
They're gonna go for that aggro. All right, guys. Time to stack up those camps again. Oh no! Not only are the camps gone, but now Taiga's dead too. Oh, this just keeps on going from
They
bad
have enabled
to bad
GPK
to worse.
to have like 2 of the best Kunkka games I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
This guy, like Free Farm does not begin to describe what he's been able to do in these last 2 games. That's 2 games now where Liquid have just given him a stack for free. Not that they can contest it with their heroes or anything. We've talked about like in the previous game where like Coddle versus, remember it was TNC versus Gambit. In fact, like Coddle versus these tri-lanes that just decide to aggro you, like these big strength heroes, you don't do anything against. You just kind of have to watch them farm. In fact, the last time I saw this matchup be okay was actually GPK. He was, if you recall yesterday night, he was Ember versus Kunkka. I can't remember what the game matchup was that we casted. Was it It was Quincy Crew.
Yeah, he was having a super free game on the
he
Ember
did fine.
Spirit.
But obviously we can't know how it looks like because Koikfa started level 1 with like 50 HP.
If I remember right, I think Vampire rotated for him a few times, and that's something that Koifa has not had the luxury. He does manage to get away from that gank attempt from Vampire. The boat's going to come in and try and stun up those two pandas, but the Fire Panda staying on top of the Kunkka. That's the one that does all the damage right now, and they have enough control that it just looks like the Kunkka's going to
do they though?
throw the Tidebringer, tries to finish off Koifa, but it's not quite enough damage. Survives on 20 HP. Koifa. Holy crap, dude. If he had gone back in and just fed himself, that would have been such a
Before
disaster.
the kill,
yeah,
that actually straight up ruins his game. Boxy came mid just to try to enable Koifa, like 10% more.
Yeah.
And then that ends up happening. Oh, look at this rotation by Dream. Trying to find the Omni Slash. Just barely doesn't get it. If he was able to get on top of the Alk, maybe he gets the kill. As Koifa or Mickey is really testing his luck there.
Dream just gonna kill the stacked waves so they can put pressure on the safe lane tower. Once again, it feels like Gambit are always making the rotations a little bit faster. Maybe this is just because this is an Alk lineup.
It's an Alk game.
Yeah.
It's an Alk Coddle safe lane. These, you could not have picked a greedier do-nothing dual lane. Like, I'm asking you, try. Tell me a dual lane that can do less in terms of kill potential. You're thinking, aren't you?
Yeah, there's definitely there's some worse lanes out there.
There's some worse, like in terms of like can't kill.
I mean, Alk is probably one of the worst carries because you're not gonna level your stun.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a farming machine.
I guess you could be like Dro Coddle, but even then, you at least you have frost arrows.
Yeah.
And of course, you have to do this against.
Not going to be able to get the batting rune, and quite slowed down between the double slows.
No,
His
he might
Remnant doesn't
actually
get
just
that far
get
away.
chased.
He does have chains though, so he'll be able to get some distance away from that Omni Knight. No fear of a second purification.
And the bow was used too by GPK, but unable to really get anything out of this. And now Liquid just have to buy time. They've restacked up the jungle. Mickey's going to make his way up here, try to get his Radiance online. The timing is quite good. Have I told you the Kyle story of when I played Alk with him?
Yes.
All right.
I would normally say no, so you could say the story, but I think I've heard that one 3 times. The 15-minute Radiance.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is... Mickey's looking for a better start than that. One good thing is that Gambit just do not seem to be able to take towers very quickly.
No, I think what enabled their lineup was actually the Void.
Yeah.
Like, I think they misunderstood what made it great. It was actually having, like, the Void pressure with Chrono at all times.
Gambit, as a 5-man, are going to try and take down this mid-tier 1 tower. I like that play. Boxy is going to get Sinister Gaze into the stun. The boat's going to follow it up with the torrent coming in. Oh, but no, he gets off the ultimate. Now the Primal Split. He will survive, and he will chase away Gambit.
This is what we were talking about with they need one more stun.
Yeah.
Like,
just one.
He's always going to get that off. Even if you Omni Slash there, he's not going to die, and now they've saved the tower. And the worst part about all of this is you know the Alk's farming somewhere.
Yep.
You click towards bottom, he's going to get like a 13-minute Radiance, which, considering the fact that they took so many stacks from him, I think is actually quite a good timing window for him. Let's see if he's got Dota Plus enabled. Did he get the Yeah.
Invest in your future.
Invest in your future.
They're going to go right back to the mid lane because they already used the Primal Split. So Gambit feel like they have nothing to fear when it comes to finishing off this mid tower.
Yeah, and Liquid's just trying to delay, buy as much time as they can for their Alchemist. I mean, Liquid have control problems of their own. Like, hard lockdown, the type of lockdown that they have usually enables Gambit to get their spells off. So what that means is when you have an Alk lineup that lacks that sort of, like, hard initiation, it kind of comes down to... Oh, okay. It comes down to the Alk just 5-manning and being like this beast.
Yeah. Do you think you should get like a faster Blink Dagger to solve some of that initiation, or?
Yeah, I could see that definitely working. I think that's probably one of the better ways to do it. But it looks like he's going to straight up just go for the BKB, which is not a bad idea either, considering how much magic damage Gambit puts out.
Yeah.
And let me say, playing Alk against Jug in the early game feels amazing. Because you know that Jug can never burst you with his Omni when you pop your Chemical Rage.
Yeah.
And you actually out-heal his spin, it feels like.
Yeah. You get the extra little boost of movement speed, too. You're going to have that first armor item pretty quickly after your Radiance.
Yeah, exactly. And your armor isn't like garbage to begin with. You end up getting a Ring of Bassi for that purpose, too.
Yeah.
So you're actually quite a decent hero against Jug. There's a point where the Jug gets like absolutely 6-slotted, and he just wrecks you. But that's like a long time away.
Oh, your farm spin sped up, by the way, from the Chakra Magic. Mickey's able to throw out more acid sprays when he was farming through the jungle.
Yeah, but despite all that, Gambit still hold on to the gold lead, which, as we know, is always a sign that the enemy team is winning. And if you just look at the net worths, it is not good.
I thought you were going to say something about like an Alk lineup or something like that, but no. Team with more net worth is winning.
Team with more net worth is winning.
Yep.
That's why they pay me the big
number
bucks.
good.
They're
like also up in kills. Another sign that they're winning.
Man.
They're double winning right now.
The math. They've got more towers.
So many maths.
Oh, God. My brain hurts, dude.
I want to give a quick shout out here because I keep on wanting to talk about
Nahas for providing these stats?
Yes. Thank God Nahas is here. He's actually...
he was the one that told me that more gold is better.
Alan actually makes the most out of any of us for his day rate because he both works the event and he's also all of our math tutors on the side. So
yeah, seriously.
Thankfully, all that experience teaching has come to the good of the Dota community. 15-minute bounty runes. Boxy. Who's going to click faster? It's Dream.
Gambit has won that click off, I want to say, like 6 times in a row now.
That is 4 bounty runes.
They've won like every click off this game.
4 is greater than 0. Another sign that Gambit is winning.
Shit, dude. Alan's making me smart as hell. Soon I'll be unstoppable.
I wanted to give a shout out to Shachlo because is Boxy going to be forced to ultimate or is he?
No, there's
no stuns.
They have a severe lack of stuns, dude.
I think they're going to be able to control up the Kunkka. The boat's going to come in, making him significantly tankier, as well as FNG with the Frost Shield there. That pretty much means the physical damage doing nothing to him at that point.
Oh, boy.
So that's going to be a missed opportunity for a kill. Force some rotations. Maybe Taiga will take advantage of it by taking top.
Both teams literally have, like, such big control issues.
Yeah.
Like, GPK is always going to get his boat off, and conversely, Boxy should always get his ulti off.
Sinister Gaze, give him the vision. They got it.
You heard the noise.
He will...
but it did not matter.
He will fall... What? I thought, what happened to, this squad counting stuns to determine which lineup was better? How could this Liquid team ever lack control?
I don't know. This is probably on me.
You took him away from the stun equation.
Yeah, I'm a fool. Honestly, if they ever struggle throughout the season, just blame me.
Well, I was planning on that anyway.
It's unironically probably my fault. As, yeah, I mean, Gambit are fine. Gambit, in fact, I'd say are winning by a decent-ish margin.
I mean, when you're up in net worth against an Alchemist, that says
they're not just winning; they're up like 2K. That's quite a bit against an Alch. Normally, it's like 400 gold leads that you have because he's so hyperinflated. I mean, the guy is 4,000 net worth ahead of anybody, and they're still down by 2K.
They've stacked so many times for Mickey, and Kunkka actually still has more CS than him. By 15. GPK, I don't know how he does it. I'm not sure if his team really stacked for him at all.
Dude, Boy's a beast.
Boy just has some insane farm rotations.
Yeah, Boy is a beast. Like, meanwhile, Quakefa, I mean, he's lucky to finish that Veil at Discord right now.
Into the Brambles, but the Bramble got caught by a creep.
One more stun. Like, literally one more stun.
To be fair, I don't think you can't get out of that.
Yeah.
If the creep doesn't tank the Bramble for the Ember Sphere.
Yeah, the whole route change.
Yeah. Also, quite disappointed in XS Vampire for not having the new Dark Willow skin.
The kitty cat Halloween set?
Yeah.
Weebs rejoice. What is the Twitch mode for them?
But cats aren't inherently weeby. Come on.
What is it? What's the Twitch mode?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's pander a
Come
little
on,
bit.
haven't you spent enough time with Rich at this point?
Very true. Honestly, that's on me. I probably knew.
It's like every 10 words from Rich. The 11th one is an ayaya. Or cuties, one or the other. Smoke up from Liquid. It's gonna run into Dream. Not really the hero they wanted to run into, because that's exactly why. He's just gonna spin up and go straight for the kill onto Insania. Now the Will-O-Wisp is gonna be quickly dealt with, and Insania is gonna find himself probably dying here. He's slightly saved by Taiga into the backlines though. XS Vampire actually just managed to wipe out Koifa with all that damage coming out from the Bedlam, and now Boxy's left in no man's land here with an ultimate ready to go, but he knows he's not gonna do anything with it.
He should die.
It might just be better just to die.
Yeah. That kind of team fight, I'm not really sure what the upside was for them. Their Alk wasn't able to really get to that backline. The Willow controls up the Ember Spirit, and Liquid take another sloppy fight. They weren't able to get their Brewmaster into the middle of things either.
You could see on that list of abilities, there was only Chemical Rage that was popped by Liquid.
Liquid actually just didn't press spells.
No buttons were pressed at all.
They have like everything up. Oh, all right.
Well, it does mean they can fight maybe right away. Dark Willow gonna be caught in the act of warding. Tries to go for a sneaky little hiding place there, but the third kill there for. Ooh, we're gonna watch that fight in fast. Remix. Koifa jumping out. Mickey jumping in with the unstable concoction, but there is going to be the save from the Omni Knight. So all that physical damage, odd for not, they are going to be able to get the chainstone onto this Alchemist.
He's just
Look
dead.
how fast
he did not
died.
pop BKB.
Yeah.
He didn't
took
pop BKB.
The full swing of magic damage.
And now this Ember's dead
A lot
too.
of physical damage from GPK, and Koifa is going to die as well because he's out of remnant charges.
Jeez Louise.
I don't really know what to say about Liquid right now.
They've lost every single bounty rune click off. And I mean, they went for the Mad Scramble because it's so big for Alchemist lineups.
Sure.
But they just were so unprepared. It feels like this team just isn't ready to take 5-on-5 fights.
Yeah, Gambit is really not giving them a whole lot of room to breathe. But still, at the same time, like, Liquid eventually has to get a, all right, we're going to start this fight by casting this stun. Boxy's going to activate his ultimate. Like, you've got the ultimate team fight winning hero in Brewmaster.
Yeah, the entire reason you picked this is theoretically it's supposed to be very good against the Omni Knight, but once again, it feels like
Okay, we're going to
having a free game.
Burst down shot slow as quick as possible, but again, the Lich is protecting him a lot. And oh, beautiful terrorize with the Chain Frost over the top. See if that bounces back to BKB, but no, he activates his BKB, and he's going to go for that Lich kill. Taiga's going to die to the Omni Slash on the left-hand side, unless Boxy actually helps tank it up. Taiga getting into the trees. Even if he dies here, it's a lot of wasted time for Dream, who now has to use the rest of that spin to get out of here, because Boxy's already used his ultimate. He's tornadoed up shot slow's Omni Knight. They're going to turn back for him at some point in time, but GPK wants to be able to fight this one. Will-O-Wisp is out, but they get a stun onto the Juggernaut. They're trying to deal with this Wisp Ball, and finally it does go down. But Mickey, he does not have the Chemical Rage anymore. He's not feeling great about the fight, but maybe he can finally finish off this one support. The Radiance Burn is going to be able to take him out. The Torrent lands on him as well, but no damage, not enough anyway, out from GPK. Meanwhile, Koifa, no Remnant up, phase booting, trying to get away.
He's out of mana
for the
because
Omni
of
Knight.
this.
Mickey, he wants to be able to jump in, but not in time to save his allies, so instead he jumps away and out. A 4th and 5th kill for Team Liquid, but not really a great team fight, I would say.
No, it was not. Taiga getting out of position there from the get-go. You notice how hard it is for Gambit supports to be caught out, whereas Liquid's supports always consistently feel like they're getting caught out of position.
Yeah.
Like getting that Lich kill was a struggle for Mickey. Whereas the Coddle and the Rubik right now feel pretty free.
Yeah,
for
honestly,
Gambit.
Taiga should have instantly died in that fight. He just got a little lucky from the Omni Slash. This combination of Omni Knight plus Lich, having like 2 different saves, on, then combine another one. You've actually got the Coco's Rum from the Kunkka. So you've got a third, you know, kind of save, something to be able to slow down damage. Feels like everybody from Gambit is always getting off their plethora of abilities. All their skills are being cast at least once in a team fight.
Yeah, and now Dream, I mean, he's so strong. It's so hard for them to fight into him, and this Ember Spirit is more like a support than anything. He has less net worth than the Brewmaster, who hasn't had a good time either. He's been almost tripled in net worth by this Kunkka. Like, this was their answer to the Kunkka, which was so successful last game.
Do you ever have to worry about late game? If you're Gambit in this position, where at 23 minutes against an Alk, you're actually up in net worth by a large amount.
Unless they massively mess up a fight, and it doesn't look like Liquid is going to get a good opportunity for a fight here either. This is going to be, again, on one of the supports. They're going to lose him off the bat. He's going to be forced to pop the Will-O-Wisp, but
the Brambles does land on it. Boxy trying to go for that back line. The Dark Will protecting himself with the Shadow Realm, does manage to get off the Terrorize, and Boxy's going to be chainsawed on here, but the Omni Slash bounce away from Boxy and then back into him again, but he finally does manage to get it off. Taiga, what a steal from him. Does manage to get the Omni Knight ultimate. That will slow down a lot of damage. It looks like finally Liquid will win a fight here, convincingly too. They've already killed the Dark Willow. GPK is very likely to die here, surely. Surely he will, right, Koifa? He needs the mana. That's going to be given to him by Insania. Can anybody catch up to GPK? They cannot, so they have to turn for the other heroes here. Maybe Dream was going to die? No, I don't think they have the control for him. Another round of Unstable Concoction stopped as the spin away. Dream TP's out right in front of all of Liquid. Finally, they do get a core kill, but it was the third one on their list. They wanted the Kunkka or the Juggernaut way more than this off-lane Omni Knight.
Yeah, they just don't have that kind of control for the Jug is the problem. Jug always has the ability to spin TP in this game and get away scot-free. They are finally going to get some bounty runes.
Wow, that's definitely the, maybe that's the biggest win of all.
Every bounty rune they get is like a 1k difference.
Yeah. That's an out for you. Okay, Mickey, you didn't even stay on top of the Dark Willow for that AoE stun with a Glimmer Cape.
Oh boy, they're not even going to get Vampire.
Oh, bother.
He's actually just completely free. No problem for him.
Well, you now have, I think Boxy just picked up...
Blink Dagger?
Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
So he's got that on top of his pipe. But old Koifa here is still sitting it. Oh boy. Phase Boots, Veil, BKB's trying to go for it, but it's a ways away.
Oh, mid lane? Boxy?
No damage.
Does he not have
disable. I think he assumed that somebody had put damage on Boxy.
I see.
You know, it's always one of those weird things where you have a damage list disable. You don't really think about the fact that he's just going to be able to blink away.
Koifa gonna exit bottom lane. He's kind of recovering. Like 2 seconds ago, he had a third of the net worth of Kunkka. Now he's got about half. But Liquid's...
He may have a catch-up mechanism and maybe an Aghanims being given to him at some point.
Yeah, but this Alk has his own problems. Like, he needs so many items to make this work.
Meanwhile, Gambit, AC on the Kunkka, level 21. So he just hit that big 20 strength. That is pretty big. These Tidebringers are doing a lot of damage. He already had the plus 28 strength from Heavenly Grace when it's used on him for extra damage. Now, an extra 20 strength off of his level 20 talent. And we're talking about big burst. That's 340 damage that's going to be coming in. They're going to lead off a long-range disables to initiate onto Boxy, but being a Rubik against an Omni Knight always feels good. You're going to get something, and here it's Heavenly Grace. 20% magic resistance now for the Brewmaster, so bursting him down just became harder and harder. Every bit of HP that he gets, any item that gives him strength, it's just going to be amplified by the severe amount of magic resistance he has between a talent and a pipe and a bracer. smoke up. Still have not been able to take this mid tower. They're going to try and go for the blink. Unstable concoction. Disable, but Dream's too fast. And now you've just stunned yourself underneath the tier 1 tower. The Terrorize held off to be able to chain stun onto the Elk. They need to be able to save him from this Omni Slash, and they do manage to get the Omni Slash off of him, but Mickey is still quite low. He activates his BKB, and he's fast enough. Looks like he might be able to get away. Dream's trying to slow down Koifa, but Koifa kites him back. They've only lost their Rubik so far, but it looks like Boxy is probably going to die as well here. I doubt he is going to have an opportunity to use his Primal Split, nor would he really want to. And winning fight
Roche.
just in the mid lane, it is an obvious Roshan play from here.
And this Omni Knight looks so good against Liquid's lineup. This Omni Kunkka combo.
Yeah.
They're never, I mean, they're just not really popping the Bruise Split. So Omni gets a free fight every single time.
Unstable concoction trying to go for the fast kill onto Lich, but they don't have the vision again. Okay, now they do. Insania, he learned his lesson from last time.
He's committing to this.
Can they actually do something inside of that pit? The Roshan's getting lower and lower. Here comes the boat. That's almost enough to finish him off. The jump in from Koifa. Can they grab it? Aegis snatched up by Dream. They managed to get the Roshan kill as well as the Aegis. That's what they came for. Now they have to get out, though, as they're going to have to leave their support Dark Will behind to the threat of Mickey. There's just too much damage being used here. Boxy, he wants more, though. They've already committed so much, and only get these 2 supports. That's not good enough. So now they've found the Tornado onto Dream, but a Juggernaut with an Aegis, that is not a hero that you can
I'd like them to defend
fight
this.
into.
I'd like Gambit to defend this. There's no chemical rage up.
Yeah, they're going to buy back on the Dark Will. They're not just going to defend this. They're going to make a good fight out of it, it looks like, as they do manage to get the Ensnare onto the Ember Spirit. The full control. They took out all of his mana. He couldn't even jump away as the root fell out.
And that's Liquid feeling rushed because they didn't get anything out of that engagement.
Oh, is Boxy dead as well? The Diffusal Blade's slowing him down. Fortunately, that little bit of boost comes out from the Drunken Brawler. Mickey's actually going back in here. He tries to go for shot slow with the Bedlam stolen by Taiga. It's close until the Terrorize comes in.
And the boat's going to land right on top of them.
Land on both of them as well. The Will-O-Wisp controlling a 3, though. Shot slow gets bashed just the perfect time. Can they finish him off? He has his ultimate, but no. He doesn't get it off in time. Boxy is going to be trade-off off-lane for off-lane, but Mickey's low, and he needs to get away from this. X marks the spot. Taiga dies. He can't help out Mickey anymore, and Mickey can't save himself either. Gambit will make a good trade out of that. Can't believe Liquid tried to go for that kill on the Omni Knight. It cost them so much. Not just some deaths, but a buyback on the Rubik as well, and maybe even a tier 3. That was the cost for trying to take that engagement right there.
I think they're just they were too hesitant to use their ultis.
Yules into the brambles, into the boat. BKB activated by Koifa, but he just lacks damage. He is nothing. It is absolutely pitiful how little he does to this Gambit team. They're just going to ignore him, finish up the full lane of Barracks mid.
I mean, he feels like he has to get BKB in a game like this so he can get to the backline.
Yep.
But he doesn't burst the Willow or the Lich. I mean, there's a Glimmer Cape on the Willow. She's got a Yules on top of that.
This is the play where Mickey went back in, maybe because of the call from Taiga that he had Bedlam stolen, but Excess Vampire just has had beautiful terrorizes. Just that little bit of time allows Shotchiller to survive a little longer. You saw him try to activate that Guardian Angel there, but didn't get it off. If he did, they would have all survived there, and Liquid would have gotten close to being wiped in that engagement. A 12,000 net worth lead for Gambit now against an Alchemist.
These kinds of losses always feel the worst because you essentially went back to the drawing table and were like, yeah, that was fine. You were given essentially 2 different lineups to play against the same lineup.
Yeah. And you also had like the last pick gotcha hero and Alk.
We've got pretty good chemistry.
Well, I'm not sure if I agree with that, Mickey, because right now, chemistry's just not on point for Team Liquid. Gambit, though.
Gambit's looking like fire.
They're oozing chemistry out of their pores right now as they just squad up to the top lane. They've already taken the mid lane of Barracks. They're just going to go for 2. They know Liquid is loath to fight them, and they're just not going to give Liquid any space to breathe, any room for them to be able to farm up buybacks or get an Aghanim Scepter out from that Alchemist. He's going to lead off the initiation here with his Blink Dagger. Once again, trying to go for that Omni Knight, but here comes the boat immediately from GPK, making sure that the Omni Knight's going to be a lot tankier. Insania is going to be bursted down by the Omni Slash. He's immediately going to buy back, so that is one ultimate down, but Mickey, his Chemical Rage is going to run out soon. Boxy cannot afford to be bursted down here. He's been stunned up. The torrent's going to follow that as well, and just enough. The Brewmaster dies without getting off his Primal Split once again. Mickey, his BKB's running out. He just can't seem to do any damage. And without him doing damage, you know this Ember Spirits, he's not doing jack squat in team fights. That is a 2-0 victory for Gambit. Again, they started off yesterday going 1-1. But fortunately for today, they do manage to get a full victory against the Liquid squad.
And that was seriously an absolute stomp. From the get-go, the way that the initial rune fights went, the like 6 fights they took after that on top of the runes, they were just never able to get any of the bounties. Gambit did such a good job of curtailing them wherever they went.
Mm-hmm. Very impressive. Meanwhile, Liquid, they've got some work to do. I mean, this group of theirs is very close. So they've gone 1-1-1 now with only 3 points. They could very easily be fighting for their lives in that bottom 2 area, depending on how Quincy Crew does, as well as Wind and Rain. Wind and Rain, who have managed to tie out against every single team in their group, which is rather surprising. I'm not sure if I expected that team to be able to pull that off, but well done by them. Group B gets more and more interesting as we move forward. We'll see the climax of that tomorrow, but the climax of this broadcast, well, that's with Paul, BSJ, and Birch.
Thank you very much, gents in the commentary booth, of course, for the last 2 series of the night. Wonderful commentary once more from Cap and Blitz. And yes, BSJ and Purge alongside me to break down another game, and it's another Gambit victory.
Yeah, so this series did not look good for Liquid, I think it's safe to say. Like, they look sloppy. Obviously, the Ember underperformed, very similar to Game 1 for Quakefoot, but he did get he didn't die at first blood, but he had to use a salve, so he didn't get that for the mid lane. I think that probably contributed a lot to him being really far behind in last hits and just not contributing as much. He had Veil into BKB, didn't get a Maelstrom this game, so didn't really contribute much damage. And just like even Alk didn't really do that much damage-wise. It kind of felt like Brewmaster was okay. Not amazing. He had to get a lot of his third skill because he was laning against a Juggernaut. It was a tough game for them.
I was trying to be nice in the draft in the sense that, like, I just think Brewmaster's a crap hero right now. Like, I didn't want to say that in the draft because I wanted to give it a shot, but this kind of just proves what I thought going into the series, that Liquid just doesn't play meta heroes very well, and they're trying to figure out their own identity, and they're just kind of losing while they're doing it.
Yeah.
The main thing I want to point out that I thought was really good from this game for Gambit was the Juggernaut Diffusal, a crucial switch up from what most Juggernauts have been going, the Maelstrom. When both teams have trouble killing each other, when one hero on one team can afford to just build Diffusal, suddenly nobody's killing each other, but one team has no mana.
Yeah.
And then you kill it. Then you kill them because they have no mana.
And Diffusal Blade is really good against Liquid heroes.
Yeah, it's
too.
like really good against long fights, heroes that rely on just kind of tanking through stuff. You may not have a ton of disable, but if you lock them down long enough, maybe you can't kill them, but they'll be out of mana, so they can't protect themselves.
Which is perfect against Ember, because his whole purpose is to like weave in and out of fights. And you'd think that maybe it doesn't matter that much because they've got Coddle. Surely you can refill his mana, but fights were so chaotic. They're hitting backlines. Coddle can't always avoid getting killed. So it was a really smart item pivot.
It makes him a threat without actually doing a ton of damage in the early to mid game, and I think that was really important.
Very important as well for Gambit to win today. At least pick up a couple of points, and obviously they had that devastating loss earlier on against TNC. They're important to bounce back and pick 2 up against it. They're on 4 now, which makes them look much more healthy in this group. It does worry me for Liquid though, sitting there on 3 with 1 more game to go. That's going to be a tough ask, Kevin, isn't it, to get out of the group now?
Who is the last team that they play against?
That's a good question.
Looks like
I can
it's
tell you that.
Quincy
It's going to be Quincy Crew,
They're fine.
who are bottom at the moment, so
it's fine.
Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay on that one.
I mean, getting knocked out of groups would be ultra disappointing for the
wouldn't
organization,
it?
and I'm sure the players too. But like I said, I mean, I'm expecting them to be okay in the long haul, and they're still good players. It's just maybe not after this series. I've lost some faith, but they can do some stuff. They just need to figure out what's going to work for them.
And Gambit Nip tomorrow is the other game. I guess that's probably the decider for who follows TNC through in the top 2, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we may see with some wonky stuff if we see like some 0-2 from Gambit and some 2-0s from Liquid even. Like all these teams are within reach of each other still, despite what just happened.
Yeah,
Win
the rain, by the way, up until the NIP game, which they're in the second game of now. They lost the first game. They've drawn every series so far.
Yeah.
So if they draw that one with NIP tonight, they put themselves back in contention as well. They'll have 4 points.
Okay.
So
That's a crucial
very
game.
close.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the team that's going into tomorrow in 5th could end up at 2nd, which is just kind of peculiar. But that's what happens when one team's hogging all the points, like we said.
Yeah, indeed. Let's talk Mercedes-Benz MVP. Let's talk about the overall, because I know how much you love talking about it on day 2, Purge.
It's DPK. Dude is ownage.
Let's just take a look at the 3 that we've got right now that have received some votes. We've got Eurus in there, aka Paparazzi.
Bullshit.
Tim's is in there at number 2, and Nico Baby, unsurprisingly perhaps, in number 3 right now. That's just what's been voted so far. It doesn't mean that's how it's going to finish, obviously. It's early days.
We're also biased because we're watching different games. We haven't caught that many Vici games. We haven't caught, at least I haven't watched that many NIP games, at least. So at least from my purview, I think GPK is easily the player that stands out. He's got that, he's like perfect for the mid player. He's like a perfect mid player. He mechanically plays very well. He almost never makes mistakes. He just doesn't mess up, constantly thinking about winning the game. It's obnoxious. He's got to get bored. Like when I don't want to play like that personally, because I'm like, I just want to go fight, I don't want to sit how can I perfectly get just enough advantage and all
right,
give him the MVP.
I'm going
to
give Brian a shout in a minute on the Mercedes-Benz MVP, but I'm hearing that FNG is ready for an interview with Sir Action Slacks. Let's check in with them.
Hey guys, I am here with FNG from Gambit. Sir, revenge acquired from TI, huh?
Yeah, kinda, but not really.
Why do you say that?
I mean, different rosters, right? And obviously Team Liquid is not doing so well right now. They just need some refreshment, new patch, whatever. So.
Understandable. Sir, I want to know what you're going to do tonight in celebration. You got another big day tomorrow. You're going straight to bed, you getting some drinks. What's the deal?
Watch anime.
Watching anime? Oh, that disgusts me. What is your favorite anime?
I mean...
Don't say something messed up.
I guess.
Code Geass, ladies and gentlemen.
I have a lot. It will take a while.
Okay. Well, I don't want to hear about any of that. Thank you very much, sir. You go in, you get your anime inside you. All good. All you weebs out there, represent. No, cut this interview again. Damn you. Back to you guys on the panel.
I'm actually so happy that he's getting trolled by another player. FNG, love it. Keep it going, please. Every time we have an interview with Slacks, just keep trolling him. He's a character, that's for sure. Brian. Sorry, Kevin.
He's figured out the magic. Most players don't want to do interviews.
Right.
So the magic is...
figured out that
they just not want to interview.
Just messing with Slacks instead. It's turn it back the other way. It's perfect.
That's absolutely... And he'll be terrified of interviewing forever. Got an MVP, Brian?
Are you talking about for the whole tournament or just the series?
Just so far, first 2 days.
I'm going to say a player that's probably not going to get voted for it, and I'm going to say March. Just
for
because, because TNC's drafts, as a team,
amazing.
And I think him as a leader is really a big part of what's going on with that team right now. And I talked to him a lot at TI8, and I just know he's really open to ideas. Even though I think he's on a different echelon than me, he would talk about he'd talk about a hero or something, and then you could tell he's expecting my input on the situation because he's inviting to hear what other people are trying to say. And I think you can tell that everyone's very comfortable in their team environment, and it's showing in their games, and I really like to see that as a unit.
Absolutely. So. Gabby's mine. I think he's just been explosive today again. Morphling's been amazing again today. Did another one yesterday, but there was the Naga as well. The Naga, I don't enjoy Naga games at all. He somehow turned me into a Naga fan today, so he's had a great day as well. Let's check in with the results and the standings. As you can see them rushing through on your side. We've completed our Group A and Group B matches now for today. All of the teams now have one series left to try and make their way through into the top 4 positions in both of these 2 groups. No real surprises today. It feels a bit more normal.
Beast Coast overperformed what we expected.
You think they overperformed today?
Well, it was more like they equalized what we expected going into the tournament. They turned around what they had done day 1, so I think that was a good surprise.
Vici top of the group, obviously in Group A, 7-1 right now. Alliance in 6 and 2 is kind of what we expected, Brian.
Yeah. I don't even think Beast Coast going back and going 4-0 is that much of a surprise. They're kind of like Gambit, where they're really volatile back and forth and streaky, I would almost say they are. So going 0-4 and then kind of 4-0 makes a lot of sense. They're not the team like win rain to go 1-1, 1-1.
They play Viking tomorrow, so in theory, 1 point's enough for them to make it through and guarantee them through. Virtus.pro do need to win at least a game tomorrow, if not both of their games, so that's one to watch. Over in Group B, TNC Predator 7-0. It's actually 8-0. They've just won their last game of the night as well, so they've gone 8-0 today, which is 4-0 today, 4-0 yesterday. Absolutely flawless, and they've looked fantastic. Gambit with 4 points right now. Ninjas in Pajamas 3-4 right now. They're still playing as it stands right now against Wind and Rain, but they are ahead in that game. It's around about 22 minutes in. They're 14k up in gold in that one and 21-11 in kills, so they should be okay picking up. And that put them on 4. We'd have Wind and Rain on 3, Liquid on 3, and Quincy Crew on 2. It's so close. Any of those teams can still qualify.
Who knows what'll happen? Could be any of them.
I want to see one of them, whoever does qualify, I want to see them just make some crazy run in the main event. Because I love the teams that are like on the brink.
The one that sneaks in at the end?
Yeah, and then somehow they end up getting like second or third in the whole tournament.
The new BTI4 storyline.
Exactly.
3-way tie, barely squeak through, win the whole tournament.
That was actually how it was. But didn't they actually play some playoff games? Didn't they have to play playoff games?
Yes, there was a 3-way tie from groups.
Yes.
They barely won it.
Yeah.
Then they won the whole tournament.
Won on a whole
in a really exciting way. The best story.
Yeah, the good old Razor Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, that final's not one I remember clearly for those reasons, Kevin.
The worst TI finals.
Yes, yes. You may be overselling it a little bit. Anyway, thank you very much. It's a pleasure, as always. But we've come to the end of our second day here at ESL 1 Hamburg 2019. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've certainly enjoyed the variety that we've seen on display so far here amongst these 12 teams. Tomorrow, we're going to trim the field to just 8 before we head inside the Barclaycard Arena for day number 4. We'll see you then.
the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of ESL 1.
Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
In a can. Oh, tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we won't